Game of Thrones, I became a Night Watcher. Onion Knight Davos, standing before you is the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the King beyond the Wall, the Terminator of White Walkers, the Guardian of the North and the Iron Islands, the Sea King of Bravos, the Lord of Dragons, the Conqueror Duke Leon Victor. Now, you can kneel. The long night is coming. This is a story about the Night's Watch with the Mount and Blade panel and the Thousand Faces God system. Despicable bandits, fierce wildlings, undead White Walkers, and the Lord's conscripts. Legendary creatures, dragons, wizards with awakened magic, and even gods who have ill intentions towards humans. This is also a story of battle, a sword, a bow. This is a long summer, that the older generation of Westeros people have never seen in their memory. When the morning light of a new day in the 7th year of the long summer fell on a watchtower in Black Iron Castle. A boy about 15 or 16 years old, wrapped in bearskin, huddled beside the almost extinguished stove in the watchtower. The sudden morning light shone directly on his eyelids, and he could not help but open his eyes. Actually, Leon was not originally from this world. He was just an ordinary high school student. During the summer vacation, he discovered a story mod of Mount and Blade 2 called Game of Thrones and immediately played it crazily for 7 days and 7 nights. He enjoyed opening new files every day and experiencing various lives, but in the end, he died suddenly in front of his computer desk. When he woke up, he came into this world. Leon, or rather the Night's Watch recruit Leon Victor, couldn't help but shiver, then slowly stood up and stretched, exhaling a breath of cold air. Near the Great Wall of Despair, the temperature is still so low even in the mornings of long summer that it is almost freezing to death. Lion, standing in the watchtower, looked back at the situation in the Black Iron Castle. In the morning mist, there were already shadowy figures running for a new day's livelihood. As a new recruit of the Night Watch, Lion's duties do not include monitoring the security of the city. The stern, majestic and somewhat unsmiling face of Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, suddenly emerged in Lion's mind. Lion then remembered that his mission was to monitor the outside of the castle to see if there were any wildlings sneaking in from outside the wall. As a person who lived in a peaceful country in his previous life, Lion had never experienced a life facing danger every day. As a result, he couldn't help but look down on the job of the night watchman, thinking that he only needed to stand on a high watchtower or on the city wall every day and look at the unchanging scenery outside. But what happened the day before yesterday made Lion change this wrong idea forever. So Lion quickly opened his eyes wide and looked outside the watchtower as if to make amends, but no matter how hard Lion tried, the morning mist obscured only a 3 or 5 mile wilderness. Besides, the wilderness was crisscrossed with gullies and hills, and further away was a wolf forest as lush and green as an ocean. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of savages hiding around him, Lion probably wouldn't be able to detect any trace of them. Lion, don't worry too much. It's long summer now. Even if a few savages sneak in through the rat holes of the wall, they won't be able to cause any trouble. What's more, we have spies in the villages within 100 miles, so there won't be any danger. A flat voice came from a lookout tower several meters away from Lion. It was obvious that the words were directed at Lion, who was obviously too nervous. Lion turned his head following the voice, and saw a man in a set of soft armor of the night watch as black as a crow leaning half of his body out from the observation deck, looking at him with a relaxed smile on his face. Even though he had seen this face more than once in the past 7 days, Leon still had the urge to ask him for an autograph at all costs. The reason is simple. The person who appeared in Lion's sight was Jon Snow, one of the absolute male protagonists of the American TV series Game of Thrones, which he had watched countless times in his previous life. His life story is just like a cool novel template. He was called a bastard for half his life, but in the end he turned out to be one of the legitimate heirs of the Targaryen family. However, he is only 15 years old. He followed his uncle Stark Benyon to the wall just after his name day. I don't know whether to say you are strong or heartless. You didn't even add more wood when the fire went out in the middle of the night. There was no hint of mockery in Jon's words when he said this, and only then did Lion notice that there was only a stubborn little flame still burning in the furnace of the watchtower. In any case, Leon should thank the stove for not freezing to death at night. You're welcome. Brothers of the Night Watch have to watch over each other. I was the one who climbed up and down to add firewood for you in the second half of the night. I didn't wake you up because you slept so soundly. I have to say it felt good to be able to see you alive the next day. Seeing that Lion looked dazed and had no interest in talking today, completely different from the familiar attitude he had in the past few days when he was trying to drag him to chat about all sorts of things. John curled his lips, feeling bored, and disappeared from Lion's sight. It was obvious that John sat back down. Although John said there was no danger, with half of his body exposed for a long time, it was easy for him to be shot by a wildling from somewhere. This was proved by an unlucky night watchman who almost lost his life 2 days ago, proving that this kind of luck is absolutely unacceptable. Unfortunately, Lion experienced and witnessed the entire process of the Night Watch brother being murdered. Because Leon was the Night's Watch brother who almost died. The wildling's arrow just grazed Leon's scalp. If it had gone just 1 centimeter shorter, Leon would have had to take the next train of reincarnation. Although the chief ranger, Lord Benyon Stark, immediately led a team of rangers to search in the direction indicated by Lion, they did not catch a single hair of the wildling. This was definitely a big blow to Leon, who was still somewhat excited about arriving in a different world. Since then, Leon's temperament has become a little taciturn and he has become more worried about gains and losses. Even now this young man's body is more than 3 to 5 times stronger than the weak high school student in his previous life. But Lion still didn't dare to bet that his skull was harder than the conical arrows made of wolf teeth by the savages. The 7 days passed in a flash, and even though Leon was very curious about everything around him when he first arrived, his curiosity was replaced by a strong sense of unwillingness and fear of death when he was faced with the endless wilderness and the spider sense that came from his sixth sense from time to time. Even every time he stood on guard in the watchtower, Leon couldn't help but stare blankly, wondering how he could escape from this damn place. But when Lion was eating in the cafeteria, he heard more than once that deserters from the Night's Watch were caught by the Northern Lords and beheaded on the spot. Listening to the old soldiers talking about how the deserters died and the cruel smiles that appeared on their faces from time to time, Leon felt a chill all over his body. Regardless of whether he was lucky enough to escape from the north, with his complete lack of knowledge of this world, Leon was afraid that by then he would be able to come up with 100 ways to kill him. But is it okay not to escape? Even though Leon knew very little about this world, he was well aware of the White Walkers that appeared throughout the 8 seasons of the TV series. What was even more terrifying was that he was on the front line fighting against the White Walkers. With the level of self-defense he learned from short videos, he was afraid that after 3 or 5 rounds, the White Walkers would have to kneel down and pinch his philtrum to beg him not to die. Even if he dies, as soon as the Night King raises his hand, Leon will have to stand up and continue to play the role of the Walking Dead. He will never be reborn. Oh my god, no, the 7 gods, that's not right. The people of the north believe in the old gods. Anyway, no matter which of the gods appears, please come and save me, a lost lamb. Thinking of this, Leon sat back on the wooden floor in the Arrow Tower, muttering to himself. Normally speaking, in other novels, the protagonists are all equipped with systems as soon as they are born, so it is rare for Leon to have to pray on his own. But better late than never. Sorry for being late. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Mount and Blade panel. A Thousand Faces God system is included as a gift. Just when Lion was about to fall into despair and was about to have the idea of throwing the jar into the air, at worst he might as well go out and find the Night King to try and turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. I don't know which god in the sky appeared, but a voice with a hint of guilt, which could not be distinguished as male, female, young, or old, appeared in Leon's mind. You can call up the panel at any time to add points. You can also call up the system to check the system functions. As compensation for your late arrival, each of your 6 attributes will be increased by 10 points, and you can choose a skill specialization in the top 3 lanes. While Leon was still in shock, he subconsciously called out to the panel. A panel that was familiar yet a little strange from his previous life actually appeared in front of Leon. Identity, Leon Victor, Night Watch Recruit. Rating, 0. Family, Level 0, no fiefdom. Strength, 15, one-handed, two-handed, polearm. Agility, 13, bow, crossbow, throwing. Stamina, 16, riding, running, forging. Cunning, 11, tea pouring, tactics, vices. Social, 11, charisma, leadership, trade. Intelligence, 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points, 0. Available skill focus points, 0. Available max level skill specialization times, 1. Inventory, bug-bitten and rat-gnawed board with no fur, Night Watchman's torn face and soft armor, Rusty Kingdom's one-handed sword, battle-scarred Kingdom's short bow, bald arrow x21. Currency, 0 gold dragons. After carefully studying his own attribute panel, Lion's mouth, which had been raised uncontrollably, suddenly became stunned. There is no other reason, I am just too poor. In the dangerous and boring Great Wall, where you have to be careful not to freeze your bird to death even when peeing, it is estimated that the original meager salary was donated to a technician at the Red Romance Leisure Club in Mole Village for psychological comfort. So when it was Liang Ang's turn to log in, he only inherited a bunch of equipment with ugly prefixes and an economic strength of 0. But you have to know that Lion was in despair before, and at this time the panel and the system were like a lamp lit in the darkness, so after a brief period of decadence, Lion cheered up again. Don't be afraid, as long as I have the panel, in time, it won't be a dream to single-handedly defeat the Night King. Leon clenched his fists, and when he looked at the watchtower at the unchanging wilderness again, a trace of ambition suddenly rose up in his heart. Combined with his understanding of his original self, Leon realized that, measured by the standards of ordinary night watchmen in this world, his brute force alone was more than 3 times that of his peers. This is not just a simple mathematical operation of 1 plus 1, but an exponential growth of power. He confidently speculated that when his strength reached 30 points, he would have the courage to fight even a giant. In the game world of the original Mount and Blade, without cheating, a strength of around 30 points is enough to be called a sword master, and one can even run rampant in the game. However, he knew that this was the low magic world of the Song of Ice and Fire universe, and his understanding of the outside world was still limited, confined to the small area of Black Iron Castle where the Night's Watch was located. The wild men outside the Great Wall remained a mystery to him, full of unknowns and dangers. He knew that there were dragons and White Walkers in the outside world, but he didn't know whether Daenerys and the Night King followed common sense. He began to worry whether his body could withstand a breath of dragon, and whether he could defeat the Night King's army of millions of zombies. These thoughts made Leon frown. He knew that he couldn't be too high profile and careless, so as not to capsize in the ditch. Before finding out everything, Lion needs to be more cautious. Given your current equipment, I recommend adding points to the maximum level for one-handed sword specialization. Also, I'm leaving now. Don't forget to check the 1000-faced god system I left for you. Seeing that Leon changed dozens of expressions in just a few minutes, the voice that sounded neither male nor female, neither old nor young had to speak out a reminder. Meeting is fate, can you leave your name? Hearing the voice saying that he was leaving, Leon couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he really followed the procedure, this guy wouldn't even open the novice gift pack for himself. After a long silence, Leon was sure that the owner of the voice had indeed left. The one who walks away is the greatest. With this in mind, Leon followed the last wish of the mysterious voice and carefully used this precious opportunity to reach the maximum level to master the one-handed sword. This was not only because the one-handed sword was the weapon he was most familiar with, but also because deep in his heart, he had an endless pursuit of swordsmanship. When the grey icon flashed a dazzling light because of this increase in points, Leon felt an unprecedented power surging into his body. He seemed to be integrated with this one-handed sword. With the sword in hand, the world is mine. He picked up the rusty one-handed sword beside him and waved it twice. Although the sword was worn out, it seemed to have a new life in his hands. Every time he swung the sword, it was accompanied by an unstoppable momentum, as if no matter what kind of enemy was in front of him, it could not withstand the power of his sword. However, as the sword dance ended, Leon's eyes became deep and lonely. It was a kind of loneliness that was too cold to be high up, a kind of solitude that was beyond everyone else. He seemed to have stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, overlooking the world, but he could not find an opponent who could match him. This overwhelming feeling of loneliness made Leon feel a little overwhelmed. He quickly sheathed his sword and tried to dispel this feeling from his mind. That's terrible. Is this what it feels like to reach the maximum level? When Leon came to his senses, he was still frightened and quickly put the rusty sword back into the scabbard without looking at it. Fortunately, after putting the sword back into the scabbard, the feeling of being invincible was finally reduced. Ahem, it's time to get down to business, system. With a light cough from Leon, a similar panel appeared in front of Leon. 1000-faced god system, growth type. Description: the 1000-faced god's faith believes that death is God's gift and the end of suffering. On the premise of receiving dedication, God will give the gift to everyone in this world. The assassination of the Faceless Man is regarded as a sacred ritual. Active quest: Kill Aliser Thorne. Reward, Black and White Kiss, a steel sword forged by the world's top Valyrian. Indestructibility is just one of its inconspicuous characteristics. It seems to contain a trace of the divinity of the thousand-faced god. Passive tasks. 10 Bloodthirst, after killing or defeating 0 people, unlock and restore some stamina. 10/Kin grow infinitely. The system's instructions are very concise, and it can be said to be foolproof. But Lion has 2 questions at the moment. 1. Who is Aliser Thorne? 2. What does it mean to restore some endurance? In a hidden sentry tower on the Great Wall, Leon fell into deep thought. His eyes traversed the vastness of the wilderness, but he could not reach the doubts in his heart. First of all, who is Aliser Thorne? He asked himself in a low voice, trying to find the answer from his original body's memories. However, memory is like an ancient book that has been covered in dust for a long time and needs to be carefully read page by page. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to dig deep into the fragments of memory in his mind. After a long time. However, the original body was not a person with outstanding memory. Many memory fragments were scattered and vague. For Leon, who had experienced the era of information explosion, these memories seemed boring and difficult to piece together. Lion took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner confusion. He knew that to answer the question who is Aliser Thorne, he had to dig deep into his original memory and find clues related to this name, but he failed. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't remember any clues about Aliser Thorne. Despite this, some of his memories about his life and his experience of being exiled to the Night's Watch by his father are extremely clear. These memories are as vivid as if they had just happened. His father, Vico Victor, was a vassal of the Tyrell family, the guardian of the Riverlands, one of the 7 kingdoms. However, among his many children, Leon Victor was just one of them. In addition, with his eldest son still alive, Leon had no prospect of inheriting a castle or fiefdom in the family. In addition, his predecessor was a naughty boy who was addicted to sensual pleasures and often lingered in places of fireworks. As the youngest in the family, he was not doted on. Finally, after old Baron Victor went to the casino to redeem someone, Leon Victor did not return to his soft and comfortable bed at home, but boarded a night watchman's carriage to the Great Wall in the north. Although his predecessor left some not-so-glorious marks on Leon, he also left some advantages that are hard to ignore. For example, Leon inherited his father's handsome appearance, which allowed him to often enjoy special treatment in entertainment places such as Red Romance in Mole Village. However, after a long journey, and as a southerner coming to such a cold north for the first time, Leon finally caught a cold after returning from Mole Village and fell ill. At this critical moment, Leon's soul traveled through time and took over the baton of fate. Now, Leon is the new Leon Victor. At this moment, Leon, who was slumped on the ground, felt the ladder of the watchtower tremble, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the vibration. At the entrance, a head covered with messy grass poked out, followed by a slightly hunched figure in black. The man had a blank expression on his face was full of numbness from the frost and snow in the north. Seeing Leon sitting on the ground, lacking the vigilance of a guard, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, despite his disappointment, the visitor did not lose his temper. He just said coldly, "It's time to eat. If you miss this meal, you can only wait until this time tomorrow." Seeing that the other party did not scold him, Leon felt a little uncomfortable. Since crossing over, he often made jokes at work because he had not had time to adapt to the way of thinking of medieval people. However, Leon did not know this old night watchman. Perhaps in his eyes, Leon was not qualified to wear the same black clothes as him and keep the same oath. Seeing the older night watchman sitting down on the seat he had vacated, pushing his equipment aside with his feet, and then putting the bow and arrow on his back in a convenient place, he looked firmly at the wilderness. The originally narrow sentry tower suddenly seemed a bit crowded. So Leon had no choice but to carry his equipment and slowly climb out of the watchtower. Just as Leon stepped onto the last step of the wooden ladder, 2 familiar voices came from behind him. One of them, he recognized John's voice immediately, while the other was slightly more unfamiliar, but he had heard it somewhere before. He turned around and saw that the unfamiliar voice was from the young good brother Eddie. Although neither of the 2 Leons had a good memory, they could always match the names of people they had met in person based on their appearance and names. There was no obvious hostility in their words, but the teasing tone was hard to conceal. "Today is really strange. Old Cohen didn't scold you. What's wrong? Eddie, why do you say that?" John asked curiously. Leon stood there, listening quietly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Their conversation seemed to be related to him, but he didn't know what it meant. Alas, what has happened to the Night's Watch now? In the past, they were the representatives of responsible heroes, warriors, and heroes in the Seven Kingdoms, but now they are full of sinners, thieves, robbers, and sons-in-law. Eddie's words revealed his extreme dissatisfaction and deep worry about the current situation of the Night's Watch, although he did not directly answer John's question. Now the duty of the Night's Watch is nothing more than dealing with those insignificant wildlings. As for the White Walkers, I prefer to believe that it is just a story made up by the nanny to put the children to sleep. John continued. How can you say that, as a member of the Stark family? Isn't the prophecy of the North, winter is coming, passed down from generation to generation, the language of your Stark family? Don't you, a bastard of the Stark family, believe in this language? Eddie's blunt words made John's originally friendly face suddenly gloomy. When Eddie praised John's Stark family identity, John's face gradually showed a proud expression. However, when he heard the three words illegitimate child, the pride on his face instantly turned into depression. But Eddie didn't notice this at all. Compared with John's status as a noble bastard, perhaps Eddie, who was born a commoner, would not care about such a cheap attack as being called a bastard. First, because he isn't. And he knows his parents' names. In short, John left his friend Eddie, who was still chattering about the coming of winter, and walked up to Leon. In front of Lion, who was born into a noble family, John regained some of his former intimacy. As a new recruit who joined the Night's Watch at the same time as Lion, although his performance was not outstanding, he often brought joy to John. Lion's friendly personality and endless humorous jokes made John laugh. Although Lion often boasted about some bizarre experiences that John found a little unusual, he had no way to refute it. However, Lion has seemed unusually dull in recent days. Perhaps because he had just gotten over the novelty of arriving at Black Iron Castle, he began to feel lost and bewildered about the long career ahead of him as a Night's Watchman. Not only Lion, John also felt regretful at this time, and doubted his impulsive decision to join the Night's Watch. Let's go to the cafeteria. I heard that someone hunted a wild boar last night. I wonder how many are left. John patted Leon's shoulder, motioning him to follow him, and no longer paid attention to Eddie behind him. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. Although I don't remember who Aliser Thorne is, if I ask John, the male protagonist of this show, he should know, right? John, do you know who Aliser Thorne is? Lion asked. Well, I'm not sure. What do you want from him? John replied, pausing only slightly. Obviously, the wild boar meat in the cafeteria was more attractive to him. However, John's answer made Leon feel a little entangled, and he didn't know how to respond. Should he say that he was borrowing this person's brain to complete a certain task? No, nothing happened. Since everything is all right, let's keep going. At this time, Eddie Liotta caught up with the two of them and interrupted, you really asked the wrong person to ask John. He is always indifferent to these things. Maybe he can't even remember the Commander-in-Chief's name now. John retorted, nonsense, I don't know the name of Commander G or Mormont. Eddie insisted, but you and the new recruits don't know the name of our instructor, Aliser Thorne, John. You actually know nothing. As they were talking, a Night Watch brother seemed to hear Eddie's voice. He turned around and looked at this side with contempt, trying to find out which ignorant recruit was calling his name. When Leon saw an acquaintance, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, it turned out to be him. He is the man who had a strained relationship with John in the original book and the early part of the TV series, and even betrayed John in the plot, causing John's first death. Although his description in the show is complex and varied, he is selfish, arrogant, and despicable, but also loyal, honorable, and principled, but at this moment, he is right in front of us. Oh, who was calling me in public? It turned out to be Lord Snow. John now knew the identity of Aliser Thorne. Since he first arrived at the Dark Iron Keep, almost every encounter with Lord Thorne was accompanied by the other party's sarcasm and unwarranted contempt. Although John's self-esteem was very strong and it was unbearable, considering that he was new and the other party had a high status and great power, he could only endure it temporarily. However, Thorne's ridicule became more and more severe, and John finally couldn't stand it anymore. But he didn't question him like a wronged little girl, but silently drew the sword at his waist. Lord Snow is angry? How dare you draw your sword against me? Do you know what this means? The contempt in Aliser Thorne's eyes faded, replaced by a murderous intent that was enough to scare others. This kind of look could only be seen in veterans who had survived the bloodbath. Jon suddenly felt cold all over, and the sword in his hand was numb. When he faced this look, the anger in his heart had dissipated by half, but his self-esteem told him that he couldn't just put away the sword and pretend nothing happened. The Night's Watch brothers and civilians from the Dark Iron Keep gathered around to watch, but no one was willing to mediate. Some Night's Watch brothers who had a grudge against Jon crossed their arms, looking like they were watching a good show, and blocked Jon and the other two's escape route. Seeing this, Aliser Thorne's anger grew stronger, and he walked towards Jon aggressively. Although he did not draw his sword, his momentum made people dare not stop him. Only then did Leon realize that the three of them were surrounded by a crowd, like an isolated island surrounded by waves, isolated and helpless. At the same time, in the attic not far away, Jeor Mormont and Tyrion were watching the scenery downstairs with great interest. "Aren't you going to stop this?" the little devil asked calmly. "I guess someone might die next. More specifically, a wolf might die." Although the little devil's voice was calm, the conflict in the distance did not shake the glass in his hand. Ever since he came to the wall to satisfy his curiosity, he was shivering in the cold weather and could only rely on strong liquor to keep warm. Although he had a good impression of Jon at Winterfell, it was not good enough to let him go down to rescue Jon. Even though he was not drunk at the moment, the little devil could see that Jon was not welcome here, and as a dwarf, it was still unknown whether he could defeat Aliser Thorne and the Night's Watch brothers around him. "I don't care whether Aliser Thorne is a charismatic instructor or not," said Jeor Mormont, "but he is the best instructor I have. As long as he can train new recruits for me continuously, only he can train these young men into true brothers of the Night's Watch." Jeor Mormont's words were full of trust in Aliser Thorne, a trust that was not gained overnight, so no matter what the latter did, he believed that he would eventually support him. He naturally also saw the exclusion Jon was facing here, and thought that if Jon could not accept all this, or even died here, it would be better than damaging the honor of the Night's Watch brothers in the future. Although the reputation of the Night's Watch has long since declined in the Seven Kingdoms, just look at the new recruits who are made up of robbers, murderers, swindlers, and illegitimate sons-in-law. "To be honest," the imp continued, "I do not agree with you. Perhaps you should consider how to explain to Benyon Stark the death of his nephew at the hands of your most accomplished master when he returns." Hearing this, Jeor Mormont said nothing more and just quietly observed the drama downstairs. "Lord Snow, I wonder if the master at Winterfell has taught you that once a sword is drawn, it is difficult to retract it without shedding blood." Aliser Thorne's words were full of sarcasm, making Jon almost dare not look directly at him. What shocked Jon even more was that he lost the courage to swing his sword at this moment. The people around saw that Jon was at a loss, with his head down and his face red, like a frightened quail, and they immediately started to make a commotion, as if they would not stop until they saw a river of blood. This atmosphere made Jon angry and actually stimulated some strength in him. He subconsciously tightened the sword in his hand. "I, Jon Snow of Winterfell, challenge you to a duel. In the name of the old gods, if one of us must die, let the old gods witness this moment." Jon calmed his mind and said firmly word by word. As soon as he said this, the noise around him suddenly subsided a lot. The sneers on many people's faces froze, but then they burst into even louder laughter. But this time, the noise from the people around him failed to disturb Jon, who had already made up his mind. He stared across at Aliser Thorne. Aliser Thorne's face was full of sarcasm. He asked slowly, "Because I call you Lord Jon? You are so small time that you want to disturb your so-called old gods? Or are you eager to see your damned, perhaps already degraded, bitch mother?" These words made Jon extremely angry. He clenched his teeth, his face turned red, and the hand holding the sword swung towards Aliser Thorne's face without hesitation, as if he wanted to crush that stinky mouth in an instant. However, Aliser Thorne simply turned his head slightly and cleverly avoided the fatal blow. Although Jon was taught martial arts by the famous Sir Roderick Castle of the Seven Kingdoms since he was a child, he still looked like a young child in front of the battle-hardened Aliser Thorne. Then Aliser stretched out his big hand and lifted Jon up from the ground like a chicken, grabbing his neck tightly. Feeling the huge force on his neck that seemed to be able to crush his neck, Jon's strength quickly drained away. The scene in front of him flashed by quickly like a kaleidoscope, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground weakly with a clang. This sudden change caught Lion off guard. After all, in Lion's impression, Aliser Thorne was mostly talking nonsense and did not personally target Jon. What's more, Jon's status is noble. Even if he is a bastard, he is the bastard son of the Guardian of the North. How dare Aliser Thorne? Jon was like a puppet being controlled. He remained silent and began to roll his eyes on his flushed face. Oh my god, is the hero of Game of Thrones going to die like this? There's no such scene in the TV series. Panic flashed across Leon's eyes, and then he solemnly prepared to step forward, draw his sword, and cut off Aliser Thorne's arm first. Even if Leon was branded as an attacker of the Night's Watch, the best outcome for him would be exile from the Night's Watch, or even beheaded on the spot by the Night's Watch guards who rushed over. However, at this critical moment, Aliser Thorne loosened his hand at the right time, allowing Jon to slip from his palm like a slippery catfish and fall heavily on the cold ground. Just before Lion was about to draw his sword to stop it, Jon had already fallen to the ground, holding his neck and gasping for breath. You ridiculous little bastard, since you have sworn an oath to your god, no one dares to object if I kill you right now. But I want you to understand that crushing you to death is no different from crushing an ant, but I don't bother to take your humble life. I let you live on because I hope you will put away your ridiculous self-esteem and do menial work like cleaning toilets for us, living like a maggot. You are not worthy of being a member of the Night's Watch. Aliser Thorne said this and was about to leave. Before turning around, he glanced at Lion and Eddie beside Jon with contempt. Although he did not speak, his face was deeply imprinted in his mind, especially Lion. Aliser Thorne certainly noticed the murderous intent that Lion showed to him just now, otherwise he would not have let go so quickly. After all, in his opinion, it was not worth exchanging his arm for the life of a young recruit. After Aliser Thorne's figure completely disappeared, the onlookers of the Night's Watch and civilians also dispersed. When they passed by Jon, they all showed their contempt for him. On this desperate Great Wall, the indifference of human hearts is probably more biting than ice and snow. This time, Jon's performance can hardly be rated as passing. Even though Jon did not escape like a coward when facing Aliser Thorne's provocation, losing is losing, not to mention that Jon was actively provoking without knowing his own limitations. If Jon continues to degenerate after suffering this blow, I'm afraid no one will look up to him in the future. When Jon finally caught his breath, he found that only Leon was left by his side, and Eddie was nowhere to be seen. Are you the only one who stayed to laugh at me? Jon's first words surprised Lion. He had never expected Jon to react like this. This is the retribution for stabbing Daenerys in the finale. Jon's words left Lion speechless. He had prepared some words of comfort, but at this moment they were all stuck in his throat. However, Leon still tried his best to squeeze out a word of comfort. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. For some reason, perhaps it was the first time in 15 years that Jon heard such profound words, and the negative emotions such as regret and shame in his heart suddenly disappeared. After a long while, Jon seemed to have regained his courage, and he nodded to Lion. One day, I will personally behead Aliser Thorne. Jon stood up with a determined light in his eyes and swore with gritted teeth. Hearing this, Lion beside him could not help but nodded, expressing his deep agreement. Compared to being hanged, beheading seems to be a better way to vent anger. When Lion helped the still weak Jon into the canteen, it was already empty, with only leftovers. The fat cook scraped the bottom of the pot with a spoon, making a harsh sound, obviously unwilling to leave them any food. However, Eddie, who had been missing when they first arrived, now came over stealthily. Before Jon could ask, Eddie took out 2 black-looking loaves of bread from his greasy sleeves. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there was wild boar meat, which Jon had always wanted. This one is mine, and I had to use 2 large iron spoons to snatch the other one from Jenny. You two should eat it quickly, Eddie said as he handed the bread to them. Taking the Rigiamo from another world handed to him by Eddie, Jon's eyes flashed with emotion and he almost couldn't hold back his tears. However, Leon swallowed the Rigiamo whole in one big bite without any hesitation. After a day in the watchtower exposed to the wind and sun, and having only this one meal all day, Leon was so hungry that he didn't even have time to say thank you. Jon's situation was not much better than Lion's. He took the Rigiamo and began to eat it voraciously. Although he was extremely hungry, he still maintained the etiquette of a noble and chewed the small piece of Rigiamo slowly for 5 or 6 bites before finishing it. The coach just announced something during dinner, Eddie said, with a worried look on his face, but then the worry turned into a joke. All the new recruits of the Night's Watch who can move must gather at the parade grounds this morning. It seems that your little brother will soon get his wish and be sent to Mole's Town to be a big teapot. It was not until Eddie looked Leon up and down for a long time without any concealment that Leon suddenly realized that the your little brother he was talking about was referring to himself. The original body's moral standards were not outstanding in Black Iron Castle, but they were not too bad either. However, after experiencing some absurd things in Mole Village, the predecessor contracted a disease and had a high fever, and lay down for several days. This was the first time among the Night Watch brothers, which was really ridiculous. However, Leon had a blank expression on his face at this time, as if Eddie Liotta was talking about someone who had nothing to do with him. For Leon, he would not be stupid enough to bear the mistakes made by his predecessor. But the nervousness on John's face was very obvious. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword at his waist and said firmly, "No, I will never let this happen. Leon and I have agreed to be rangers together in the future. I will be the chief ranger and he will be my deputy." "Haha, Lord Snow, this is the funniest thing I have heard today," Eddie said sarcastically. But John didn't find it funny. He clenched his fists and looked at Lion with determination and firmness in his eyes. "What's wrong with being a big teapot? Staying in the dungeon all day with the girls is no match for our life of climbing up and down in the wind and sun. A handsome man like you might be able to live a comfortable life in Mole's Town." Eddie Liotta still tried to persuade Leon with disapproval, but the two of them remained unmoved, and when they saw that the two had finished eating, they stood up, and the three of them went to the training ground together. "Don't worry, Leon. No one can touch you with me here." Although John encountered embarrassment this morning, he still tried to remain calm in front of Lion and showed a brave and fearless attitude. Lion was deeply touched. He knew that John was supporting him. After all, Lion's rookie performance in the past few days was not worthy of high regard. Although Leon now has the mount and blade panel and his combat power has tripled, he feels that it is too complicated to explain this to John, so he plans to prove his strength with actual actions later. On the parade ground, almost all the Night's Watch recruits in the same batch as Lion and John have arrived. They each selected suitable armor and equipment from the armory and were eager to try it out, scanning the potential opponents around them with sharp eyes. However, when Lion, John and the other two walked into the parade ground, most of the recruits restrained their hostile gazes, and only a few dared to cast blatant provocative looks. This is not because Lion or John are not intimidating enough, but because John is too powerful. Under the careful guidance of Sir Roderick Castle, John's swordsmanship has reached perfection. Even the new soldiers who are taller and stronger than him cannot last more than a single round under John's sword. The recruits who had been defeated by John seemed to be prepared today, and their expressions were much more relaxed. "What are you doing here, little bastard? Is it that cleaning toilets and horse stables is such an easy job that you have time to participate in our Night's Watch selection?" Aliser Thorne sneered on the platform. He thought that John should find a place to hide after being humiliated in the morning, instead of humiliating himself here. But what answered him was John's hateful look, which seemed to imply that if you don't want me to come, I will come anyway. However, seeing this expression on John's face, Aliser Thorne smiled contemptuously, with an expression on his face that everything was under control. Although John's heart was filled with hatred for Aliser Thorne, and he wanted to rush up to the platform and tear him to pieces immediately, he knew clearly that this was a training ground, not a place where he could act wildly. The rules of the Night Watch are of vital importance to him, even more important than life. Therefore, in the face of Aliser Thorne's provocation, John simply glared at him fiercely, and then said calmly and firmly, "As a new recruit of the Night's Watch, I firmly believe that I have the right to be selected and become a true brother of the Night's Watch." "Very good, since our little bastard Lord Snow wants to prove that he is not a coward, then I would like to ask the new soldiers present, who is willing to teach him a lesson." Aliser Thorne then turned his gaze to the new recruits who had assembled in the training grounds and were eager to try. However, many of them seemed to be evasive when they met his gaze, and it was obvious that the previous competition with John had made them suffer a lot. But not all of these recruits were cowards. A tall man named Hod stood up. Although he was only 16 years old, he was taller and stronger than an average adult, and the muscles on his arms were as solid as rock. Thanks to his stonemason background, he has a physique as strong as a diamond, and his face reveals a hint of cunning despite its ferociousness. When John saw that his opponent was Halder, his heart sank. Halder was known for his immense strength, and the weight of his fists matched his size. Although John was an expert swordsman, he did not dare to be careless in the face of Halder's brute force. What's more, John turned his head and looked at Lion beside him. Today is crucial for Lion, whether he can become a true brother of the Night's Watch depends on this. Jon knows that he must not fall in front of Horde, and he must do his best to clear the obstacles for Lion. As his thoughts raced, Jon looked around and found that the only person who could be considered a friend on the field was Eddie. Jon decided to defeat all opponents except Eddie, and then let Eddie show mercy to Leon in the game. This way, everything would make sense. Leon would not be forced to go to Mole Town to do a job he didn't want to do. Lion racked his brains but couldn't understand how Jon could be so meticulous. In the ever-changing situation, he had arranged his retreat so thoroughly. I'll give you 30 seconds to prepare for battle. Once the time is up, the battle will begin immediately. Aliser Thorne announced coldly from the podium, a sly smile flashing across his face. Hearing this, Hood's originally cautious expression instantly turned into ecstasy. Eddie was stunned for a moment as if he was struck by lightning. 30 seconds? Even if we run to the armory, we won't be able to put on a suitable set of armor in this time, right? Eddie exclaimed. Aliser Thorne glanced at him expressionlessly, his voice devoid of emotion. 20 seconds. Jon was also incredulous when he heard this. After hearing this number, Eddie hurriedly began to take off his armor. However, time was running out, and as the countdown ended, Eddie became busier and busier, and in the end he only untied 2 hemp rope buckles. Hod was fully armored, with a helmet that half covered his face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sense of oppression. He approached Jon step by step. Jon was not afraid of danger, showing extraordinary calmness and courage. Although Eddie was in a panic, Jon was not affected by it. He took a deep breath and walked towards Horde firmly. I bet Lord Snow will break 2 ribs. The bet is a bronze star. Someone shouted. Hey, I'll add another bronze star and bet he breaks an arm. Another person challenged. Do you guys really have low hopes for Lord Jon Snow? I'll add 2 more bronze stars and bet that Lord Jon Snow will only spit out blood. A third person joined the bet. Seeing Jon and Halder standing in the middle of the venue, the atmosphere was tense and a conflict could break out at any time. The Night's Watch recruits around them did not hesitate to bet on the outcome of the two. You know, in past contests, even in a single duel with both sides wearing armor, the chances of winning between Jon and Halder were only 50-50. What's more, Jon is now almost defenseless, and no one on the field thinks he can win. The focus of the bet turned out to be Jon's injury. Hearing his companion's disguised flattery, the excitement on Halder's face almost distorted his expression. He swung his 2-handed sword and chopped at Jon without hesitation. However, although the blow seemed powerful, it hit the ground heavily and had no effect except raising a cloud of dust. Jon nimbly bypassed the slightly slow-moving Halder and slashed with his sword in one smooth motion. Unfortunately, the attack landed on Halder's thick back armor. This attack did not cause any substantial damage except for making Hood, who underestimated his enemy, stagger. Halder was angry because of the pain in his back, but he also realized that Jon's swordsmanship was indeed one of the best among the new recruits of the Night's Watch. He would never look down on Jon again before he won. Stonehead, if you lose, you will have to clean the toilet with our Lord Jon Snow from now on. Aliser Thorne's ridicule on the podium made Hod's face turn even redder, and his fighting spirit burned fiercely. In anger, Hood swung the big sword in his hand. His sword skills seemed chaotic, but in fact there was no method at all. This allowed Jon to easily exploit several flaws and leave several sword marks on Halder's body. Although the thick armor made Hood's already sluggish body look even more cumbersome, it also saved Hood's life at the critical moment. If it weren't for the protection of this armor, Hood's body would probably be riddled with holes by now. Today's fight broadened Lion's horizons, and he also developed a sense of respect for Jon. Even when facing a heavily armored, seemingly invincible opponent, Jon did not easily beg for mercy or give up. He gradually gained the upper hand with his superb swordsmanship. In Lion's opinion, the fledgling Jon's proficiency in 2-handed sword is definitely not less than 150 points. Lion himself has a one-handed sword proficiency of up to 300 points. He knows that Jon's potential and strength should not be underestimated, and the title of the future No. Swordmaster in the North is indeed well deserved. This made Lion wonder, if he faced Jon at this moment, what would his chances of winning be? Well, to be frank, I can probably give him 30 moves. After careful observation and thinking, Lion calmly came to this conclusion. Of course, this is just a guess based on experience and skills. After all, Lion has not really fought with Jon yet, so he doesn't know how many moves he should give. After all, in the game world of Mount and Blade 2, the damage caused by 300 one-handed proficiency is enough to kill a dragon with just 2 slashes. Xaimen Swordsman, who can strike 5 times per second, has no say in front of Leon, and even has to say respected teacher Leon. Lord Snow, are you still not going to beg for mercy? John and Hood had been fighting for more than a dozen rounds amid the sound of ping-pong. John had been suppressing Hood with his flexible body without armor. However, when you are in the martial world, you can't avoid being stabbed. Just by having the back of Halder's sword lightly sweep across his arm, John's hand, which was originally attacking like a tide, became weak and powerless. Facing Halder's fierce sword attack like a bull, he could only barely parry and was unable to fight back. Hearing Halder's victorious taunt, John clenched his teeth and said nothing, but his eyes clearly conveyed his determination. Beg for mercy? Never. John's stubbornness did not end well. His tenacious resistance did not last. After 3 or 4 rounds, the sword in his hand was smashed and kicked 2 or 3 meters away by Horde. Fortunately, there was a pile of hay where he fell. Although he was in a mess, he was not seriously injured. However, John felt weak all over and could no longer stand up and continue fighting. At the last moment, John used up his last bit of strength to turn his head and looked at Lion with silent but apologetic eyes. It seemed to say, "I'm sorry, brother, I didn't do it. I'm afraid I can't be a brother of the Night's Watch with you in the future. You little bastard are really a little bastard. Your strength is so weak that it seems like it was not fully developed in the womb. You can't even beat Horde, the person you dislike the most. It's a pity that you are a Stark. You are really embarrassing for your father. Perhaps your father does not consider you his son, but just regards you as a bastard picked up from outside." As Aliser finished speaking, the gamblers around saw John's miserable condition and immediately collected their bets happily. Even John's good friend Eddie was speechless at this time and could only lower his head and endure the ridicule. Suddenly, a voice rang. Feeling John's apologetic gaze, Lion stood up without hesitation, stared at Aliser Thorne on the platform with a serious look, and shouted loudly. "This is not fair." "Oh? Mr. Ladybug from the south, do you think there is something unfair? Can I help you?" Lion, who has a close relationship with John, has long been hated by Aliser Thorne, but he is too low-key on weekdays, making it difficult for Aliser to find a handle against him. However, today Lion suddenly stood up, which made Aliser feel very complicated. He felt contemptuous, but also excited and happy, as if it were a double happiness. Is there anything more pleasant than being able to get rid of 2 guys who have always displeased him in one day? Oh, I forgot to tell you that I make all the rules in the training grounds. Regarding John's equipment, I can only refuse to apologize because this is my order. You have no right to refute it unless you want to leave here." Aliser Thorne's words were full of meaning. He put himself on the moral high ground to deal with Lion. The Night's Watch recruits around him who sympathized with John also instantly extinguished their thoughts after hearing his words. Even Eddie, who had always been dissatisfied with Lion, quietly supported him from behind after seeing Lion's righteous behavior, reminding him that a good man should not suffer a loss in front of him. Now, the right time, right place, and right people are all on Aliser Thorne's side, so why bother to fight head-on? However, Leon shook off Eddie's hand with just a slight struggle, and then took a firm step forward. "Lord Ladybug, are you going to stand up for Lord Snow? The rules have been changed. If you don't want to clean the toilet with Lord Snow, you have to beat 3 people, otherwise, forget it, ha ha ha." Aliser Thorne had a smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 3 Night's Watch recruits who were dissatisfied with John came out. They hated John and wanted to teach Lion a lesson as well. Just as Aliser Thorne was about to continue his attack, Lion spoke again. "It's still not fair." "Oh? Lady Ladybug, you're backing down?" Aliser challenged. "No." Leon answered firmly. He glanced at the new recruits who had come forward, and knowing what was going on, he smiled disdainfully and shook his head. "I want to beat 10. Apparently, the people of West Eros are unaware of the legend of a certain unknown master of martial arts who knows a little bit about everything. When Leon said this extremely arrogant words in a calm tone, all the creatures around him seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and they were frozen in place for a moment. Even Aliser Thorne, who had always been full of bad intentions, didn't care about his image and opened his mouth wide. What did this kid just say? Yes, I didn't hear clearly what Mr. Ladybug said, but I think it was very stylish. He said he wanted to beat 10. Hit 10. After a long while, everyone finally woke up from their dream. Even though they repeatedly confirmed that they had not misheard or misunderstood what Leon said. Then, everyone spontaneously burst into the warmest applause and laughter they had ever had in their lives. This made it possible for everyone in the small black iron castle to hear the astonishing noise coming from the direction of the parade ground no matter where they were. At this moment, no matter whether they have work at hand or are passing by the parade ground, people are curious and want to go to the parade ground to find out what is going on. Strange, isn't today the selection for the Night's Watch brothers? Why haven't I heard that there's a circus coming? A passerby thought to himself on the way to the parade ground. On the haystack, John was not encouraged when he heard Lion's shocking words. Instead, he felt deeply ashamed. He secretly wished he was a groundhog so that he could quickly dig a hole and hide. John and Lion have always had a close relationship, and since he reacted like this, the behavior of others is reasonable. The little devil was the first to arrive at the parade ground. Although he was born with a disability and walked with 2 short legs, he was always the first to arrive whenever there was gossip. This might be his innate talent as a dwarf. After listening to the half-understood retelling of the people around him, not only the little devil, but almost half of the residents of Black Iron Castle knew about Leon's previous bold words. Even Lord Commander Sir George Mormont, who was busy with many affairs and rarely appeared in front of the Night's Watch, and Grand Maester Aemon of the Dark Iron Castle were alarmed and decided to appear together. As soon as the two of them appeared, the originally noisy training ground suddenly became much quieter. After the 2 highest power holders understood the whole story, before Grand Maester Aemon had time to smile, he looked seriously at Leon in the middle of the field with his old and kind face, and asked solemnly, "Leon, if I remember correctly, your Victor family is not known for bravery or outspokenness." After hearing Grand Maester Aemon's question, many people in the audience couldn't help but laugh secretly, even with George Mormont there to suppress their laughter. Reporting to Grand Maester Aemon, "The emblem of my Victor family is thorns and swords, and the family motto is, Burning Blood Road." "Oh? It seems you still remember. So, are you confused by the fever or your brain is not well?" Grand Maester Aemon continued to ask questions in a serious tone. After several rounds of questions and answers, the laughter in the arena rose and fell, one wave higher than the other. Sir George Mormont, who usually has a bad temper, showed his gentle side to others for a rare time. "Young man, your courage in standing up for your companions is commendable. But the premise is that you cannot hurt yourself. Are you sure you want to challenge 10 opponents? I just hope you can answer me honestly. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, with my martial arts skills, it is not an exaggeration to say that I can beat 10 of them. If it were not for the order of rank, I would have challenged the coach today." Leon's answer was neither timid nor arrogant, but rather inspiring. Of course, this was from the perspective of an outsider, not from the perspective of those who thought Leon was crazy. George Mormont no longer cared whether Lion was arrogant or seeking death. In his opinion, the previous questions were his last step as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. It was his recognition of the deep friendship between Lion and John after he understood the ins and outs of the matter. However, for George Mormont, 3 times the limit is enough. Since he has given the other party a way out and he refuses to give up, then let Lion go. Then the Commander-in-Chief turned around and pushed through the crowd and left. Many calm and experienced Night Watch leaders also left, as they believed today's incident was just a farce. Over the years, as the quality of the Night's Watch has gradually declined, the castle that once stood tall and protected humans from the White Walkers has now become a mixed bag. They are used to seeing all kinds of people. In their eyes, Leon was just the weakest and most arrogant of these motley crowd. Therefore, the ending was already determined. However, Grand Maester Aemon did not leave. Instead, he summoned an apprentice and whispered a few words to him, and the apprentice hurried back with a medicine box. It is obvious that Grand Maester Aemon has a heart as kind and compassionate as his appearance. When the Lord Commander appeared, Aliser Thorne was worried that his actions might be too extreme, and that the Lord Commander would step in to stop it, or at least provide a fair competition environment for Lion. However, to his relief, the Commander-in-Chief did not comment. The competition will still proceed as planned. How long are you bunch of losers going to keep the audience waiting? Do I need to call out your names one by one and ask you to come out and challenge our fight 10 adults? A cruel yet excited expression appeared on Aliser Thorne's face on the podium. He was like the slave gladiatorial master of Yunkai, carefully selecting the 10 most capable warriors to stand out. Master head coach, we don't need 10 of them. I alone is enough. Hod saw that he was surrounded by residents of Black Iron Castle, including some of the girls he liked. Driven by a strong desire to perform and the sense of accomplishment of defeating his old enemy Jon, he couldn't help but shout loudly. However, his words had the opposite effect. Although Hood's words won the appreciation of some people, more people showed dissatisfaction. It seems that people still want to see Lion fight 1 against 10. What the hell are you talking about, you stonehead? 10. Any less would be disrespectful to Ladybug. Aliser Thorne on the podium was almost twitching with anger at Horde's brainless remarks. Even if he went down in person, he might not be able to easily defeat 10 fully armored Night's Watch recruits, not to mention that Lion had the same conditions as Jon before, and was not allowed to wear armor. In Aliser Thorne's view, such conditions were undoubtedly a sure kill for Lion. He absolutely cannot tolerate any unexpected events that would hinder the realization of his plans. So, Aliser Thorne quickly signaled to the recruits around him with his eyes, ordering them to take action immediately to end Horde's self-boasting farce. Hey, Mr. Ladybug, are you ready to leave any last words? Hood walked to the front confidently, wanting to imitate the behavior of those big shots and interrogate Leon about his last words before chopping off his head. However, Leon just tilted his head lightly and said, "Are you here to die first?" This sentence was like a drop of cold water splashing into hot oil, which immediately caused an uproar among the people around. There were even a few people who had never heard such a funny joke and laughed so hard that they fainted on the spot. But for Hod, one of the people who heard this, he felt completely different. He felt provoked, and even in Leon's clear pupils, his reflection looked as ridiculous as a hairy savage. So, Hod was furious, and he rushed towards Lion first. Following closely behind him were more than 10 Night Watch recruits, who gathered together densely like a flock of crows, eager to devour Lion completely without leaving a single bone. Finally, seeing that the conflict was about to break out, the crowd around held their breath and rushed forward, eager to witness Lion's possible tragic end in the next moment. However, no one among the onlookers showed any sympathy for Lion, because those who still had a trace of compassion in their hearts had all disappeared with the departure of Jeor Mormont. Therefore, the only people left on the field were those who were keen on watching the fun and were not afraid of getting involved. But the next moment, the joy on the people's faces was instantly distorted into horror, and the expression changed so quickly that it was almost instantaneous. Hood launched a charge like a bull, but Leon opposite him did not move at all, as if he was frightened by Hood's power. However, just as Hod's sword was about to fall on Leon's head, Leon suddenly moved. His movements were swift and accurate. He only lifted the scabbard slightly and made a light upward thrust to block Hood's powerful blow. At this moment, it seemed as if time had frozen. Everyone clearly heard the sound that was no less than the sound of hammering iron, but Leon's arm did not move at all. On the contrary, Hodder used too much force, and it was as if his sword had hit the hard breastplate of the Night King. The whole person was shaken by the huge reaction force and flew out with the weapon in his hand, knocking over many Night's Watch recruits behind him. There was a burst of surprise in the crowd. An angry man rushed out from the corner and yelled at the fallen Hod, "Are you acting? You can chop yourself so hard that you fly backwards. You are better at acting than the most acting dwarf in the 7 kingdoms." His words immediately resonated with many people. Originally, I thought this was just a farce played by the new recruits of the Night's Watch, but now it seems that things are not that simple. Many veteran Night's Watchmen with rich combat experience began to realize that Lion might actually possess powerful strength, and their previous contempt and ridicule of him seemed to have become a joke of their own arrogance. At this time, Hood, who was sitting on the ground, also realized the seriousness of the problem. He looked at his bloody hands, and saw that the knuckles of his hands that held the sword were covered with shocking cracks. The wounds were so deep that the bones were visible, and blood was pouring out like crazy. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. "Look at that sword!" someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw that the two-handed sword in Hod's hand had broken into 2 pieces, the blade and the hilt separated, and the broken ends were uneven. Hod had picked this sword from the armory. He thought it was a sturdy and durable weapon, but now it seemed that it couldn't even withstand Leon's blow. The Night's Watch recruits who had been in the front also stopped at this moment. Looking at Hood's horrific wound and his weapon broken into 2 pieces, they couldn't help but feel fear and hesitation in their hearts. The Northerners' fear of unknown forces made them hesitate, and they began to doubt whether they could defeat this seemingly ordinary but terrifyingly powerful recruit. "This is just a stupid stonehead picking the worst weapon from the armory. You guys continue. Aliser Thorne on the high platform frowned. Although the distance was far, he could still clearly see Leon's amazing fighting power and ease. He couldn't help but feel uneasy and angry. He couldn't accept that an unknown recruit could act so presumptuously under his nose, not to mention that this recruit had caused him to lose a capable generalhood. A trace of cruelty flashed in Aliser Thorne's eyes. He was determined to personally defeat this ignorant new recruit. However, he also knew that now was not the time. He must wait for a suitable opportunity to make Leon lose the power to resist in front of everyone, so as to completely eliminate the uneasiness and hidden dangers in his heart. At this point, the battle on the field had reached a white-hot stage. Although the Night's Watch recruits were filled with fear and anxiety, they had to bite the bullet and continue their attack on Lion under the order of the head coach. However, their attacks seemed so pale and powerless in front of Leon. Every attack was cleverly resolved by him, and every counter-attack made them pay a heavy price. Leon's fighting style was both brutal and decisive. He first snatched the shield from a recruit and then struck the enemy's body hard with his scabbard. His movements were swift and accurate, and every attack caught the opponent off guard. The attacks of the new recruits all fell on the shield in Leon's hand without exception, and most of them were even easily avoided by Leon's strange steps. Under his attack, the Night Watch recruits fell to the ground one after another, their ribs were broken, and their fighting will quickly collapsed under the intimidation of Lion's terrifying combat power. However, Lion did not stop there. He knew that these recruits were just pawns being used, but so what? Their life and death is not within Leon's consideration. All he cares about is how to protect himself and how to survive in this night watch full of dangers and conspiracies. Leon, who originally had the mentality of a high school student, rapidly transformed and grew up when he faced the battle of his life for the first time. So he continued to swing his shield and scabbard, constantly attacking the enemies who tried to get close to him. His eyes were firm and cold, like a tiger showing its immense power and dominance in front of its prey. In the chaotic battle, Leon knocked down the last enemy in front of him with a shield strike. However, the shield in his hand shattered after this blow and scattered all over the ground. Even though Lion's physique was stronger than an ordinary person due to the enhancement of his faceplate, he did not have any scars on his body after this fierce battle. However, every fight consumed a lot of Lion's limited endurance. Leon took a quick look at the mount and blade panel, and saw that the stamina value below the panel was only a tiny bit left. In other words, even if Leon was still unharmed, he would probably die once the enemy consumed his last bit of stamina. Just as Lion was lost in thought, a Night Watch recruit on the ground struggled to wake up from his coma. He looked at Leon's panting back, his eyes flashing with resentment. However, just when he was about to attack Leon, the latter suddenly came to his senses and accurately hit him in the face with a scabbard. The recruit was dizzy on the spot, and after spinning 360 degrees, he completely lost consciousness. Lion did not stop to check the injuries of the new recruit, because he knew that such a battle had lasted too long and he had to find a safe place to recover his strength as soon as possible. However, after defeating the last Night's Watch recruit, Lion felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his fatigue and weakness disappeared in an instant. If you count it carefully, Leon only felt that he had recovered half of his strength, and the endurance value on the panel was instantly raised to half. So this is how it works to restore some of your stamina. Leon knew that this was the passive bloodthirstiness that would be activated after defeating 10 people, and that half of his physical strength would be restored for every 10 people he defeated. Aliser Thorne on the high platform watched Lion's battle. His expression changed several times as the battle progressed, and finally became as pale as a dead man. He witnessed Leon's amazing fighting power. His extraordinary fighting skills and recovery ability made him feel deeply frightened and uneasy. Lion's fighting power is indeed rare in the world. He is like the legendary White Knight Arthur Dane, who holds the Valyrian steel sword Dawn and possesses incredible strength. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer and the most powerful knight in the Seven Kingdoms, once said, "I was taught by Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning I tell you." He could pee with his right hand while wielding a sword with his left hand and chop down 5 or 6 King's guards. Aliser Thorne knew that the combat effectiveness of the Night's Watch recruits could not be compared with that of the King's Guard. He understood that Leon's strength was beyond the scope of ordinary recruits, which made him feel even more frightened and uneasy. He began to wonder if there was a flaw in his plans and strategies, and whether he should have handled this dangerous new recruit more carefully. However, Aliser Thorne had no intention of giving up. He still decided to continue watching Leon fight, hoping to find his weaknesses and thus a way to defeat him. He knew that only by seeing Leon's defeat with his own eyes could he continue to implement his plan with peace of mind. How should a person who is so cruel to himself treat his enemies? Suddenly, Aliser Thorne caught Leon's gaze. It was a look of extreme indifference, as if Leon regarded everything around him as insignificant dust. Although Leon didn't speak, his silence was more threatening than any words. Aliser Thorne couldn't help but recall his childhood days in the Crown territory. His father once warned him, when you are surrounded by enemies, you'd better put a dagger under your pillow when you sleep. This sentence now echoed in Aliser Thorne's mind, making him involuntarily want to implement this suggestion tonight. He felt that he was surrounded by the threat of lion, and every moment was full of danger. As Leon knocked down the second and third people with his scabbard, the cheers of the onlookers gradually became more frenetic, and finally fell into deathly silence. People seemed to be intimidated by Leon's fighting ability and cruel methods, and dared not make any sound. It was not until Grand Maester Iman and several apprentices walked to the center of the field and began to treat the unfortunate guys with broken ribs that people came to their senses. They looked at the busy figures of Grand Maester Iman and the apprentices, and couldn't help feeling a little relieved and comforted. However, for Aliser Thorne, this moment made him more deeply aware of the threat and danger of lion. From beginning to end, student Iman never looked at Leon while treating the patient. Because he could see that although Leon was covered in blood, that blood was not Leon's. Young people all want to show off, then let them show off as much as they want. After all, young people of this age can still jump up and down and visit brothels the next day even if their legs are chopped off. He didn't even draw his sword. Until then, the little devil who had been silent finally spoke. As a dwarf who had treated the world with a playful attitude in the first half of his life, he paid the most solemn respect of his life to the only fighter standing tall in the venue. It was already afternoon when Leon came out of the Black Iron Castle clinic. As Grand Maester Iman had observed earlier, even though Leon was covered in blood, anyone else would have died 5 or 6 times. But apart from some minor scratches and bruises, there was no other wound on Lion's body. The unconvinced apprentice even used scissors to cut open Leon's blood-stained underwear, trying to find a wound. The only wound that was still bleeding seemed to have its own consciousness. Countless tentacle-like sprouts grew from the wound in an unclear place, holding the wound tightly from both sides. Even the blood that flowed out was absorbed by Leon's skin. The apprentice had never heard of such a situation before, and he could not help but shout loudly for Grand Maester Iman to come and take a look. Grand Master, do you think it is necessary to sew it in this situation? Grand Maester Iman, who was setting and bandaging the bones of other Night's Watch recruits lying in the infirmary, looked up when he heard this. He had just finished treating the wound of the last recruit and happened to be planning to diagnose Leon's injuries. Iman was the most outstanding scholar in the citadel at that time, otherwise he would not have come to the most glorious legion of mankind. His medical knowledge was as good as anyone else in the world. But even when he placed his palm on the gentle wound on Leon's back, he was speechless for a while. He could feel from his palm that there was a slight vibration in Leon's muscles. When he raised his palm again, the wound that was originally tens of centimeters long had healed to half its length. The healing speed was like a slide that was fast-forwarded hundreds of times. Iman glanced at the apprentice beside him who was so shocked that he was speechless. Perhaps in the apprentice's view, the speed at which Lion's wounds healed was even more terrifying than the fact that he could defeat 10 Night's Watch recruits by himself. Apply medicine and bandage him. Also, Leon. After stopping the apprentice with the most serious look in his life, Iman said to Leon. Lion, who was now naked and felt a chill on his back, subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Grand Maester Iman. From today on, your injuries and any injuries you will suffer in the future can only be treated by me alone. You are not allowed to rely on others to treat you. Grand Maester Iman is the one who has the final say in Black Iron Castle except for the Commander-in-Chief. At this time, he spoke in a commanding tone, making people feel no resistance at all. After Lion changed into the cleanest black cloth and walked out of the clinic. The apprentice who was full of questions finally couldn't hold back any longer and carefully sought confirmation from his most trusted mentor. Grand Maester Iman, I have read all the medical books, and I have only seen this kind of recovery ability in the legendary dragons whose flesh and blood are made of blood and fire. Could it be that Leon is a deformed dragon with a human body? Upon hearing this, Grand Maester Iman gave the apprentice a critical blow on the head without hesitation. What nonsense! Gods be above! Miracle makers occasionally appear in this world because they have a mission. Leon is not a dragon, and I will not allow you to spread this slander. Seeing that the apprentice was still planning to argue about devils, heretics, and other increasingly nonsensical words, Grand Maester Iman quickly raised his hand and delivered another critical hit, which made the apprentice quiet down for a while. When he walked out of the dimly lit clinic, he saw many night watchmen standing at the door, as well as civilians who were looking up to the hero. At the front was John, whose injury was not serious and whose arm was already bandaged and slinged, as well as his friend Eddie, and a few brothers of the Night's Watch who were not very familiar with him, but whose faces were filled with uncontrollable joy as if they had seen a hero. And the little devil who finally managed to bravely squeeze out from among the countless hairy legs in the crowd. The little devil came to the front of the people, raised his head, and the first thing he asked was, "Leon, are you still in pain?" At that moment, a trace of guilt suddenly surged across John's happy face. Leon was so badly injured because of him that he even forgot to care whether he was in pain or not. Instead, he wanted to ask if it felt good to defeat so many people. The guilt brought about by the little devil's words made John no longer have the confidence to face his good brother Leon, so he stood there silently and gradually disappeared in the crowd. Sigh. Only then did Leon take a deep breath of cold air as he realized what was happening. The wounds on his body symbolically caused a little pain reaction in his nerves, but that was all. If there's nothing wrong with my nerves, I shouldn't be in pain now. After a brief breath, Leon looked down at the little devil in front of him with a relaxed expression. Then the little devil ignored the greetings from the people around him, and took Leon away from the crowd with his short legs. Even Leon was unable to react for a moment, and had to let the little devil with some natural brute force drag him to a secluded place. "Mr. Little Devil, what do you want from me?" Lion swore that if any other dwarf dared to treat him like this, he would beat the other person until his face turned red. But because it was the little devil, one of the absolute protagonists who had presented a positive image throughout the 8 seasons, Leon temporarily tolerated his offense. "I heard that you are just a new recruit of the Night's Watch and have not yet had the chance to take the oath." Arriving at a secluded place, the little devil looked around to make sure there was no one around, and the first question he asked made Leon frown. "Yes, but with my performance today, I will be one soon. You are different from John or even others. You have great potential and should not be wasted here. The Night's Watch is not a glorious place to be. You will only rot and stink day by day if you stay here." No wonder he didn't want anyone else to hear it. It turned out that the little devil had bad intentions. He was just eager to kidnap Leon. If there was even one brother of the Night's Watch present, he would definitely fire the little devil on the spot after hearing his obvious poaching behavior. So, Leon tilted his head and made an indifferent expression. To be honest, Lion had neither aversion nor resistance to the identity of the Night's Watch. Moreover, he was not a native of this world and did not have any unrealistic worship of the Night's Watch. "Come with me, tonight." The little devil saw that Leon was interested and quickly threw out the bait, "Swear in the name of my Lannister family. You want fame? You are still young, with your potential, you can at least become a Kingsguard in the future. You want gold? My Lannister family has plenty of gold mines. If you want, you can also learn military tactics and management from my father. I believe my father will not refuse such an excellent servant, nor will he be stingy with a castle and fiefdom for you." "It sounds selfless, but how will it benefit you?" The little devil had inquired about it. Regardless of whether Leon went north voluntarily, it was undeniable that Leon was a nobleman, not the kind of Blackwater town mercenary who only cared about money. Therefore, the little devil never mentioned the idea of making Leon his attendant. "With your bravery, your legend will surely remain in the 7 kingdoms in the future. Whether you become a Lord of the West or a member of the Kingsguard serving before the Iron Throne, it will be fine as long as you can help my father and the future of my Lannister family." It seems that at this time, the little devil is not yet the traitorous patricide in the future, and still has a little fantasy of pleasing his father Tywin Lannister. "What about my identity as a night watchman?" Lion showed a hint of hesitation. This was indeed a good opportunity to change his destiny. He thought that although the little devil looked unreliable, he would be found to be the most lion-like man in the Lannister family in the future. When the little devil heard this, he couldn't help but be delighted. He leaned close to Leon's ear and said, "As long as you are willing, I have countless ways to help you change your appearance." "What method? Tell me in detail. I will persuade or bribe the top brass of the Night's Watch. Isn't the Night's Watch on the verge of running out of food? And the only people left who have always supported the Night's Watch are the Northerners. I will let you go south with me to raise funds for the Night's Watch. First of all, our Lannister family can contribute a large part of it. Besides, there is a precedent for doing this. A nobleman from the Reach did this. He lived to the end of his life as an officer of the Night's Watch in his hometown castle. As long as you don't do anything too out of line, there will be no problem. But, will Mr. Seong and the others let me go? Leon frowned, somewhat suspicious of the little devil's bizarre plan. What use can you make by staying here? They are just treating you as a new soldier. If you come south with me, my small treasury alone can form an army of 2,000 people to support the Great Wall. The commander-in-chief and his men will naturally know which is more important. Well, my decision is. After thinking for a moment, Leon shook his head. In fact, he also wanted to just leave, but his intuition told him that this was not the life he wanted deep down. He became a thug for the Lannister family by relying on his personal bravery. Even though he had fiefdoms and castles in the west, he could not marry and have children openly because of the oath of the Night's Watch. Even becoming an insignificant cannon fodder in the upcoming War of the Five Kings. The little devil's expression was visibly disappointed. He didn't expect that after saying so much and offering such generous conditions, he still couldn't impress Leon. This shook his confidence in his eloquence for a moment. Then he looked at Leon eagerly, wanting to know why he was rejected. Mr. Little Devil, do you know the language of the Stark family in the north? I know, but why? Is that why you reject me? Do you still believe that there are really White Walkers in the world? The little devil couldn't believe that Leon's reason for rejecting the wealth and glory that was within his reach was so naive and childish. You've seen such a tall Great Wall, right? Do you think it's just to stop a few ignorant savages? Lion turned around and pointed at the ancient Great Wall of Despair that could be seen everywhere in Black Iron Castle. Even if there are White Walkers, that was countless years ago. Even the Targaryen family, who once owned dragons, didn't take it seriously, let alone mortals like you and me. The little devil still didn't give up and was still making a final effort. But now the dragons are gone, and winter is coming. If I don't stand in front of the first line of human defense, who will stop the White Walkers when they appear in the world in the future? The righteous look on Leon's face when he said this really left the little devil speechless, especially the serious look on Leon's face, which left no room for doubt on his part. After a long while, seeing that Leon showed no sign of changing his mind, the little devil finally saw the reality. Although he was disappointed, he also felt a special respect for Leon, who was only a young adult. Although Leon was not a knight at this time, his importance in the little devil's heart was no less than that of any knight. I won't tell anyone about today's topic. I've heard about your hobbies. Although it's unlikely, I think I'll wait for you for a month at Ms. Anne's in Mole Village. After saying that, the little devil turned around and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, the little devil seemed to suddenly remember something and asked curiously, by the way, why don't you draw your sword? Those people are ready to kill you. When Leon heard this, he smiled bitterly and pulled the rusty sword out of the scabbard in front of the little devil. Looking at the rusty sword in front of him that seemed like it could be blown apart by a gust of wind, the little devil thought it would be better to keep it in the scabbard. The little devil had no regrets at that moment, so he turned around and left without any reluctance. Just then, John trotted by and was delighted to see Lion. So you are here. The Lord Commander wants you to see him immediately. John took Lion to a small banquet hall next to the commanding tower. It was not until the 7th day that Lion discovered that only the new recruits were treated with the inhumane meal of 1 meal a day. And after becoming a real night watchman, you will have full meals every day. That's right, a rather grand and luxurious dinner was being held in the small banquet hall at this moment. Pushing open the door of the banquet hall and walking in, the old night watch soldiers, both familiar and unfamiliar, saw Leon coming in and all raised their glasses to toast him. The drunken night watchman made a mess of the table, and the red, yellow, green, and white wine in the cups spilled all over the floor. However, John took Leon and did not stay at the door for too long. He walked to the largest wooden table in the banquet hall. The Lord Commander, Georg Mormont, known as the Old Bear, was waiting for Lion. Lion looked around the table. Except for Grand Maester Iman, who was so old that he could hardly see, almost all the senior members of the Night's Watch were present. What made Leon feel strange was that the little devil was sitting in the second seat with dignity, and greeted Leon with a nonchalant look on his face. Coach Aliser just told me that there is no need for a kid like you to be trained by him. Do you agree? Mr. Seong was in a good mood today and spoke in a gentle tone, which was rare for him. Aliser Thorne on the side had an unfriendly look in his eyes and a gloomy face, but he deliberately avoided the puzzled look from Lion. Burp, now that winter is approaching, the Night's Watch is in need of manpower. It's been a long time since the kingdom sent someone as capable as you. Your performance is worthy of your father's expectations of you. Old Bear burped and said slowly. Listening to Old Xiong praising Leon, Aliser Thorne felt like he had heard a huge joke, but he wanted to laugh but didn't dare, so he could only hold back his indignation. Listening to the ambiguous words of Mr. Xiong, Leon couldn't help but feel confused, unable to figure out the motive behind Mr. Xiong's words. Only John, who was standing aside, seemed to have known something for a long time and laughed for Leon for a long time. Boy, have you decided to wear this black robe for the rest of your life, not marry or have children, not fight for fame or fortune, and live with darkness and cold all day long? To John, these words were as moving as the sound of nature, and at this moment he wished he could agree to it on behalf of Lion immediately. But at the same time he hesitated. Yes, the current situation of the Night's Watch is no longer as glorious as the legend said. It has long been rotten inside and out. Even he regretted his decision to follow Uncle Ben Yang to the north. But he was forced to do something he was not prepared for. Where else could he go? Winterfell. I can't go back anymore, not to mention that my father Ned Stark has gone south to King's Landing to be the hand of the kingdom. If I stay in Winterfell, I will be ostracized by my nominal mother Catelyn Stark. Even though my brothers and sisters don't reject me as much as my mother does, John can't help but feel sad when he thinks of his status as an outsider in that family. He doesn't even know whether his brother Bran has woken up or not. My lord, I am not one to give up halfway. Since fate has brought me here, I am willing to live and die with my brothers in the Night's Watch. Leon's answer was neither humble nor arrogant, and this was also the decision he made after careful consideration after coming to this world. First of all, it would be very difficult to complete the system mission of the thousand-faced god without the Night's Watch. It would be convenient to keep the target close to you so that you can take action at any time. Secondly, even if Lion, who knew nothing about this world, could build a considerable career outside, in the end, once the White Walkers broke through the wall, nothing would be left. You have to know that the whole book of A Song of Ice and Fire has not been completed yet. Leon doesn't believe that the Night King will come out and wander around for 8 seasons like in the TV series, and finally die rashly with a dragon glass dagger in the hands of Arya Stark. What's more, he now has the Mount and Blade panel and the Thousand Faces God system as means of growth, and he may be able to grow to the level of being able to compete with the Night King in the future. After hearing Lion's answer, Old Xiong pushed the head coach who was sitting next to him without saying a word. Look, you said he would leave, but you were wrong this time. Not all Yankee kids are useless wimps. After saying that, he seemed to not care about Leon's existence. After getting Leon's answer, he waved at Leon and continued to invite everyone to eat and drink. Aliser Thorne looked up at Lion, and besides hostility in his eyes, there was a deep chill in his heart. He always felt that Leon in front of him seemed to have a deep hatred for him, and one of them must die. Seeing this, John pulled Lion to an empty seat nearby and sat down, and immediately took all the food and wine on the table for the two of them to enjoy. This is not the pig food made by Jenny's fat cook to feed pigs, but the banquet carefully prepared by Three Finger Habu for the big shots. After saying that, John ignored the hostile looks from the others at the table, grabbed a golden and crispy roast leg of lamb coated with precious herbs, and began to bite it. He stopped after 2 bites, then picked up someone's wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Because John had an injured arm, he used his good hand to do the job the whole time and was very busy. Influenced by John's eating show, Leon also had a rare appetite. Having lived 2 lives, to be honest, Leon is not the kind of person who likes to satisfy his appetite. Moreover, there is nothing delicious in the medieval world of Game of Thrones. But there are exceptions. The skills of this night watchman named Three Finger Hab are really good. Once Leon starts, he can't stop. There was half a roasted whole lamb and other food such as apple pie and meat pie on the table, and Lion finished most of them by himself. The noise of Leon and John's eating and drinking finally alarmed the head table. The little devil stood on the table rudely to look over, but no one cared about etiquette at this time. Everyone was surprised at Leon's good appetite. Someone with a curious mind calculated that in this meal, Lion consumed at least 3 pounds of cooked meat, 2 pounds of flour for making pie, and some fruits and vegetables. Good boy, no wonder you don't want to leave, it turns out you like the food here. Leon ate like a country bumpkin, which made Old Bear laugh heartily. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became more lively. As night fell, after drinking several oak barrels of wine, Leon and John supported each other and returned to the wooden tower where the recruits lived. All the recruits couldn't sleep immediately after smelling the strong smell of wine and meat on the two men. But no one dared to protest, and the few boys who were originally sleeping and snoring also held their breath in tacit understanding. Especially the few recruits who fought with Leon today didn't even dare to make a sound. After all, Lion's fierce fighting power during the day really impressed them. Especially those people who took action, they racked their brains afterwards and couldn't understand why they were so brave. Leon didn't care at all. He had been freezing cold in the watchtower for several days in a row. Now that he had finally got a bed, how could he not lie down comfortably? Although the beds that new soldiers slept on were unlikely to have soft velvet and cloth bedding like the veteran soldiers, the straw stuffed on the beds today was exceptionally soft and full. Victor. Lord Leon, I hope you don't mind us attacking you during the day. After a long while, a guy who seemed to be tortured by fear and couldn't sleep walked to Leon's bed bravely. After speaking in a low voice, he didn't hear Leon's reply and planned to slip away quietly. But in the bright moonlight, the guy found that Leon was sleeping soundly and completely defenseless. The guy couldn't help but rub his cheeks, which were bruised and swollen from being beaten by Leon during the day, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Just as he was daydreaming, Leon replied in a dreamlike voice, Leon's sudden voice scared the guy so much that he jumped up like a rabbit. He quickly crawled back into his bed trembling, covering his head and shaking uncontrollably. After seeing that guy leave, Leon couldn't help but touch his face and thought, am I that scary? In fact, Leon hadn't fallen asleep yet. He had been busy since the fight during the day and hadn't had time to check if there were any changes on his mount and blade panel. When he saw that no one would disturb him anymore, he said in an imperceptible way, panel. There is basically no major change in the attributes of the panel, except that the level 0 item becomes 1. There are also a few more discretionary attribute points. However, Leon feels that the current attributes are sufficient. This is not a skill specialization point, so there is no need to add points for the time being. You can keep it temporarily for future use. The system had changed a lot, with a few new tricks that made Lion spend some time to figure it out. Active quest, kill Aliser Thorne. Reward, the Black and White Kiss, a high-quality Valyrian steel sword. Passive tasks. 9 Bloodthirst, after killing or defeating 10 people, restore some stamina. 100/can grow infinitely. 2 Conferring, this function is unlocked after you command more than 10 people. You can promote subordinates who have gained experience in battle to elite soldiers. The current promotion routes for the Night Watch branch are, 1. Night Watch Recruit, Night Watch Infantry, Night Watch Guard, Night Watch Ranger, Night Watch Chief Ranger. 2. Night Watch Recruit, Night Watch Ranger, Night Watch Elite Ranger, Night Watch Oathbearer, Night Watch Oathkeeper, Night Watch Global Defender. The 2 upgrade lines have different ultimate goals, and the types of troops that are upgraded in the end are also different. In Lion's opinion, Branch 1 focuses on the main force and support capabilities on the battlefield, while Branch 2 focuses more on long-range attack capabilities. Regardless of the difficulty of upgrading, the second branch will at least be a level 6 soldier in the end, which is much stronger than the first branch. So if Lion can lead the troops now, he may have to think of a way to make them focus on the ranger upgrade item. There is also the task of killing Aliser Thorne. Even though he was already at low health during the day, he was unable to seduce Aliser Thorne to attack him. He knew at first glance that the other party was an old fox. If he ignored the consequences and assassinated him directly, with the other party's prestige, wouldn't the Night's Watch's favorability towards him drop to the bottom? When he thought of this, Leon couldn't help but feel a headache, and his originally clear brain was gradually filled with sleepiness. The next day, the hard-working Hood brought a wooden wash basin to Lion as soon as he woke up. The basin was filled with clean, warm water without any additives, and a soft, white sheepskin towel was hung on the edge of the basin. Looking at Hood's bruised face, Leon was a little confused. He was still a new soldier, so when did he have an orderly? He didn't even know about it. Lord Leon, please get up and wipe off the sweat. Did you sleep well last night? Hood served in front of Lion's window with a fawning look on his face. The expression on his bruised and swollen face was disgusting. However, Lion just frowned and did not reject Hood's kindness. After seeing Leon wash his face, the new recruits hurriedly offered their gifts as if they were presenting a treasure. Some were cloth armor that had been washed clean and tailored to fit them, some were long swords carefully selected from the armory, and as for Lion's original embroidered sword, it was taken out for sharpening by someone early in the morning. Others were only served with an apple, or a piece of meat that had been in their arms for who knows how long and smelled of sweat when they took it out. However, Leon did not refuse, but put them all on his bed. "You have something to ask of me. Look at what you said, this is what we should do. You don't want to tell me, right? I'll see what happens." "No. No, Lord Lion. We have another test today. I hope you can show mercy. After all, joining the Night's Watch is our lifelong dream. We don't want to be defeated by you and forced by Sir Aliser to clean toilets for the rest of our lives." Hood was anxious, and the other new recruits who had fought with Leon yesterday were almost kneeling down to beg him. "When they attacked you yesterday, they were clearly aiming to kill you." Seeing that Leon's attitude was unclear, Eddie spoke up. "Duckling Singing stabbed you twice on the back, the one on your shoulder was stabbed by Toad, and the wound on your leg was caused by a sissy poking you with a long hair." Eddie knew all about Lion's injuries, and the Night Watch recruits who were called out were all trembling with fear. If it weren't for the fact that Lion showed mercy to them yesterday and didn't kill them but just defeated them, they would have probably scattered like birds and beasts without caring about their oaths. After hearing Eddie's remarks, which were like adding insult to injury, they all regretted it so much that they wished their parents had grown 2 more legs so they could run away faster. "I said, I'll see what happens." Leon picked up a clean and plump-looking apple on the bed and took a big bite. Seeing Leon's unfriendly expression, Hood and others didn't dare to say anything more and had to leave tremblingly. After they left, John smiled and came to Lion's bed and sat down. He also picked up an apple and slowly ate it. He said, "Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen a southerner as good at fighting as you. Your fighting style is also very different from the elegant fighting style of ordinary southerners." After John said this, he paused, as if wondering who Lion's fighting style resembled. "Barbarian, I heard that among the hundreds of thousands of barbarians living north of the wall, there is a blue-skinned tribe called Berserkers. It is said that when the barbarians of that tribe fight, they all do not dodge or avoid the swords and knives that come at them, just like Leon, and just attack like crazy. It is said that only when the warriors of their tribe die so bravely in battle can they return to their god's hall of valor after death and enjoy eternal happiness." This was a myth sung by a bard that Eddie had heard from somewhere. After he spoke it out loud, everyone present nodded in agreement. "Hey, do you think Lion's skin is blue?" John asked with a look of disbelief on his face, stiffening his neck. At this moment, Eddie seemed to be possessed by a bard, shaking his head and retorting, maybe his father didn't allow Leon to paint his skin blue before he left. Listening to the two people's increasingly outrageous speculations, Leon had to interrupt them quickly. Otherwise, Eddie might have added some outrageous background and lineage to Leon. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, today's cook Jenny seemed to have heard about Leon's good appetite, so his bowl was filled with large pieces of dark, original wild boar meat, which caused a protest from the recruits. Completely ignoring the flirtatious glances from the cook Jenny, Lion finished his meal and came to the parade ground surrounded by a group of people. "I don't know when this endless assessment of new recruits will end. Perhaps this kind of assessment will only end when Sir Aliser Thorne can finally gather a group of half-decent recruits and hand them over to Old Bear." Aliser Thorne seemed too lazy to waste any more words today. Seeing his most hated Lion and John rushing to the parade ground with a group of people in a menacing manner, he thought about it for a long time and finally couldn't say a word. "Fight 10 adults. You don't have to participate in the assessment today. If you don't have other tasks, you can go to the sentry tower to see if there is anything you can help with." After seeing Leon also put on a set of armor and came out of the armory, Aliser Thorne couldn't help it in the end. "Sir, I volunteer to take part in the test. You can see that I have changed into my equipment." Seeing that Aliser Thorne dared to make things difficult for him, Lion immediately responded in a strange voice. This remark obviously opened the eyes of many recruits. It was the first time that Sir Aliser, who was always serious and rigid and loved to give people nicknames, was criticized on the training ground, which made many people secretly clap their hands and feel relieved. "You!" Aliser Thorne was immediately furious and wanted to step forward and teach Lion a lesson, to prove that Lion had only defeated a few ugly guys yesterday and there was nothing to brag about. But just as he took a step, he saw Leon, who was fully armored, decisively draw his brand new sword, and Aliser Thorne hesitated for some unknown reason. Only then did he remember that with Lion's reckless style of play yesterday, in which they exchanged injuries for injuries, there was no way he could easily win against Lion. Aliser Thorne's face was uncertain. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly snorted coldly, "Humph, fighting 10 adults, I think ordinary recruits will not satisfy your appetite, so I specially invited a team of rangers without any missions. Do you think they are worthy of being your opponent?" After he finished speaking, a large cloud of thick dust suddenly rose up in a corner of the huge parade ground, and the sound of horses neighing and people talking was extremely lively. More than 100 strong rangers walked out of the smoke and dust. The mixed smell of dust and murderous intent on each of these rangers made the Night's Watch recruits who had not experienced blood and fire tremble with fear. Leading the group was a capable night watchman who was about 40 or 50 years old. Behind him was his service officer, who was holding a large black cloth flag made of jujube wood. There was only a human hand painted on the flag, but the several shocking wounds on the center of the palm were quite eye-catching. "That's the banner of the Half-Hand family. The leader is Colin Half-Hand. It's said that he used his right hand to block the wildlings' axes in a fight, and was chopped off, leaving only his index finger and thumb. But he used his left hand to practice swordplay again, and eventually became stronger than his original hand. He is recognized by everyone as the best ranger. At this time, you can't count on John, who knows nothing, to help Leon solve his doubts. To be honest, Eddie is still the most reliable. If he hadn't stood behind Leon and explained things to him in a low voice, Leon would probably have to fight with the group of rangers in front of him in a confused manner. Alicia, is this the guy who was making such a fuss here yesterday? This morning, even our Shadow Tower was saying that a southern barbarian had sneaked into Dark Iron Hold. He looked so alive and kicking, and he didn't look like he had been stabbed dozens of times." Colin the Broken Palm looked at Lion with a smile, and a group of rangers accompanying him saluted Lion, wanting to see what exactly was the difference between Lion and ordinary people. Not long after, Colin the Broken Palm walked up to Leon, and through the gaps in his armor he saw that Leon was indeed covered in bandages. The smile on his face faded a lot. "The best rangers of the Night's Watch are here. Defeat them, and I'll consider you worthy enough to join us." On the high platform, Aliser Thorne said this with a thick face and a matter-of-fact tone, causing the rangers behind Colin to curse loudly. "What the hell do you think we rangers are? I can easily knock this brat down with one hand, why do we need so many people? Alicia, are you too old and blind to be frightened by a southerner who has never seen a wildling before? I think you should let me be the head coach. I'm sure I'll be much more competent than you." The ranger's teasing made Aliser Thorne's face turn blue and purple, but thinking of his own plan, he endured the vulgar words and did not refute. "Okay, let's fight. We don't have any mission today anyway, so it's a good time to stretch our muscles. After I finish dealing with this guy, I'll see if there are any other good seedlings." While speaking, Colin the Half-Handed kept glancing at the recruits, and saw that John stood out among the ugly recruits like a crane among chickens, and was extremely eye-catching. "Is this Benion's nephew? He looks like a Stark." Colin with the Broken Palm thought to himself. "Wooden sword or iron sword?" At this time, Lion asked casually. After all, in his opinion, these rangers were not in a wartime state, so they were not wearing heavy armor. If he injured them with his iron sword, who would be responsible for guarding the Wall of Despair? As if he didn't understand what Leon meant, Colin with the Broken Palm rubbed his chin after hearing Leon's question. "Just use the wooden sword, and don't hurt the future flowers of Night's Watch." After saying that, a ranger behind Colin stepped out of the line, picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack nearby, and walked towards Leon. "Boy, swords have no eyes, be careful." After saying that, the ranger swung his sword and chopped at Leon's neck, which happened to be the weak gap between Leon's helmet and breastplate. It was obvious that the ranger was not careless just because Leon was a new recruit, and his first move was a killing move. If it was an iron sword, Leon would probably be beheaded in the next moment. Experienced, ruthless, and able to kill with one strike. Lion narrowed his eyes. This was his evaluation of the ranger in front of him. The martial arts honed by veterans in battle are indeed not comparable to those of new recruits who have only been trained for a short period of time by Aliser Thorne. But what the ranger in front of him probably couldn't imagine was that the Leon in front of him was a swordsman with a one-handed sword proficiency of 15 points. Dang! Ding ding dang! Ding ling dang! In a blink of an eye, Lion moved like a ghost and had fought 3 or 5 rounds with the rangers in an instant. Aliser Thorne's eyes were solemn on the high platform. One should know that Aliser Thorne's own martial arts strength was on par with the ranger in front of him. It seemed that it was right not to act rashly just now. But the new recruits behind Lion didn't care about that. Seeing that Lion could actually fight back and forth with the Night's Watch Rangers, the most elite troops in the entire kingdom, they all cheered for him. Jon, in particular, clapped and cheered with joy, cheering for Leon. It seemed that he was as excited as he was to fight the Rangers. However, the Ranger felt embarrassed because he had been fighting for so long but still failed to capture a young recruit. The Rangers behind Colin the Broken Hand couldn't stop making a noise. The boos and shouting made the Rangers very upset. At this time, Leon also roughly measured the attributes of the Ranger in front of him. The one-handed sword skill is probably between 160–180, I wonder if the Chief Ranger would be even more powerful. After thinking about it, Lion fought the enemy comfortably while looking at Colin thoughtfully without turning his head. Suo Xiao, if you can't take this kid down, I'll make you clean the toilet for a month. Seeing that Leon kept staring at his severed palm while fighting, Colin, who had originally been good-tempered, suddenly felt provoked and put pressure on his men in anger. Sachas clenched his teeth and said nothing. He couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat the new recruit in front of him even though he tried his best. If Lion had been replaced by a wild man from outside the pass as his opponent after such a long time, he would have ridden his horse in and out and killed him 7 times by now. But they couldn't win. Even Solskjaer felt that except for the beginning when Lion used all their strength, the rest of the time they were just playing cat and mouse with him. Perhaps seeing that his opponent was showing signs of exhaustion, Lion, who had just tested the Ranger's strength, no longer hesitated and slashed with 2 fierce swords, knocking the Ranger to the ground. The winner was decided, but the outcome was unexpectedly a crushing defeat for the Rangers. Jon's eyes lit up. Becoming a Ranger of the Night's Watch was his lifelong goal, but the Lion in front of him actually had the strength to defeat the Rangers? Ouch! With the sound of something heavy falling to the ground and Suo Xiao's uncontrollable wailing while holding his arms, the originally bustling training ground suddenly became silent. Colin's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what was going on in the world. Could it be that any new recruit dug out from the land of the 7 kingdoms has the ability to match the most elite Rangers under his command? No. Not only that, with Colin's eyesight, he could naturally see that Leon actually held back, otherwise Leon wouldn't be looking at his broken palm as if nothing had happened. Thinking of this, Colin was no longer angry, but just felt a little curious. Even Suo Xiao looked down on him, so who could be the opponent of this kid? After thinking about it, Colin simply put his right hand behind his back, and at the same time widened his eyes and thought, could it be me? Damn it, Suo Xiao, you're such a wimp. You used all your energy on a girl from Mole's Town last night. Watch me. A guy who was taller than the other Rangers stood up. This Ranger was not only tall, but the weapon he held was several inches longer than the 2-handed sword used by most people. It looked like he was holding half a door panel. Tall Matthew, cough cough, it's easy to talk without any backache, cough cough, why don't you try fighting him? Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Suo Xiao couldn't bear to see anyone saying that he was incompetent, so he immediately retorted with ridicule. While Matthew was arguing with him, he walked to the weapon rack and picked left and right, and finally picked up a long shield and held it in his hand, but did not choose a weapon in the end. It looked like he was planning to swing the long shield with brute force and knock Leon over. Seeing the man coming at them aggressively, the recruits behind Lion stopped making any noise and even stopped breathing, staring with wide eyes to see if Lion was going to fight back or just give up. The recruits had poor eyesight and thought that Lion was lucky to beat a Ranger. If he faced such a ferocious man again, Lion would probably be in trouble. Boy, Sasha is just a wimp, but I was once the champion swordsman of the North before I became a Night's Watchman, so you don't have to hold back, just go all out against me. Matthew, holding a long shield in one hand, walked up to Leon and spoke to him from a condescending attitude. Leon nodded and made a beautiful sword flower with the wooden sword in his hand in response. It can be seen that Matthew's attack style is vigorous and violent. He rushed forward with a shield in hand, and stopped only when he was 3 or 2 steps away from Leon. Then he used all his strength to sweep the long shield towards Leon. To outsiders, it seemed that Lion was unavoidable in this attack, especially since Lion's standard circling style of attack was about to fail. They all seemed to have seen the scene in which Leon was knocked several meters away with his sword the next moment. The next moment, as expected, Lion seemed to have taken root and showed no sign of dodging at all. But when the 2 weapons collided, it was a tall figure that flew backwards. The thick long shield actually broke into pieces like a biscuit. Hiss, what a great strength! Colin could only see that Leon swung his sword hard and knocked Matthew flying with his shield. The power comparison between the two in this attack was as if Matthew was beating a 3 or 5-year-old child. But now Matthew is the kid who is at a disadvantage in terms of power. What a strange strength. Colin murmured to himself, you know, this kind of innate power, he has only seen it in giants. Seeing that the result of his first full-strength attack was that a 2-meter-tall and 200-pound Westeros strongman was sent flying backwards and his life or death was unknown, even though Leon was very thick-skinned, he felt deeply guilty at this moment. He was the one who said not to hold back. I guess it's not my fault, right? Seeing the figure lying on the ground with his chest rising and falling, obviously still breathing, Leon finally felt relieved and asked carefully. Damn it, Aliser, where did you get such a monster from? When Colin heard Lion's question, he immediately started cursing at Aliser Thorne, who was standing on the podium with an unfathomable expression on his face. Hearing Colin's question, Aliser Thorne's gloomy face suddenly became shrouded in gloom, but this expression contained a different meaning in Colin's eyes. How did I offend Alicia that he would do this to me? Colin thought to himself, and immediately turned around and left. Please stay, Master Colin the Broken Palm. The coach did not say that I passed the test. But how could Lion miss this hard-won opportunity to upgrade the system? The original reason for coming to the training ground today was to practice with the new recruits, defeat a few more and strive to start the next stage of bloodthirst as soon as possible. Now that we don't have to fight against the weak new recruits, it would be unreasonable not to make good use of the ready-made rangers in front of us. Just now, Lion took a moment to glance at the system panel. The kill/defeat count for defeating a well-known ranger elite like the one in front of him was 5. The two people just now fully charged Lion's bloodlust to 20/100. Alicia, do I need to assess this kind of person? You are more than qualified to be my deputy. I don't have time to play house with you. Colin the Half-Hand was filled with resentment, staring fiercely at Aliser Thorne, as if he would rush onto the platform regardless of the rules and hang him up to beat him if the other party dared to say no. No. Who would have thought that Aliser Thorne seemed to be planning to fight Colin to death today? Lion is right. I am the most powerful coach in the training ground. None of you can leave until he defeats all of you. It's like being sleepy and looking for a pillow. Aliser Thorne was already having a headache after seeing how Lion effortlessly defeated 2 elite rangers. He didn't know how to save the situation. He didn't expect that Lion would ask for trouble. Even Aliser Thorne himself didn't expect this. When it comes to being despicable, Aliser Thorne still has some lessons to learn from Lion. Today, even if it means offending Colin the Broken Palm, the second in command of the Shadow Tower, I must teach Leon a severe lesson. F you, you're the head coach and you're the boss, but I've already admitted that your new recruit is a good fighter. There are more than 100 rangers in our team. Do we have to do nothing today and just sit here and wait like monkeys if we have to fight him one by one? At this moment, Colin looked like a young girl who had been wronged by her mother. The rangers behind him looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Aliser Thorne had not thought about how to answer this question. He just crossed his arms and looked at it with a cold and unfathomable expression. Seeing that the head coach didn't answer, Colin was anxious and said, Alicia, you'd better not go out of the Black Iron Castle alone in the future, otherwise you will be shot by someone. At the critical moment, it was Lion, the enemy, who stood up to smooth things over for the head coach. Master Colin, if you are in a hurry, why don't you come at me all at once? I will challenge all of you one by one. As he said this, Leon stretched his muscles and took off the armor that was in the way one by one. Although the defensive power is reassuring, the heavy armor greatly affects one's agility. For Leon, in a group fight, the little defense he has is not as good as agility. Are you serious, kid? Colin looked at Leon as if he was a fool, and the rangers behind him had almost the same expression. I don't know whether Leon is too arrogant or too confident. But in the end, Lion's nonchalant temperament still aroused public anger. A group of rangers surrounded Lion. Okay, let's put it this way. We won't bully you. We won't use any weapons and we'll fight you with our bare hands. Let's finish the fight as soon as possible and go away. Colin raised his arm and was about to give the order F1 F3. John, who was behind Lion, rushed up and hugged Colin's arm. Master Colin, Leon has definitely lost his mind. Seeing that John was actually planning to ruin his good deeds, Leon suddenly became anxious and shouted, It's none of your business, do it. Leon's voice seemed to sound the clarion call for battle, and the rangers who had been impatient all around him immediately rushed forward. John could only watch helplessly as Lion was surrounded by the crowd like a human pyramid. He was so anxious that he could do nothing. Even his loud shouts were drowned out by the cries of the Night's Watch Rangers. The melee began, and Lion was the first to get hit by so many punches and kicks. Unfortunately, this amount of damage from punches and kicks was just a drizzle for Lion, and was nothing compared to the blows he received yesterday. But it was not in Lion's character to not fight back after being beaten so many times. Moreover, some despicable ranger kept using all his moves against little Lion, which directly annoyed Lion. The furious Leon grabbed the ranger's collar and punched him hard, knocking him unconscious. Then he swung him up like a rag doll and swept across the world with one move, knocking down more than a dozen rangers in one go. In an instant, Lion felt his body lighten, and the injuries that had accumulated over time were at least half recovered. Seeing that he could withstand such a punishment, Leon simply ignored everything, shouted angrily, threw away the unconscious ranger in his hand, and chased after the group of people and beat them up. Several Night Watch recruits who were watching on the sidelines tried to avoid it, and were unfairly hit in the nose by Lion several times. This action frightened the other recruits so much that they fled the battle group howling, leaving only the enraged rangers fighting with Leon like a bullfight. 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed. As Lion fought without regard for his injuries, he used fists, elbows, teeth, and even little Leon almost used them. Lion's eyes were gradually blurred by blood, leaving him with only one goal in his mind, which was to knock down everyone who was still standing in front of him. Finally, after 30 minutes, Colin, who had been hit hard several times, used up the last bit of his strength and kicked Leon hard in the chest. This time he finally kicked the human-shaped beast over. "No, we can't continue training today, otherwise the injury will get worse." Leon only had time to have this last thought in his mind before he fainted. Lion's last few ranger opponents were obviously stronger than ever before, and each of them was as powerful as Matthew at the beginning, causing Lion to run out of stamina in the end, and finally Colin scored and successfully finished off the opponent. Lion's training for today is over. "Drink, drink." Colin rested his hands on his knees, obviously too tired to bend over. His head was covered in sweat and steam was coming out of it. Finally, he couldn't help but sit down on the ground and gasp for breath. In the parade ground, Grand Maester Iman was supported by 2 apprentices and walked in. Seeing the corpses of crows hanging everywhere in the parade ground, the old Grand Maester Iman looked around carefully with his cloudy eyes and found that the rangers were taking a nap. After listening to the incoherent explanations of the terrified recruits next to him, Grand Maester Iman ordered 2 apprentices to step forward and pull up Lion, who was lying on several rangers in the crowd. Since Grand Maester Iman was unsure whether the creature in front of him, which looked like a paint tray due to his presbyopia, was Leon, fortunately the apprentice next to him could barely recognize him. Grand Maester Iman leaned over and gently opened Leon's eyelids, and at the same time, he said to Leon as if talking to himself, "Leon, you seem to be seriously injured this time." The reason why Grand Maester Iman was talking to himself was that he did not think Lion could hear him. But Lion did hear it, and he replied respectfully to Grand Maester Iman. "It doesn't matter, it's just a fatal injury." It was late at night, but candles were still lit in the Maester's tower where Grand Maester Iman was staying. Under the dim candlelight, the 2 apprentices' handsome faces were enough to scare the bravest savage to death. Fortunately, at this time, Leon was lying on Grand Maester Iman's bed with his eyes closed, sleeping soundly without any image, so the 2 brothers could not see the honor. During the day, when the 2 brothers were carrying Leon to the bachelor's tower, they happened to pass by the recruits' mess. The cook Jenny asked curiously, "What kind of savage is this pig-headed man?" One of the apprentices answered truthfully, "This is Leon." Then, Jenny, who had been fascinated by Leon's handsome face and fighting skills, immediately gave up this ridiculous idea. "I don't know if Leon will feel sad when he wakes up and finds out. But judging from the heartless look of Leon who just slept soundly after being knocked unconscious, it seems that he doesn't care at all that there is one less lady who loves him in the world. I say, Chet, how did the flesh on this guy's face grow? It was swollen like a pig in the daytime, but how come it was completely healed at night? Did Grand Maester Iman apply some unknown precious medicine to him? Who knows? The Grand Maester won't let us interfere with Leon's treatment. Maybe you can go look for him at night when the Grand Maester is asleep." "You are so stupid, Chet." Leon was beaten so ugly during the day that even Jenny didn't want to look at him. "Don't you want to get this magical wound medicine that can heal ugliness?" "Oh. I see. I'll go with you to look for the bottles when the Grand Secretary falls asleep. I know where they are. The two men whispered in front of Lion, blatantly planning something that could be considered a betrayal of Grand Maester Iman. I don't know if these two guys are extremely stupid or just don't know their place. But in the end, Leon, who was lying on the bed, did not respond in any way except for the sound of his breathing. Leon had a dream that night, and he kept dreaming, and it was a dream in which Leon was very clear-minded. When Lion walked in an endless forest under the bright moonlight, the obscure road ahead seemed to have no end. There seemed to be clear human faces carved on the trees on both sides of the road and even on all the trees as far as the eye could see. Except for the fact that Leon was startled at the beginning of the dream, he had gradually become familiar with these faces growing on the trees. Even the brave and careful Leon reached out and touched the texture of the human face on one of the trees. It felt no different from the wood grain on ordinary trees. Suddenly, Leon felt a chill running down his bones, as if some creature was staring at him from behind. So, Leon turned his head without fear. An even more horrifying scene appeared. All the faces on the sacred fish beam trees that Leon could see turned towards Leon. Even the eyes of the people on the trees, which were originally closed, opened wide and looked at Leon. At the same time, two lines of blood and tears appeared on the faces of the people on the trees. At the end of the bloody and tearful face, a tall figure whose appearance could not be seen clearly was walking towards Leon. Escape. This thought suddenly popped up in Lion's mind. Even the faces on the surrounding weirwood trees all made the same shape as escape. But this time, Leon did not choose to turn back rashly, nor did he choose to run away, because Leon was still conscious and was in his dream. He saw that Leon did not seem to be like most people who would be frightened to the ground or turn around and run away. The figure seemed to become interested and quickened his pace. At this time, Leon could see that the figure had a pair of extremely bright blue eyes, as if two extremely precious sapphires were embedded in its eye sockets. Getting closer, 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. In the end, the White Walker stopped less than a meter in front of Leon. Even in his dreams, Leon could personally feel the chill emanating from the White Walkers. It was different from the bone-deep coldness one felt on the Great Wall. The severe cold emanating from the White Walkers almost froze Leon's soul. "Human, when you saw me, why didn't you run away?" The voice of the White Walker is extremely cold, and every syllable uttered from its mouth seems to have been compressed by ice, with a sense of distortion similar to that of an electric microphone. Perhaps it was the first time in 8,000 years that the White Walker had seen such a brave ordinary person. There should not have been any expression on his face, which seemed to be made of ice, but at this moment, a very curious look evolved very vividly. "A song of ice and fire. I have seen the ice in it before." Leon's answer sounded more like a soliloquy, leaving the White Walker in front of him confused. Then Leon raised his head and looked at the White Walker in front of him carefully from head to toe with the eyes of a curious baby. Similarly, the White Walker looked at Lion curiously for a moment, and finally nodded with satisfaction. "After waking up, leave the wall and come to the north. Go straight to the first road you see. If there is no road, follow the guidance of the North Star. Eventually you will come to the Then Mountains, and I will wait for you in Thorn City." The White Walker's tone is ups and downs, full of the charm of the times. Even the most knowledgeable bard may not be able to imitate its tone. Then the White Walker continued, "Be my servant. You have a qualified body. I will allow you to keep a part of your humble soul to distinguish you from those beast-like whites. When winter comes, this is a supreme honor that millions of people can hardly compete for. You will live forever with me." The White Walker's face returned to expressionlessness, but Leon could read pride in its eyes. "Mortal, have you thought it over?" Seeing that Leon did not immediately agree, either happily or nervously, the White Walker did not urge him. After all, patience is a virtue that the long-lived White Walkers do not lack. "Oh, you are so arrogant. It's more like you are the boss saying this. As a younger brother, you should act like a younger brother." Lion spat at the White Walker with contempt. If it weren't for the damn realistic dream that made Lion's mouth dry from the cold, the thick phlegm would have covered the face of the White Walker in front of him. Although he couldn't understand most of the words Lion said, the White Walker could read the contempt and disdain in Lion's eyes. The White Walker was furious on the spot. Just as he was about to take a step back and raise the long sword behind his back, he was kicked on the breastplate by Leon with great force. Although the White Walker in front of him had been working day and night in the land of eternal winter for 8,000 years and had already developed extremely terrifying strength, he still stumbled and fell to the ground after being kicked by Leon unexpectedly. "F you, you dare to act like a big shot in my dream? You're asking for a beating." After Leon finished speaking, he flew like a crow to the chest armor of the White Walker, and his fists as big as sandbags fell on the White Walker's face like raindrops. This combination of small bursts of skills left the White Walker with a lot of questions in his head, but he had no time to think. All he could do now was to use his arms to protect his head and let Leon vent his anger. "Ah ah 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 ah! Ola ola ola!" On the bed of Grand Maester Iman, after applying some medicinal cream that he had found from somewhere, Chet saw that Leon's brows were furrowed and his eyelids were moving, as if he was showing signs of waking up, so he hurried forward to check. Unexpectedly, when he just approached Leon, Leon's cheeks puffed up while he was immersed in his sleep, and the next moment a foul-smelling thick phlegm mixed with blood foam inevitably hit his face. Not only did Chi-Te, who was unable to dodge, get smeared in the face, but Leon suddenly jumped up from the bed with his eyes closed, and his sandbag-sized fists fell like raindrops on Chi-Te's carefully maintained face. "Ouch! Ouch! Stop it, sir! Stop it!" After a while, Grand Maester Iman, who heard the noise, came to the bedroom with the help of another apprentice, just in time to see Lion beating Chet like a madman. "Stop it, Leon!" Grand Maester Iman's cane, which he never left behind, pounded the ground with a loud bang. Even the fine wooden floor of the Maester's tower could not withstand the old man's blow and shattered into powder. It was this loud noise that completely woke Leon up from his dream. Lion was a little confused at the moment, looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, thinking, "Where is this? Am I not beating up the White Walkers?" Then he looked at the White Walker that he was holding down. What Leon saw was a creature with a face full of wrinkles and pink polyps, coated with an unknown dark black substance, and with a face that could barely be called a human. Leon frowned and remained silent. "It seems like I'm still in a dream, White Walker. Come on, take another 300 punches from ya yet." Seeing that Leon was awake but not fully awake, Grand Maester Iman shouted hastily, "That's enough. If you hit me again, I'll kill Chet." Hearing the familiar voice of Grand Maester Iman, Lion realized that he was not dreaming. So he quickly stood up and pulled up Chi-Te, who was beaten badly on the ground. Sorry, Chet, I mistook you for a White Walker." Only Chet's facial structure was different from that of ordinary people. After being hit by at least dozens of punches from Leon, he still had enough strength to take a step back and jump far away, staring at Leon with fear as if he were a White Walker. "But strictly speaking, White Walkers are much more handsome than you." After sending the two apprentices away, Grand Maester Iman asked Lion to sit down and told him what he had dreamed about. Lion naturally told the truth, but he left Grand Maester Iman stunned. For a long while, this man who had experienced almost all the ups and downs in the kingdom over the past 70 years was so shocked by Lion's narration that he did not react for a long time. "In other words, you saw the White Walker in the legend, and beat it half to death, just because it wanted you to be its subordinate." After Grand Maester Iman finished speaking, he didn't know how to comment on Lion's ramblings. Although judging by Leon's expression and the tone of his voice when he spoke, it didn't seem fake. But more because of this, Grand Maester Iman's inner worldview did not allow him to believe that what Lion said was true. "Okay, let's stop here. I've been waiting for you to wake up. I just want to confirm one thing with you. I hope you can agree." It seems that Grand Maester Iman stayed up all night not to listen to Lion talking in his sleep, but for something more important. "Well, Grand Maester Iman, I know all about it." Faced with the Grand Secretary's request, Lion agreed without any hesitation. After all, in his opinion, how could a kind old man whose half-body was about to be buried in the ground have any bad intentions? Seeing that Lion agreed, Grand Maester Iman did not say anything, but stood up and slowly walked towards a light source. Seeing that Grand Maester Iman seemed to want to get something, Lion, who always gave up his seat to the elderly on the bus, stood up and wanted to help. However, Grand Maester Iman seemed to have particularly nimble legs and feet today, as if something good was about to happen. Before Lion could stand up, Grand Maester Iman had already brought a lamp over. "Now, put your hand on it." After saying that, Grand Maester Iman lifted the lampshade, revealing a candle made of some unknown biological oil inside. "Put it on the fire?" Leon asked, fearing that he might have misunderstood the old man's meaning. "Yes." Grand Maester Iman stretched out his hand, and a bony palm with a few age spots pressed directly on the flame. "Put your palm on it like I did." Lion's expression immediately became strange, and he thought, "Is this old man trying to use me as an experiment?" But Lion, who respected the elderly and loved the young, did not resist this unusual event. Seeing that Grand Maester Iman's hand had been roasted for a long time as if nothing had happened, Lion was quite tempted and put his hand on it. Unlike the old hand who couldn't squeeze out a drop of oil, as soon as Leon put his hand on it, there was a sizzling sound like barbecue. Then Leon endured the piercing pain in his palm and persisted with a frown. After a moment, with Leon's blessing, the candle light in the room seemed to be a little brighter. But Grand Maester Iman never said to stop for a moment, so Lion persisted with some pain and happiness. Fortunately, this inhumane torture or experiment was quickly stopped by Grand Maester Iman. "Leon, are you really not afraid of fire or are you just holding it in?" Seeing the painful expression on the experimental subject's face, the last glimmer of hope in Grand Maester Iman's heart was completely shattered. But Grand Maester Iman, who did not give up, asked one last question. Reporting to the Grand Secretary, "I can still endure it." Lion's answer completely shattered Grand Maester Iman's hope. It would be more appropriate to describe it as a fantasy. True dragons are not afraid of fire, Leon, and you, apparently not even black fire. Black fire. Lion couldn't help but feel confused about the meaning of this word as he pondered over the words of Grand Maester Iman. "It's nothing, you can go back." Grand Maester Iman did not explain. In just a moment, Lion keenly felt that the old man in front of him had lost at least 10 years of energy and spirit. The hair color that was originally mixed with grey and white seemed to have a unified tone. "By the way, you don't need to come and change the dressing for yesterday's wound. I checked and it has fully healed. Also, while you were asleep, a little fellow named John came to see you several times. Maybe he is still waiting for you at the door." After dressing neatly, Lion arrived at the door and pushed it open. As expected, Grand Maester Iman was right. There was a figure squatting next to a night watchman on duty in the corner. When he saw the movement at the door and that the person coming out was Lion, the figure immediately stood up and walked towards Lion. "Leon, you are indeed the most capable fighter among the Night's Watch. You are still alive." The sound arrived before the person arrived. In the moonlight, Lion could see John's excited face. John rubbed his knees which were numb from squatting. He had been dealing with the gatekeeper's apprentice for the entire afternoon, just so that he could go in and take care of his good brother who was lying in the hospital bed. But without the order from the Grand Secretary, the apprentice Ke Zhong did his duty and did not let anyone in. So the angry John said to the apprentice, "I won't leave, I can stand here all day." What he got in return was a pair of white eyes from the apprentice, and a sentence, "Then just wait and see, you can stand wherever you like." So John stood stubbornly for the whole afternoon, but until the evening Lion showed no signs of waking up, so John, unable to hold on any longer, had to squat aside and wait. Seeing Leon coming out, John didn't bother to rub his sore knees. Instead, he gently patted Leon's shoulder, as if checking if there were any parts missing from Leon's body. "You know what? When I saw you being beaten into a pig's head and being carried by 2 apprentices before leaving, you could still smile at me. I knew you were fine." John confirmed that Lion was in good health, as if he was not only fine after being beaten up by hundreds of rangers, but also became much stronger. He felt indescribably relieved. "It's so late and you're still awake. Do you have anything to do with me?" Lion felt uncomfortable with John's obviously over-enthusiastic enthusiasm, especially when he thought of the scene where Grand Maester Iman had just used him as an experiment, so he asked carefully, "Are you going to use me for some other experiment, too?" "What are you thinking about?" "I'm here just to inform you that Old Xiong has announced that he will arrange your swearing-in ceremony whenever you wake up. But I think the big shots are all asleep now, so it should be okay to postpone the swearing-in ceremony until tomorrow. That's it." Lion understood John's desire to be recognized as a member of the Night's Watch in the early stage, and John was happy for him. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lion walked towards the recruits' dormitory with John. However, when passing by the night watchman guarding the Maester Tower, Lion saw in the latter's eyes that was different from the way the veterans looked at him in the past. It was a look filled with admiration, trust, and equality. It seemed that what happened in the parade ground during the day had spread throughout the entire Black Iron Castle, and the veterans wholeheartedly recognized the powerful Leon as a member of the Night's Watch brothers. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommates were already snoring loudly, but Leon was still in high spirits and planned to continue sleeping to see if he could dream about the White Walker again. After all, Lion hasn't had enough fun yet. But before that, Leon summoned the panels and systems that he had not had time to check before he fell into a coma during the day. The panel remains the same, except that the level has changed from 1 to 10, and the number of freely allocable points has also become 10. However, Lion was not in a hurry to distribute it. After all, his current attributes were sufficient. It would be bad if there were any special situations in the future and he had no points to deal with. Although the panel remains unchanged, the system seems to be changing every day and has undergone significant changes. Passive tasks. 8 Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 199 people, restore some stamina. 200 can grow infinitely. 2 Conferring. This function is unlocked after you command more than 10 people. You can promote subordinates who have gained experience in battle to elite soldiers. 1 Plunder. After killing or defeating a person, you can plunder 1 gold dragon regardless of whether the opponent is rich or poor. Fixed skill. If you defeat your opponent in a sparring match, you have a 1% chance of stealing a piece of equipment from him that is better than your own. Can be grown. First of all, it's obvious that Bloodlust is going to be just that, very soon. Lion has used 2 actual battles in 2 days to prove how efficient this skill is in restoring health. With further upgrades, even if Lion is beaten to his last breath, he will be able to revive with full health immediately after defeating someone. It's just that this upgrade condition is still a bit harsh in Lion's opinion. If he hadn't mocked them today, he might not have such a good opportunity to attract hundreds of people for his upgrade next time. No, I have to find a way to get someone to beat me up. Oh no, let me beat someone else. Leon thought so. Then Leon's attention was drawn to the description of the third skill. If we say that the skill of bloodthirstiness is the foundation of a tall building for Leon, the skill of plundering is a real help to Lion, who is not rich but is in dire financial straits. No matter whether your opponent is poor or rich, listen, what great and romantic words they are. For a moment, Leon was so moved that he almost cried. Damn it! Hundreds of gold dragons were lost just like that? You should have shown up earlier, you bastard. But there was no point saying anything now. Lion could only turn his grief and anger into strength and concentrate on studying where the next batch of potential opponents were. Silent all night. When the morning of a new day came and Lion was awakened by the singing of a lark, he felt full of energy and clear-headed. Another ordinary day in the beautiful continent of West Eros began. It was still Hood who fetched water for Leon to wash his face. Knowing that Leon had been hungry for a day, he thoughtfully prepared a nutritious breakfast for him. He swallowed the boiled egg that Hood had carefully peeled with his sturdy fingers in one gulp. Seeing that Hood was a little slow in bringing the mouthwash, Leon kicked him, hitting Hood's broad buttocks. The wine spilled all over the floor, and the sissy reed beside him hurriedly handed his glass of water to Leon. After just one sip, Leon spat it all out. Why is it water? Are you trying to poison me? Bring me some wine. How could Lion's strange movement early in the morning not wake up John? At this moment, his face was full of surprise and confusion. He didn't understand why Lion, who woke up the next day after just one night's sleep, was as arrogant and mean as a different person. John, who was born with a strong sense of justice, felt that he could not bear to see his good brother continue to degenerate like this, so he planned to stand up and harshly question Leon why he did this. But just as John stood up, Eddie stopped him and explained, Head and his gang were still thinking about it last night. They thought that Leon, who was defeated by hundreds of rangers during the day, was no match for them. So they wanted to join forces to destroy Leon. However, they were discovered by Leon, who slept with one eye open, and they beat them half to death. Look, aren't there a few more old wounds on Huoda's face? With Eddie's reminder, John discovered that Hood's face was covered with new and old wounds, and he looked like a pig-headed man. As he suddenly realized what was going on, John breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that there is a reason for what happened. It would be better if Leon did not become a mean villain like Aliser Thorne overnight. John immediately put away his angry expression, put on a smiling face and walked towards Lion. All right, you damned peasants and sons of thieves, Lord Leon doesn't need your service here anymore, get out of here. John's words made the new recruits feel relieved. After seeing Lion nod slightly, they quickly put down their work and scattered. Lion felt a little unsatisfied at this rare noble enjoyment in his life, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at John who had ruined his good fortune. Don't forget what I told you last night. Go find the commander-in-chief now and complete your Night's Watch oath ceremony. But unfortunately, Eddie and I both have guard duty today and cannot witness such a glorious moment of yours." After John said this, Eddie also had a regretful expression on his face and nodded to Leon. "So, go quickly. When you come back, I want you to explain every detail of the oath ceremony to me in person. Promise me, Leon." "Yes, I will." After saying that, after hesitating for a while, Leon reluctantly left the dormitory and headed towards the command tower alone. Along the way, after the incident of the White Walkers entering his dream, although Leon seemed nonchalant, he was actually silently tense in his heart. So Leon easily discovered that something was wrong coming from one of the buildings in Black Iron Castle. Dang, dang, dang! Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of blacksmith Donald hammering the sword blank, Leon walked into the only blacksmith shop in the Black Iron Castle. "Leon, do you want me to make a new sword? Or do you want me to make you some other weapon?" The blacksmith Donald knew who the visitor was without even turning his head. While he was speaking, his hands kept moving, one hand holding an iron clamp and the other holding a hammer, hammering hard until the material in front of him gradually took the shape of a long sword. "This seems to be my first time visiting your blacksmith shop, but I have heard so many stories about you from other recruits that my ears are almost calloused. What kind of legend did you hear? Was it that I traveled all over the 7 kingdoms? Or that I tasted countless delicacies from the mountains and the sea? Or that I had hundreds of women? Or that I fought hundreds of battles?" When talking about himself, Blacksmith Donald seemed to have endless words to say. He raised his strong arms high and then dropped them heavily. This mechanical movement, day after day, night after night, had long been integrated with Blacksmith Donald. All of them, but the only thing missing is why a big shot like you would choose to go north to the wall. "Tell me, when was your broken arm reattached?" Faced with a strange situation that would have frightened ordinary people to death, Leon was quite relaxed. He pulled a chair from the side and sat down slowly, wanting to hear what the blacksmith Donald in front of him had to say. The blacksmith Donald's nickname is Broken Arm. You know, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. It was after he lost an arm during the siege of Storm's End that the blacksmith Donald decided to put on black and live in seclusion from the world. However, the 2 arms of this blacksmith Donald were intact, with no signs of recent stitches. Donald, the blacksmith whose identity was exposed by Leon on the spot, did not seem angry. He slowly and methodically made the material in his hand into a sword shape, and then stabbed it into the cold rapeseed oil beside him, and then turned around to face Leon. However, the blacksmith Donald did not explain to Leon who he was. Instead, he said something meaningful. "The boy owes his life to the thousand-faced god." "What the hell? I'm asking for your name." "Someone has no name." "What do you mean by someone or not someone? Can't you use first-person adjectives?" "Someone knows how to use it, but that person has already devoted himself to serving the thousand-faced god. Now that person is just a nobody." Leon, it felt like he had no idea what was going on with this guy who called himself someone. Just hearing all the names of someone else made Leon, who had average comprehension ability, feel a bit overwhelmed. However, from the tone of his voice, Leon recalled the plot of the TV series and pieced together some things. "Then let me ask you, which life does the boy you mentioned owe to the thousand-faced god?" "Aliser Thorne." This time, the blacksmith Donald did not keep saying someone and someone, but directly gave a specific and accurate name. "So it's him." "Yes, the thousand-faced god can't wait any longer, so you need to act quickly, boy." "Wait, why should I obey the will of this thousand-faced god you mentioned? You should know that this is the North, and we believe in the old gods. And I have never heard of your thousand-faced god. There is no need for you to quibble, boy. Someone has already paid a sufficient price in blood money. All you need to do is take Aliser Thorne's life." "Then may I ask who paid the blood money?" Leon was a little curious. Although Aliser Thorne in real life was sarcastic and heartless, he did his best to train a group of new recruits who were just robbers and thieves into qualified Night's Watch men. Apart from John, Leon couldn't think of anyone else who had such a deep hatred for Aliser Thorne that he would even do everything to ask the Faceless Man to assassinate him. Although in the end this task was outsourced and delegated to other levels and finally fell on Lion's head. It would have been fine if he was confused before, but now he clearly has a chance to find out the whole story. It would be reasonable for Lion to ask for everything before sending Aliser Thorne to the front, right? Perhaps he was fed up with Leon's endless questioning like a curious baby. The expressionless blacksmith Donald turned around and took out the tempered sword from the rapeseed oil. He didn't know what magic he used, but after a few simple ping-pong knocks, a brand new one-handed long sword emitting a faint blue light was handed to Leon. This is the reward that the thousand-faced god gave to the boy, but in order to urge the boy, it was given in advance. Looking at the light, apart from the gradually dimming blue light, only the black and white color that divided the sword from the central axis was constantly shining, like the separation between hell and heaven. Black and white kiss. Yes. After saying that, the blacksmith Donald reached out and lifted up his human skin mask, revealing an ordinary face that looked just like anyone else in the crowd. After the deed is done, the boy can find someone to make weapons at any time, and he only needs to hold this coin and call someone Maud. Someone will travel thousands of miles and come to someone in half a day. After saying that, the man with the common face raised his hand and threw out a coin that had no front or back, or rather, both sides had human faces, and flicked it in the air for dozens of times with his fingertips. Seeing this, Leon subconsciously wanted to reach out to take it, but was grabbed by the common face in advance. Someone said that I can only give it to you after the task is completed, and the task must be completed before the sun sets completely today. The lifeless face of the public was almost moved by Leon's recklessness. I have an idea. If we keep chasing the sun at a very fast speed, then this mission will never be completed. The thousand-faced god is very unhappy with the boy's sophistry. After saying that, the common face retreated. Leon felt a flash before his eyes. Then he looked carefully again, but there was no trace of the common face in the blacksmith shop. But there was indeed an extremely sharp steel sword on the table. Maud also thoughtfully gave her a scabbard that matched the gorgeous sword. As soon as he took the hilt of the sword, Leon couldn't help but praise it. Nice sword. The mount and blade panel also made some noise for Leon, as if offering a treasure. Obtained black and white kiss X1, after equipping, agility plus 10, magic breaking plus 10, description, made of the legendary Valyrian steel, unstoppable. Is this why the more powerful the equipment, the shorter the description? Very good and powerful. Seeing that the mount and blade panel had been silent for a long time, Lion thought excitedly. It just so happens that the bloodthirsty progress bar in his system is only one person away from being upgraded again. Aliser Thorne, if I step through the door with my left foot first, you will be dead today. After the guard of the command tower asked Lion about his purpose, he moved aside to make way for him and opened the door of the commander-in-chief's study for Lion. Lion then walked with his head held high, stepping into the study with his left foot first. After briefly adapting to the light in the room, Lion noticed that the commander-in-chief had quite a few guests visiting him. The commander-in-chief was holding a parchment letter in his hand. When he saw Lion coming in, he ignored it and rolled up the letter and put it in a small wooden barrel. Then he tied it to a raven and released it out of the window. This is already the third great lord we have sought help from. I hope he will not let us down and bring us the soldiers and food we desperately need. Grand Maester Iman, with his dim eyes, stared out the empty window and muttered to himself. Seeing that Old Seong had finished his work, Lion imitated the tone and posture of other veterans and saluted the commander-in-chief. Leon Victor reports for duty, Lord Commander-in-Chief. You seem to have endless energy, you've fought twice in 2 days. Have you chosen your opponent today? As soon as Old Seong came up, he launched into a barrage of deliberate accusations, his expression neither good nor bad. This question made Leon feel a little embarrassed as to how to answer. Before Colin left, he asked me for you. He insisted on having you as his deputy in the Rangers. But I rejected it because you haven't gone through the oath ceremony yet. I believe you have considered it very clearly in the past 2 days about whether to take the oath or not. When Old Seong spoke, there was a sense of majesty that could not be interrupted, so Leon had to stand straight, holding his head high and listening to what Old Seong said. As a noble, you are different from the prisoners. You can leave at any time before the oath ceremony, and you will not be considered a deserter. After all, over the past thousands of years, countless men who were passionate men before setting out have been scared to death after feeling the biting cold wind of the wall. At the same time, love, power, family, etc. in this world have nothing to do with you anymore. Are you ready, Leon Victor? Always be prepared, Lord Commander-in-Chief. Lion listened to Old Seong's inspiring speech. Although he was just a high school student before the time travel, his blood was already boiling with excitement. He wished he could swear an oath on the spot and become a glorious brother of the Night's Watch. Very good, "Master, call your men and let's go to the church." "Yes, Lord Commander-in-Chief." Aliser Thorne, who had been silent since Leon came in, finally spoke. He glanced at Leon while speaking. Somehow, Leon never looked at him more than once today, as if he was just air. It seemed that the long-standing hostile relationship between the two had come to an end with Lion's upcoming joining of the Night's Watch. "Don't even think about it. I'm not done with you," Aliser Thorne muttered in a low voice. His narrow-mindedness prevented him from letting go of the hatred between them so easily. But then on the way to the church, Aliser Thorne found that there were flocks of crows floating in the sky, and a few of them even landed on his shoulders and kept caught on his head. Aliser Thorne was upset and tried to wave them away, but the result was that more crows fell on his head. As if this was some kind of ominous sign. "Humph, why bother about these little crows?" the old bear groaned, which paused Alisa's movements. Then the latter had no choice but to let the crow use his body as a foothold. Fortunately, once we entered the church, these annoying crows disappeared. Mormont stood before the altar, rainbow lights glittering on his bald head. "You came here against the law," he began. "Poachers, rapists, debtors, murderers, thieves, and kidnappers. You came here as children, alone and in chains, without friends or honor. You came here rich or poor. You came from great families or bastards or nobody, but it doesn't matter. All is past. We are all one family on the wall. This evening, as the sun sets and the night falls, you will take the oath. From now on, you are sworn brothers of the Night's Watch. Your sins will be cleared, your debts will be cancelled, and you will also have to erase your former family loyalties, put aside your old hatreds, and forget your past love affairs. You will be reborn. The Night's Watch serve the kingdom. Not for the king, not for the nobles, not for the honor of the rich, not for wealth, not for glory, not for love, but for the safety of the kingdom and its people. The Night's Watch do not marry or have children. We take responsibility as our wife and honor as our concubine. You are our only sons. You have heard the oath. Please think carefully before you swear. Once you put on the black clothes, there will be no turning back. Abandoning your duty is the only death penalty." Elder Xiong paused for a moment, then continued, "Does anyone among you want to leave? If so, leave now. We will never look down on you for this." No one moved. "Very well," said Mormont. "Return here in the evening and take the oath before Septon Saletta and the chief of your order. Are there any of you who believe in the old gods?" Leon thought for a moment and said, "Yes, sir." "Could it be that the Victor family believes in the old gods?" "No, it's just that since I've come to the wall, I'd better pay a visit to the local gods." After hearing Leon's answer, Mr. Xiong felt strange but did not delve into it further. "When this is over, go to the haunted forest half a mile north. There are weirwoods everywhere from the old gods there. That's it, kid. According to our needs and your own abilities and skills, you will be assigned to different positions." Bowen Marsh, the general steward of the Night's Watch, stepped forward and handed him a piece of paper. The commander spread out the paper. "Hold, join the craftsmen," he began to read, and Hold nodded stiffly and excitedly. "Glenn, join the rangers. Abate, join the craftsmen. Piper, join the rangers." The new recruits whose names were read all showed a relieved expression. "Mesha, join the rangers. Darien, join the affairs officer. Todd, join the rangers. Lion, is the deputy of the chief coach, responsible for training the new recruits. The night is coming. I begin my watch until I die. I shall take no wife, no land, no child. I shall wear no crown, no prize. I shall do my duty. Live and die by it. I am a sword in the dark, a sentinel on the wall, a fire that burns against the cold, a light that brings the dawn, a horn to wake the sleepers, a shield that protects the realm. I give my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and every night." The recruits whose names were called all knelt down and recited the Night's Watch oath. Their voices were different, but the content was exactly the same. "You are children when you kneel down. Rise up, men of the Night's Watch." Following Elder Xiong's order, the new recruits all stood up with excitement on their faces. They looked at their companions in bewilderment, unable to believe that they were now truly night watchmen. "You will be called the Night Watchmen, but you are fools if you believe them. You are all little brats smelling of summer, and when winter comes, you will all die like flies." Aliser Thorne's vicious words really poured cold water on the recruits. Especially when he heard old Xiong say that Leon would serve as his deputy to train new recruits in the future, he immediately became furious and turned to face old Xiong. Leon was a rookie yesterday, but from now on he will be my equal. You might as well just let him be the head coach. How can I convince others if you do this? That's your business. Besides, Leon's sword skills and bravery have been proven. Old Xiong answered calmly, and the coach undoubtedly hit a snag with the commander-in-chief. To be honest, Lion doesn't care much about his duty as a coach. Although it is not the most desired ranger position that allows him to go north to fight against the savages, it is not a bad position as he can slowly improve his strength by training new recruits and constantly fighting against them. Lord Tyrion Lannister will be leaving for King's Landing soon. You have connections at court, so why not just follow him south to ask for help from the king? Unexpectedly, Mr. Xiong's next words shocked both of them. Aliser Thorne looked at Lion with a look full of resentment. In his mind, this was a prelude to the old bear no longer valuing him. When he returned from King's Landing with a group of prisoners, he would probably be completely excluded from the core of power. The reason why Leon was so frightened was that the thousand-faced god had already given a deadline. If Aliser Thorne really left like this, would he have to wait for him to come back and then kill him? Not right. Not right. The two men seemed to have the same idea and protested to Mr. Xiong at the same time. Alicia. Old Xiong was a little angry at the time. He had been in charge of Black Iron Castle for decades, but this was the first time that two people contradicted his decision at the same time. He immediately looked at the head coach with a bad face. There can only be one coach of Black Iron Castle, and it can only be me. So, what about you? After listening to the head coach's speech, old Xiong looked at Lion. That's right. Besides, the Legion is short of manpower right now. Why not invite Lord Aliser to join the Rangers? I can handle the position of coach by myself. You. Aliser Thorne never expected that Lion, the deputy coach, had already blatantly begun planning to seize power before he even took office. Okay, you two should just have a duel, and the loser will go feed the horses. To the two rebellious subordinates, old Xiong announced the final decision in an extremely annoyed tone. After that, he was too lazy to talk to them anymore and directly ordered the two coaches to find a place in the training ground for the competition. Wooden sword, or iron sword? Walking into the training ground, Leon asked the question first, but his hand had already pulled out the black and white kiss, and he had obviously chosen the iron sword. Iron sword! Iron sword! The seven gods, if one of us deserves to die, let us die in front of the seven gods. Aliser Thorne was also furious. He completely ignored the terrifying fighting power that Lion had shown before, and directly drew his sword and walked towards Lion. Mr. Xiong, the head coach is probably no match for Leon. Why don't you stop him? General Manager Bowen Marsh spoke up to stop the competition, but Old Bear just stared at the flock of crows above Aliser Thorne without saying a word. You arrogant little brat, prepare to die. If Aliser Thorne was a coward who dared not draw his sword when facing an enemy, he should have surrendered when the rebels broke through King's Landing during the Usurpers' War. So he drew his sword and stepped forward even though he knew he could not defeat Lion. This made Lion feel a little respect, but soon Lion's respect turned into an unreserved attack. Without saying a word, Leon raised the black and white kiss and slashed it towards Aliser Thorne. Kang! Everyone saw that after the two figures crossed each other, a bright, almost tangible cold light flashed, and the blade of Leon's sword was spotless, with only the tip of the sword dripping with blood. Aliser Thorne opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Then a beam of blood burst out from Aliser Thorne's right shoulder to his waist, and his entire body was split into two halves, even the sword from King's Landing in his hand was neatly split into two. No one could understand why Leon would kill someone so cruelly, considering that he had only injured someone in the previous competition. But things had already happened, and even though everyone finally reacted, it was already too late. The sharpness of the black and white kiss was unprecedented in the world. Even before it was cut into two pieces, Aliser Thorne was not completely killed. His upper body fell to the ground, while his lower body was still standing. He opened his mouth with empty eyes. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He could only stare at the sky with lifeless eyes. Black crows continued to circle above Aliser Thorne's head until he took his last breath. That night, the Elder Bear presided over the funeral of Aliser Thorne. All the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch were present, except for the general manager who accompanied Leon to the God's Wood. Faced with the death of the head coach, Everyone had mixed emotions, but in the end the atmosphere of deep mourning prevailed. He is not a good man, but as a person he is selfish, arrogant and mean, but he is also a loyal, respectable and principled Night's Watchman. He was originally a knight in the crown, and the Thorne family was a direct vassal of the Iron Throne. Later, he joined the Night's Watch and performed his duties as always. During his service at the Wall, he assisted several commanders-in-chief. He is not the most charming coach under my command, but he is the best one. It is he who trains those recruits who were originally thieves and fugitives into qualified Night's Watchmen. He is Aliser Thorne, and his watch ends with his death. Old Bear's eulogy was simple and solemn. The Night's Watchmen around him all paid tribute to Aliser Thorne in the grave. At the end of the funeral, Grand Maester Aemon tremblingly threw a torch into the pile of firewood under Aliser Thorne. A raging fire is burning outside the Great Wall of Despair. Unlike the weirwood trees in the Seven Kingdoms, which have withered and only a few are left. In the ghost forest outside the Great Wall of Despair, sacred trees with human faces carved on them can be seen everywhere. The ceremony was simple. When Lion finished reciting his oath to a weirwood and stood up, he did not notice that he was any different from before. After accompanying Lion to complete his oath, General Manager Bowen Marsh took his people back, leaving Lion behind who wanted to travel around the city for the first time. Although Lion knew that there was a high probability of encountering White Walkers if he was alone outside at this time, Lion, who was wearing the Valyrian steel sword, was not afraid of any White Walkers. After all, Leon had already experienced the horror of the White Walkers, and it was nothing big. Seeing that there was no one around, Leon called softly. Identity, Leon Victor, head coach of the Night Watch. Rating, 11. Family, level 0, no fiefdom. Strength, 25, one-handed, two-handed, polearm. Agility, 23, bow, crossbow, throwing, black and white kiss plus 10. Stamina, 17, riding, running, forging. Cunning, 11, tea pouring, tactics, vices. Social, 11, charisma, leadership, trade. Intelligence, 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points, 11. Available skill focus points, 1 point of agility. 1 skill focus point is added for every 20 points when the attribute exceeds 5 points. Available max level skill specialization times, 0. Inventory, Black and White Kiss Night Watch Apprentice Soft Armor. Currency, 4 gold dragons, obtained by defeating Hot and others who attacked at night. Active quest, Kill Aliser Thorne, completed. New quest, Kill or persuade Mance Raider, King Beyond the Wall, to surrender. Reward, Freeman's Horn. After equipped, the probability of Freeman persuading others to surrender increases by 50%. Passive tasks. 7 Bloodthirst, after killing or defeating 200 people, restore some stamina. 300 can grow infinitely. 2 Conferring, this function is unlocked after you command more than 10 people. You can promote subordinates who have gained experience in battle to elite soldiers. 1 Plunder, after killing or defeating a person, you can plunder 1 gold dragon regardless of whether the opponent is rich or poor. Fixed skill. At the same time, there is a 1% chance to strip the opponent of a piece of equipment of better quality than your own. Can grow. 10 Training, the experience gained by your subordinates from daily training and battles is times the normal rate. After studying several new functions, the first thing Leon considered was the agility specialization points gained after equipping the Black and White Kiss. Bows and arrows, crossbows, throwing. These are actually the only 3 mainstream long-range attack methods currently available in Westeros. Among them, the bow and arrow is a panacea, but it is the kind that is difficult to get started with average damage and only fast attack speed and easy acquisition conditions. The crossbow focuses on lethality, but there is no difficulty in learning it. You just need to aim and shoot, and the lethality is amazing. There is also a dragon-slaying weapon called the dragon crossbow in the world, but it is extremely difficult to obtain and is a strictly controlled weapon in the territories of each lord. Throwing objects are usually spears, javelins, savages flying axes, stones used by bandits for sneak attacks, etc. This is the simplest to obtain, just throw whatever you have in your hand, but the disadvantage is that it is affected by the lethality and range of the throwing objects, and the upper and lower limits vary greatly. After thinking for a while, Leon finally added agility points to the bow. First of all, bows and arrows meet the conditions for large-scale equipment in the future. Secondly, the Night's Watch Rangers focus more on attacking with bows and arrows. Crossbows are not impossible, but in the end, the shortcoming of the crossbow's slow attack speed made Lion give up completely. Since the points are not added to the maximum level this time, even Leon has to find a bow and arrow to practice slowly. However, the panel gives Leon a bow and arrow experience guide, so it is not very difficult for Leon to get started. Lion continued to read on and decided that it was time to add points to free attributes. Considering that I am now the head coach of the Night's Watch, I will inevitably deal with training in the future, so it is time to distribute the 11 free attributes given by the upgrade. At that moment, Leon converted his attribute points into 9 points of social. Then I put the newly added social expertise into leadership. This is not a game world, so Lion does not actually have a so-called troop limit. As long as Lion can afford the troop salaries, the more troop numbers the better. This is the first time that Lion has added points to the lower 3 lanes of the panel. I wonder what effect this addition of dominance will have? Unlock the skill Veterans Respect on the panel. The original bandit units in your army can be converted into regular soldiers. Just after Lion added the point, a line of small words appeared in front of him, which surprised and delighted him. It turned out to be a magical skill for increasing the number of troops in Mount and Blade. With this skill, I believe I will never have to worry about the lack of troops in the future. Thinking of the large map in the Mount and Blade world that was densely packed with bandit units, Leon felt that the Game of Thrones world should be similar, and he couldn't help but laugh so hard that he almost burst into tears. Then Leon turned his attention to the Thousand Faces God system. The target this time is a man known as the King Beyond the Wall, which sounds like he is not someone that is easy to mess with. Lion remembered the description in the original book clearly. Although the wildlings suffered heavy losses in the sudden attack of the White Walkers, the King Beyond the Wall still had at least 100,000 wildling troops under his command. His heads were definitely not something that a small Night's Watch instructor like him could covet. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. However, there is a new entry in the passive task, which increases the training speed of his subordinates by 10 times. As expected, the system still loves Leon. It knows that this world is full of dangers and there is no time for Leon to develop slowly, so it gave him such a powerful skill. To be honest, this is much more useful than any newbie gift pack. After checking the system so many times, Leon came to a conclusion that every time he satisfied his bloodthirsty killing progress, a new entry would appear, which made Leon look forward to what the next entry would be. Feeling that he had gained a lot, Lion closed the panel and then turned his attention to the weirwood in front of him. Logically speaking, there really are gods in this world, so could it be that my appearance in this world is the result of some god's manipulation? Affected by the mysterious atmosphere around him, Leon, who has never believed in ghosts and gods, also began to feel a little suspicious. What's more, Leon has already met the followers of the Thousand-Faced God, and Bran Stark of Winterfell in the original work finally became a green prophet who can see through the long river of time. At this time, Lion was standing under a weirwood tree. If the green prophet could see him, he would not have done nothing at this time. As soon as Leon's thoughts came to mind, it was as if someone heard his thoughts. The face on the weirwood tree in front of him seemed to come alive and spoke to Leon. "Young man from another world, have you ever had any doubts in your heart?" An old voice came from the mouth of the human face on the tree in front of him, which really startled Leon, but he quickly calmed down. "Green Prophet?" Leon asked tentatively. Hearing Leon's words, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and then he said slowly, "The boy is very insightful. I am the Green Prophet mentioned by the ancestors. Do you know your mission in this world? Murder and arson." Leon hesitated for a moment and changed his answer. In fact, he really wanted to answer, "Mount and Blade." Seeing that Leon in front of him was a little stubborn, the Green Prophet threw away all the words he had prepared in his mind, so he changed his mind. "This is not your world. Do you want to go back to the world where you are supposed to exist?" "Ah? Do you really have such a solution?" Originally, Lion had no desire for Green Seer. After all, he now had the Mount and Blade panel and the Thousand-Faced God system. It would be better for the old man Green Seer to go to Ho-Ho Bran Stark. However, what Lion never expected was that Green Seer actually had a way to get himself back to reality. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, when the sea dries up and the mountains fall like dead leaves in the wind, when giants taller than those outside Bravu stand tall, when the last scale of the Song of Ice and Fire ends, in this chaotic world, there will be only one king. Why don't you just tell me that I can't go back? Lion was very dissatisfied with the Green Prophet's weird remarks. Everything in the world has a destiny. After bidding farewell to the mysterious Green Prophet, Lion, whose mood had gone through many ups and downs, returned to the wall in a low spirit. In fact, Leon was not particularly eager to go back, but the words of the Green Prophet reminded Leon of his friends in his previous life, the cat at home, the games in the Steam library, the novels he was following, the unfinished homework and the upcoming college entrance examination. If he had not inexplicably come to this world of Game of Thrones. Lion stood at the foot of the Great Wall. Before his eyes was the towering Great Wall that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see and connected to the sky. Suddenly, a feeling of sadness as a stranger gradually enveloped his heart. A strong desire to go home made Lion burst into tears. It was just a moment, and Leon hid this feeling deep in his heart. The Green Prophet's words actually told Leon very implicitly that his hope of returning was already slim. Leon didn't want to see his future self being tortured by such unrealistic hopes all the time. Instead of holding on to hope, it would be better to give up this fantasy from the beginning. Outside the recruit dormitory, Leon found that his mattress was empty when he came back. He immediately got angry and grabbed someone next to him and asked, "Where is my quilt?" "Yes, it's Lord Snow." "Oh no, John, I'll help you move to the coachman's tower." The poor recruit had already heard the news that Aliser Thorne had been hacked to death in broad daylight, and the aggressive murderer was right in front of him. How could he not be terrified? "Leon, you're back? I've cleaned up your bedroom for you. Now you're not only a night watchman, but also the only coach above our heads." John rushed back from outside at the right time and rescued the new recruit in time. Leon let go of the collar of the new recruit, and the poor new recruit staggered out in a hurry without looking back, as if Leon was some kind of ferocious beast. But in John's eyes, Lion has always been Lion, his good brother. Seeing the unwiped tears in the corners of Lion's eyes, he thought that Lion was moved by the oath-taking ceremony of the night watch, and couldn't help but give Lion a big hug. "You are a big shot now. Please go easy on us in future training. Also, please put in a good word for me to the commander and let me join the Rangers." After the hug, John put forward his requests, and Leon agreed to all of them. Arriving at the bedroom where Aliser Thorne originally lived, Lion, who was upset by the words of the Green Prophet, immediately lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. Perhaps the ghost of Aliser Thorne was unwilling to accept his fate. The wind outside the window was particularly shrill tonight, and Leon was furious when he heard it. He thought, "I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive, so why should I be afraid of your ghost?" Then he shouted at the air, "Get lost!" The curse seemed to have worked, and the wind gradually calmed down. Young people's troubles come and go quickly. When Leon woke up from a good sleep, he had completely forgotten about not being able to go home. Besides, this world is not bad. What's wrong with being a medieval nobleman who lives a corrupt and extravagant life? Hod! Hod! The first thing Leon did after waking up was to call out Hood's name loudly, but no one responded for a long time. Only then did he remember that he had just moved to the coach's tower yesterday and no longer lived in the recruit's dormitory that smelled as bad as a pigsty. "It seems I have to ask Mr. Seong to arrange some administrative officers for me. I am not used to having to fetch water to wash my face so early in the morning," Leon said to himself cheekily. After opening the door, an old soldier of the night watch walked towards Lion and said, "Lion, the commander-in-chief wants to see you for something. He is waiting for you in the conference room." After saying that, he turned and left without saying any words of congratulations, as if Lion's current identity as a coach did not make him look up to him. Meeting room. Leon had developed juvenile dementia at some point and had a very poor memory, but he could remember the journey to the banquet hall, because that was where he had his first delicious meal since he came into this world. But this was not a problem for Leon. He just grabbed someone on the street and asked him to lead the way to the door of the meeting room. After pushing the door open and entering, Old Seong was discussing something with a few of his confidants. When he saw Leon coming in, he stopped talking and said to Leon, "Although the Thorne family has not clearly expressed signs of seeking revenge, based on my experience, you have established an enemy on the road to Westeros." The duel took place under the watchful eyes of the seven. "It was the stranger's will, my lord." Lion spoke calmly and proudly while standing at the table in the conference room and addressing the commander-in-chief. Seeing that Leon looked nonchalant and seemed like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, Old Seong did not say anything more about it. "Bowen, how many recruits do we have so far?" 403, Your Excellency. Very good, Leon, did you hear that? 403, Sir. One cycle is 2 weeks. By the end of the cycle, I want to see at least 10 qualified night watchmen. One more is fine, but if there is one less, you must resign immediately. Any questions? What areas of their abilities do I need to focus on developing? It's up to you. As long as I can pick up a weapon and fight the savages, I won't flee in the face of danger. Can I have some help? You mean John? He's good with a sword, but he's not good enough. John, I have other plans next. Then I shall be all right, sir. Go ahead. I don't care how you train these recruits. I only want 10 recruits per cycle. I received a thick list of new recruits from General Manager Bowen Marsh, which briefly introduced some of the recruits' personal descriptions, habits, evaluations, and miscellaneous information such as their background. Before he had time to take a closer look, Leon left the meeting room under the gaze of Mr. Seong, who was seeing him off. After going out and standing at the door of the meeting room, Leon quickly scanned the names on the list. I have to say that Eddie's concerns are justified. These 403 new recruits come from a variety of backgrounds and have a wide range of occupations. Less than 1 in 100 people came here voluntarily, such as John, a son of a noble with no criminal record, or Eddie, who was from a farming family. Most of the others were those who had committed minor crimes such as petty theft and were hastily sentenced and sent to the wall. The exceptions are ruthless characters like murderers, and it is probably not Leon's turn to teach these people. These new recruits, who can be regarded as the most ruthless and tough men in Westeros, range in age from teenagers to 40 or 50 years old. However, they have long been not truly accepted by the Night's Watch, so they have to do odd jobs like scrap work all day long. This is the new recruit structure of the Night's Watch, which has been protecting humanity on the front lines of war for 8,000 years. Lion had to believe that if this continued, the wall would fall without any attack from the White Walkers or the Wildlings. Fortunately, the human race is not short of heroes. Relying on nobles like Old Bear, Benyon Stark, Grand Maester Aemon, and even people like Aliser Thorne who chose to come to the wall after being defeated, the backbone of the Night's Watch was propped up and the Night's Watch did not collapse. Speaking of which, the nobles who voluntarily go to the wall are usually second sons or illegitimate children who have no right to inherit fiefdoms. Generally, as long as these people come to the wall to serve, they will be granted various rights by the Commander-in-Chief. I'm afraid this is why Aliser Thorne has always been hostile to John and Lion. You will feel at ease only when power is in your own hands. Back at the recruits' dormitory, Leon asked, "Is there anyone here who can read?" The recruits looked at each other, not knowing what Leon was up to. Perhaps because Leon's attitude was quite friendly, after a long while, a chubby recruit stood up silently in the corner. "My lord, I can read." "Very good. What's your name?" "Samwell Tarly, of the Hornhill in the Reach." Sam's voice became softer and softer until it was barely as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It was obvious that talking to the notorious Leon Victor was not an easy task, but he was born into a noble family and had enough vision and was smart enough. Even though he was cowardly and not as smart as a woman, he was very observant and judged that Leon should need help at this time, and this was a good opportunity to change his destiny. So no matter whether this is a trap or not, Sam has to seize the opportunity to try it, otherwise he might have to waste his whole life in endless trivial matters. Samwell Tarly is the eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly, who is known as one of the best military commanders in the Seven Kingdoms, and the heir to the title of Lord of the Reach. However, whatever pride Lord Randall had for his son when Samwell was born has all vanished as he grew up, became fat, weak, and had a strange temper. As a famous general, Randall always hoped that his son could inherit his father's career, so he tried his best to train the weak-mannered Sam into the brave knight he expected. However, Sam likes music, food, reading, and playing with kittens. Although he is clumsy, he loves dancing abnormally, which always disappoints his father who does not know how to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. As a child, Sam was sent to the Arbor to be a squire for Lord Pakester Redwine, but had to be sent back because he was bullied by Lord Redwine's twin sons. After that, many coaches tried to teach Sam to be tough, but all failed. Sam was scolded and beaten, slapped, and hungry. Lord Randall even thought of making Sam wear his mother's clothes to humiliate him, making him sleep in chain mail, and even letting the Karth wizard bathe him with bison blood, but none of them could make Sam more courageous. However, this series of failed attempts made Sam extremely afraid of his father. He became fatter and fatter but more and more timid. He felt sick when he saw blood, and even cried when he saw a chicken being killed. In the end, Lord Rendell's disappointment turned into anger and finally disgust. After Sam's mother, Lady Melissa, gave birth to 3 sisters in 3 consecutive years, his younger brother Dickon Tarley was born. Dickon was strong and lively since childhood, and possessed all the martial qualities that his brother lacked. As a result, Lord Rendell no longer paid attention to Sam and devoted all his energy to his younger son, who was more pleasing to him. Without the pressure from his father, Sam was able to immerse himself in music and books and spend a few years of sweet and comfortable years. However, when he proposed to go to Old Town for further studies, he was forbidden by his father because Rendell, who valued martial arts over literature, was very disgusted with the idea of family members wearing bachelor necklaces. So on the morning of Sam's 15th birthday, his father suddenly woke him up and declared that he was not worthy of inheriting the family sword and title, and must give up his family identity and join the Night's Watch to make way for his younger brother Dickon's inheritance. If Sam dared not to do so, then tomorrow we will go out hunting, and your horse will fall somewhere in the forest, and you will fly out of the saddle and die, at least that's what I will tell your mother. You don't have to imagine that you will die easily or have a way to resist, because I will be happy to chase you and kill you with my own hands. Faced with his father's death threat, Sam chose to join the service at the wall. Seeing Sam's timid look when he spoke, the other Night's Watch recruits couldn't help but want to laugh, but they had to hold it back under Leon's somewhat terrifying and depressing aura. I know you, Sam. We met once before, at the feasting hall in Highgarden. That was 8 years ago, Your Excellency. Sam forced himself into an expression that looked like he was crying but not laughing on his fat face. It was obvious that he had a good memory and still remembered Leon. It's not that Lion's memory suddenly got better, but a big event happened at that time. Before Lion followed his father out to broaden his horizons, he had met General Lando. At that time, there seemed to be a fat little boy following him. Very good, Sam, you are my clerk now. Take this list and look for them one by one. No matter how many people you find before 2 p.m., stop and ask them to come to the parade grounds. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Don't call me sir. After all, I was just like you yesterday, a new recruit of the Night's Watch. Then, can I call you Lion like John and the others? That's right. Leon's stern face finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he patted Sam's shoulder with a smile. I have to say that it is really difficult for an inexperienced young man to pretend to be dignified. It is said that it is comfortable to deal with smart people. Sam did not ask Leon. There are hundreds of names on the list. If he looks for them one by one even after 3 days, he may not be able to find them all. What's more, the time is set at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But Lion must have his reasons for doing this. First, those who were not called were definitely not lucky enough, and the probability of them being killed on the battlefield in the future was much lower than that of the lucky ones. Furthermore, there is a high probability that the person who is called will choose not to come. Why waste time on such a disobedient guy? By the way, Sam, I have a small question to ask you. Just as Sam was about to go out to gather people, Leon suddenly called him from behind. What is the problem? If you wanted to start your own family, what would you call it? Well, I haven't thought about this question. Although my father doesn't love me, I think I will continue to use the name of our Tully family and exist in the form of a branch. Okay, it's okay. There were about 10 people standing scattered on the training ground. Hodder said to Sam, who was shaking uncontrollably, with a look of gloating. Sam, you are not a competent official. You messed up your first time serving Lord Leon. Lion won't blame me. Although he said that, Sam looked at Leon's changeable expression standing on the podium. He lacked confidence and began to worry that what Hood said might be true. Sam, is it time yet? There was a hint of coldness in Leon's voice, and his indifferent eyes swept over the dozen or so recruits standing in front of him. Anyone who saw him could tell that he was about to go berserk. Even Coach Aliser, who is regarded as the most inhumane among the recruits, would not send so few people to daily training. It seems that Lion's foundation is too shallow, or perhaps other high-ranking members of the Night's Watch are trying to trip him up. In short, judging from the current situation, if the training goes well, Lion's coaching position can only last for a month at most. Leon, Master Coach, the time has come. Then let's get started. Today our training item is archery. Sam, take 2 people to the armory to get enough bows and arrows. Sam followed the order and soon distributed a bow and arrow to each of the people on the parade ground with 2 new recruits. Many recruits were confused. Huoda bravely asked, "Master Coach, I admire your swordsmanship, but are you sure you want to train us in archery? Why? You think I'm not capable?" Lion raised his brows, picked up a bow and glanced at Hod. Then, without even looking at the target, he drew his bow and put his arrow on it in one go. Hey! The arrow shot by Lion hit the target steadily at a distance of 25 steps. However, Lion only showed off his skills briefly, which failed to shock the new recruits. The recruits with poor eyesight only saw that the arrow did hit the target, while the recruits with good eyesight almost laughed out loud. 7 rings. If it were someone else, this might be a good result, but the key is that this was the arrow shot by Leon, the coach. At this distance, many recruits can perform like this, and most of them can even perform a little better. However, in order to save Lion's face, many people just mocked him in their hearts and pretended to be serious on the surface. Hod, you come and shoot an arrow. Hearing Leon calling his name, Hood pretended to be embarrassed. Sir, I have confidence in yourself. When Leon on the podium saw this, he thought that Hood was afraid that he would not perform well, so he gave him some encouragement. Okay, okay. Hood also drew his bow and arrow, but after squinting his eyes and aiming for a long time, he felt a little troubled. Having been hit by Leon's iron fists several times, even a tall and tough guy like Hood would have a psychological trauma when facing Leon. After some thought, Hood decided to give Lion some face. Hey! 8 rings. Good, this result is very good. Lion's voice seemed to recognize Hood's level from the bottom of his heart, but only Hood knew in his heart that at this distance he could hit the bull's eye with every arrow. Then, Lion asked every recruit present to try shooting an arrow to see how they performed. However, the scores of each of the following recruits surpassed those of the careful Hood. Most of them hit the bull's eye, with the exception of Sam, who missed the target. This is not because Sam is deliberately hiding his abilities, but because this is his true level. This result made many recruits look at Lion a little complacent. You know, before coming to the training ground, they were still worried that Lion would take revenge on them and beat them on the head with wooden swords. They didn't expect that the training was about archery, so there was nothing to worry about. In the desperate Great Wall, every new soldier has poor food and sleep. They have no other way except to sneak out hunting to improve their food and use animal fur to keep warm. In this way, every recruit developed fairly good archery skills. Do you want to improve this result? On the high platform, Leon showed no sign of being angry or embarrassed after being slapped in the face. He continued to speak while playing with an arrow feather in his hand. Master Coach, I would rather you teach me swordsmanship. A new soldier in the audience spoke with low EQ. Is it? Lion didn't care and continued to draw his bow and arrow, but this time he aimed not at the target 25 steps away, but at the further 30 steps. Lion didn't aim too much. He shot the arrow and continued to draw the bow and arrow, but he was aiming at the target which was 35, or even 100 steps away and could hardly be seen with the naked eye. Moreover, his movements were smooth and fluid, with each arrow shot less than a second apart. Even the recruit with the best archery skills stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth wide open in disbelief. If someone can do the same thing, I won't force you to practice archery. Now, even Hood, who had the best archery skills among the recruits, did not dare to guarantee it, but he subconsciously felt a little dissatisfied. He counted the targets one by one. Of course, the more he looked, the more shocked he became, because every arrow hit the center of the bull's eye. Even when he reached the target at the farthest point in the training ground, he discovered that the center of the target had been shot through. Leon still had enough strength to shoot through the bull's eye at such a long distance. What a terrifying strength it must have taken. You have to know that Lion didn't aim at all, and in order to pursue speed, he didn't fully pull the bow. When Hood carried the farthest target back, all the recruits had expressions of admiration on their faces. If I say that if you follow my training, even Sam will be able to do this in the future, would you be willing? On the high platform, Leon held a bow and arrow, his eyes as sharp as cold arrows. This made none of the recruits dare to look directly into Leon's eyes. In the end, it was unknown which recruit was the first to react. He bent down and knelt on one knee in front of Leon. Someone set an example, and every recruit did the same afterwards. Even Sam moved his chubby body and tried his best to express his submission to Leon in the most standard posture. The reason for not surrendering is that Lion is not a lord at present, but just a coach of the Night's Watch. It is already very good to let everyone do this. When they stood up again, many recruits had an illusion almost at the same time. It was not that they had suddenly become stronger, but that their minds were filled with an indescribable feeling. When you command more than 10 people, activate the enthronement function. Current troop composition, Night Watch recruits X19, weekly salary is 190 bronze stars. Be careful, delaying the payment of wages will lead to lower morale and a higher chance of desertion. P.S. The currency conversion in Game of Thrones is too troublesome, so this book uses the ratio of 1:10:100, with 1 gold dragon equaling 100 bronze stars. Similar to the troop panel in Mount and Blade, half of these recruits already had full experience, so Leon directly upgraded them to Night Watch Rangers, doubling their salaries. As for the current salaries of these people, Lion, who has a huge sum of 4 gold dragons in his pocket, can still afford it, and it is not payday yet. The reason why Lion readily took over the position of head coach and generously paid them salaries was not because he was so selfless that he could train new recruits for the Night's Watch without reservation, but because these new recruits were stamped with ideological standards by the system the first moment they came under Lion's command. Even if they were no longer loyal to Lion at the moment, in the future these new recruits who had left the team would have to pledge their allegiance again at Lion's discretion. Start training. Following Leon's order, the new recruits who were promoted to Night's Watch Rangers immediately sweated hard at the targets with full enthusiasm. Even the chubby Sam looked at the arrows he shot with some disbelief. With Lion's command and blessing, Sam's arrow hit the target for the first time in his life. This discovery made Sam so excited that he wanted to cry, but his father, Lord Randall Tarley, was not present, otherwise he really wanted him to see that his son was not the useless good-for-nothing as he said, but now he is also a well-known man of the Night's Watch. It was not until the evening, when the last Night's Watch recruit was promoted to Ranger, that Lion stopped the training. At this moment, all the recruits had an inexplicable feeling, as if they were much stronger now than they were during the day. All the recruits were so excited that their faces flushed, and they shouted loudly to vent their joy. John, who had been watching from the sidelines, did not dare to disturb Lion's training until it was over. He walked to the bottom of the platform and looked at Lion with admiration. "I never knew you had such a skill. Even Master Pighead Sam, you only needed 1 day to train him." Since Aliser died early and did not target Sam, the friendship between John and Sam is not as deep as in the original book. "You know what? I also took the oath of office for the Night's Watch today, along with Eddie and the others. It's just that I was appointed as the officer of Old Bear, not a ranger like my uncle. I can't stand the thought of being a servant in the future, taking care of shit and urine, washing clothes and serving meals for an old man. But luckily Eddie told me that this was Mr. Seong's way of training me to be his successor. Otherwise, I would have thought my life was over." John, who hadn't been seen for a day, turned out to be busy taking the oath. "But no matter what, congratulations, Brother John of the Night's Watch." Hearing this, Lion naturally would not be stingy with a hug or a compliment. But seeing that John didn't look particularly happy, Leon couldn't help but wonder, what happened? What else happened during the swearing-in ceremony? No, but Ghost brought back a severed hand from one of our ranger brothers. His body was found less than half a mile from the wall. Leon, who had watched the TV series, then remembered that it was when John and Sam went to the Haunted Wood to take the oath that they discovered the body of the Night's Watch brother who was killed by the White Walkers. As a result, the old bear was almost killed by the corpse that resurrected in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Ghost gave them a warning, and John happened to throw the oil lamp on the corpse, which burned it. Afterwards, John turned a disaster into a blessing and received a Valyrian steel sword called Longclaw from the old bear. To be honest, if the system hadn't given him a black and white kiss, Leon would have been attracted by this Valyrian steel sword and would have tried to find a way to become the affairs officer for Old Bear. But it was obvious that it was destined that Old Bear would choose John as his successor. Fortunately, Leon did not go, because it would have been a waste of time if he had gone. By the way, where is the body now? It was placed in an empty cold room in the cellar. After hearing what John said, Leon was speechless. It would have been fine if these people didn't mind corpses, but they actually put them together with food. How could this be possible? Even if the corpse didn't turn into a zombie in the end, Leon couldn't bear it. "Why don't you burn it? We have to wait for Grand Maester Iman to see it. There's something strange about this corpse. You'll know when you see it." When John thought of the corpse, a confused expression suddenly appeared on his face. That is human beings' confusion about unknown things. No, take me to see the body, and you come with me, Sam. After Lion said this, he was about to let John lead the way. However, when Sam heard that Lion was going to take him to see the body, he was immediately frightened. Leon. Sir, can I not go? Even though Sam has grown a little through training, his timid nature cannot be changed overnight. Okay. Lion showed an expression on his face, which said, I've given you a chance but you're useless. Without saying anything more, he followed John. Sam behind him saw that Lion really didn't care about him. Looking at the recruits around him winking at him, he actually knew in his heart that Lion had good intentions towards him and wanted to take him out to save face. With this thought in mind, Sam forced himself not to think too much and quickly followed. Leon had only taken a few steps when he saw Sam really following him, so he didn't say much. There was a chill in the vegetable cellar, especially since it was already dark, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. For a corpse, Old Xiong didn't think it was necessary to send out guards. So the three of them came up to the corpse in a carefree manner. Lion didn't recognize the name of this unfortunate ranger, but John obviously did. Even though it was not the first time he saw him, a sad expression was visibly revealed on John's face. His name is Other. I saw them off with my own eyes before they left the wall. John pursed his lips, his voice low, his eyes red. Seeing this, Lion did not ask anything, but patiently became a good listener. Sure enough, John continued, he is the best ranger under my uncle Benyon Stark. That day, my uncle went to patrol the north with 6 of his men. Your uncle will be fine. Sam didn't dare to look directly at the body, but seeing this situation he had to force himself to remain calm and comfort John. Thank you. John raised his head and looked at Sam gratefully. Everyone says so. The Lord Commander also said, if any wildling dares to hurt Benyon's men, he will definitely lead his men to hunt them down. After you came back, did Grand Maester Iman look at this corpse? Lion looked at Other lying on the ground with a pair of deep blue eyes that were no different from those of the White Walkers. Even though he had seen White Walkers in his dreams, this was the first time he saw them in reality, and he still felt a chill in his heart. After all, if it is really dead, it is dead. The key is that you don't know when it will jump up and hit you. To be honest, the waiting process is quite torturous. Do not know. I think we should burn this body quickly, in case it becomes a disaster. Just as Leon finished saying this, there were several sounds of footsteps outside the door. Before the three of them had time to hide, the door of the storage room was pushed open. What are you three doing here so late at night? Several people came into the storage room, led by an old night watchman. If Leon remembered correctly, his name was Cohen or something. He was the one who took over the guard duty with Leon on the morning of the day when he obtained the system. However, Colin obviously didn't care about the reason why the 3 people came here. While talking, he planned to carry the body with other veterans. Be careful! Sam suddenly shouted to Cohen, who was lifting the body with his back to him. Just as Cohen looked up in confusion, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing from behind him. As an old soldier, Cohen subconsciously dropped the stretcher carrying the corpse and rolled forward to avoid it. The Night's Watch brother, who had turned into a corpse, or should we call him a corpse ghost, saw that his attack failed and he immediately turned around to scratch another veteran of the Night's Watch behind him. The old soldier didn't have Cohen's skills, or he didn't react at all. After all, no one expected that a corpse that was dead as hell and frozen like a popsicle could suddenly come back to life. This was really beyond his understanding. The old soldier was caught off guard and was grabbed by the neck by the corpse ghost, and was lifted up from the ground. When Ozer was alive, he was more than 2 meters tall, and perhaps he had the blood of a giant, but no matter what, after he stood up, all the living people in the storage room were a head shorter than him, and their strength could not be compared with his. The veteran subconsciously struggled hard after his neck was grabbed, but it was of no use. The corpse ghost was extremely powerful, and in a blink of an eye everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. The color on the old soldier's face instantly turned into an unnatural purple. Seeing this, old Cohen quickly drew his sword and tried to chop the corpse's back, but he used too much force, and in his haste, he didn't chop the right part, so he only cut off a piece of flesh from the corpse's shoulder. However, this pain had no effect on the corpse at all, and it was even a question whether the corpse could feel pain. But the corpse ghost was obviously aware of the attack on him, and he swung his severed arm, turned around and hit old Cohen in the face with his elbow. This blow at least broke Cohen's nose. The veteran only had time to groan before flying backwards, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this, John quickly drew his sword, and pierced the White's back with a quick, accurate, and ruthless strike. The White finally fell down, and its only hand also let go of the unfortunate old Night's Watch soldier. But Lion deduced from the abnormal bulging of the old soldier's eyes and the blood coming out of all 7 orifices of his face that this man was beyond saving even by the gods. "Leon, are you okay?" The incident happened too suddenly, as the storage room was small and Lion was standing quite far away. In a flash, until John stabbed the White in the back with his sword, Leon didn't even have a chance to attack. It took less than 10 seconds from the time the ghoul opened its eyes to the time it lay down again, resulting in the death of 2 experienced Night Watch veterans, 1 and 1 injured. The loss was extremely tragic. It must be dead now, right? John was also panicking. It was the first time he saw someone coming back to life from the dead. This kind of situation had happened before, but it was thousands of years ago, so long that it had become a legend. "I don't think so, unless the body is completely burned." Sam, who had watched the whole process in fear, heard John's mumbling and quickly added. He was standing there in a daze when the White Walkers suddenly attacked just now. Fortunately, the White Walker's target was not him, otherwise, considering his bloated body, it would be no more difficult for the White Walkers to strangle his neck than to kill a goose. "What did you say?" It was hit by my sword, how could it not die?" Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, John found it difficult to remain calm. Due to the strict lighting control in the warehouse area, the small storage room was only illuminated by a candle in the corridor. So when John lowered his head and subconsciously looked at the corpse's eyes, he inexplicably felt that the corpse's blue eyes seemed to be still moving. Blood. No blood. It will surely come back to life. We must get out of here or burn it. Sam knew John was skeptical when he saw John's expression, so he continued, "This must be a White transformed from a White Walker. Nothing else will work on it except fire." "Ahem, I remember that Ozer didn't have a pair of blue eyes when he was alive, maybe what this kid said is right." In the corner, Cohen, who was knocked down by the zombie's elbow, was obviously not dead, but he was not feeling well. He struggled to sit up, leaned against the wall, pointed at the corpse and said. Seeing this, John quickly held the sword in one hand and helped the old soldier up with the other. "We have to report to the commander-in-chief immediately. We can't stay here any longer." Leon, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly said something, and this sentence woke up everyone who had no idea. "Sam, if you carry the injured veteran, maybe he can be saved." In response to Leon's order, the timid Sam burst out with courage rarely seen in his life. He bypassed the fallen zombie and pulled the old soldier onto his back. The 4 of them escaped from the storage room in an extremely embarrassed posture. As soon as they came out, they saw a group of people holding torches walking towards them from a distance. When he got closer, Leon found that it was old Xiong who brought people here. What happened? Seeing that several people were in a miserable state, Old Bear took a closer look with the help of a torch and discovered that the 2 old soldiers he had sent to move the bodies looked miserable, and the one on Sam's back looked like he had been hanged. Seeing the large army coming, John hurriedly wanted to explain to Old Bear, but when the words came to his lips he didn't know how to say them. Could it be that a person who had returned from the dead suddenly jumped up and attacked them? As for what Sam said about the White Walkers, John thought about it and still found it hard to accept. After all, for this generation or even dozens of generations, the rumors about the White Walkers gradually evolved into a legend whose truth or falsity was unknown. Even the reason why most of the Night's Watch came here was just to be prepared to guard against the wildlings and fight with them, and they had no defense against the legendary White Walkers at all. Seeing that his new officer John had an unspeakable expression, Old Bear looked unhappy, so he looked at the old soldier beside him. "Cohen, tell me. I sent you to move the bodies. Were you attacked by the savages?" "Ahem, not an adult, it's a White Walker. To be more precise, it's Ozer. He was transformed by a White Walker." "Nonsense, show me the body." It was obvious that old Xiong had doubts about Cohen's words, even though this veteran with 40 years of military service had always been a trustworthy brother. "The body is in the storage room, but be careful, sir, it may not be dead." Lion saw a group of people bypassing them and were about to go to the storage room. When Old Bear passed by him, he couldn't help but whisper a reminder. As for the corpse ghost, Leon originally wanted to burn it in advance, not wanting it to stay in the world and harm people. Unexpectedly, things went against one's wishes. First Cohen and then Old Seong insisted on taking the risk. Among the people around him, only he and Sam were 100% sure that the thing was a White Walker. Even Cohen, who was attacked, was shaken when he saw that Old Bear didn't believe it. The other outsiders naturally didn't believe it because they had never seen it. As Old Bear's affairs officer, I have to protect him. Seeing a group of people rushing towards the storage room, John hurriedly planned to follow them. What are you going to do? With so many people here, do we still need you? Leon asked John, puzzled. Leon remembered that John seemed to have more sense of justice in his personality, and currying favor with the powerful was not his personality. I killed that thing once. If it lives, I'll kill it again. Obviously John was not willing to believe the White Walker's statement 100%, and was only willing to use that thing to describe it. So that's how it is. Seeing that he couldn't persuade John, Leon took off the black and white kiss hanging around his waist and said, "Take this. If anything happens, it will be more useful than the one on your waist." John did not refuse Lion's kindness. After exchanging swords with Lion, he hurriedly caught up with everyone. In the storage room, with the help of torches, Xiong Lao and others only saw a few pools of blood on the ground, but no trace of Ozer's body. I need an explanation. Old Bear turned around and looked at John, who was running towards him in a hurry. Seeing this, the latter looked at the empty storage room with an incredible look on his face. You were here just now. John opened his mouth wide, and suddenly, as if he realized something, he turned his head sharply. It was just pitch black behind them and they couldn't see anything clearly, but John knew that there must be something watching them in the darkness. Old Bear keenly noticed that something was wrong with John, but at the moment, he did not ask directly. At this time, a brother of the Night Watch came up to Old Bear with a torch and whispered something to him. John vaguely heard some words like Grand Maester Iman. I've seen it. It can't hold on any longer. So he guessed that one of the old soldiers who had just been attacked by the Whites could no longer hold on. John, take a few people and search the storage room carefully. Whether Ozer is really alive or there are wildlings sneaking in to cause trouble, we must find out the truth. After saying that, Old Seong led his men out of the storage room. John had no choice but to take a few Night's Watch brothers who volunteered to stay and search every storage room in the warehouse carefully, but in the end they found nothing. During the search, John couldn't help but want to draw the sword that Lion lent him several times. The Night's Watch brothers around him saw that he was so timid. If it were any other time, they would definitely laugh at him. But due to the strange environment around them and the fact that Ozer's body had just been lost, no one was in the mood to joke anymore. Old Bear came to the body of the old Night's Watch soldier whose neck was broken. Although he had listened to the autopsy report submitted by Iman, as the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, he still bent down and checked the wound himself. I saw that the old soldier had obvious contusions on his throat, the bones in his Adam's apple were dislocated, and his face was obviously blue from suffocation. It was a horrible sight. This kind of injury doesn't seem like something a human with only one hand could do. Even if Ozer was extremely strong when he was alive, according to Old Seong's understanding, his strength was definitely not that great. Iman, do you believe the rumors about the White Walkers? After a while, when only he and Grand Maester Iman were in front of the commander-in-chief, Old Bear asked in a serious tone. If Leon had told him about his dream about the White Walkers before, the Grand Maester could have explained it as the unrealistic idea of a young man. But right now, based on the current situation, the rumors are very likely to be true. Grand Secretary Iman's eyes were almost blind, but his responsible attitude for every word he said made Old Seong subconsciously believe it. Benyon hasn't come back yet. Maybe when he comes back, we'll know for sure whether he is a White Walker or not. Old Bear grabbed the Valyrian steel sword, Long Claw, which was on the table. It seemed like only this could make him feel at ease. Not long after, John, who had led his men to search the storage room, came to report. Sir, we did not find Ozer's body. Got it. Inform Bowen to arrange 3 times the number of patrols tonight. John took the order and left. The atmosphere in Black Iron Castle at night was more solemn than usual. On the wall near Black Iron Keep, almost every sentry post was manned by a Night's Watch brother with good eyesight. It seemed that Ozer's misfortune foreshadowed that there might be a large-scale attack by the wildlings that had been planned for a long time tonight. Even Lion was tasked with patrolling the Great Wall tonight. He was currently patrolling the Great Wall with a team of trained Night's Watch Rangers. "John, have you also received the patrol mission?" As he was walking, Lion saw a figure coming towards him. It was John. "I can't use your sword, but I have to say you picked a good sword in the armory." After just a short time together, John felt a little reluctant to let go of the extremely sharp black and white kiss. He thought that this sword was picked out by Leon from the corner of the armory. Lion took the sword and said nothing. It was clear from the situation that John had something to say. "As the officer of Old Bear, I have nothing to do after delivering the order. I came to the wall just to ask Sam, how did you conclude that Ozer was transformed by a White Walker?" Sure enough, John's reason for finding Lion wasn't surprising. To be honest, Lion knew very little about the rumors about the White Walkers in this world. Apart from knowing that there was a mineral called dragon glass that could kill White Walkers, he also knew that the Valyrian steel sword, which contained a hint of magic in the steel, had a miraculous effect against White Walkers. But there are only dozens to hundreds of Valyrian steel swords in the entire continent of Westeros, and most of them are heirlooms that serve as a symbol of a family. The family heirloom in front of Sam is a steel sword called Heartbreak, which should have been inherited by Sam along with the castle at Horn Hill. But even if Lion said it, it would not change anything. The major lords would definitely not rush to hand over the Valyrian steel sword to the Night's Watch. However, the dragon crystal could fully explore its potential. Yes, they are the White Walkers. I have read books about them in the Maester's Castle of the White Tower of House Hightower. The condition of others' body is the same as described in the books. People killed by White Walkers will soon be resurrected and become like beasts without fear of pain. Ordinary swords are almost useless to them. Even if their heads are cut off, they will continue to fight. Their eyes are also like the White Walkers, azure blue. I prefer to believe that Ozer faked his death. He was bribed by the wildlings, and then sent to Black Iron Castle to cause sabotage. Hod, who was standing by, was horrified after hearing Sam's description, so he bit the bullet and expressed his opinion. Ozer is really dead. His blood has frozen into snow foam, and his face is as pale and blue as someone who has been dead for many days. If you saw him, you would definitely not think he was still alive. The explanation given by Sam was reasonable and convincing. When it came to other things, Sam always looked timid, but when it came to knowledge, Sam's fat face and eyes always sparkled with wisdom. "It seems that they are wasting your talent by sending you to the wall. You should go to the Citadel for further studies so that you can become a maester for a lord in the future." John was obviously convinced. But then John asked another key question, which is how to deal with the White Walkers. The book says that White Walkers are extremely cold magical creatures, so they should be afraid of fire. After thinking about it carefully, Sam gave his answer. "Fire? Are the White Walkers afraid of our torches like wild beasts? That makes me feel better." Another Night Watch Ranger nearby looked at the torch in his hand and smiled with some relief. "Pay attention to increasing vigilance. In addition to being careful of the White Walkers, you must also be wary of the wildlings." John seemed to have thought of something. As the Old Bear's affairs officer, he also came into contact with a lot of intelligence. As the long summer is coming to an end and winter is approaching, even if there is no threat from the White Walkers, the wildlings will usually go south to look for weak points in the Great Wall and sneak into the pass on a large scale to launch surprise attacks on the residents living on the land given by the Night's Watch. In this way, they plundered ironware, good seeds, and other necessities of life that were not produced outside the Great Wall. However, such a large-scale action of the wildlings could not be concealed from the spies of the Night's Watch Rangers scattered outside the pass. Before they parted, John whispered to Leon, "Old Bear has sent ravens to all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms asking for help. If possible, you'd better train the new soldiers as quickly as possible. I think the more people you have, the happier Old Bear will be. I heard about what happened at the training ground during the day. You don't have to worry too much about those undisciplined recruits. You can go to the Gifted Land to see if there are any young men who want to be soldiers. You don't have to force them to take the oath of the Night's Watch. Just tell them that they need to protect their property and lives by themselves when the wildlings come." "Is this what Mr. Seong meant?" Leon asked curiously. After all, Leon had heard a lot about conscription. Although he despised it, it was the rule of this world. As residents living on the territory, while enjoying the protection of the Lord, they naturally have to assume certain military service obligations. Although the residents living on the Gifted Land do not have a nominal lord, it is naturally their duty to provide assistance to the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch at critical moments. Believe me, now that this has happened, old Xiong is in urgent need of troops more than ever, so he won't say anything more. Early in the morning, Lion, who had been exposed to the cold wind all night on the Great Wall, took his team down from the Great Wall on a human-powered elevator. Afterwards, everyone received a bowl of hot minced meat soup in the cafeteria, plus 2 pieces of black bread. The taste of the broth was neither good nor bad, and there was a layer of blood foam floating on the surface of the bowl, which made people feel a little disgusted. However, no one cared about these details at this time. Everyone, including Leon, just wanted to go home and fall asleep after eating. While eating, Leon felt the light in front of him dim, as if someone was sitting in front of him. The man took a picture of a long sword that looked extraordinary just by looking at the scabbard. Lion was a little confused when he heard John's voice. Ozer is completely dead now. I don't know where it hid last night. It wanted to attack Old Bear, but Bai Ling warned me. John was obviously in high spirits and enthusiastically described the dangers of last night, which left the other Night's Watch recruits around Lion stunned. After hearing the last part, everyone looked at John with envy and jealousy, while some looked at Longclaw, the legendary Valyrian steel sword that John had just obtained, which was given to him by Old Bear. This sword should not have belonged to John, but unfortunately, Old Bear's heir lost the qualification to inherit the sword because of his dishonorable behavior. Old Bear, who had no children, gave the sword to John, which also showed that he valued John very much. I heard that the only thing that can destroy a Valyrian steel sword, besides the forge fire, is another Valyrian steel sword. Is this true? Sam seemed to remember a description he had read in some book, and looked at Longclaw with some curiosity. Upon hearing this, everyone forgot to eat and immediately wanted to draw their swords, wanting to compete with John without overestimating their own abilities. John didn't seem to mind it at all. He drew out Longclaw openly and was very confident about the sword. Boss, try it with your sword. Suddenly, some crazy guy saw that Leon's scabbard was the only one among the people present that could compare with Longclaw, so he brought it up. Although Leon was also very curious about which one of the black and white kiss and Longclaw in his hand was sharper, once the winner was decided, at least one of Leon and John would no longer have a smile on his face. So, Lion politely gave this opportunity to Hood, who was jumping up and down and shouting the loudest. Hood was not very humble. He didn't have many opportunities to compete with the Commander-in-Chief's sword. What's more, the sword in his hand was just a standard sword of the kingdom that could be found everywhere in the armory. He would not feel bad if it was broken. Then he chopped hard at the table with his unsheathed long claws. Everyone held their breath and watched as a cold light flashed and the long sword in Hood's hand broke into 2 pieces, while the long claws were intact and there was no trace of a crack on the blade. Haha, now you have to be beaten up by the blacksmith Donald before he will allow you to choose a new sword. Lion was not surprised by this result, and then he unceremoniously ridiculed Hood's reckless behavior. After teasing Hood, the tense emotions on everyone's faces from patrolling all night couldn't help but relax a lot. Finally, John brought up the topic from last night again, causing the surrounding recruits to chime in and express their agreement. The coach is not experienced enough, and the ordinary recruits would rather train themselves than follow him. I think it would be better to go to the donated land to recruit people. Hood expressed his opinion first. Sam then added that Lion's action was supported by the kingdom's laws, not to mention that Lion was no longer an unknown person, but as the head coach of the Night's Watch, he had the responsibility and obligation to do so. Hearing everyone say this, an idea popped up in Leon's mind. If you encounter bandits on the way to the gifted land to recruit soldiers, you can deal with them together. The veteran respect skill you just obtained can transform the bandits who join the team after being captured into regular troops. It is the job of the Night's Watch to capture bandits in the wild and maintain law and order. I believe that the captured bandits should not be opposed to becoming a Night's Watchman to atone their sins. This is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Okay, let's do it. At that moment, Lion was excited and planned to take his men out. After a short rest in the morning, Lion took all the 19 new Night's Watch Rangers trained yesterday, each with 2 horses, and asked the general manager for 2 carriages to load weapons, armor, and necessary food and fodder, as if he was ready for a long battle. Of course, this preparation had to be approved by Commander-in-Chief Xiong Lao. However, after listening to Lion's statement on using war as training, Xiong Lao agreed after a brief thought. However, the target of 10 qualified recruits every 2 weeks cannot be taken lightly. As for whether Lion would develop the idea of having his own troops after a long time, Old Xiong had never thought about it at all. Because once Lion led his troops to rebel, not only would he have to consider being hunted by at least thousands of Night's Watchmen, but the major lords in the north would also definitely not let Lion go. When it comes to Night's Watch deserters or rebels, the northern lords have only one principle in mind: kill. Before leaving, what Leon didn't expect was that some Night's Watch ranger leaked the news. He heard that one could quickly become stronger by following Leon for one day, and that there would be a good salary every week while away. Immediately, many Night's Watch recruits were moved and chose to join Lion's team. I say, paying salaries to the new recruits, such a creative thing that even Old Bear has never done. How did you come up with the idea? John had a helpless expression on his face. He had just come to see him off at the order of Old Bear, and he heard from many new recruits that Lion would pay everyone a weekly salary. This is not an unusual matter. It is the same for the residents living in the fiefdoms of the major lords in the north. If they fight on the lord's territory, the lords will not pay them wages. At most, they will provide a lunch. Once they go abroad to fight, they have to rely on salaries to unite the team. But Lion is not a lord and he is not fighting abroad, so what kind of salary is he getting? But thinking that Lion must have his reasons for doing things this way, John didn't try to persuade him. He just wished Lion a safe journey and let him go. To be honest, if possible, Lion would also like to respect the tradition of the Night's Watch, but this is a system regulation, which is deeply engraved in the minds of every recruit. If Lion does not pay their salary when it is due, even if they were still brothers with Lion yesterday, Lion will never see them again the next day. This was a bit life-threatening. The 4 gold dragons in Lion's pocket, which were not even warm yet, had already turned into enough food supplies for 50 people to survive in the wild for a week and weapons for these people to fight a few small battles. He didn't even have enough gold royals in his pocket to pay for recruiting people in the village where the land was donated, not to mention the weekly salary that was due. However, Leon did not show it on the surface. He just acted like a nonchalant southern tycoon, and no one could tell that he was just pretending to be rich. While Lion appears to be calm and composed on the surface, he is secretly plotting something sinister. At worst, when the salary is about to be paid, he can find an excuse to have one-on-one sparring with the recruits, and teach them a lesson one by one, and then he will get the gold dragons, right? Defeating one person earns 1 gold dragon, so their salary of 1 bronze stars equals 1 silver deer, which is nothing to worry about. There is a saying that goes, the wool comes from the sheep. But we must blame the evil mount and blade panel. They actually imposed such an evil system of weekly salary on Lion. After leaving the Black Iron Fort, the team marched on the road. The original rapid mobility of 1 man and 2 horses was no longer a concern. The recruits who could ride horses got on their horses, and the recruits who could not ride horses quickly followed the 2 carriages. On the one hand, they wanted to protect the supplies on the carriages, and on the other hand, they could easily take up weapons to fight if they encountered the enemy. Sam, how many gold royals do I need for my weekly expenses? In the team, Leon leaned against the carriage piled with supplies like a mountain, and asked Sam who was walking nearby in a casual tone. This was also what Leon did deliberately. After yesterday's training, Sam had become a qualified Night's Watch ranger, but he was too bloated. He had to seize every opportunity to exercise. It didn't matter how much Sam lost, but at least he looked more comfortable. Hearing Leon's question, Sam, who was out of breath and flushed, immediately started to rack his brains, trying his best to calculate every expense of the team. To be honest, this kind of math problem is not difficult for high school student Leon, and he can probably solve it in a few minutes. But Leon also had the mentality of adapting to local customs. Other great lords did not do math problems themselves, but their scholars did it for them. He wanted to train Sam to be the first university scholar under him. Reporting to the Lord, the weekly salary of the 19 rangers in the team is 380 copper stars, and the weekly salary of the 31 recruits is 310 copper stars. In the wild, each person consumes about 1.5 kilograms of food, half a kilogram of meat, and half a kilogram of side dishes every day. Adding up, the weekly food cost is 500 copper stars. The cost of military horses and equipment also costs 500 copper stars, and there are some miscellaneous expenses. Adding up, the weekly expenses are about 18 gold royals. After calculating for about half an hour, Sam gave a vague answer. Does that mean I have to earn at least 18 gold royals every week? Leon said to himself. Others might think this was an astronomical figure, but Sam, a nobleman from Hornhill, thought it was a reasonable expense and not a large amount. As the descendant of the famous General Randall Tarley in the Riverlands, Sam had been exposed to some military knowledge since childhood even though he didn't like it. Compared with the expenditure of an army of tens of thousands, the expenditure of Lion's troops can be said to be pitifully small. After all, Lion's group is more like an armed tour than a troop. Apart from that, Sam was not worried about Leon. After all, Leon looked calm and composed, just like a nobleman who had a generous treasury prepared by his family when he was away from home. Leon was happy to use his personal treasury to subsidize the Night's Watch, and Sam wouldn't say anything. But he would never have thought that Lion had no intention of being taken advantage of for free. If he really dared to ask for salary, he would be beaten first. How long will it take to reach Grey Crow Village? After Lion learned about the troops' expenses, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, while casually asking about the destination. We will probably be there by this time tomorrow. Sam seemed to have memorized the map of the area in his mind, and after a little thought he came up with an answer. At this moment, Hod, who was on guard outside, rode back on horseback and shouted to Leon who was lying on the carriage, "There is a group of robbers ahead, ambushing us." What? Most robbers would have run away long ago when they saw so many of us. How dare someone ambush us? Sam's eyes widened. Even though the area around him was crowded with new recruits of the Night's Watch, he looked terrified. He looked around subconsciously, and found everything suspicious. Huoda couldn't help showing a sneer on his face, and said as a matter of course, "There are so many people in our team protecting 2 carriages. Even the dumbest robbers know that this is a tough guy. Since they dare to ambush us, they must be outnumbered and well prepared." Dickens is a native of the Gifted Lands, living in the village of Grey Crow near the Wolf's Wood. He and his family have lived here for generations ever since the land north of the Wolf's Wood was given to the Night's Watch by a Stark thousands of years ago. Dickens' family was just one of many small families living in the village. Their ancestors had neither military nobles nor knights. But things were different for Dickens' generation. Due to the increasing rampage of the wildlings and the decline of the Night's Watch, they could no longer protect the numerous small villages with granted lands. As a result, a large number of villages and towns were abandoned. Residents with connections either fled to live under other great lords in the north, or were forced to gather in some towns with strong self-defense capabilities. Grey Crow Village is backed by the Wolf Forest and has abundant supplies. Even if the long night comes, hunting can sustain the livelihood of tens of thousands of people for a long time. The second son of the Dickens family is a well-known bandit. Relying on this relationship, Dickens is a gangster. Not only did he become the head of the village, he also worked hard in the busy farming season, and took a group of farmers who were unwilling to be lonely to join his brother in the slack season. Even though anyone who dared to do this in peacetime would have had his ashes scattered 8 times by the Night's Watch, the times are worse than they used to be. Old Bear is so short of manpower that he doesn't even have enough rangers for daily patrols, let alone these villagers who often act as friendly bandits. In short, except for the elderly waiting to die, leaving their hometown is a very common thing for the residents of the donated land. This was also the reason why Lion failed to recruit any new soldiers from the north along the way, and it was also his motivation to travel hundreds of miles to Grey Crow Village to recruit. But Dickens, who was lying in ambush in the woods, certainly didn't know that the destination of the night watchman opposite was his village, otherwise he would not dare to rob them even if he had 8 more courage. After all, actively provoking the Night's Watch and accidentally injuring them are 2 different things. No matter how weak the Night's Watch is, they can still sack a mere Grey Crow village even if they don't defend the Great Wall. However, just now a night watchman rode outside the woods and shot and injured several of his brothers with his powerful bow and fast horse. Dickens found it hard to swallow this humiliation. "Brother, rush out and fight them." Dickens' younger brother, a famous bandit leader near the Wolf Forest, slapped his thigh, cursed at the complacent Hood, and was about to go up with a dung fork. "Calm down, they don't know how many of us there are. If we rush out now and alert the night watchmen, allowing them to escape, that's 2 whole carriages of weapons." Dickens slapped his brother's head in frustration and taught him earnestly for a long time, but looking at his brother's indifferent, clear, and stupid eyes, he knew that the other party did not understand what he meant at all. As the only smart chief in the family today, Dickens knew how to give orders and did not need his younger brother, a bandit whose mind was filled with riding and killing, to teach him how to do things. The second brother was treated like a beaten dog by the eldest brother in front of all his younger brothers. Although he felt very embarrassed, he thought that what the eldest brother said had not been wrong so far, and it was with the guidance of the eldest brother that he became a big bandit with hundreds of soldiers in the Giftland surrounded by wolves. So he sat down, suppressing his anger. In fact, this is exactly the case. If the Dickens family did not need someone to be in charge, and if Dickens had devoted himself to this no-cost business, the number of bandits and villagers who would have ambushed him would have been more than the 200 in the woods, and there would have been at least thousands. Brother, why haven't you come yet? Do you think these cowardly crows will see the ambush and return the same way? After waiting for a while, the second brother couldn't help but get impatient and anxious when he saw that there was no sign of the main force except for a few alert rangers on the road. No, the road we are guarding is the only road heading south nearby. If we don't want to spend 2 more days on the journey, this group of night watchmen can only take this route. Dickens was not very confident when he said this, but in order to prevent his brother and subordinates from seeing his hesitation and thus affecting the morale of the army, he pretended to be in control of the situation. Report. Suddenly, a bandit ran towards Dickens quickly, speaking with a long-tail tone. Speak. Dickens saw the happy look on the face of the bandit who came to report the news. He breathed a sigh of relief and admired his own wisdom. The Night's Watch did not change direction and headed straight towards our ambush circle. As expected, Dickens was delighted. But when he saw his brother and many other bandits were puzzled, they couldn't understand why the other party went in knowing there was an ambush. What other explanation could there be, other than the leader being a fool and not afraid of death? Doesn't the captain of the Night's Watch look like a young noble? Yes, that young nobleman was too lazy to even ride a horse. He laid on the carriage to command the troops, and the infantry following behind him didn't even take their equipment. The little follower who came to report the news was even more amazing. He sang the same tune with Dickens, which made Dickens look extremely wise, and the bandits were amazed. That's it. The leaders of the Night's Watch are usually fools with no experience and their heads are full of honor and women. They think we are just a small group of blind bandits, but they don't know that our number is several times theirs, and one person's spit can drown them. Even if the veterans make cautious suggestions, the young nobles will turn a deaf ear to them. Look, they are here to die. Dickens stood up, drew his sword and pointed it forward. The bandits followed his gaze and saw a dozen Night's Watchmen with bows leading the way, and the recruits behind the carriages were slowly taking down shields and swords from the carriages, as if they were not ready to engage the enemy at all. At this moment, Dickens inexplicably had an illusion, as if what he was holding in his hand was not a sword, but a fan with strange bird feathers on it. Leon, is it really okay for us to walk into an ambush like this? Even when facing the White Walkers, an unknown creature full of mystery and terror, Sam still managed to muster some courage, but now he was too scared to move forward when faced with an unknown number of poorly equipped bandits. It has to be said that the duality of human nature is fully reflected in Sam. If John were here at this moment, he might have immediately raised the holy sword and rushed towards the enemy alone. What are you afraid of? Didn't Hood say it? These bandits only look numerous, but they can't even produce a decent shield. Lion, who did not stand up from the carriage until they approached the woods, vividly demonstrated what it means to be bold but careful. Of course, in the eyes of Dickens, who was lying in ambush, this behavior was extremely stupid. Archers, move forward. Dickens waved his hand, and dozens of archers holding simple wooden bows emerged from the woods. Although they seemed few in number, their quality was actually not high either. However, this was all the property Dickens could offer. After all, not every lord had a standing army like the Night's Watch, which did not engage in production, and an arsenal with a full range of equipment accumulated over thousands of years. The strategic goal of this group of bandit archers was not to seek a large number of casualties, but to rely on a dense rain of arrows to undermine the morale of the Lion troops. The average Night's Watch recruit or veteran would at least lose their composure when faced with the sudden rain of arrows, if not turn around and run. It's a pity that Lion's men are not ordinary people. Although every Night's Watch ranger was terrified when facing the rain of arrows, Lion did not give the order to retreat, so they could not leave even if they wanted to. They had to line up and walk along the road into the forest. Fortunately, the arrows shot by the bandits were not very accurate, and the Night's Watch rangers were unharmed. Everyone, get in position. On the carriage, Leon changed his previous lazy look of tired enemies and stood at the highest point of the front of the carriage. He took out a bow and arrow, aimed at a bandit leader jumping up and down in the woods, and then shot an arrow. Call out. At a distance of about 150 steps, Leon's arrow hit the bandit leader's chest directly, and the latter fell down. Everyone, free fire. Seeing that the distance had reached the maximum range that could guarantee lethality, Lion issued another order. Immediately, 19 Night's Watch Rangers, including Sam, drew their bows and arrows as they walked, and shot towards the dense forest. When Dickens saw the young nobleman in the carriage suddenly stand up and aim at his side, he subconsciously felt something was wrong and planned to remind his younger brother, who was shouting and giving orders. Unexpectedly, the next moment the young nobleman's arrow pierced his younger brother's chest directly, leaving only a piece of arrow feather exposed. This injury made Dickens' eyes bloodshot. Judging from the current medical technology, even if my brother didn't die immediately, he wouldn't live long. In order not to affect the morale of the army, Dickens, with bloodshot eyes, forced himself not to look at his brother's miserable condition, and continued to command his men to shoot at the night watch. After all, only by taking down this small group of Night's Watchmen in front of him can he avenge his brothers. Unexpectedly, what happened next was just like a nightmare. Every night watchman on the opposite side almost displayed the archery skills of that noble young master. Everyone was shooting arrows without missing a single target. The dozens of bandit archers under his command were simply not enough to cover the enemy's attacks. It was a completely one-sided massacre, with people dying almost every second after the battle began. There was even a case where several Night's Watch Rangers were aiming at the same enemy, and a bandit archer was hit by several arrows before he fell. How is this possible? That noble young master is so good that he has been taught by a famous teacher since he was young, but why are the archery skills of the Night's Watchmen in front of us so amazing? Could it be that this Night's Watch team is composed entirely of noble young masters? Oh my God! Dickens felt sad, watching his men fall down like wheat being cut, and his morale collapsed instantly. Many bandits near the edge of the woods were quietly retreating, and several bandit archers who were far away also dropped their bows and arrows and prepared to flee. Damn it, we can't wait any longer, charge! Total attack! At that moment, Dickens made a decisive decision before the morale completely collapsed. Although there were only a dozen or so Night's Watch Rangers in front of him, he still created a hunting atmosphere, as if his 200 men were unarmed lambs to be slaughtered at will. So under Dickens' order, the two groups of trembling bandits mustered their courage and rushed forward in a swarm, howling. This was also a helpless measure. After all, the men he led were just farmers. The gap in equipment and training between them and the Night's Watch was too great. He could only make up for it by relying on the advantage in numbers. Sure enough, after the bandits rushed out of the dense forest like a hornet's nest, the attack of the 19 Night's Watch Rangers was no longer enough. In just a moment, the gap between the two armies was shortened to 50 steps. The bandit archers mixed in the crowd also began to show their power, and the Night's Watch Rangers began to suffer casualties for the first time. Infantry. Forward. Archers, retreat behind the infantry. Infantry, raise your shields, archers, fire freely. In the carriage, facing the enemy's final desperate attack, Lion calmly issued orders one by one. Then, Lion jumped off the carriage and did something that the hundreds of people present did not expect. While the new recruits were busy forming a shield formation to protect the Night's Watch Ranger who had just displayed his might, Lion, contrary to his usual behavior, rushed to the front of the team. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only more than 30 steps, which was a sprint distance that could be reached in just a few moments. When Dickens saw that the Night's Watch commander who had just shown his bravery suddenly made such a decision, he suddenly felt as if a new light had appeared in his eyes. Even if each of your archers is extremely fierce, they are not made of steel. They are all mortals and will die if they are hit by a knife. Now it's 200 to 50, the advantage is on me. As I said, we can drown you with just a spit from each of us. What are you trying to do standing alone in front of the formation? You want to surrender now? It's too late. Return my brother's life to you. Dickens saw that all his men had rushed forward, and even the bandits who had just escaped, now that the situation was favorable, they also shouted and fought fearlessly. So he drew his sword and rushed forward. As for the young nobleman standing in front of the battle line, Dickens had only one thought in mind: F the noble's ransom. The lives of peasants are not lives? I want to kill someone to pay for his life. At that moment, Dickens had no intention of capturing Lion alive, but wanted to tear him into pieces. When the Night's Watch saw Lion standing alone in front of the formation, the hearts of those in the shield formation were immediately infected by the bravery of their leader, and they vowed to avenge Lion by slaughtering all the bandits after his death. Wait! The new recruits of the Night's Watch seemed to have forgotten one thing. Not long ago, Leon defeated an entire team of rangers led by Colin the Half-Hand alone. But even if someone remembered it, the situation is different now. At that time, Everyone was fighting with bare hands, and Leon's life would not be taken. But it is hard to say whether the murderous bandits in front of them will show mercy to Leon's men. Sir, please retreat quickly. I, Huode, will protect you even at the risk of my life. Yes, sir, stay out of the way for now and conserve your strength. It won't be too late to push back after the bandits have run out of energy to chop at the shield wall. Sir. It's almost too late, come back quickly. In the shield formation, there were shouts from the recruits and rangers, but Leon turned a deaf ear to them all and just silently faced the swarming bandits. He drew the black and white kiss from his waist, and then calmly threw the scabbard aside. Kill! 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 In front of Leon, a bandit who was probably in his early 20s was running towards him. Maybe in Leon's original world, people of this age would still be considered children, but in the world of Game of Thrones, he was already a habitual bandit with countless amounts of unjust blood on his hands. He could no longer look at this world with the moral concepts of his previous life. And killing. This was not the first time for Leon. When he cut Aliser Thorne in half with one sword in the duel, Leon did not feel any reaction such as nausea, but he did not feel particularly refreshed either. The feeling was neither good nor bad, as if Leon was already a warrior who had fought for countless years, his robes soaked in blood countless times, and his body showered with the blood of enemies countless times. Although Leon did not know where this feeling came from at the moment, when he killed again, there was only numbness in his heart. Leon raised the black and white kiss in his hand high, and slashed forward without hesitation the next second. The young bandit raised his sword to block in vain, as he was cut in half by the extremely sharp black and white kiss. Then Leon didn't even look at the young man's fallen figure and pushed back towards the group of bandits. The black and white kiss in his hand was more like a venomous snake that had come to life. The cold light was very much like the gaze of a venomous snake as it selected its prey, ruthlessly reaping the life of every living thing in front of it. Soon, an elderly bandit veteran saw his companions being knocked down by Leon like chopping melons and vegetables. It was unclear whether he was indignant at being unable to do anything while his companions died in front of him, or out of hatred for Leon's aristocratic habit of treating human life as worthless, or both. In short, under the cover of his companions, the old bandit fearlessly thrust his sword towards Lion. The sword pierced through Lion's ribs. The Night's Watch soft armor on Lion's body could not defend against this kind of attack and was easily penetrated. Success! Seeing this scene, the fellow bandits and veterans around were encouraged. The fear brought to them by Leon alone was no less than the rain of arrows controlled by the 19 rangers. Moreover, Leon's killing method was too cruel and ruthless, just like slaughtering livestock. Unfortunately, the old bandit only felt that after the tip of his sword broke through the soft armor on Lion's body, it was like it was stabbed into a thick layer of cowhide and could no longer move forward at all. This hateful and cowardly nobleman actually wore a piece of soft gold armor under his armor. This was the last thought left in the old bandit's mind before Leon swept his sword over. But he probably would not know until his death that Leon was not wearing any gold thread soft armor, and that his sword had really penetrated into Leon's skin under the ribs. If he had used a little more force, Leon, whose heart was not crooked, might have died. Even Leon was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. I am not invincible, and I may die if I receive a fatal wound. At the moment, I have no chance to meet the Scarlet Witch of the Lord of Light, who can resurrect me after my heart is pierced. At this moment, Lion's physical changes brought about by a strength value of more than 20 points undoubtedly saved his life. If my strength was a little weaker, if the sword in the robber's hand was a little sharper, perhaps Leon's invincible journey to another world is coming to an end. When Leon calmed down, he found that there were many corpses of bandits wearing grey linen clothes lying in front of him. Many of them were in tatters, like altars worshipped by cultists. Not far away, a small number of robbers were fleeing, while more robbers were kneeling on the ground trembling, burying their heads deeply in their knees, not daring to look directly at Leon, looking like they were ready to be slaughtered. It was as if the brave bandits had already died in the battle. The survivors would not even offer swords to Leon. Even if Leon ordered them to commit suicide, about half of them would choose to do so. Lion, who had calmed down, would not let go of those bandits who had lost their courage and fled, so he ordered the rangers to mount their horses and chase the fleeing bandits in all directions, saying, "Those who surrender will not be killed." When the last ray of sunset faded, the recruits finally drove away the bandits and cleaned up the battlefield. Regardless of friend or foe, the wounded were hastily bandaged and the dead bodies were piled together and burned clean. After all, winter is coming. Once the White Walkers break through the Great Wall and move south, these corpses will turn into nutrients for the army of the dead. Lion will never do such a stupid thing to help the enemy. The weapons and equipment of the bandits were counted and piled aside. Although Lion looked down on this mountain of garbage, transporting this garbage to any castle or town with a market would bring in a considerable fortune. The casualties of the night watch were also counted by Sam, which made Leon frown. 5 Night's Watch recruits were injured and 5 died, mostly due to stray arrows from bandits. 5 rangers were injured and 2 died. All the injured can recover if they receive proper treatment. After Sam finished his report, his fat face full of optimism. After all, he hadn't counted the casualties of the bandits yet. But you don't need to count them, just look at the number of robbers with their heads down and their hands tied behind their backs to get a rough idea. At this time, only 1/3 of the original number of robbers were still intact and able to move. With a casualty ratio of more than 10 times, anyone who can achieve this can be called a famous general, even if the scale of the battle is small. For the 7 Night's Watch brothers who fell in the battle and have family members in the Black Iron Castle, the maximum pension will be paid. I'm not short of money. Lion pondered for a moment and said to Sam, who was standing beside him with a happy face. The latter's expression instantly changed from laughing to solemn. Also, send another 20 brothers to escort the injured brothers back to Black Iron Keep and ask Grand Maester Iman to treat them one by one. I will pay for the medical expenses. This must be done quickly. But sir, you have so many people missing all of a sudden. Not only is it dangerous, but what are you going to do with so many prisoners? What to do? It's easy to handle. Among the pile of prisoners, Dickens, with his head down dejectedly, trying to make himself inconspicuous, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Leon and Sam. When he heard Leon walking towards them, he subconsciously became nervous. What can we do with this ruthless demon? Except killing the surrendered. Dickens could not think of any other solution. You are a demon who deserves to go to the 7 levels of hell. We will not let you go even if we become ghosts. Dickens suddenly stood up, but because his hands were tied behind his back, he lost his balance and almost fell. Fortunately, someone quickly helped him up. After Leon helped the captive bandit up, he was somewhat surprised by his words, so he subconsciously asked in the most friendly tone, "The battle is over, how did you get the chance to become a ghost?" Seeing the demon so close, Dickens couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but for the sake of his men and his villagers, Dickens mustered up his courage and glared at Leon and said, "Apart from killing us, what other way do you have to solve the problem of insufficient manpower to guard the prisoners?" "It's simple. Join the Night's Watch. And right now I need you to join my team." Lion spoke with some shamelessness. He had just finished a fight with someone and he wanted the other person to surrender. Even if his opponent was Eugene, he should not humiliate him like this. "What if I choose not to? Who are you? Can you make a decision for these bandits?" "I'm their leader, and the chief of Grey Crow Village. My name is Dickens." Dickens gritted his teeth and thought that instead of waiting for other bandits to inform, it would be better to speak out freely and honestly, hoping that Leon would kill him and spare the lives of the others. "The village chief of Grey Crow Village? Aren't you brave?" To be honest, Leon never expected that a village cotter would lead people to become bandits. He could not help but fully realize how chaotic the world of donated land was. "Sir, I won't say anything nonsense about my own difficulties. The winners are kings and the losers are bandits. The day I became a bandit, I was ready to tie my head to my belt." Dickens broke free from Lion's hand, took 2 steps back, and knelt on the ground. "I just hope that after you chop off my head, you will spare my subordinates and villagers. They followed me out to become robbers out of trust. I hope that my head can be used to exchange for their chance to atone for their sins." Seeing that the other party was ready to be killed, Leon couldn't help but admire his courage. However, if he didn't have this kind of responsibility and courage, he probably wouldn't be able to get so many people to join him in being bandits. "Why, is it so difficult for you to be a night watchman? Why don't we, the night watchmen, feel so?" Leon asked jokingly. "My lord, you don't know that many of the bandits here are the pillars of their families in Grey Crow Village. So many of them have died, and the survivors have all been taken away by the Night's Watch to guard the Great Wall. Then our Grey Crow Village will be completely ruined. I just hope that after you kill me, you can let them go back." After saying this, Dickens' face turned pale, as if he had come to the point and didn't want to say anything more. He just silently exposed his neck. Lord Leon, you can choose to sentence the man in front of you guilty and sentence him to death yourself. After his death, it is entirely up to you whether to release the remaining people. Seeing that Leon was in a dilemma, Sam came up cautiously and made a suggestion. Hearing Fat Sam's words, Dickens raised his head somewhat unwillingly, and stared at Sam, who was giving Leon advice with his bloodshot eyes. Killing people and destroying their hearts, killing people and destroying their hearts. His words are worthy of death. Damned nobles, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Sam's words were exactly what a master who had received a genuine aristocratic education would say. This group of nobles treated everyone except their own kind as human beings, and all others as cattle and horses. Seeing that his suggestion actually brought about such a terrible curse, Sam was so scared that he immediately took 2 steps back and hid behind Leon. He didn't understand why the bandit leader reacted so strongly when he was just repeating his father's approach. My lord, I demand a duel with this noble. If I lose, we will punish you. Dickens knelt on the ground and crawled forward a few steps, saying this in a vicious tone, as if he was suddenly filled with strength because of Sam's words. He wanted to fight for a way out for himself and all the bandits. I refuse to duel with a bandit without any honor. Seeing that Leon was somewhat tempted, Sam shouted in protest. Enough, Dickens, let's end this farce. I'll give you a new suggestion. You take away those of your subordinates who don't want to be night watchmen, and the rest will be mine. How about it? Leon kicked Dickens, who was squirming in front of him, and made a suggestion in a cold tone. To be honest, Lion is still too kind-hearted. He has not made up his mind to kill. He is also influenced by his eagerness to recruit people, and naturally made a decision that seems a bit stupid. At the moment, at least 20 of the captured bandits said they wanted to leave with Dickens, and 40 were willing to stay and join the Night's Watch. In fact, the reason why so many stayed was because they were worried that Leon would go back on his words. These bandits had no sense of honor at all, so they thought everyone was the same as them. Untie them and set them free. At Leon's command, the night watchman collected more than 20 handcuffs. Dickens, who regained his freedom, couldn't believe that Leon, the devil who killed people without blinking an eye, could be so easy to talk to, and quickly told his men to leave first. The bandit who announced that he would join the Night's Watch was untied and stood aside obediently, looking reluctant. It seemed that he would definitely find a chance to escape in the future. Stop! Just as Dickens turned around and was about to leave, Leon behind him suddenly stopped him. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Dickens turned around angrily, awaiting his punishment. Our destination happens to be Grey Crow Village. You will follow us for the time being and lead the way. Hearing this, Dickens wanted to refuse immediately, but thinking that Lion had evidence of his being a bandit, Dickens had to do as he was told in order to avoid greater disaster. At night, in the camp, Leon summoned the mount and blade panel when no one was around. I killed nearly 30 people personally during the day, and received the same number of gold dragons. My financial situation will not be a problem in the short term. Among the troops, there are only 13 people left out of the original 50-man direct force, but they are all Night's Watch Rangers. After this battle, they have all been promoted to Night's Watch Elite Rangers. There is even a ranger with the most kills who was directly promoted to Night's Watch Oath Sworn. In addition to being more proficient in archery skills, he has also unlocked the proficiency of the two-handed greatsword. Thinking of this, Leon ordered someone to call the oath taker to see what the difference would be after the advancement. Sir, are you looking for me? Not long after, a tall figure walked into Lion's tent. The man had a serious and resolute face, and behind the night watch cloak on his back hung a terrifyingly large two-handed sword. People couldn't help but worry whether he could swing it, but looking at his size, it should not be difficult for him to swing it. What's your name? Spicium, sir. Spicium spoke briefly and to the point, and it was obvious that he was a ruthless man. Leon then remembered that this guy was one of the few recruits who was a former murderer and was willing to attend the training on the first day. No wonder he was promoted so quickly. Leon nodded. I have a new position for you. What? As a scout in our team, we are responsible for serving tea during the day and guarding the camp at night. This job was previously done by Hodder, but he didn't do it very well. Understood. Spicium, a ruthless man of few words, immediately took the order and left. Looking at the figure of Spicium standing in front of the camp with a two-handed sword on his back, Leon felt an indescribable sense of security in his heart and slept well that night. That night, Lion's camp was silent except for the occasional whistling sound of the wind, which seemed to be singing the danger of the day's battle, or like the unwilling wandering of dead souls. In the early morning, Leon, who had slept in, woke up at noon. Seeing Hood standing guard with a bitter face, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Hood, what happened? Why is it so quiet?" "Sir, please go out and check. Your newly appointed scout officer is about to kill all the bandits." Hood's words were obviously exaggerated. When Lion followed Hood to a newly built execution ground at the back of the camp, there were about 7 or 8 bandits with their hands tied behind their backs again, kneeling on the ground and waiting for their execution. The rest of the bandits stood aside and watched with timid looks on their faces. When they saw Leon coming, many of them showed expressions of relief on their faces. But Dickon's mood must not be so good. The situation is very complicated now. What happened here? Leon rubbed his face to sober himself up, then looked at Spacium, who was obviously the person in charge here. "Sir, please spare our lives. They will never dare to escape again." Before Spyathias could say anything, Dickens begged for mercy first, but Leon pushed him away, wanting to hear what Spyathias had to say first. "Master Coach, these bandits had planned to escape collectively during the owl. That's all." Seeing that Spacium only said one sentence, Leon couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Yes." Spacium was just stating the facts, with no intention of taking credit for himself. "Dickens." Lion nodded and called Dickens to his side. The latter had a helpless look on his face. These bandits had consulted Dickens before escaping, but Dickens let them decide for themselves and he would not interfere. Who would have thought that in less than half an hour, they would be caught one by Spacium on horseback? "My lord, I really don't know what to say. They have failed your kindness, but I beg you to spare them. I believe they will be useful on the wall." Dickens was still trying to excuse the escaped bandits in this situation. It was the first time that Lion had seen such a loyal and righteous Westeros man, and he couldn't help but look up to Dickens. But rules are rules. They swore an oath to join the Night's Watch yesterday. I don't need to tell you the consequences of being a deserter of the Night's Watch, right? There was no disguising the coldness in Leon's words, and several fleeing bandits were immediately knocked to the ground by the Night Watch soldiers standing behind them. Seeing that things had come to this, Dickens stopped talking and just clenched his fists secretly. But before the Night's Watchmen drew their swords, Leon raised his hand to stop them, and the Night's Watchmen collectively took a step back. Leon came to the first bandit in charge and asked in a cold voice, "In the name of Leon Victor, the noble of the 7 kingdoms and the head coach of the Night's Watch, I sentence you to death. Do you have any last words?" The bandits had been frozen all night and were shivering like sieves, so they could not speak. Therefore, the first bandit was executed silently by Leon. The second, the third. The black and white kiss in Leon's hand was extremely sharp, and his beheading technique was clean and neat. Every head was chopped off easily, without causing the bandits to suffer any unnecessary pain. Until they came to the last bandit. "I have a last word, Dickens, my boss. I want to say that it's worth following you in this life. Please take care of my kid after I die. Tell him not to avenge me. Let him join the Night's Watch gloriously when he grows up, instead of following his father's example and becoming a shameful deserter." After saying this, the bandit rested his face heavily on the wooden stake in front of him, looking quite heroic. Dickens' originally numb mood suddenly filled with tears after hearing these words, so he nodded heavily to show his agreement. "Finally I heard a decent last word. You are a real man. Don't go astray in your next life." After saying that, Lion swung his sword. After the trial ended in the early morning, the depressing atmosphere over the camp was immediately swept away. The team that had led to escort the wounded back to Black Iron Castle had already left. Lion's direct troops were suddenly greatly reduced, but fortunately, those who remained were all elite. It was a bit difficult to fight these bandits 1 against 10, but 1 against 3 was more than enough. However, Leon didn't say these words, so Sam certainly didn't know. At this moment, looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. These people were fighting with the Night Watchmen yesterday. Can they listen to Leon today? Leon seemed to see Sam's worry, so he comforted him, "Don't worry, the remaining people are absolutely loyal." "Why? Lord Leon, is it because you promised them a weekly salary of 10 bronze stars each?" "Oh, I can understand it that way." After dealing with the escaped bandits, the remaining bandits were all recruited by Lion into the Night's Watch's new recruits. Under the leadership of Dickens, these bandits have good qualifications. Many of them can become Night's Watch Rangers after only a period of training after becoming Night's Watch recruits. Currently, Lion's team consists of 1 Tier 4 Night's Watch Oath Sworn, Specum, 12 Tier 3 Night's Watch Elite Rangers, and 38 Night's Watch recruits, all converted bandits. Once these bandits are listed on the Mount and Blade panel in Lion, it doesn't mean that they can't escape, but at least they can't stab Lion while he's sleeping. After the recruiting team climbed over a mountain, a fairly large town appeared at the foot of the mountain. "Sir," Dickens approached Lion, "Grey Crow Village is ahead." "Yet." Leon, who was dozing off in the carriage, responded without even raising his eyelids. Seeing Lion's reaction, Dickens didn't say anything more, because his current identity was very embarrassing. He was a prisoner, but he was not tortured. He was a free man, but he was indeed defeated. What's more, he and Lion had already formed a feud of killing each other's brothers. It was even more impossible for Dickens to swear allegiance to Lion or join the Night's Watch. But when he thought about returning to his own territory, with only a dozen people around him, Lion might not be able to cause any trouble. However, if Lion is forced to stay, it will be difficult for these Night's Watchmen, each riding 2 horses, to avoid leaking the news. Not only will they have to be careful about retaliation from the Night's Watch, but the major lords in the north will not turn a blind eye to attacks on the Night's Watch. Humph! Suddenly, Dickens felt a loud snort in his ear, which startled him and made him jump up. He turned around quickly and found that the night watchman with a 2-handed sword on his back was sitting on his horse, looking down at him with the eyes of an ant. It seemed that if Fordkins had just a hint of evil thought in the next moment, the blade of the huge 2-handed sword would instantly sweep across his neck. Dickens couldn't help but shrink his neck subconsciously. He just couldn't understand why a powerful Night's Watch veteran like him would be willing to work under a noble young master. Of course, that noble young master was not a playboy, and he was even more brutal when it came to killing people. Isn't it said that the Night's Watch is in decline? How could such a person appear here and let me run into him? Thinking that he was unlucky, Dickens had to force himself to stop thinking about revenge and just lead the way obediently. After entering the village, Lion's team walked on a main road. The houses along the road cast hostile or confused eyes at the strange team in front of them. Many people also saw their relatives wearing the black clothes of the night watchman, guarding a noble young master. When he reached the center of the village, an elderly but prestigious man stopped Leon. "Sir Night's Watch, what brings you here?" "Recruit men for my army, purchase necessary supplies, and trade." The old man shook his head first and said, "I'm sorry, sir, there are no young people in our village who are eager to join the war, let alone the Night's Watch." Obviously, the old chief was not interested in what Lion said. "What's wrong with the Night's Watch? Aren't we fighting the wildlings just to protect you?" Lion was a little surprised by the old man's attitude. Having said that, Grey Crow Village is too far away from the front line, and the people here have been at peace for too long. "I'm afraid they are unable to serve you, my lord." The old man shook his head again. "There has been peace for a long time? Ha, what a ridiculous statement. I believe you have recognized the faces of some new recruits in my team. I think you know very well what they did before and why they chose to join the Night's Watch." A trace of sarcasm appeared on Lion's face, and with a wave of his hand, Specum immediately pushed out Dickens, who was hiding in the crowd. "This. Sir, you don't know that the current harvest is getting worse year by year, and the landless young people in the village have to go out to make a living." What Leon didn't expect was that the old man who pushed Dickens out actually had something to say, and what he said made some sense. "What a nonsense! When the people in your village can't survive, they go out and rob others." Upon hearing this, Leon became angry instantly, jumped off the carriage and walked straight to the old man. Several strong and young men in the village immediately held up their pitchforks and tried to block the old man, while the elite night watchmen under Lion were not to be outdone, and they drew their bows and arrows and aimed at anyone who moved unusually. Even the new recruits of the Night's Watch reluctantly drew the swords at their waists and pointed them at the villagers with whom they had lived day and night. Seeing the new recruits' actions, not only the old man widened his eyes, but even Dickens was puzzled. When had these bandits been drugged by Leon? How come he didn't notice it at all? "Now, can we discuss the terms?" At this moment, Leon, with a faint smile on his face, looked no different from a devil who was good at bewitching people in the eyes of the old man. "Uncle, please step back. I am the chief of Grey Crow Village. I am here to talk to the Lord of the Night's Watch." "Very good. Lion turned his head and faced Dickens, waiting for him to state a condition. My village can produce 126 young people who yearn for war, but you have to promise me to treat each of their lives properly. I don't want Grey Crow Village to be forced to change its name to Widow Village in the future. Dickens seemed to have made up his mind, so the conditions he offered were extremely generous. His uncle wanted to object when he heard it, but when he saw Dickens's restraining look, he froze in place and said nothing in the end. I can guarantee this. I won't let them die in vain. But winter is coming. War and death are inevitable. Most of them are young people with families or who are not married yet. I don't want them to wear black clothes unwillingly. I do not require every one of them to swear allegiance to the Night's Watch, but if anyone is willing to do so, I will not stop them. In that case, each person will receive 5 bronze stars as resettlement allowance, and they can join your team immediately. Lion waved his hand, and Sam took out 6 gold dragons and 3 silver deer from the funds Lion gave him and handed them to Dickens. You suddenly become so happy, I want to know the reason. Although Lion has the mount and blade panel to back him up and can guarantee the most basic loyalty of these recruits, things happened too smoothly, which made Lion feel confused. As the village chief of Grey Crow Village, I am naturally responsible for finding a way to survive for the villagers, and you and your men. As he spoke, Dickens looked at Spice Chum with a little trepidation, swallowed his saliva, and continued, You and your men are both capable, I will not deny that. Compared to following me to rob, it is more promising to follow you. It is indeed a wise choice. After listening to Dickens' explanation, Lion nodded with satisfaction. Grey Crow Village also has a training ground, otherwise it wouldn't have over 200 bandits. At this time, the huge training ground was crowded with people. In front of the hastily erected scarecrows, the new recruits of the Night's Watch were sweating profusely. Since there were not enough bows and arrows on the baggage wagon, 3 or 4 recruits had to share one bow and arrow for training. One person kept shooting, and when he was exhausted, another person would take over. Fortunately, there were enough bowstrings and arrows in the village, so this kind of training could be maintained. Lion found that as long as he was present, whether he was training in person or just slacking off on the sidelines, the effects of 10 times the training are still effective. So Leon took a break from his busy schedule, found a rattan chair and lay down in the sun, while the one in charge of training was Spacium, the only level 4 soldier in the team. Spacium's training style and his expression were full of seriousness. When he met a clumsy recruit, he would say nothing. He would first kick him and then correct the recruit's movements step by step. But it took Spacium the entire morning just to kick over 100 recruits. Fortunately, strict teachers produce excellent students. By the evening, half of the recruits successfully advanced to become Night's Watch Rangers. In fact, according to Old Bear's training requirements, recruits who meet the standards of Night's Watch Rangers are considered qualified. But Lion had selfish motives, these soldiers were not all trained for Old Seong. When you have enough training, you will naturally take it out of the wall to fight against the wildlings and the White Walkers. After all, there are still some systematic tasks in the King Beyond the Wall. With nothing to do, Leon took out a coin from his pocket that was very different from an ordinary golden dragon. It was given to him by Maud before he left. He said that as long as he took out the coin and called his name in a low voice, Maud would appear in front of him from afar. Why not try it now? Maud. Lion clenched the coin and shouted into the air. Unfortunately, after a while, nothing happened. Just when Leon thought that Maud would not show up and was about to go back to sleep, an indifferent voice without any emotion came from behind. The boy called Maud's name. What's the matter? When Leon turned around, he saw a man who looked like an ordinary villager with an honest expression standing in front of him. Although his face was different from last time, Leon could see from the villagers at a glance that Maud's expression had never changed, as if he was always wearing a mask. Even so, Leon still asked curiously, "Why do you look like this?" If the boy doesn't like it, someone can turn into a girl. As if seeing through Leon's thoughts, Maud said impatiently and did it. He took off the human skin mask on his face. In an instant, a girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and a weak expression appeared in front of Leon. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise with Mao Delu's skills, he would definitely scare the ignorant villagers half to death. Is this the face the boy wants to see? Not only that, Maud's voice also changed. He imitated the girl's crisp and gentle tone vividly. After hearing this, Leon frowned. It was because of this that he thought of the fake voice boss. Boy doesn't like it. Then someone else will change. Seeing that Leon was embarrassed, Mad was about to tear off the mask. Don't, Leon hurriedly stopped him, and at the same time thought, I called you here for something, not to watch you perform the quintessence of Sichuan opera. Last time you said I could ask you to forge weapons. Can you forge a bow and arrow? In response to Lion's question, the girl Maud did not answer. Instead, she waved her hand and a crafting list appeared in front of Lion. Dragon Blood, legendary bow, made from the bones and tendons of a living dragon, it has top-level fire magic damage and is extremely powerful. Price, Gold Dragon. Blue Smoke, a legendary bow, made with a trace of mysterious power that destroys the Valyrian Empire. Attacks have an annihilation effect, priced at a gold dragon. Dream of Destruction. Leon. Lion suddenly felt that Maud was deliberately here to disgust him. After taking a look around, not to mention whether these materials were made up by Maud, even the auspicious number of 6 digits would mean that by the time Lion had chopped enough golden dragons with his sword, he would be in his 70s or 80s. The materials you need to make the equipment definitely exist in the world. If you are short of money, you can apply for a loan from the Iron Bank of Bravus across the narrow sea. Maud saw that Lion was speechless, and he, who always had the ability to understand human nature, proposed a solution to Lion at the right time. How much do you think I can borrow based on my current conditions? It may be a number that is difficult to talk about. Hearing Leon's question, a trace of embarrassment appeared on the girl Maud's face for the first time. Don't be too sad. Expensiveness is not a disadvantage of your equipment. It's my disadvantage. After Leon finished speaking, he sighed and was about to let Maud leave, but before leaving, Maud suddenly spoke up, maybe the boy can take on this task. Kill or defeat the Free Folk chieftain Doghead Hammer who has infiltrated the Great Wall. He is currently near Eastwatch. The time limit is 1 month. He has many men under his command, so please be careful. Mission reward, Liuxing, a legendary bow made from meteorites from another planet. Attacks can generate multiple arrows. Multiple arrows, you will level up every time you kill or defeat 30 people. Each time you level up, you will gain an additional arrow. There is no upper limit. When you reach 1,000,000 arrows, you can shatter the star with 1 strike. After reading the last sentence of the mission description about multiple arrows, Leon had only one thought in his mind. You're just fooling me. Although Leon felt that Maud was fooling him, he had no evidence, so he continued the mission and waited until the multiple arrows were no longer effective before summoning Maud and giving him a good beating. By the way, next time let it become a cat-eared girl. After taking on the task and sending Maud away, Leon began to think. Since Mad said that this dog-headed Hammer has many subordinates, he cannot rashly lead his troops to attack him. At least although he is currently holding the Black and White Kiss and has a full level one-handed sword proficiency, which makes him a powerful attacker, he was still caught off guard and almost got ambushed by a bandit. Therefore, if possible, Lion would rather take hundreds of level 6 Night's Watch defenders F1 F3 and reap the benefits himself. But obviously the 1-month deadline given for the mission would not allow Lion to train his troops leisurely. Grey Crow Village was not close to East Sea View, and it would take a week to travel with a group of infantry and baggage. This would require Dog-Headed Hammer to wait for Lion in East Sea View eagerly, but it was obvious that he would not do so. Lion would have to spend at least another 3 days searching for the traces of these savages. By this calculation, Lion only has 20 days to train its troops. To be honest, Lion had no idea how far he could go in these 20 days. But for now, we can only take it one step at a time. When the time comes, no matter what results we have achieved, we have to set off. On the second day, the new recruits from Grey Crow Village clearly felt a tense training atmosphere. Even Lord Lion, who was so high and mighty yesterday, came down to train them personally, which made many people complain. After a day of pulling the bowstring, their arms were so swollen that they couldn't even sleep well at night. The next day, the amount of training not only did not decrease, but increased sharply. However, everyone only complained a little in their hearts. After all, after going through this devilish training, everyone's progress was huge and visible to the naked eye. Some people could even be said to have been reborn. So, as the recruits were in pain and joy, a week passed and today was payday. Sam exchanged a whole sack of copper stars from several big merchants at the village market. Under the stern gaze of Spacium, everyone received their 10 copper stars in an orderly manner. This salary, which was twice as much as the resettlement fee, made everyone talk about Leon's generosity and kindness, and their loyalty and morale also increased a lot invisibly. If you have money, you have to spend it. Hearing that a group of recruiting troops led by the head coach of the Night's Watch had come to Grey Crow Village, many residents from nearby villages and towns came with large and small bags to set up stalls, and on payday it became a bustling market. Merchants of all kinds seemed to have smelled a business opportunity and today set up cooked food and snack stalls, weapons and blacksmith shops, and sold food, fodder, and war horses. Lion also took this opportunity to sell all the garbage he had seized from the bandits at a package price, and bought enough food and supplies to support 200 people for a month. He also equipped each Night's Watch recruit with equipment and bows of acceptable quality. It is worth mentioning that after a week, more than 150 Night's Watch recruits have successfully advanced to become Night's Watch Rangers, and 30 of them have directly advanced to Night's Watch Elite Rangers. The original 12 Night's Watch Elite Rangers were further advanced to become Level 4 Night's Watch Oathsworn, the same level as Spathium. However, the experience of the leader, Spyism, remained stagnant and he had not been promoted, and he was gradually caught up by his companions who set out from Black Iron Castle. Even Sam was no exception. His strength growth was secondary. A week of sleepless training made him lose 30 kilograms. Now he at least looks like a human being. After a wave of spending at the market, Lion's already tight treasury was even worse off. Apart from the 5 gold dragons that he left with Sam for emergency, Lion could not afford even a single copper star. However, Lion did not tell Sam. As the saying goes, the morale of the army cannot be shaken. The company was out of money. As the boss, Lion had the responsibility and obligation to generate income for his employees. For the next week's salary, Lion set out one morning with the 12 Night Watch Oath Takers, except Spatium who was in charge of training. That evening, a horrifying scene occurred at the market. The 12 riders who followed Lion, including Lion's own warhorse, were all hung with a circle of bandit heads with hideous and vicious expressions. Dickens recognized many of his colleagues who were active near Grey Crow Village. He couldn't help but be glad that he did not disobey Leon's decision. Otherwise, his head might be among the heads hanging under the necks of war horses today. Lion, who was famous for his lavish spending and leniency towards soldiers at the market, was now seen for his cruel nature. This trait brought both good and bad consequences to Lion. Kind-hearted people naturally stayed away from Lion, but the merchants at the market the next day all chose to give discounts when selling their goods. That night, Lion borrowed the bathroom of Dickens's house and took a nice shower. After washing away the dust and blood of the day, he came out and found Spatium guarding outside the bathroom in full armor. It seems that they are afraid that Leon will be assassinated by his enemies while taking a bath naked. How was the training today? Lion picked up a soft goat hair scarf and used it as a bath towel to wipe his hair while asking casually. Okay. Spatium spoke briefly, but after a while he felt that his words were a bit impolite, so he added, the new recruits are gradually getting used to this intensity of training, so the amount of training can be increased tomorrow. After hearing this, Leon nodded slightly, took out a clean coarse sweater suit commonly worn by farmers and put it on. Seeing that Spatium was staring at him differently than usual, Leon couldn't help but get goosebumps and asked, anything else? Killing is a bad habit, sir. In response to Leon's question, Spatium read out what he had in mind without hesitation. However, as soon as he said it, the expression on Spatium's face showed some regret. You know, he was just a night watchman who was a murderer. What qualifications did he have to give advice to the head coach? Why do you say that? In fact, Leon felt that he was a little too careless about human life. Just for a gold dragon, he could take off a head without blinking, even if it was a robber's. In other words, you are a murderer who was exiled to the wall. If it weren't for me, you would have spent the rest of your life dealing with chores and trivial matters. Now you can teach me a lesson. Although he had done some self-reflection, Lion's next words were still full of provocation. Spatium shook his head. I am not your staff, and you are not the lord I swore allegiance to, master. But before I tell you the reason, are you willing to listen to my story? Lion nodded imperceptibly, and at the same time took a glass from the wine cabinet in Dickens' house and poured a glass for himself and Spatium. I am a Yunkai, born in the distant continent of Essos. I am sure that a noble like you has heard some rumors about my hometown. Yes, the slave city. This is a very dishonorable and inhumane system in the eyes of the people of West Eros. The slave owners seem to call themselves wise masters, kind masters, or great masters. You are well informed. The bloody duels in the dueling arena are the entertainment that every Yunkai freeman longs for. Every Saturday, all the major dueling arenas are packed. Go on. Leon leaned back in the recliner and listened to Spacium's story in a comfortable posture. And I am a very unfortunate person who was captured and brought to the duel arena when I was young. I have been fighting with people of my own age throughout my adolescence until I became an adult. As if the sad past was brought back to him, an unbearable sadness appeared on Spacium's face. It seems that you are very strong. Lion's tone was quite relaxed. No. I would rather die than be the one who died. Every time I survived a battle covered in wounds, my hands were already stained with the blood of my friends without me realizing it. Now I can only comfort myself by living on with all of their hopes. Until one day, the slaves rioted. I took advantage of the chaos and escaped to a ship that was bound for an unknown destination. Before I got off the ship, someone recognized me as a slave in the duel arena. The local lord then labeled me a murderer and sent me to the Great Wall. Until this point, Spacium's emotions began to fluctuate violently, and he looked like he wanted to tear the lord who had finally escaped from the Devil's Cave but sent him to hell into pieces. Finally, Spacium realized that he had gone off topic and shouldn't complain to Leon, who had already taken the Night's Watch oath, about becoming a Night's Watchman. At the same time, this didn't serve as any warning. Killing is indeed a bad habit and I can't seem to quit it. Leon listened to the story and gave his own answer, but then added, only if you are strong enough to be the only one holding a sword can you have the ability to prevent being killed, right? Winter is coming, Spacium. Your compassion is good, but be careful not to use it in the wrong place. After listening to this, Spacium just shook his head and said, my lord, I won't. Perhaps these words were inspired by his seeing Lion returning triumphantly today, covered in blood, which reminded him of himself in the duel. After Spacium left, Leon stroked the fuzz that was gradually emerging on his chin, thinking, I should find a monk or something for the army. Otherwise, even a tough guy like Spacium is going to have psychological problems after following me all the way. How can this go on in the long run? No, I'll go to the nearby church and catch one tomorrow. Of course, Leon still overestimated the moral concepts of people in this world. After all, people with stories like Spacium are not the majority, and the majority of people will never be able to understand thoughts as profound as Spacium even if they live their entire lives. The next morning, a special stall appeared at the market, a recruiting stall. In front of the stall, a few old night watchmen standing in a dignified manner are the best living signboards. Many people recognized them at a glance as one of the 12 knights who followed Leon to wipe out the bandits yesterday. After all, the smell of blood on each of them was so strong that it could not be shaken off. This morning, as Lion's official, Sam received another bag of money with 50 gold royals from him, and was told, recruit soldiers and horses. I want to see you spend all the money in this bag by whatever means when we set out in 2 weeks. So Sam sat here. However, the surplus labor force in Grey Crow Village has been squeezed out, and the Chief Dickens cannot produce more manpower in the short term, so Sam's idea is to target the people who come to the market. However, even with the oath sworn of the Night's Watch, one of the 12 knights, standing there as a sign, only a few people came to apply. Most of them were ruffians. Sam even suspected that they would buy alcohol after taking the 5 Bronze Star resettlement fee and then disappear without a trace. My lord of the Night's Watch, where are you recruiting soldiers to fight? Are you going to fight against the wildlings? A young man saw the bulging bag of money at Sam's feet, and finally his impulse got the better of him, so he stepped forward and asked. Sam wanted to answer yes at that time. But just as the words came to his mouth, he remembered that there were many people coming and going in the market of Grey Crow Village, and there were many idle people everywhere. He was afraid that there might be many spies from the wildlings sneaking in. So he did not tell the young man about his plan to go to Eastwatch in a few days, but just said, I can only tell you that Lord Leon Victor, the chief instructor from Black Iron Castle, issued a conscription order to the residents of the Gifted Land, and the commander-in-chief also agreed to this matter. You shouldn't ask about other things. Okay, sir, I want to be a soldier, but I don't want to be a night watchman, is that okay? I haven't got a family yet, I just want to save some money to get married by being a soldier. The young man's hesitant words immediately caused laughter from the people around him. The night watchman, one of the 12 knights, was even more smiling. Boy, the money you earn as a soldier is hard to spend. I tell you, you might as well spend it on the bellies of the women in Mole Village. Otherwise, when you return from military service one day, you will find a few more strange mouths to feed in your family. Sam did not laugh at the young man's idea, but said seriously, it's not easy to be a brother of the Night's Watch, at least not even for me now. Don't worry, we will not force you to take the oath of the Night's Watch. Wait until the war is over or you are discharged due to injury, Lord Lion will give you enough severance pay. So, if I join, where should I sign my name? Here. Hood, the Lord has asked you to be responsible for training this batch of new recruits. There are not enough bows and arrows, so just treat it as basic infantry training. After signing up the new recruits, Sam said to Hood who was standing beside him. The latter nodded and took the new recruits gathered behind the stall to the training ground. At this time, Grey Crow Village was half a bustling market and half a busy training ground. The noise of more than 200 soldiers training was loud enough to echo through the sky. As time passed, the departure date that Lion had originally set arrived in the blink of an eye. Chief Dickens looked at the team assembled on the training ground with mixed feelings. At this time, Lion can be said to be strong in both men and horses. In front of the team were 100 Night's Watch recruits holding shields and swords, and in the back were 200-man Night's Watch Rangers, at least half of whom were Night's Watch elite Rangers with outstanding combat power. Lion, who was in the center of the army, was guarded by 20 Night's Watch Oath Keepers carrying two-handed swords. It was worth mentioning that Specium had been successfully upgraded to a 5th-level soldier, Night's Watch Oath Keeper, after training. The murderous aura on his body was no longer as sharp as that of the Oath Taker. Only the murderous aura that occasionally appeared from his eyes under the hood showed that he was not easy to mess with. Although the new recruits in Lion's team had only undergone a short 20 days of training, due to the tenfold training effect, they had at least the equivalent of 5 years of training for the private soldiers of other lords. Even though most of them were farmers, unemployed people, hooligans, and had never had blood on their hands 20 days ago. But Dickens could not deny that what stood before him was an elite force. "Sir, I wish you success." Dickens brought a few villagers and pulled a cart of vegetables and food to Lion's team. Sam is responsible for dispatching these supplies. Hearing this, Leon glanced at Dickens and said indifferently, "I won't say I'm sorry about your brother, but it has already happened, and it's not my fault. I know. I'm just looking forward to the day when the young and strong men in our village can return triumphantly." After a brief greeting, at Leon's command, the troops set out. The elite rangers mounted their horses and walked at the front of the team. Among them was a team of 200 people guarding 10 baggage wagons. The wagons were equipped with weapons, bows, and arrows, as well as enough food and fodder to feed the 300-man army for 3 months. Destination: Donghai Wang. In the game of Mount and Blade, Leon once led a team of 1,000 people. However, after entering the battle, his computer lagged so much that the graphics card almost burned out. Since then, Leon never led a team of more than people again. This is the first time that Lion has led a team of more than 300 people in reality. It is even undeniable that this number will even increase in the future. This made Lion feel a little worried. When the team was small, he could just shout out any orders, but now most of the time Leon was constantly listening to reports from scouts rushing back from all directions. At this moment, Lion suddenly missed John or someone else being there, so that he could share some of the pressure of commanding. Because his current command level was only able to make the troops march simply, and when encountering a small group of bandits, let the rangers on horseback chase and kill them. For the rest of the time, Lion could only stare blankly at the troops moving slowly. As for Sam coming to command, he couldn't count on him at all. The daily bills for food and necessities for these hundreds of people were enough for him to calculate for a whole day. Fortunately, the scouts were able to perform well under the leadership of Specium, and prevented those with ulterior motives from brazenly attacking the main force. Even though Lion's troops number more than 300, it is not considered a big force in the desolate northern land. During the past few days when they were stationed in Grey Crow Village, they learned that there were several gangs on the road with thousands of people, and their leaders were well-known big gangs on the road. "Sir, this is the 8th group of bandits we have captured today. God knows how many bandits are hiding in the wilderness and deep in the wolf forest." As Hood rode back on his horse, he threw a man tied up behind his back in front of Lion's car. The man was already jolted dizzy on Hood's horse, and then he was suddenly thrown to the ground. He fell so hard that he saw stars and was unable to get up for a long time. This was also the order given by Lion. All those in the team who could ride horses would go out to catch bandits, and all the live ones they could capture would be handed over to Lion for disposal. There are only 2 possible outcomes for Leon: one is to become a new recruit of the Night's Watch, a glorious but arduous task, the other is to become a gold dragon in Leon's pocket. Faced with a life and death situation, the captives, who had little choice, basically joined Lion's team. Except for the bandits who escaped again and were captured and executed, Lion's harvest from 3 days of marching towards Donghaiwang was only a dozen gold dragons. When the man in front of him woke up and saw that he was surrounded by the Night's Watch, his first reaction was to run away. However, Hood was quick-witted and whipped him to the ground. After being promoted to Oathsworn of the Night's Watch, Hood and the others' weapons were automatically changed to two-handed swords and powerful bows. These weapons could not be used without some arm strength, so Hood didn't control the strength of his ordinary whip and knocked the man unconscious. "There's something wrong with this guy, Hood, be careful." Seeing that Hood was rashly about to dismount and turn the man lying on the ground over to check, Leon suddenly spoke out to stop him. Although Hood felt that Leon's words were a bit exaggerated, the discipline he had developed from spending a long time with Leon made Hood wave to several nearby recruits. After 3 or 5 people surrounded the fallen man, Hood walked forward and poked the man's waist with his toes. Seeing no response, Hood squatted down and turned the man's body over. As soon as he turned over, Hood saw that the man's face was covered with a grayish-white where his eyes were, as if his pupils had disappeared. But then Hood found that a powerful will appeared in his mind and controlled his body without any explanation. Hodder slowly stood up, but his movements were a little stiff. Due to the lack of visibility, the recruits next to him didn't notice anything unusual about the man on the ground. One of the recruits was about to ask a question when Hood stretched his neck, then stretched out his hand, drew out the two-handed sword behind him at lightning speed, and swung it in a circle. Several recruits around were caught off guard. One of the recruits standing closest to him instantly had a bloody mark on his neck and his head flew up into the sky. The remaining recruits were not in a good condition either, with broken arms, heads and limbs flying everywhere. Then, Hodder seemed to recognize that Leon, who was sitting in the carriage, was a high-ranking officer of the Night's Watch, so he ran towards Leon quickly and stabbed him with his huge two-handed sword without hesitation. However, Leon had to be prepared. The spider alarm in his mind had been ringing since the man was captured. Facing Hood's sudden attack, Leon instantly drew his sword to protect his chest. Suddenly, a cold light flashed before Leon's eyes. Damn! Is there any backup plan? At the critical moment, Leon's neck shrank and this was the only thought that flashed through his mind. However, this cold light was obviously from the loyal Spacium. Even though Leon was fully prepared to meet Horde's attack, Spacium got there first. When Spacium blocked Hod's path, attacking with his two-handed sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged 5 or 6 moves. As much as Leon trusted his subordinate's loyalty before, he was furious now. The system had clearly guaranteed that the subordinates restricted by the mental seal could not rebel and attack Leon. Where's the system? Come out and explain to me, why can my subordinates still attack me even though you planted a mental seal on them? However, before the system could explain, Spacium's voice sounded at the right time. My lord, something is wrong. This is not Hod. He can't be that strong. After receiving several moves from Hood, Spacium only felt his arms go numb, and Hood looked even more miserable. The knuckles of his hands were cracked by the huge reaction force of the 2 attacks, but he still attacked Spacium relentlessly, which was against his will. It seemed that he was going to trade injuries for injuries. However, seeing that he could not defeat Spacium in the short term, after the 2 passed each other, Hood threw his two-handed sword at Leon like a flying knife, and then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The man on the ground suddenly stopped rolling his eyes. Instead, he rolled his eyes around and got up and ran away while no one was paying attention to him. Because of the injuries on both his hands, the sword thrown by Hood had no accuracy at all and was thrown directly into the wilderness. Leon was too lazy to even dodge. Seeing Hood lying on the ground pretending to be dead as if replicating the scene, Leon raised his hand to stop Spacium from moving forward, and instead raised his hand to summon dozens of bows and arrows with fully drawn strings, aiming at Hood. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up yourself, Hod, you'll be a hedgehog. Seeing Hood lying on the ground with a terrified face, obviously awake, Leon spoke viciously in a threatening tone without hesitation. No, sir, I'll get up right away. Ouch, my hand hurts so much. Hood's hands were connected to his heart, and he couldn't stop feeling the severe pain. Now he was unable to stand up and could only half kneel on the ground. Without saying a word, Spacium raised his sword and aimed at Hood's neck, looking at Leon at the same time. As long as Leon nodded, Hood would be beheaded in the next moment. Listen to my explanation, sir. It was that man who took over my body just now. It really wasn't me who did it. My lord, I have travelled around the continent of Essos for many years, and I have never heard of the black magic of possessing another's body. After setting up camp, all of Hood's weapons were confiscated, and he was forced to kneel in front of Leon with his hands tied behind his back by 2 recruits. After Spiasm led his men to collect the bodies of the fallen recruits, he was the first to raise the question with hatred in his eyes. Many of these new recruits were trained personally by Spiasm, and the casualties from marching for many days and fighting with bandits were not as many as those caused by Hood alone. Listen to my explanation, sir. When that man rolled his eyes, my body went out of control. Besides, you know me well. My strength is not that strong. How could I possibly fight Master Spiasm to a draw? Hood was kneeling on the ground with a miserable look on his face. His wounds were bleeding continuously, staining his face and his black clothes with scarlet spots. He looked very wronged. Leon frowned and kept thinking. There were too many weird things in today's incident. In addition, although Hood's face was full of rebelliousness when they first met, he had been tamed a lot after Leon's constant beating. He doesn't seem like the type of person who would suddenly do something disobedient like this. The problem lies with the man who escaped. Spiasm, have you caught the man who escaped? So, Leon turned his head away from Leon who was kneeling on the ground and asked Spiasm who was standing beside him. The latter frowned upon hearing this and said in shame, I sent half of the rangers to search in the direction where the man fled, but the wolf forest is too large and it was already late, and the last team of scouts reported back that they still found nothing. Sir, I suspect the man who escaped is a savage. Sam, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Leon raised his eyebrows and asked, any evidence? The evidence is actually very obvious. The fur coat that the man was wearing was not a common style worn by people in the north, and it was wet. It was obvious that he had lived in a place covered with ice and snow for a long time. Sam's words made Lion think carefully. The man did look wet, and it happened that it hadn't rained recently, so Lion felt strange at the time. Hodder, where did you catch him? Was he accompanied by any companions at the time? I found him under a tree. He rolled his eyes and I thought he was going to die, so I tied him up and brought him back. He was alone, with no sign of any companions. Sam stood up with a serious expression and asked again, are you sure he rolled his eyes? Is there anything else unusual around? I seemed to hear wolf howls around me, and they sounded like dire wolves. That's right. The area south of the wall is not suitable for dire wolves to survive. Hod's eyes lit up, and he looked at Sam as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and tried his best to explain. I've read about the free folk in the book. Sam nodded. Seeing Leon looking at him with some confusion, Sam quickly explained, the free folk are what the wildlings call themselves. It's not all ice and snow north of the wall. They also farm in suitable places, but our king has not sent them to collect taxes. In fact, there is no difference between them and the northerners in terms of race and language. They are all descendants of our ancestors thousands of years ago. Sam didn't keep the story a secret. He looked at the people around him who were listening to the story and at Horde's look of help on the ground, and continued, I heard that among tens of thousands of free people, there will be one who is born different from the others. They are born with the ability to transform into other animals, and they can invade their consciousness into any animal, giving them the vision of an animal. When they transform into other animals, their eyes turn white, because their real eyes are on the animal. Sam's tone was up and down, and everyone who heard it fell into deep thought. Even Hood was entranced for a moment, imagining what he would see if he suddenly had the vision of an animal. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Yes, that's right. My eyes went dark and I couldn't see anything. I could only feel my body hacking around uncontrollably. It was terrifying. Hood yelled and tried to defend himself at the top of his voice. Shut up! Huode, your suspicion has not been cleared yet. Lion shouted, and a new soldier stepped forward and hit Hood on the head viciously. After being hit hard, Hood immediately lay on the ground withered, without saying a word. After Sam's reminder, Leon remembered that there were indeed aliens among the wildlings in the TV series, and there were quite a few of them. There was one in the team of Tormund the Giant's Bane, who led a lot of wildlings to bypass the East Sea and look for the invading Doghead Hamar army. The number of aliens would be only more. Perhaps it was because this alien was too careless and came out to scout alone, and did not notice Hood coming next to him, so he was caught. After arriving in Lion, he found himself surrounded by the Night Watch. He felt it was difficult to escape, so he gave it a try and invaded Hood's brain. Unexpectedly, he was really controlled by him. If anyone is to blame, it's Hood's fault that he doesn't use his brain often, resulting in an empty head, which makes it easy for others to take advantage of him. Hood, I'm sorry to have to bear with you for the next 2 days. Who knows if you will be suddenly controlled by the alien again and attack me? After thinking for a moment, Leon made a decision. Hearing that he would not die, Huoda breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned and looked at the new recruit behind him, and said timidly, "Brother, the rope is too tight, can you loosen it a little?" The new recruit looked straight ahead, and without Leon's orders, he turned a deaf ear to what others said. After Hod was taken away dejectedly, only Sam and Spacium, his 2 right-hand men, were left in Lion's tent. With the presence of aliens, it seems that the noise of our march cannot be concealed from the savages. Lion sighed, pretending to be melancholy, as if expecting his 2 subordinates to relieve his worries. Unfortunately, Spacium's tone was stiff and he didn't understand the situation. He said, "I'll have the scouts expand their search radius by another 10 miles. This is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If I were an alien and turned into an eagle flying in the sky, could you shoot down all the eagles in the sky?" Leon shook his head. In fact, he already had a plan in his mind, he just wanted to test these 2 subordinates to see if there was anyone who shared the same thoughts as him. Seeing that Spacium remained silent, Leon turned his gaze to Sam. If Sam hadn't cleared up his confusion just now, Leon would have thought that someone had hired the Faceless Man to disguise himself as Hood to assassinate him. "You have to know that I am a man with the 1,000 faces god system, but I didn't get any news about it in advance," which almost made Leon doubt the authenticity of this system. Not to mention what good ideas Lion has come up with. Let's turn our attention to the fleeing savage alien. There's nothing here, let's go somewhere else. A Night Watcher Oathbearer held a bow and arrow in his hand, carefully scanned the surroundings, and said to his companion beside him. After being promoted to the 4th level of soldiers, not only did he gain terrifying arm strength, but his vision also improved a lot. Seeing that his companions had looked for a long time but found nothing, the 2 of them rode their horses to go somewhere else. However, under the cliff where the sworn man had just stood, the escaped alien was lying on the back of a huge dire wolf. He tightly grasped the fur on the back of the dire wolf with both hands, using the darkness to cover the figures of the man and the wolf. After a long time, when there was no sound, the savage alien controlled the dire wolf to climb up the cliff. In the dark night, he saw the lights of 2 torches gradually moving away. So the savage alien quickly focused all his attention on the dire wolf under him. The eyes of the dire wolf can see more clearly than those of humans who lack vitamin supplements on a daily basis. With a little moonlight, they can run freely in the wilderness and mountains covered with rugged rocks. In addition, the speed of the dire wolf is much faster than that of a 1,000-mile horse. In an instant, the wild aliens completely escaped the encirclement of the Night's Watch scouts and ran in one direction without looking back. It was not until the middle of the night when the dire wolf reached the savage camp that it stopped panting. Just as the savage alien regained his vision, he felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears, and a dagger flashing with cold light suddenly appeared at his neck. Even the dire wolf under his seat was unable to react. "Havertz, why are you running so fast? Is there a White Walker chasing you?" Just as the alien was panicking, thinking that the Night Watch had caught up with him, he heard a familiar, crisp voice playing a joke on him. He heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. "Gressa, take me to see Lord Hammer. I have an emergency to notify you." But the person behind him did not put down the dagger. Instead, he moved closer and even cut the skin on his neck. "Why, are you tired of turning into a dire wolf hunting game, or did you accidentally discover something?" "Stop it, Gressa, I've been discovered by the Night Watchman." "Oh, you mean Cotter Pike?" "Impossible. I control the Gypsophila to fly over Dong Hai Wang's head every day. Any movement of his people will be visible to me." "Of course it's not him. It's the Night Watchman from the south." Seeing that Gressa's behavior was full of hostility and she was unwilling to take the dagger from his neck, Havertz gradually clenched his fists, intending to repeat the scene of controlling Hood during the day and control the companions behind him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he had this thought, he felt weak, as if he had not slept for 7 days and 7 nights. His whole body went limp and he fell on the back of the dire wolf. He ignored the dagger on his neck, as Grace's dagger nearly cut his trachea. Seeing that Havertz didn't look like he was joking, Grace put away her playful attitude and easily controlled the dire wolf under her seat, carrying the two of them towards the territory of the free people. Soon, the two men and the wolf arrived in front of Dog-Headed Hamma's tent. After dismissing the dire wolf, Havertz was carried to Dog-Headed Hamma by two wildling guards in front of the tent. "My daughter, what's going on?" It was late at night, and the Dog-Headed Hamma, who was woken up, asked in a bad tone, pointing at the blood on Havertz's chest and the horrific scar on his neck with bloodshot eyes, and asked in a serious tone. Grace took off her hood, revealing a cute face of ice and snow. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said to the Dog-Headed Hamma with an embarrassed look on her face, "Maybe his dire wolf went crazy and killed its master." "Nonsense, there's clearly a scar on his neck caused by a dagger. I'm not so old that I can't even see this wound." Gautu Hamma was furious when he heard this, but his daughter was not afraid of his angry look. Instead, she approached Gautu Hamma with a friendly look on her face and knocked hard on her father's back with her slender hands, which had natural strength that allowed her to twist off someone's skull and use it as a bowl. The anger on Dog-Headed Hamma's face disappeared in an instant. He seemed to be enjoying his daughter's service very much. He even couldn't help humming softly after a while. The savage guards at the door listened intently to the muffled sounds like drums coming from the tent, as if they were accustomed to the noise. "Go and get the witch doctor to treat Lord Havertz's injuries." When the guards at the door heard this, one of them immediately set off. "Okay, my dear daughter, don't I know what you are thinking? I know you don't want to marry Havertz, but you shouldn't hurt him. After all, there are only two aliens like you in our Doghead tribe." Dog-Head Hamma gently patted the back of his daughter's hand and said earnestly. "Who made him so annoying? His wolf often howls until midnight without anyone caring." Grace muttered, and her strength increased a lot. The place where her little fist had punched suddenly became swollen. The Dog-Headed Hamma seemed not to care about the injury on his back at all, and continued to speak to himself, "If you don't want to marry him, then don't marry him." "Yet, Father, I knew you were the best. I heard that Prince Sen has just become a widower, and you have your first period, so you can marry him." Poor Gressa was too happy too early. Dog-Headed Hamma's words reminded the girl of a sturdy bald Sen man in his 40s or 50s. That man had a huge hooked nose on his fierce face, and no less than 20 metal-piercing decorations on his face, as well as tattoos of the level corresponding to a prince. From a man's perspective, he must be very handsome, but the girl thought he was extremely ugly. Even Havertz, who was lying on the ground, was much more pleasing to the eye. "No. I don't want to marry the Thorn Impaler. Never." After hearing her father's arrangement, Gracia jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and ran out of the door angrily. Faced with his daughter's mischief, Gautu Hamma couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said to himself, "Maybe you will truly grow up when you become a woman." Soon, the witch doctor came into the tent carrying his medicine box. He first bent down to check the horrific wound on Havertz's neck. After finding that it was a skin injury, he bandaged it. Then he turned over Havertz's eyelids and looked at him for a long time. "Master Hamma, Havertz is just nervous and overworked. He will be fine after a few days of rest. As for the skin wound, it will scab over in 3 to 5 days with his physique. Yes, come up here and show me how much the bones in your back are dislocated this time, and help me straighten them." After seeing his daughter leave, Gautu Hamma grimaced, and it was obvious that he did not feel well after being beaten on the back by Grace's little fists. But after so many years, Gautu Hamma has gotten used to it. Gautu Hamma's camp was located in a forest near the beach, making it convenient for him to escape from the sea if he encountered any danger. The straight line distance from this place to Donghai-Wang is only 30 kilometers, which means that it is operating under the noses of the night watchman. The secret of why the Dog-Headed Hamma tribe was able to stay so close to the Night's Watch without being discovered was that Gressa's Saker Falcon was able to spot the scouts in advance, and the ruthless wildlings killed all the northerners who mistakenly entered their camp. In the desolate forest, a legend gradually spread about a thing that devoured all living people. As time went by, Cotter Pike of Eastwatch finally heard about what happened here. However, due to the shortage of manpower and the fact that Old Bear summoned all the Night's Watch to prepare for an expedition to the north, they ignored the rumors about this forest. What Old Bear didn't know was that just as he was preparing to head north, an oathbreaker of the Night's Watch named Mance successfully united dozens of tribes that originally had grievances with each other and became the king beyond the wall. At this time, he led 100,000 wildlings to gather near the fist of the first men. The dog-headed Hama tribe was ordered to sneak into the north from Donghai Wang, where the defense was the weakest. Then they would join forces with the wildling army, first attack Black Iron Castle, and then occupy any land they saw. No one knows why they do this. But speaking of it, the timing of Mr. Xiong's decision to assemble the army and march north for reconnaissance was really good. But the people of the Hama tribe don't know about it yet. A few days later, when Grace reported to her father again, she mentioned the unusual personnel transfers in Donghai Wang. "Father, the Eastwatch garrison is organizing an expeditionary force. The civilians in the nearby villages are being gathered like ants to transport supplies. I saw equipment enough to arm about 500 people being loaded onto carriages. Obviously, they have discovered us, so we should retreat to the sea immediately." The matter was of great importance, and Grace's face did not show any relief. However, after listening to her report, dog-headed Hama had an indifferent expression on his face, which made Gracie very confused. "The information provided by Havertz is exactly the opposite of yours. His dire wolf sneaked into Eastwatch and heard the civilians talking about supporting Black Iron Castle. They didn't mention us at all." Dog-headed Hama pointed at the person sitting next to him. "I see." Only then did Gracia see that Havertz had finally woken up after being in a coma for several days. The only difference between him and someone who had just recovered from a serious illness was that from time to time, Havertz's eyes would flash with a gleam of light so intense that it was almost tangible. Even Gressa, who was also an alien, would subconsciously turn her head away when she saw it and dared not look directly at him. At the same time, she was also wondering what had happened to Havertz. Why had he changed so much? It was as if he had become a completely different person. In the days since returning to the camp, Havertz has not told anyone that he suddenly awakened the ability to control people, even the most powerful tribal chieftain, Doghead Hama, and the witch doctor. You have to know that in the thousands of years of history of the free people, there has never been a case of a mutated person successfully controlling another person. The spiritual energy that Havertz released imperceptibly during the days of coma has infected several savages who have approached him. After waking up, Havertz suddenly found that he could control other people's bodies and consciousness at will, just like entering the body of a dire wolf. This made Havertz feel superior to everyone, and Gressa, who was more mentally competent than ordinary people, immediately noticed this and subconsciously avoided Havertz's sight. This actually saved her life. But Gautu Hama was not so lucky. It only took Havertz half a morning to influence the mind of Doghead Hama and make the latter say something according to his wishes. But it is still some distance away from complete control. Gressa saw that Havertz next to her father had already conducted close reconnaissance, so her own intelligence became dispensable, so she decided to leave immediately. "Wait a moment." Dog-headed Hama suddenly spoke to persuade him to stay. "What's wrong, father?" "I have decided on your marriage to Havertz. You will get married tonight." "Ah? Father! What are you talking about?" Gressa suddenly raised her head, widened her eyes, and looked at her father and Havertz beside him with confusion. Havertz narrowed his eyes, his face full of the news that his plan had succeeded. "This matter has been delayed for too long. Besides, you two have been childhood sweethearts. I will let the witch doctor arrange this matter immediately." Dog-headed Hama had a blank expression on his face, his lips moved mechanically, and his words came out of his mouth without any emotion. There was no room for negotiation. "Father, you haven't discussed this matter with me, and besides..." Gressa looked at Havertz who was sitting next to her father. The face that was considered handsome among the free people suddenly became extremely disgusting in Gressa's eyes. "Okay, this is not a discussion, this is an order." Gautu Hama and Havertz stood up at the same time, and what the two said was almost exactly the same. Seeing this, Gracia felt extremely wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily and she ran out. After a while, Doghead Hama came back to his senses as if he had suddenly realized something. He looked at Havertz beside him with a wary face and said in an angry tone, "Were you controlling me to speak just now?" Seeing that Havertz just smiled mysteriously and said nothing, he obviously agreed to the accusation. "But how could you? When did the aliens control people's hearts?" After asking, seeing that Havertz just smiled and didn't answer, Doghead Hama recalled the feeling just now. After just thinking about it for a moment, the deep feeling of powerlessness and despair was deeply imprinted in his mind. "No, this should not be a power you can control, you can't do this." After saying this, Dog-headed Hama took 2 steps back, with a hint of murderous intent towards Havertz in his heart. You want to kill me? Lord Chief, why? Havertz threw out a sinister thought, and dog-headed Hammer involuntarily handed over the dagger he had behind his back. Come! Someone come! Dog-headed Hammer bit his tongue, trying to resist the increasingly powerful will of Havertz in his mind. Several equally expressionless savage guards slowly walked in with weapons in hand. Kill him! He betrayed Doghead. Doghead Hammer used all his strength to point at Havertz in front of him. Yes, sir. The wildling guards drew their weapons one after another, but the person they were aiming at was not Havertz, but Dog-headed Hammer. You guys! Dog-headed Hammer was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Havertz looked at Dog-head Hammer's face full of panic, which formed a sharp contrast with his usual majestic appearance. This contrast made him couldn't help laughing. Havertz can control these wild guards with just a glance. He even feels that as long as some time passes and his mental strength recovers, he can ask these people to commit suicide with just a thought, and they will probably choose to die without hesitation. What a powerful force! Is this, the feeling of easily controlling people's hearts? Havertz laughed to the end, and the expression on his face gradually turned into a grim smile. Go out! Just as the barbarian guards were approaching Doghead Hammer with their weapons raised, Havertz gave an order, and all the barbarian guards sheathed their swords and turned away silently. At the same time, Havertz released the control of Doghead Hammer. You won't kill me. Of course, as long as you are obedient, my father-in-law. Lion's solution is very simple, which is to divide the troops. Most of the Night's Watch Rangers stayed with the recruits, led by Sam, and made a move to head north to Eastwatch. He led all the elite forces in the team, divided them into small groups, and rode 2 horses day and night towards the East China Sea, hoping to deceive the eyes of the wild aliens in the sky. If Lion knew that the aliens from the dog-headed Hammer tribe were monitoring Donghai Wang all day long and were indifferent to him, will there be a feeling of powerlessness as if your punch is in vain? In short, Lion's target is only one person, and that is Dog-headed Hammer. It is better to achieve the goal through a decapitation operation by a small group of elite troops than to fight a positional battle with a group of savages and suffer heavy casualties. You have to know that Lion's principle in playing the game is, I won't bring any troops that are not elite, and I won't fight any troops that are not elite. The main focus is on the happiness of a cultivation system. If you want to fight, you have to fight when the wind is in your favor and crush the opponent. Lion selectively ignored Mid's comment that Doghead Hammer was difficult to deal with. Sir, we have captured another barbarian prisoner. It seems that a group of barbarians have infiltrated the Great Wall. Specium threw a man with an arrow in the leg, tied up like a dumpling, and a hood on his head in front of Leon. After the escape of the alien, everyone in the Lion army was worried that the next prisoner they captured would be an alien who could control others with just one look. Very good, ask him where the camp is. I won't tell you even if you kill me. Before Spacium could get on the guy to interrogate him, a man's unyielding voice came from the hood. What bad luck! Another tough guy. How many of them are there today? Leon curled his lips and walked over with his sword in hand. Then he pierced the savage's neck with a sword like killing a pig. This is the 7th one today. Spiasum also had a numb expression on his face. However, even the captured savages are tough guys, but judging from various clues, Lion's direction should be correct, and he should be getting closer and closer to Dog-headed Hammer's camp. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to capture so many prisoners. Spiasum, send a signal to the people nearby. I feel like we are getting closer to the barbarian camp. Gather your horses and let's charge. As you wish, my lord. Spiasum took the order and left. Soon, more than a dozen oath-takers gathered around Lion. There is no need to capture anyone alive now. We must kill every wild man we see to avoid exposing our tracks. Yes, sir. All the Night's Watch oath-takers responded in unison. By the way, have you taken measures to prevent staring at each other? Everything is ready. Graça came out from behind the tent feeling depressed. When she saw the smiling faces of the savages around her who were busy preparing for the wedding in the evening, she felt even more uncomfortable. In fact, if what happened today had not happened, if Graça had to choose between the old man Prince Son and Havertz as her husband, she would most likely choose the latter. But today, her father's tough attitude, which ignored her, made Graça feel a little rebellious for the first time. Her original good impression of Havertz was completely gone. Feeling upset, Grace couldn't help but stroll around the camp. When she was questioned by the guards, she just fooled them by saying that she was out to check the sentries. In fact, she just wanted to take a walk to relieve her depressed mood. It would have been fine if we hadn't checked, but when we did, we found something really wrong. When passing by a tree where a secret sentry was originally placed, Grace did not hear any movement, as if the sentry on the tree was dead. Unconvinced, Gressa climbed up the tree trunk, only to find that the sentry had been shot with an arrow in his eyebrow. The huge impact of the arrow instantly pierced through the sentry's brain stem, preventing him from even issuing a warning. The person who could do this was obviously not an ordinary northern hunter, and it was obvious that a powerful enemy had invaded. There was a hint of ferocity in Grace's eyes, and she instantly put aside the unhappiness in her heart, rolled her eyes, and rushed to a petrel that was circling above the camp. After a careful inspection, Hyun's sharp vision revealed that a small team of night watchmen had ambushed at the edge of the camp. Their horses were tied behind them, and they seemed ready to charge at any time. "Hey, it's not even night yet, why are these savages partying?" In the camp, drunk savages carrying wine barrels would occasionally walk around, and their noisy voices were carried by the sea breeze to the ears of Leon and others who were lying in ambush near the camp. After listening carefully, Specium whispered, "The wildlings are celebrating a wedding. It sounds like it's the daughter of Doghead Hammer. Interesting, then I will present a gift on behalf of the Night's Watch." How about the head of Hammer the dog? Lion looked at the defenseless wildling camp and couldn't help but feel relieved. "Wait until dark and the wildlings have completely let down their guard, then we will attack." "My lord, look at that petrel, there seems to be something wrong." As a level 5 oath keeper of the Night's Watch, Specium's sixth sense is quite sensitive. After being reminded by Specium, Lion also raised his head. A petrel was circling above his head. Lion could even read an emotion called anger from the petrel's eyes. "Did you finally find us?" The petrel also let out a long whistle at the right time, and fled to the savage camp before Specium raised his bow and arrow, constantly flying past the people. Hyun's abnormal behavior finally awakened the drunken savages. They picked up their weapons and looked around blankly, being careful of sneak attacks that might occur at any time. An old savage seemed to have noticed something and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the woods. The next moment, an arrow shot out from the direction he was looking at. The arrow instantly pierced his chest and its force continued until it penetrated another person's arm. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Specium is amazing. Lion couldn't help but praise him, and while he spoke, his hands kept moving, shooting arrow after arrow into the barbarian camp. No matter how the savages dodged, every arrow shot by Lion could accurately hit one of their heads. As the head coach of the Night's Watch, how can you be successful without some skills? Seeing how fiercely the 2 coaches performed, the other Night's Watch Oathsworn were not willing to lag behind. A dozen of them launched an attack that outlasted hundreds of people. For a moment, the suppressed wildlings could only squat behind shields and buildings, living in fear all day long. Occasionally, a wild archer would dare to stand up and fight back, and an arrow would immediately grow out of his head. The wanton slaughter of their own tribe by the Night Watch angered Gressa, who was controlling the birds in the tree. In a rage, Gressa withdrew from Hyun's sight, picked up the dagger, and reached behind Leon and others. The dog-headed Hama tribe is a large tribe with hundreds of savage warriors. This time, the people who lurked south of the Wall of Despair were more than 100 of the most elite men under the tribal chief Doghead Hama, and they did not bring any free civilians with them. Hundreds of people came and went like the wind, and they could advance to tire out the enemy and harass them, and retreat directly back to Hardship Village from the sea. However, they were unable to organize an effective counterattack for half a day under the sudden attack of the Night's Watch, whose number was less than 1/5 of theirs. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Doghead Hama was controlled by Havertz and was unable to give orders in person. Havertz should also bear part of the responsibility for the brutal massacre of his people. After the wildlings endured the casualties and spontaneously organized themselves into a shield wall, the damage caused by the Night's Watch's arrows was greatly reduced. "See that unique tent? Follow me in and catch Doghead Hama." Lion was the first to shoot all the arrows in his quiver, then he mounted his horse. The other Night's Watch oath-takers followed suit, taking out their 2-handed swords from their backs and placing them flat on their horses. They were not rangers, and they could not fight on horseback with 2-handed swords. Each of them was at best a mounted infantryman. When they charged in front of the enemy, they had to dismount and fight on foot with their 2-handed swords. However, more than 20 war horses still displayed the spirit of a charging army in this small space of the camp. "Kill!" Leon pulled out the black and white kiss. His one-handed sword was very agile on horseback. He took advantage of the horse's momentum and led the way, chopping down many shield-bearing savage warriors along the way. The rest of the Night's Watch Oathbreakers followed suit, except for a few unlucky ones whose horses were injured and threw them off. After landing, they were surrounded by the wildlings and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Most people followed Lion, dismounted from their horses, and came to the tent where Doghead Hammer was suspected to be. Because the savages have lived in ice and snow for a long time, the adult savages who have survived the long struggle with nature, wild beasts and their companions have all developed an extremely strong physique. The Night's Watch would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight with the Night's Watch recruits, but now they are facing the powerful 4th-level soldiers, the Night's Watch Oathblowers. The physical fitness that the wildlings are proud of has no advantage in front of the Oathblowers. In addition, the Oath-takers were all fully armored and had extremely high defense, so they could withstand several axes from the wildlings without any damage. However, the wildlings, who were only protected by leather armor, would be injured if they were grazed by the two-handed swords of the Night's Watch, and would die if they were touched by them. There is no need to say much about the loyalty of the wildling guards in front of Doghead Hammer's tent. Even though their companions died one after another under the two-handed sword and even though they knew they were outnumbered, they still guarded the tent gate tightly in the face of the wildlings' indomitable nature and their duty as the guard chief, and did not allow the night watchman to get any closer to the tent. But as time went on, the Night's Watch Oath-takers also had a hard time. No matter how good they were at fighting, they were still mortals. They were surrounded and had to face countless axes coming from all directions at the same time. No matter how skilled they were, they could not withstand the attack. Seeing that more and more savages were surrounding them, even Lion became a little anxious. It's not that he was worried about his own safety, but that the elite soldiers he had trained with great difficulty fell one in a few seconds, and in another 3 to 5 minutes the entire army would be wiped out. Damn it, I underestimated these wildlings. Seeing his men falling one after another, Leon's eyes were bloodshot. As if sensing Leon's anger, Specium roared and chopped off the last 2 wildling guards blocking the door of the tent with his sword. Just as he was about to lift the door curtain and rush in, a huge two-handed axe flew straight towards his face. Fortunately, Leon's attention was always on Specium, and he kicked Specium away in a flash. Without Specium's obstruction, the huge two-handed axe continued to move forward with its momentum, smashing straight into the crowd of savages. The body of an unlucky savage became a target. The huge axe blade easily pierced through his body and knocked down several savages. Even Specium was frightened by the sudden attack and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to think that if Leon hadn't kicked him in time, his fate would not be much better than that of the unfortunate savage. As the two-handed axe flew out, a tall savage came out of the tent. The savage wore a huge iron helmet with a dog head on his head, and was wearing armor with a metallic sheen that was rare among savages. The style of the wildling's armor reminded Lion of a guy in King's Landing named Sandor Clegane, the Hound. But that guy is Prince Joffrey Baratheon's personal guard and there is no way he would be here. So the person in front of me should be Dog-headed Hammer. Dog-headed Hammer pushed away the dog-head mask, revealing an expressionless face. He looked at Leon, and a trace of fluctuation finally appeared in his calm eyes. I didn't expect that you damn crows would actually catch up with us. Dog-headed Hammer spoke each word with almost gritting his teeth. Looking at the eyes of Dog-head Hammer, Leon felt inexplicably familiar. Suddenly I remembered that day when Hood was possessed by the wild alien, he seemed to have the same look in his eyes. You can't escape this time. Leon raised the black and white kiss, his tone extremely confident, without any awareness of being surrounded. Ha 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 ha, you don't seem to understand the situation. If your army was here, we might have to retreat. But now your men have suffered heavy casualties. Do you think you can capture me alive? As soon as Dog-headed Hammer finished speaking, he pulled out 2 small axes from his waist and ran straight towards Lion, looking as if he was going to cut Lion into pieces. Seeing the 2 big guys fighting one-on-one, their younger brothers naturally stopped and became responsible for being on guard against the opponent's sneak attacks. Dog-headed Hammer's attacks were wide, and he put all his strength into every swing of the axe. In addition, he held 2 axes in both hands and his movements were swift. He could be said to be the toughest opponent Leon had encountered since he came to the other world. But Leon's proficiency in one-handed sword is not given for nothing. Normally, he can defeat anyone in 1 second, so when he encounters a rare opponent, he naturally has to vent his prowess. In order to prevent themselves from being affected by the fierce battle between the 2 men, Both the Night's Watch and the wildlings around them gave them enough space. Grace, who had rushed over, happened to be outside the battle circle witnessing all this. Faced with the fair duel between her father and Leon, she, who was well versed in assassination, could only worry and could not help at all. She wanted to draw out her whistle arrow for a sneak attack, but she had to give up for fear of accidentally hurting her father. Inside the tent, Havertz, sweating profusely, was controlling the ball to fight a life and death battle with Lion. But what he didn't expect was that Doghead Hammer, who was famous for his bravery among the free people, was actually no match for the young Night's Watchman in strength. In addition, Havertz is not good at fighting, and he cannot exert his full strength by controlling Doghead Hammer's body. So after thinking for a moment, Havertz decisively cut off the body that controlled the Dog-Headed Hammer. When Dog-Headed Hammer found that he had regained control of his body, he saw a flash of light before his eyes. Before he had time to think, Dog-Headed Hammer instinctively rolled forward to avoid Leon's slash. It was the physical reaction of having been on the front line of life and death for a long time that saved Dog-Headed Hammer's life. After rolling a few times to steady his body, Gautu Hammer finally saw the situation on the field clearly. It turned out that the Night Watch had broken into his camp. There was no time to settle accounts with Havertz. Dog-Headed Hammer stood up and roared, waving his two axes like the wind, and it seemed that his fighting power was even stronger than before. However, after testing Doghead Hammer's weight, Lion felt tired of playing. Doghead Hammer was indeed a good opponent. If he had not been surrounded, he would have had a good fight with him. But now, in order to prevent the high-level soldiers he had trained with great effort from being destroyed in one battle, Lion had to fight quickly and decisively. If he couldn't take Hammer's dog head, he would take his dog head to intimidate the savages. So, Lion's iconic circle movement made a comeback. No matter how fast Doghead Hammer's attack was, Lion could react in time and either go around to the left or the right. Every time Doghead Hammer's attack misses, Lion will launch a counterattack. Even though Dog-Headed Hammer is tall and thick-skinned, the armor he wears is also top-quality armor bought from Bravus at a high price. But due to Lion's rather rogue style of play, the wounds on his body became more and more. Damned crow, you just know how to escape like a coward. Don't you dare to confront me head-on. After being hit by Leon's sword dozens of times like a boiling frog in warm water, Dog-Headed Hammer took 2 steps back suddenly, gasping for breath and asked. Okay, then it's as you wish. Leon raised the black and white kiss, gathering strength to defeat the enemy. Seeing that Leon was finally going to stop dodging, Doghead Hammer pulled out a huge 2-handed axe from behind that was no less powerful than the previous flying axe. Ha! Dog-Headed Hammer shouted, raised his axes high in both hands, and then chopped down at Lion's head with all his might. Just as he said before, Lion neither dodged nor evaded the powerful blow, but raised the sword with both hands. Dang! A metal collision sound like hammering iron resounded through the sky. In front of the giant axe, the black and white kiss in Leon's hand seemed insignificant and empty, but Leon, with veins bulging on his arms, blocked the attack with his sword. Although Leon's arm was almost knocked out of his sword by the huge force, a sweet warm current surged into his throat, and spider web-like cracks appeared under his feet. But Leon and his sword seemed to be fine. Instead, it was the Dog-Headed Hammer and his axe who had the advantage in size who were at a disadvantage. This blow seemed to have drained all of Dog-Headed Hammer's strength. The pain from his palm made him feel that he could no longer hold the giant axe in his hand. He had no strength at all in his body. After a few seconds, he even spurted out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Then his whole body went limp and he knelt on the ground with difficulty. After witnessing the duel of such divine power between the two, the many wildlings and Night's Watchmen who were watching the battle no longer had any intention of continuing to fight, as if their bravery was just like children's play in front of Leon, the only one standing in the center of the battle group, and was not worth mentioning at all. After taking a deep breath, Lion gradually adjusted his breathing, and then wiped the blood spurted from Dog-Headed Hammer's face. After defeating Doghead Hammer, the stamina that had been consumed by the savages was instantly restored. With his face covered in blood, Leon glanced at the savages around him. After a brief silence, it was unknown which savage put down his weapon first, followed by a series of sporadic sounds of metal collisions. Even the Oath Keepers of the Night's Watch who were in the same group as Lion were all frightened by the terrifying strength he displayed. It was not uncommon to see Leon fighting 10 or even 100 people at Black Iron Castle before, but they were unarmed and strictly speaking it was just a competition, and no one was really going to fight seriously. But fighting with the barbarians now was a fight of life and death in the literal sense, and there was no room for tricks. Moreover, Lion relied on his unparalleled strength to defeat the barbarian warrior, who was much taller than Lion, head-on. Such a heroic appearance made the Night's Watch think of Lion, who was in the War of the Usurper, and the legend that the current King Robert Baratheon had hammered Prince Rhaegar to death. However, even though the savages have the tradition of submitting to the strong, there is a female savage who refuses to submit. Grace silently suppressed her murderous intent and walked a few meters behind Leon with a dagger in hand. At this distance, Gressa was confident that no one could escape her assassination. This was a truth she had verified countless times after graduating from the House of Black and White in Bravus. In her opinion, after defeating her father, Leon, who was enjoying the submissive gazes of many savages, was naturally the time to relax her vigilance the most. No matter how strong Leon was, there would always be times when he was exhausted and relaxed. This opportunity is fleeting, and there is no way Grace will not seize this only chance to turn defeat into victory. So, Gracia made her move. At a distance of only a few steps, no one could see how Gracia moved, but the next moment Gracia gripped the dagger in reverse, with the tip of the dagger pointing at Leon's neck, which is the most vulnerable and fatal part of a human being. The next moment, Grace seemed to be able to feel the hot blood in the body of this powerful night watchman splashing on her face. "Be careful." Spiasm was the first night watchman to react, but his warning was still slower than Grace's speed. As his eyes were filled with horror, Leon turned around like lightning, stretched out his hand and grabbed Grace's wrist holding the dagger. "Humph, do you know who I am? Assassination won't work the second time." A sneer appeared on Leon's lips, and he looked at the pretty wild girl in front of him with no mercy in his eyes. Faced with Leon's sudden turn and attack, Grace was startled, but her reaction was not slow at all. When she saw her right hand was grabbed by Leon, she let go of her palm without hesitation. The dagger in her palm fell naturally under the attraction of gravity. At the same time, she stretched out her left hand, grasped the dagger tightly, and stabbed Leon's waist fiercely. It all happened so fast that by the time Spiasium's reminder was heard by all the night watchmen, the dagger in Grace's hand had already stabbed into Leon's waist. "Die!" Gracia stabbed hard with the dagger in her hand, as if she wanted to transfer the overwhelming hatred in her heart into the dagger and completely pierce the night watchman in front of her. What Grace didn't expect was that even after being stabbed by the dagger, Leon was still smiling, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. "Girl, you are too weak to even pierce my skin." After Leon said that, he slapped the girl to the ground without hesitation. At the same time, she slowly pulled out the dagger from her waist. Surprisingly, there was not a trace of blood on the dagger, as if what Leon said was true. Grace's strength was so weak that she couldn't even break Leon's skin defense. After falling to the ground, half of Grace's face was swollen, but compared with the physical pain, what was happening in front of her made her feel more frightened. "I have clearly tried my best, how could this happen?" In fact, although Leon also felt strange about his own defense, it seemed that with the continuous fighting, his strength continued to grow, and his body seemed to be developing towards the abnormal defense of a dragon. Ordinary swords are becoming increasingly difficult to break through one's defense. Perhaps in the future, when it comes to equipment, we no longer need to consider defensiveness, but rather comfort and wear resistance. After seeing that Leon was fine, Spiasium rushed forward and the blade of his two-handed sword landed on Grace's neck. "Wait a minute." Leon suddenly stopped Spiasium's behavior. Grace looked at Leon with hatred in her eyes, and she was very dissatisfied with Leon's evaluation of her being too weak. But the situation was already decided at this point. Even Doghead Hammer was defeated, and Gracia didn't know who else could defeat this young-looking but terrifyingly powerful night watchman in front of her. "As the only woman in the camp, your strength is obviously not that of a chicken in the camp. I am curious about your identity." In this battle, Lion personally killed no less than a dozen savages. Naturally, he would not be merciful to the female savages. Of course, Lion still had some tolerance for those who were too beautiful. After the battle, Gracia's wild personality and her appearance that was full of the charm of the northern plains made Leon, or to be more precise, little Leon raise his head. In Grey Crow Village, Leon looked down upon ordinary peasant women, but other night watchmen had no intention of keeping themselves clean. Speaking objectively, at this time, Lion had already adapted to the local customs and fully accepted the temperament of most nobles in this world. Lust is no exception. "Hee, damn crow, don't even think about attacking her." Dog-headed Hammer, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, threatened Leon in an extremely weak manner. And Gressa was even more determined, and took out a dagger from somewhere, and put it on her neck to show her determination. Seeing this, Leon touched his face and suddenly felt that he seemed to have the qualifications to be a villain. That won't do. It's just that he killed a lot of people and has some blood on his body. Leon's mentality is not that abnormal. Well, since she is your forbidden lover, I won't use the name of your wife. Leon looked at Grace with regret. She didn't look very old. With this in mind, Leon squatted in front of Grace, completely ignoring the danger of the dagger in her hand, and showed a smile that he thought was sunny. If you want, I can get you out of his clutches. Although the smile on Leon's face was bright at this moment, in Grace's eyes, he looked even more ferocious than the dire wolf. Damn it, Crow, she's my daughter, don't touch her. We can talk about the terms. Seeing Leon approaching Gressa, dog-headed Hammer endured the severe pain in his body and struggled to get up from the ground. However, he was kicked down by a Night Watcher Oath-taker behind him, who then made an extremely insulting move, stepped on dog-headed Hammer's face, and buried the latter's face deeply in the muddy ground soaked with blood. So she's your daughter. You and your daughter don't look alike at all. Leon stood up, walked to the front of dog-headed Hammer, waved his hand, and the Night Watchman Oath-taker moved his foot away from dog-headed Hammer's face. The Night's Watchman and even the wildling warriors nearby turned a blind eye to what was happening. Ever since the White Walkers became a legend, the war between the Night's Watch and the wildlings, which lasted for thousands of years, has left both sides with hatred and contempt for each other engraved in their bones. This level of insult is nothing in the eyes of both sides. If the Night's Watch were defeated today, their situation would not be much better. Dog-headed Hammer raised his head from the mud with deep disappointment in his eyes as he looked at the tribesmen standing around him who had abandoned their weapons and armor. Unexpectedly, no one was willing to stand up and continue to resist, but the injuries on Dog-head Hammer's body kept reminding him that they were no match for Leon in a head-on battle. Even Grace, who graduated from the House of Black and White and specialized in sneak attacks, couldn't break Leon's defense. The advantage in numbers would disappear in such a small-scale battle, unless the savages were prepared to pay the price of losing their chief. Without the protection of the chief, even if these savages managed to return to the ice and snow, they would be buried alive by the king beyond the wall, and their families would be separated and incorporated into other tribes. Do you think we still need to negotiate terms under the current circumstances? Let my people go. They have already lost the war. I can tell you a piece of information that is related to the life and death of your Night's Watch. Oh? Tell me about it. If it's really that important, we can still negotiate the terms. Just as Leon showed an interested expression on his face, Gressa behind him shouted loudly, "Father, don't ruin the plan of the king beyond the wall for us." Grace's mouth was quickly blocked by a piece of rough cloth, but her words made dog-headed Hammer's heart waver. After a flash of hesitation across his face, he shook his head, obviously making a choice between the order of the king beyond the wall and the current fate of his people. Let them sail 5 miles away from the coastline, and I will tell you. Then, Gautu Hammer added a condition. Let you go, and then let you continue to stir up trouble and harm the people of the Northern Territory in the Gifted Land? Besides, who knows whether what you said is true or false? What if the information you said is of no value to me? I will ensure that my people will immediately retreat to the north of the wall by boat, and my intelligence will definitely exceed your imagination. After Dog-headed Hammer finished speaking, Spethium, who had been in the Night's Watch for a long time and understood the ways and habits of the wildlings, came up to Leon and said loudly without avoiding Dog-headed Hammer, "Sir, the promises of the wildlings are never to be trusted. I can swear on the weirwood of the old gods that if I say even a single word of falsehood, the flames of the 7 levels of hell will devour me on the spot." Seeing that someone doubted his character, Dog-headed Hammer immediately filled his body with strength, climbed up, half-knelt and swore. "Actually, I have an idea. Why don't you all swear allegiance to me? That way, no one of you will die, and I can listen to your intelligence without worrying about it. How do you think?" "Impossible. Free men will never be slaves." "No, sir, savages cannot be trusted." When Leon expressed his opinion, he was opposed by both the wildlings and the Night's Watch. So Leon curled his lips and continued, "Well, in that case, you and your daughter have to stay as hostages. By the way, is there an alien in your tribe? Hand him over as a hostage as well." Inside the tent, Havertz, who had been secretly spying on the situation, suddenly felt a chill all over his body when he heard Lion's words. Given Lion's decisiveness in killing, he would definitely be in trouble if he fell into Lion's hands, so he immediately planned to escape. Are you talking about Havertz? He is in the tent. Thinking of his body being controlled just now, Dog-Headed Hammer was full of anger. If he hadn't made trouble at the beginning, it would be hard to say who would win or lose now. But suddenly, Gautu Hammer came up with a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. You can go into the tent and take a look. He has been ill since he escaped. He may be dead now. Dead. Leon was still frightened by the alien who could easily control other people's consciousness, but since he had never seen the alien's body with his own eyes, Leon would not believe other people's one-sided words. Havertz, who was about to escape, was startled when he heard what Dog-Head Hammer said, but then he thought maybe he could give it a try. If I can control Leon, who is more powerful than Dog-Head Hammer, wouldn't I be invincible? At that moment, he was waiting at the door of the tent, ready to use his mind control technique as soon as Leon came in. For the first time in his life, Havertz felt that time was passing so slowly. Before waiting for Lion to push the door open, Havertz could clearly hear Lion's footsteps and his own heartbeat, and even the frequency was slowly becoming the same. Lion stood in front of the tent door and hesitated for a moment. This short period of time almost made Havertz nervous to the point of losing consciousness. Crow, he is inside. It depends on whether you have the courage to go in. Seeing that Leon just stood at the door of the tent and did not go in directly, even though he was so nervous that his heart was in his throat, Dog-Headed Hammer still asked calmly with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, the method of provoking someone. Lion raised his alertness to the maximum and then walked directly into the tent. But what Leon didn't expect was that the savage who escaped that day stood at the door without dodging, but his eyes rolled back at the first sight of him, and he almost fainted. It looked as if she was bewitched by Leon's charm. But this is obviously impossible. Even though Leon had closed his eyes as prepared and didn't look him in the eye, his head still made a buzzing sound, as if someone had hit him on the head with a sledgehammer. Apart from that, Lion didn't notice anything unusual. After a while, Lion slowly and tentatively opened his eyes, and what he saw in front of him was a man who was rolling his eyes at him. It's just that the man's whole body was twitching, and his face had an expression of confusion. After waiting for a long time and seeing that there was no sign of him being controlled, even though he was not very smart, Leon realized that he had been ambushed by Dog-Headed Hammer. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. He grabbed the neck of the man in front of him, lifted him up alive, walked out of the tent and threw him in front of Dog-Headed Hammer. Dog-Headed Hammer also looked at the alien Havertz on the ground with extremely shocked eyes, but this time he didn't know whether he was pretending or really fainted. But Leon was too lazy to think about it. He drew his sword and struck the Dog-Headed Hammer's neck. I've had enough of your tricks. Did you want him to control me? Obviously he didn't. Now you should tell me your secret and die. The alien Havertz actually invaded Lion's mind the moment Lion came in, but what he didn't expect was two different forks in the road appeared in Leon's mind, just like there were two consciousnesses in one person's brain. So after carefully choosing a path, he found that what appeared before his eyes was not Leon's vision, but a chaos like a dark starry sky. Chaos directly devoured his consciousness, catching him off guard. This was the first time since he awakened his alien talent. What made him even more terrified was that his consciousness could not return, as if it had been cut off from itself by the endless void. But fortunately, it was not completely dark in front of him. There seemed to be a ray of light in a distant place. Havertz had no other choice but to try his best to run towards that ray of light. Seeing that his plan was discovered by Leon, Dog-Head Hammer lowered his head dejectedly. Even the alien who could control people's minds failed. The night watchman in front of him was indeed an extraordinarily powerful enemy. Mance Raider, I'm sorry, for my tribe. Dog-Headed Hammer has never been known for his toughness among the free people. It is too difficult for him to keep a secret that can buy a chance to survive. Therefore, Dog-Head Hammer immediately informed Lion of the news that the king beyond the wall had organized all the tribes and assembled an army of 100,000 savages. Take this news and go find your commander-in-chief, Old Xiong. He will give you a generous reward. You're just going to betray the king beyond the wall? Is there still room for your Dog-Head tribe north of the Great Wall? I will lead my people eastwards, to Bravus. I have a presence there. But you didn't tell me the exact time, the gathering place, or the intelligence about the tribes. How can I trust you? Besides, you have a history of plotting against me. After listening to the information from Dog-Head Hammer, Lion shook his head in dissatisfaction. Oh, you can ask the rangers to investigate. Besides, there are only a few crows like you now. If you kill me, do you think my people will fight to the death to avenge me?" While Doghead Hammer was speaking, Leon glanced at the open space next to him. The night watchman, who numbered less than 24, not only had to treat the wounded, but also had to look after the wildling captives whose number far outnumbered theirs. The savage captives were only defeated, but they did not completely lose their minds, so at this moment they were staring at Leon's next move with eager eyes. Once Dog-Headed Hammer's head fell to the ground, anyone could guess that they would riot instantly. The Night's Watch Oath Keepers under Lion's command alone are not enough to keep these wildling captives under control. "Are you threatening me? You can think of it this way. Without me as their chief, I can't imagine what they will do." Lion didn't believe it, so he walked straight up to a savage captive and threw a hand axe in front of him. "Go and kill Doghead Hammer, and I will let you lead the remaining savages. I can even find a good place for you." This was a strong and powerful middle-aged savage. He raised his head and looked at Leon, then grabbed the hatchet and walked up to Doghead Hammer without hesitation. "Chris, are you going to believe the words of a crow?" Dog-Headed Hammer raised his head with difficulty, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged savage named Chris had a blank expression on his face and clenched the axe handle, but from his furrowed brows it could be seen that he seemed to be lost in intense thought. "Chris, you and my father have lived and died together. You are brothers who depend on each other for life and death. You can't do this!" Grace shouted at Chris at the top of her lungs, spitting out the rough cloth in her mouth. Lion watched everything in front of him with great interest. Then, Chris put one knee on the back of Doghead Hammer, raised the axe, and then brought it down without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere, and Dog-Headed Hammer could not believe until his death that he did not die at the hands of a crow, but died at the hands of his own people's axe. When Chris stood up again, he held the Dog-Headed Hammer's head in his hand. He shook the head in his hand towards Leon, and then threw it at Leon's feet. As Gressa cried at the top of her lungs, Chris said coldly, "Sir, please allow me to call you that. I have half the blood of the Night's Watch in my veins, so please accept my loyalty. Okay, I allow you and your people to join my army." Although Lion was not ashamed of the character of this talent who killed the previous leader without hesitation, he had to admit that he was a ruthless man and was very suitable for surviving in this troubled world. The sudden beheading of Doghead Hammer left many unprepared savages at a loss, until the savages who stood up one by one and planned to seek revenge on the traitor Chris were immediately chopped down by the ruthless Night's Watch Oath Breakers. Most of the savages haven't reacted yet. "Hammer the dog is dead. You won't survive if you flee back to the ice field. Follow me." Chris walked up to his former comrades and loudly bewitched them. At that moment, even the savages who did not immediately join the riot cast hostile eyes at him. "Don't even think about it. Old gods, unless we die, you can't even think about becoming the chief of our Doghead tribe." A group of older savages stood up, with serious faces, and scolded Chris. At the same time, the Night's Watch Oath Sworn also collected full quivers from the battlefield and drew their bows to aim at the wildlings. Chris showed a trace of pity in his eyes, and shook his head imperceptibly at the elder of the group of savages. But the elders who were angry didn't see it at all, or even if they did, they were unwilling to believe the guy who killed the former chief. The Night's Watch's vowed arrows never missed their targets, and there was no possibility of missing at such a close distance. In response to this, Chris's eyes showed even more hatred towards Leon, but he hid it very well and no one saw it. "As for you..." Leon walked in front of Grace, squatted down and pinched Grace's chin. "Sir, please give her to me." Before Leon could speak, Chris gritted his teeth and made a request. "Give it to the enemy who murdered my father? Interesting. I agree." At the same time, there were bursts of voices and neighs of horses around the camp, and smoke and dust rolled up. It was the large army that Lion had left behind that was rushing over. After hearing what happened here, Sam felt guilty. He attacked the camp of hundreds of savages with less than 20 people. In the end, he won the battle thanks to Leon defeating the enemy chief. It was really a risky move, too risky. Luckily Lion is fine. Finally, Sam took a look at Chris, the new chief of the Doghead tribe, who had a gloomy face. His intuition told him that this man could not be trusted. But after he told Leon what was in his mind, the latter gave him a look that showed he already knew what was going on. Seeing that Leon was confident, Sam didn't say anything more. That night, in the cleaned camp, except for the faint smell of blood lingering in the air, no one would have thought that a bloody battle had taken place here during the day. In the camp of the savage tribe assigned to Chris, Grace was still furious even after listening to Chris's explanation. She tried to assassinate him again and again, but was stopped by the few remaining savage elders. Chris is right. The reason why the crow named Leon is so confident is because his men have been lying in ambush outside. If Chris chooses to refuse, I'm afraid we will all die on the spot. A savage elder advised Grace. Yes, Grace, you can only avenge your father if you stay alive. You should take a boat to Bravos under the cover of night. You are not strong enough, so go and ask a real faceless man to come. No matter what the price is, you have to agree. Another elder also offered advice. Late at night. At this time, outside the camp, there was a sound of wriggling in the mass grave where the savages and night watchmen who died in the daytime were buried. After a while, a hand stretched out from the pile of corpses in an empty corner, followed by the head of the alien Havertz. After countless long years in the chaos in Leon's mind, he finally came out and his consciousness returned to his body. He glanced at the piles of dead bodies lying around him, and immediately realized that he was buried alive as if he were dead. He had to say that he was lucky. Even though Leon had ordered all the bodies to be burned, the savage captives who did the job only burned a small number of them as a pretense, and threw most of the bodies directly into an empty corner. At that moment, the alien Havertz climbed out using his hands and feet, took a deep look in the direction of the tent, and then ran towards the ship hidden on the coast without looking back. He swore silently in his heart that no matter how successful he became in the future, he would never dare to provoke the talented Leon again. In Lion's mind, Havertz seemed to have experienced a thrilling escape journey. He felt extremely confused and didn't even know how to describe the strange phenomenon he encountered. How could there be two consciousnesses in a person's mind at the same time? If Lion could get a glimpse into Havertz's heart, he might give this explanation with a smile. I have schizophrenia, and this is normal for me. On the coast, several small squid-shaped boats were parked on the shore, and several figures were busy doing something stealthily on the shore. You, split into two groups. One group will quickly go to Hardship Village to report to the king of the outer wall that our ambush has failed. The other group will escort Gressa to the House of Black and White to invite a real faceless man. Chris did not show up. He stayed in the camp to deal with Leon and a group of night watchmen. The person in charge of arranging the manpower was an elder of the Doghead tribe. We are missing so many people. What if that crow demon finds out? Before boarding the ship, Gracia, who seemed to be fearless before, did not shed a tear even when she saw her father die in front of her own eyes, but now she burst into tears and cried to her fellow tribesmen who were seeing her off. It seemed as if this departure would mean a farewell of life and death. Don't worry, the freedmen escorting you here are all new faces who were sent out for training before. The crow won't notice it. Well, the burden of avenging your father is now on you. We don't know when the king beyond the wall will be able to breach the Great Wall. Let's do it. Let's go. The savage elder waded into the water, and together with several other savages, they pushed the ship away until the sea water reached their chests. In the moonlight, the savage elder watched the ship slowly disappear on the sea level, and he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when this group of savages came ashore, the woods along the coast lit up torches collectively as if they had agreed. In the dim shadows, the wildling elder seemed to see the young man of the Night's Watch who was leading the group, with a livid face. Lion's central military camp was set up in Gautuhama's original camp, and the furnishings inside the tent remained basically unchanged. At this time, Leon was sitting on the huge wolfskin chair of Doghead Hama. Tell me, Chris, what your men did. Leon's tone was stiff, his eyes revealing an unspeakable anger, and Chris saw deep disappointment and distrust on his face. After the war, all the surviving Night's Watch Oath Keepers were promoted to the 5th level Night's Watch Oath Keepers. Standing in the tent together with the only full-level soldier in the army, the Night's Watch Realm Defender of Spasham. Just less than 10 people gave Chris, who was sitting in the hall, and several savages who were covered in water, a huge pressure. It seemed that if they dared to tell a lie, Spacium's two-handed sword would fall from their necks the next moment. The savage elder knelt on the ground, not saying a word for a long time. Although it was the middle of summer, it was already the turn of the seasons. The sea water was icy cold, and each of them, who was soaked by the sea water, could not stop shivering. However, there was no stove in Lion's tent. If they could get back alive after this night, they would definitely be seriously ill. In this age without antibiotics, many people have died from a common cold. Sir, Chris couldn't bear to see his tribesmen suffering, so he planned to stand up and take the blame. Now that a few of them have run away, should we ask the king beyond the wall for help? Lion's words were extremely sharp, and he blocked Chris's response with just one sentence. Lion's troop panel has not yet shown any allegiance requests from Chris, not even a single savage. What does this mean? This shows that even though these savages said they had surrendered, they were ready to rebel and overturn the table at any time. Lion was always on guard against these savages. But unexpectedly, despite all the planning, these savages still found a loophole and escaped. My lord, listen to me, they just couldn't sleep at night and wanted to go out for a walk, but they didn't expect to fall into the water. Even though Leon guessed half of the truth, Chris still told his lie without changing his expression. Several people were taking a walk together and then fell into the water together? Chris, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I've learned the lesson that savages can't be trusted. After listening to Chris's sophistry, Leon laughed in anger. To us, the Night's Watch are just as untrustworthy. The war between us has lasted for 1,000 years, and how many generations have died? Seeing that his lies were ruthlessly exposed by Leon, Chris walked up to Leon calmly and said fearlessly. Spacium made a lightning-fast move. The two-handed sword in his hand was as nimble as a twig and as light as a feather. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Chris' chest. If the latter took another step forward, Spacium would stab him without mercy. Oh? What do you want to say? Seeing that Chris had something else in his words, Leon changed his sitting position and lay comfortably on the wolfskin chair. He picked up Liuxing, which was a reward from the system after killing the dog-headed Hama, and plucked the bowstring from time to time, listening with his ears pricked up. Night Watch, Chris' words no longer contained any honorifics. Not only Spacium, but all the level 5 soldiers of the Night Watch and the Oath Keepers seemed to have discovered a danger signal. They drew their swords together, waiting for Leon's order to kill all the savages in the tent. Chris stopped where he was, and finally a trace of fear flashed across his face as he looked at Spacium, but he continued, you know that we free men will never be slaves, and we will never obey anyone except the tribal chieftains, but do you know how the throne of the king beyond the wall came about? How did they get it? They sent troops to rob it. Isn't that what all the kings outside the Great Wall who ruled the ice and snow did since ancient times? Leon heard the hidden meaning in Chris's words, but he did a good job of being a supporting actor. No, it's different. This time the king beyond the wall is half Night's Watcher. He is your oath breaker, but he is the hope of all of our free people. It is he who unites the Hardfoot, then, Wilderness, and even the giant tribes scattered across the earth. We chose him to lead us out of the desperate situation. If he is willing, we can even help him snatch that iron chair from you Southerners. Chris' words seemed to resonate with all the wildlings, and the wildlings in the tent all showed expressions of recognition on their faces. Winter is coming. We have discovered the footprints of the White Walkers in the north. The army of the dead is growing at an unimaginable speed. The heroes who died in the ice and snow thousands of years ago are resurrecting, but this time their goal is to devour all the living. As Chris spoke, the air in the tent seemed to become a little colder. Even the Night's Watchmen who did not quite believe in the legend of the White Walkers remained silent and did not refute. Especially Sam, who had seen the White Walkers, was horrified. He stood up and asked, where are the White Walkers' dead army now? Fat Crow, since you can still sit here and interrogate us comfortably, it means that the king beyond the wall is leading the army of free people to fight against the dead in the snow and ice. When we fail, I believe you will be able to see it from the Great Wall soon. Chris shook his head at Sam's question with a wry smile on his face. Winter is coming. I haven't heard this for a long time. Spacium sighed, and then looked at Leon with an inquiring look. If Leon disagreed with this statement and thought that the savages were talking nonsense, he would kill Chris immediately. But Leon's expression was very strange, and Spacium was a little confused for a moment. On the sea, after drifting for a period of time, Grace's boat has completely sailed away from the coastline. At the same time, Grace silently swore in her heart that no matter what the price or what the blood money is, she would ask the Faceless Man to assassinate Leon. Passive mission, escape from the pursuit of the Faceless Man. Introduction, your enemy, Gressa Hama, is a non-staff member of the Black and White House. She is on her way to the Black and White House to ask the Faceless to assassinate the host. You need to successfully avoid 3 waves of assassinations by the Faceless within 6 months. The penalty for failure is death. The reward for success is Master of the Black and White House, which will refresh 4 level 6 Faceless every month. You can freely switch to any soldier of the same level. The passive task cannot be cancelled. After completing this task, you will unveil a corner of the world. The Thousand Faces God system made a sound in his mind for the first time in a long time, but this time, Leon couldn't help but want to complain. If you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? As for the level 6 faceless soldiers that were awarded after completing the mission? Who would care about these mere 4 level 6 soldiers after half a year? Leon thought secretly in his heart. But what Lion probably didn't expect was that there was a gap between level 6 soldiers, and this gap was no less than the gap between a level 1 Night's Watch recruit and a level 6 Night's Watch territory defender. For example, what the Mount and Blade panel didn't mention is that the Night's Watch's Guardian of the Realm is only level 32. But the Giants and White Walkers of the same level 6 are terrifying levels 80 and 90. Therefore, the Faceless Man rewarded for this quest is actually not useless. Seeing that Leon was thoughtful and somewhat moved, Chris continued to persuade him, now we are facing a powerful enemy. Although the King Beyond the Wall thinks that your Night's Watch is just a shaky broken door that can be opened with a slight push, you still have the Great Wall. The King Beyond the Wall is unwilling to attack you by force, as this will cause too many innocent free people to die. In the near future, every living person will be an indispensable force to stop the army of the dead, so what? Leon stopped thinking, raised his head and a chilling light flashed in his eyes. Although his back felt a little cold under Leon's gaze, Chris continued firmly, so, we free folk and Night's Watch should temporarily stop the unprovoked killing on both sides, unite, and fight against the White Walkers together under the command of Mance Raider, the King Beyond the Wall. I'm not Old Bear. I have no right to make a decision based on your suggestion. But before that, should we talk about you asking that bitch named Gressa to ask the Faceless Man to assassinate me? Leon slapped the armrest, stood up from the wolfskin chair, and suddenly attacked, looking at Chris fiercely. Seeing that the negotiations suddenly broke down, every Night's Watch Oath Keeper put his sword on the wildling's neck, waiting for Leon to make a move. These Night's Watch Oath Keepers, who were fed up with the crazy free folk and their crazy words, would immediately chop off the wildlings' heads. I can only say sorry. As long as you persuade the Commander-in-Chief of your Night's Watch to unite with the King Beyond the Wall, and wait for Gracia to return with the Faceless Men, I will plead for you. Even though Chris was extremely shrewd, he was a little at a loss after Leon suddenly exposed the secret buried in his heart, and said hurriedly as if to make amends. Humph, no need for that. I don't care about a mere assassin. I will sentence you, a bunch of dishonest and ungrateful rats who love to play dirty tricks, to death and personally serve as the executioner. Leon picked up Liuxing, drew his bow and arrow in one go, and aimed at Chris in front of him. He asked coldly, do you have any last words? Seeing that his persuasion had failed or that his plan failed because of his rash decision to let Grace go, Chris couldn't help but feel regretful. However, regretting at this moment would not bring Grace back, so he could only continue to make the mistake. It's a pity that I can't see the scene of avenging Chief Doghead Hammer with my own eyes. These were Chris' last words. Hey! After hearing the last words, Lion kept plucking the bowstring. The savages in the tent, who had already been half frozen to death, had no ability to resist at all. In a short while, several savage souls appeared under the Liuxing bow in Lion's hand. But what no one, including Leon, noticed was that the last arrow shot was 2 arrows. Afterwards, Lion was upset and had all the bodies carried out. Lord Lion, what should we do next? Sam looked at Lion, who was full of murderous intent, with some fear and asked weakly. Should we write a letter to inform the Commander-in-Chief of what Chris said? Leon glanced at Sam and asked curiously, do you think Old Bear will believe your words without any proof? I don't think the trust between Old Bear and me is that deep. You should set off tomorrow and take a few wildlings alive to Black Iron Castle. What about you, my lord? I will naturally go to Eastwatch and ask Cotter Pike myself whether he is deaf or blind to have allowed so many wildlings to infiltrate the wall. In fact, Lion's blame was a bit too heavy for Cotter Pike. After all, even the Black Iron Castle, which had the most sufficient troops, did not have enough rangers to be sent out more than half a mile away, and could only patrol at the foot of the Great Wall. Can a mere Donghai Wang stop the barbarians from invading from across the ocean? At the same time, Lion was also somewhat annoyed by the stubbornness of the savages. The reason why he had planned to spare their lives was because he had taken a fancy to the reconnaissance capabilities of the aliens among the savages and wanted to subdue one or two of them for his own benefit. But the stubbornness of the savages was beyond Leon's imagination. It was also because the days of capturing bandits and prisoners were too relaxed these days, which made Leon underestimate the difficulty of taming the savages. It seems that we have to defeat the king beyond the wall and seize the horn of the free folk before we can recruit large numbers of soldiers from the wildling group. For now, we still have to follow the step-by-step approach of capturing bandits and converting prisoners into regular troops. Don't take too big a step. Speaking of which, Lion has personally killed many enemies during this period, and even the new recruits of the Night's Watch are secretly spreading the reputation of Lion the Executioner. But after the panel breaks through level 10, the speed at which the experience bar upgrades can almost be described as crawling, far from the initial rapid upgrade speed. Finally, after killing a group of savages led by Chris, Leon was upgraded again. The thought of facing the assassination attempt by the Faceless Man made Leon very alert, even though he didn't know what level the Faceless Man was at. But the power of the Faceless Man, who was as powerful as the Death Cometh in the TV series, made him very alert. So, after collecting 3 free attribute points, Leon added all the points to endurance. The original stamina of 17 points instantly broke through the 20-point mark. After sending away everyone in the tent, Leon performed a little experiment on himself using the black and white kiss. Today's ordinary swords cannot break Leon's defense. Only a Valyrian steel sword of the same level as the black and white kiss can cause him noticeable pain. After completing the experiment, Leon had an idea in his mind. As long as the Faceless Man was not so extravagantly equipped as to use the Valyrian steel sword as a weapon to assassinate him, he should not be killed instantly. At the same time, after the endurance reaches 20 points, the mount and blade panel also rewards Lion with a running skill. Forced March. You and your troops can maintain the highest possible speed for 1 day, with a cooldown of 1 week. It can be activated freely, with no restrictions on the marching method. After reading the introduction to the newly acquired skills, Leon only felt that he seemed to have acquired a seemingly very powerful skill. But this is obviously a skill for running away. But who am I, Leon? Apart from Daenerys Targaryen, White Walkers, and Faceless Men, who else should I be afraid of? Really? Leon showed disdain, but still adjusted the release order of this skill to the highest level. Before completing the assassination of Faceless Men, Leon would always remain vigilant. By the way, why don't you ask Mid? I already have the 1,000 Faces God system, so why am I still being hunted by the Faceless ones? Suddenly, Leon had an idea and remembered an old acquaintance of the Faceless Man. He immediately took out the Bravus coin he carried with him and called Maud. Soon, a new Night Watch recruit appeared in Lion's tent without anyone noticing. Someone is coming. A sinister voice sounded behind Leon, which immediately scared Leon, who was concentrating on his studies. Maud's appearance was not only not noticed by Spyasum, the Night's Watch defender who was assigned to guard the door, but even Lion, who was concentrating on seeing how the Faceless Man really appeared, did not notice Maud's presence. Lion didn't even notice how Maud, who was disguised as a Night's Watch recruit, appeared behind him. Resisting the fear and anger in his heart, Leon asked without turning his head, "Didn't I sign a contract with the 1,000-faced god? Why did I receive a reminder from the Faceless Man to assassinate me? You completed your mission well, boy, and were able to meet the deadline. Although your methods were a bit reckless and you didn't pay attention to the details, maybe that's your style." As soon as Mid came in, he did not answer Leon's question, but changed the subject and led the conversation to the matter of solving the problem of dog-headed Hama. Moreover, Mid's remarks were somewhat sarcastic, as if he did not agree with Lion's style of doing things. But after Maud finished speaking, Leon remained silent for a long time, as if he was sulking. So Maud turned to Leon as if he was coaxing a child, and forced a deep smile on his expressionless face. "You Faceless Men are elusive and can transform into anyone's face. I don't have this ability. I can only rely on the sword in my hand to fight a way out for myself." Leon raised his head and placed his palm on the cold sword of Black and White Kiss. At the same time, his body was tense and he looked like he was ready to explode at any time. Seeing that Leon did not hide his hostility, Mid smiled unskillfully and asked, "It seems that the boy is not here to make equipment this time, but to understand something." "That's right. What level is the Faceless Man sent to assassinate me? What am I in the eyes of the 1,000-faced god? A plaything? And you, are you my friend or enemy?" After hearing Leon ask 3 questions in one breath, the expression on Matt's face finally changed from a slight mockery to relief. It seems that Leon's IQ is still worth saving, and the 3 questions he asked at this time are also quite good. Without thinking, Matt just stretched out a finger. What do you mean? Lion frowned, looking at Maud with a rather unfriendly look in his eyes. If he was not worried that he could not beat Maud, Lion really wanted to tear his face off right now and teach him a lesson. The boy is too greedy, so someone can only answer you 1 question. Of course, you can also rethink it once. Since this is the first time to answer the boy's question, someone chooses to do it for free. Seeing that Maud looked serious and didn't seem like he would lie but could answer Leon's questions seriously, Leon couldn't help but feel a little numb, not knowing which question was more important and more helpful to him at the moment. After thinking about it, Leon also raised 2 fingers to Maud. Go ahead and guess. I'll be a riddle teller too. Leon thought secretly. Unexpectedly, Maud didn't even think about what Lion's yeah gesture meant to him. As for the boy's second question, the thousand-faced god will not hide it. In his eyes, the boy is not a plaything. The boy is walking on the earth with his important mission. It's just that the boy currently... Maud didn't finish his words. He shook his head at Leon. There was a sense of contempt for Leon in his words. In addition, Maud's attitude throughout the whole process was like coaxing a child. It was not difficult for Leon to guess that his previous reckless attack on the savage camp and his indiscriminate killing of both good and bad people did not meet the thousand-faced god's expectations of Leon. But Leon's attitude towards this world was not like this at the beginning. Before the blessing of the system, Leon just wanted to peacefully contact those characters with great fortune in the future in this world of Game of Thrones, to protect himself from waking up to face the situation of being beheaded. At most, he tried to accumulate enough capital to make a living in the coming troubled times. But after getting the mount and blade panel, Leon's mentality inevitably changed. Since there is an invincible flow to choose from, wouldn't it be better to choose the mindless mount and blade? Unfortunately, Leon felt that there was an invisible black hand secretly controlling his destiny. He chose to keep his original heart. Killing his way to the end in this world was definitely a dead end. At least Leon had already seen that Maud, a believer in the thousand-faced god, would try every means to stop him. In this case, Leon decided to use his brain to think about it. This time of asking questions is free, which means that the next time I ask you questions it will no longer be free. As a high school student who is about to take the college entrance examination, Leon's intelligence is at the peak of his life, so he easily heard the hidden meaning of Matt's words. Yes, in this world, knowledge is valuable. Before a boy is able to acquire it himself, he needs to pay blood money for anything he wants to know. Maud looked at Lion with gentle eyes. He saw Lion's contemplation just now. Maud felt very relieved that Lion had a conscious change of mindset. Perhaps only a Leon like this is worthy of the favor of the thousand-faced god. Leon wanted to experiment and ask a few random questions to see what the price of blood money was. But suddenly I thought, I am a time traveler who has read the original novel and watched the TV series. If I catch a prophet and ask him questions like a native, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I'll come back to you when I have questions. Boy, someone has to remind you of one thing. In the eyes of the people of Westeros, people with low moral standards and a bad reputation will not be favored by the world. Unless you choose your own path. Before leaving, Matt suddenly said these words meaningfully. Oh? Do you have any task you want to assign to me? Lion could tell that Maud was accusing him of being too negative in personal evaluation, but Lion did not think that this was an unspeakable weakness. He could do whatever he wanted, and even the thousand-faced god had no right to point fingers at him. No, the boy is starting to grow up. Maud was silent at first, then looked at Leon meaningfully, and then slowly walked out of the tent. Sir, may I come in? Just as Leon was thinking about life, Specium's voice came from outside the tent. Can. With Leon's permission, Specium walked in immediately. He had something to report, but when he saw Leon's thoughtful expression, which was a stark contrast to his usual style of killing people as soon as he woke up. Could it be that this little devil has thought of another place to kill enemies? Specium thought to himself, and immediately forgot what he wanted to report. It's so late, is there something wrong? Seeing that Specium was just staring at him blankly, as if there was something dirty on his face. Leon subconsciously rubbed his face for a moment, but in the end he just popped a pimple in vain. Specium was stunned for a moment, and his mind was frantically trying to find a topic to fool Leon, but the more anxious Spasium became, the less he had to say. Seeing this, it was Leon who broke the extremely dull conversation atmosphere between the two. "A new soldier just came out of my tent. Did you see him? A new recruit?" Spasium frowned. Just now he was outside the tent, concentrating on staring at the surrounding plants and trees, but he had no impression of the new recruit that Lion mentioned. Finally, Spasium, who really couldn't remember, shook his head helplessly. He suspected that Leon was hallucinating late at night. "No? Well, it seems I can only rely on myself," Leon said to himself, waving his hand to let Spasium go out. Although it is unknown how powerful Maud is, the Faceless Man's disguise and stealth are undetectable even to Tier 6 soldiers. Facing the next 3 waves of assassinations from the Faceless Men, it seems that Leon can only bear it on his own. Therefore, the desire for power in Lion's heart was extremely restless on this quiet night. The next day, Lion's team set out again. Compared to the last time they set out from Grey Crow Village, the morale of Lion's team had improved greatly. Along the way, the recruits continued to fight with the bandits on the road and accumulated rich experience. At this time, except for the captured bandits, no soldier in the team was still a recruit, and the lowest was a 3rd-level Night Watch Elite Ranger. Of course, the strongest fighter is still Leon. Apart from him, there is Spyathium who stands out in the team. After being upgraded to the Defender of the Night's Watch, he got an extremely cool black robe and black armor from somewhere, as well as an extraordinary 2-handed sword. He rides on a horse and looks like a great lord. Compared to Spasium's luxurious black robe made of precious sable fur, which was seamlessly integrated without a single trace of splicing, and had a carved pattern as exquisite as the master-level fine steel chainmail of the King's Guard, Lion's equipment was nothing more than rags. On the way, Lion couldn't help wanting to rush up and take off Spasium's vest and put it on himself several times. But due to the majesty of the head coach, Lion endured it for the time being. Apart from the new recruits who need Lion to equip them with equipment, Lion does not need to worry about the equipment needed by the soldiers above the ranger. It seems that after advancing, the equipment can be picked up from the roadside. What is even less worrying for Lion is that everyone seems to have accepted this bizarre setting of pie in the sky with peace of mind. Sam left for Black Iron Castle with a dozen new recruits and wildling captives who were responsible for reporting to Old Bear. Just like that, a team consisting mainly of 203 level elites, occasionally mixed with 4th and 5th level Night's Watch troops, marched towards Donghai-Wang in a mighty manner. However, what disappointed Lion was that even when he arrived at the gate of Eastwatch Castle, Cotter Pike did not send even a team of people to greet him. However, although he was not greeted intentionally, after Lion's team passed through the unguarded castle gate and entered, Lion finally saw Cotter Pike himself. The meeting took place in a tavern in the city. Different from the lifeless street scene of Donghai-Wang that looks like a deserted city, this tavern called Fanko is bustling with activity. The tavern was full of drunken night watchmen lying, sitting, and sprawling, completely ignoring their duties, not caring at all that it was still daytime. The young ladies dressed in minimalist styles kept moving among the unruly night watchmen, and were very generous in accepting the hands that stretched out to them. One of the ladies with big waves seemed to see a young and handsome stranger standing at the door. He did not come in shouting and yelling about buying wine and looking for chickens like other rude night watchmen. So she naturally planned to stick to the man, intending to use her charm to enjoy this sweet and lovely young man all to herself. Spasium remembered his duty as a guard and just glared at the poor lady with big waves, which frightened her so much that she ran away. This move made Leon feel helpless. He thought that he forgot to tell Spasium in advance before coming to look for someone. Don't stop, girls. Lion has seen the benefits that come with a good appearance given to him by his predecessor, so it's time to get down to business. I heard that Cotter Pike's characteristic is that he has an unusual rosacea. When he drinks too much, his rosacea becomes red like a clown's nose, which makes it easy for Leon to recognize him. A target at the bar of the tavern fits Cotter Pike's description perfectly. Wine. Where's the wine? Damn bartender, didn't you see that my glass is empty? Cotter Pike leaned on the table, grabbed the wooden cup on the table in a half-asleep state, and felt that the weight in the cup was too light. Carter squinted one eye and looked into the glass. He immediately slammed the table and loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Leon walked towards him helplessly. However, 2 half-drunk and dazed night watchmen still remembered their duties and stretched out their hands to symbolically block Leon's way. Tell Cotter Pike that the new head coach of the Night's Watch, Leon Victor, is here for a visit. Faced with the obstruction of Carter's men, Lion was neither anxious nor annoyed, and politely gave his name. However, after listening to Leon's words, Carter's men only raised their eyelids slightly, glanced at Leon with difficulty, and then smiled freely. "Where are you from, little brat, and how dare you impersonate the head coach?" "Hiccup, do you know that our head coach, Hiccup, is a ruthless man who can beat 100 people alone? Look at your thin arms and legs, and you haven't even grown all the hair." Every 2 sentences Carter's men said, they would burp a very smelly whine, forcing Leon to cover his mouth and nose. Seeing this man so lazy and refusing to report for a long time, Spacesium was not going to tolerate him. Considering that this was Carter Pike's territory, Spacesium did not draw his sword. He just took a step forward and picked up Carter's man by the collar like a chicken, and then punched him in the stomach. Ugh! Carter's men vomited out all the wine in their stomachs. The pungent smell of vomit almost caused a chain reaction among half of the people in the tavern. Carter Pike was a capable man, as the Eastwatch fortress he guarded was almost defenseless. Although he was a useless good-for-nothing, the night watchmen in the tavern who had noticed the commotion here, all came over to him if they could stand up. Apparently he was quite capable of commanding his subordinates, and would really step up when something happened. "Boy, which noble family are you from? You are restless even after being a man in black. You dare to hit my people? Are you tired of living?" Carter Pike was drunk and was supported by someone as he staggered in front of Lion. The first thing he said was to attack him. "No wonder there are the most wildlings near your Donghai Wang. With the behavior of you and your men, you should be thankful that the wildlings didn't take over your Donghai Wang." As a member of Black Iron Castle, Lion should not have the qualifications to comment on Eastwatch's affairs. However, Lion's position as head coach was granted by Old Bear himself, and Carter Pike, the captain of Eastwatch's garrison, was at the same level as Lion, so Lion's accusations were not without basis. After listening to Lion's speech, Carter showed a trace of anger on his face. At this time, one of Carter's men, who had heard Lion's self-introduction just now, whispered something in his ear. After listening to this, Carter Pike rubbed his sleepy eyes and then looked straight at Leon and Spacesium, who was standing next to him and was obviously a tough guy. "Are you the new head coach of Old Bear? Why are you running to my place instead of staying in Black Iron Castle to train those scumbags?" Carter Pike was mostly sober now, but he still spoke with a sarcasm in his voice. "I see all the scum from your East Sea view are gathered in this tavern." Facing Carter Pike's provocation, Lion immediately retorted without any loss. Hearing this, Carter Pike was speechless. After a long while, a muffled groan came from his huge, red, rosacea. "You little brat, do you really think that you can walk around the Night's Watch with your head held high just by defeating Colin and his rangers? To tell you the truth, if the only fighting force of my East Sea Wang had not been taken to Black Iron Castle by the deputy captain to participate in the expedition patrol, you would have suffered a lot here just based on what you just said." Carter Pike was very arrogant and didn't take Lion seriously at all. "So that's how it is." Lion's tone softened when he heard that Carter was not a useless person drinking here every day, but at least sent people to participate in Old Bear's patrol, which was considered to be doing some practical work. He pulled over a chair and sat down, as if he wanted to discuss life with Carter Pike. "I have nothing to say to you, coach. If you are really competent, you should take your men back to Black Iron Castle immediately." Carter's face was full of rejection at Lion's actions. "As for Donghai Wang, I want to know the specific defense situation now. How come you are indifferent when the wildlings are operating right under your noses? Wild people? Oh, are they just those ragged refugees from the wilderness who don't have enough food or sleep every day? They can't survive in the ice and snow, so they want to bring their families to the warmer areas south of the Great Wall to make a living." After that, Carter added, "Regulating and killing these worthless savages will only increase the loss of weapons. I can't think of any other benefits." Seeing that Leon was about to say something, Carter Pike raised his hand, and the bartender beside him filled his glass with golden wine. "If you have come all this way here to discuss this with me, then you need not say more. Yesterday a shipload of merchants arrived from Bravus. This is the wine they brought. Drink this cup. It is a token of goodwill from Eastwatch." After that, Carter Pike handed the glass full of wine to Leon. At this time, everyone in the tavern, including the waiters, was staring at Leon's next move. This concerns whether Lion will get the respect and friendship he deserves in Eastwatch. If Lion chooses to refuse, then even if they are all brothers of the Night's Watch, I believe Eastwatch will no longer welcome Lion and his team. Leon thought about it, took the cup with a smile, drank the liquid in the cup in an exaggerated motion, and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. No wonder you are addicted to this wine is really good. Haha. I said that a man who can beat 100 people can definitely drink well. Seeing Leon finish the drink, Cotter Pike's unhappiness was instantly swept away, and a bright smile bloomed on his face. He then put his arm around Leon's shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were like brothers. The situation changed so quickly that Spesum, who was watching from behind, was dumbfounded. He had been prepared to turn against Cotter Pike, but the two of them hooked up together the next moment. Fortunately, Spesum always kept a straight face and looked bitter and resentful to everyone he met, so no one noticed his embarrassment for a while. Even the guy who was punched by him smiled and brought 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Spesum. However, Spesum's character is different from the drunken night watchman here. Since he took over the guarding job of Lion, he has not drunk a drop of alcohol. He just put down his 2-handed sword, stuck it on the ground like a crutch, and put his hands on the counterweight, guarding Lion like a door god. Perhaps it was the first time that the Night's Watch brothers saw such an inhumane person like Spesum. Anyway, no one disturbed Lion and Cotter Pike from having a private chat. It is said that this place is very close to Bravos, and the trade business is booming, right? While speaking, Lion kept raising his glass, getting Cotter Pike, who was not very sober to begin with, drunk one glass after another, in an attempt to extract some information from him. Because some of Leon's questions have personal purposes, they cannot be discovered by Cotter Pike, who is awake. Prosperous? Bullshit. Thanks to the C-ban that the man on the Iron Throne came up with, it takes 10 days or half a month to catch a smuggling ship in Dolphin Bay now. Seeing that Lion could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, Cotter Pike, who loved alcohol, naturally felt like drinking. After a few drinks, he told Lion everything he wanted to know. What about the merchants from Bravos? Do you produce something special that the Free Trade Federation would be interested in? Specialties? Besides wild men, here we have bird droppings, and those Night's Watch scum who urinate everywhere when they are drunk. Cotter Pike seemed amused by Leon's question, and he subconsciously raised his voice. The Night's Watch brothers around him were not angry when they heard their captain's evaluation of them. Instead, they laughed and drank. What about the merchants in Bravos? You have to know that thousands of years have passed. Among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, only the north still supports the Night's Watch and occasionally sends them food and fodder. I think the people of Bravos, who are separated by the narrow sea, don't need to worry about the invasion of wildlings, right? The merchants said they were blown to Eastwatch by the storm. He said the loss of the goods was secondary. The most important thing was that they had to stop at the dock to repair the ship. But, who cares? Anyway, the dock rental fee has been paid by the wine. Oh? I'll go take a look. Maybe their ship has some cargo that I'm interested in. After saying that, Leon put down his wine glass and left with Spesum. Lion left immediately, and not only did Cotter Pike fail to react, but Spesum, who had already prepared for Lion to stay overnight in the tavern, was also a little hesitant. However, while he was stunned, Lion had already walked out of the tavern and ran quickly to the dock. Speaking of which, Donghaiwang is one of the ice-free ports in the north, with an advantageous geographical location. It would be profitable to use it as a trade transit point. It's a pity that the northern guardians of recent generations do not have such business acumen, and there is also an almost strict sea ban in the kingdom's laws. As a result, apart from the occasional smuggler who went north to trade ironware and animal skins with the wildlings, no Bravos people were willing to come to this remote place to do business. In fact, Lion did not want to trade with the merchants on a whim, but as time went by, Lion increasingly felt a sense of urgency about the impending crisis. The 4 words Bravos mentioned by Cotter Pike triggered the alarm bells in Lion's mind, making Lion alert at the first moment. If anyone knew that there would be 3 waves of people in the future who could disguise themselves as familiar people around them and assassinate them at any time, they would probably not be able to sleep well. It is Leon's character to face difficulties head-on, not to mention that his powerful military force gives Leon a sense of security. Therefore, no matter whether there are faceless men among this group of Bravos merchants of unknown origin, Lion has to go and take a look. When Leon arrived at the dock, he saw a wealthy businessman standing on the dock. He was dressed in a smart and lively manner and looked different from the locals. He was chatting with 2 night watchmen with a smile on his face, and occasionally pointed at the big ship on the sea in the distance. Small boats loaded with goods were landing around them from time to time. Perhaps he was tired of dealing with these 2 night watchmen who only knew how to brag and were tirelessly trying to find out his past, so the merchant felt his eyes light up when he saw Leon for the first time. After saying goodbye, he left the night watchman beside him and strode towards Lion. "It looks like the shipwreck is not serious, and your ship is fine." Seeing that the large ship on the sea was stable and the mast and sails did not seem to be damaged, Lion said a few words of comfort. "Thanks to the 7 gods and this lord in front of me, our small ship only has a few holes in the sealed cabin at the bottom of the ship scratched by the reefs. It will be able to set sail in a few days after it is repaired." The rich businessman spoke the common language of the continent of Westeros. He spoke it fluently and without any accent. Oh! Seeing the rich businessman's friendly and generous manner, Leon also became interested in talking. "Do you Bravos people also believe in the 7 gods? The First Men, the Andals, and the Roiner are all of the same origin. It is not surprising that they share the same beliefs. Moreover, my father was once a noble of the Reach." The rich businessman did not reveal his father's name or family name, which must have been not so glorious. Leon would not do such a shameless thing as digging into the details, so he got straight to the point. "If I need manpower and ships to mine the mines, process the ore and then ship it here, is it difficult for a businessman like you?" After saying that, Leon acted like a child, staring at the big ship on the sea with shining eyes, as if he had never seen the world. When the rich businessman saw Leon's look, he immediately had some idea in his mind. Based on his years of experience, Leon's appearance was not just that of an ordinary soldier in the Night's Watch, where even good-looking people were hard to find. Judging from Leon's temperament and conversation, he must have been born in a noble family in the 7 kingdoms, and was most likely the second son or illegitimate child of the family, who joined the Night's Watch on impulse. "When I got here and found that the Night's Watch was a little different from what I had imagined, I naturally missed the old days." As for the mines and ores that Lion mentioned, the merchants believed that this was a kind of jargon in the aristocratic circle where Lion had lived since he was a child, and the purpose was to replace those less elegant terms such as brothels. This made the merchant want to laugh. They had already arrived at the Great Wall and were wearing black clothes. Who else did they still need to maintain their aristocratic demeanor? Then, the rich businessman showed an expression that you know, and asked Leon, "Excuse me, where is the ore you are looking for? Is it the various ores in King's Landing, or the wild ores in Dorne, or Bravos? Midsummer?" The wealthy businessman was obviously well aware of this, and he kept listing the various ores he had seen and heard of from all over the world. "What I'm looking for is a mineral called dragon crystal, which comes from dragon stone." Lion obviously didn't hear the rich businessman's hidden meaning and answered seriously. "Dragon's stone." As expected, after hearing the place name, the rich businessman frowned and racked his brains for a long time, but he couldn't think of any famous brothels and courtesans in Stannis' barren territory. "What? Are you in a difficult situation?" Seeing that the other party looked thoughtful, Leon took out a dragon crystal ore that he had accidentally discovered and showed it to the rich businessman. Are you talking about this?" The rich businessman almost sprained his waist when he saw the crystal clear, sharp, and thin dagger-shaped fragment handed to him by Leon. Then he hurriedly picked up the dragon crystal and pretended to look at it to hide his embarrassment. Due to its fragile quality, this ore, which is commonly used as an ornament, has not been popular even in Bravos for more than 100 years. The difficulty of obtaining it is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say. The key is that no one is willing to mine it anymore. However, since you think there is something on Dragonstone, I can organize a trip for you to mine it." After listening to the other party's extremely professional speech, Leon admired the other party's profound knowledge, but was also curious about a question: what about the price? "You know, the financial income of our Night's Watch has never been abundant. How about this? Give me 100 gold royals as start-up capital. After we explore and excavate dragon crystals on Dragonstone, I will sell them to you at the price of 1,000 gold royals per ship. By the way, how much do you want? This price is very reasonable. Naturally, I want as much as possible. Lion currently possesses the skill plunder. He can get a golden dragon for every person he kills. In addition, his weapon Liuxing has the multiple arrow skills. When Lion goes to the north of the Great Wall, he will go on a killing spree. With Lion's efficiency, it will not be a problem for him to make a fortune every day." "Very good, then we have a deal. The businessman took the purse handed to him by Lion, weighed it, and then stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lion. The servants behind them handed over duplicate contracts, and the two signed their names on the contracts. The free trade city-state is built on credibility, and anyone who violates the contract will be hunted down by the entire city-state, so Lion is not worried that the other party will break their promise. Well, Lord Leon, goodbye. However, just as the deal was done and the rich businessman was about to leave with satisfaction, Lion suddenly took out another coin from his pocket. It was the Bravos coin that Maud left for him. According to what the Faceless Man Jacqueline told Arya Stark in the TV series, as long as this coin is given to any Bravos person, he will take Arya to the House of Black and White. Do you recognize this coin? Leon spoke in a relaxed tone, but his eyes were fixed on the businessman's every move. Although the two had just reached a deal in a harmonious atmosphere not long ago, Leon didn't mind cutting the man's neck in the next second. As for finding Dragon Crystal, Lion could just find another merchant to do it. Do you want to go to the House of Black and White? After seeing the coin in Leon's hand, the merchant showed an expression of fear and shock on his face. No. I want to ask you, Leon took a step forward cryptically and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear, are there any faceless men on your ship? Faceless man? Lord Leon, who do you want to assassinate? As the merchant spoke, he took a step back unnoticeably, obviously feeling a hint of threat from Leon's eyes. Seeing that the businessman did not answer the question directly, Lion immediately had the answer in his mind. It seems that there is a faceless man on your ship. Lion muttered to himself, but the merchant did not hear his words. Then he looked at the big ship on the sea with serious eyes. Based on Maud's previous attitude, Leon guessed that the faceless men he would meet next, including Maud, might be one of the 3 waves of assassins who would kill him. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative, so that you can still have a little initiative. Facing the assassination attempt by the faceless man, Leon never considered asking for help. What if the faceless man pretended to be his subordinate and shot him in the back? So when facing the faceless men, strength in numbers is not an advantage. Sir, do you need help? The merchant saw Lion looking at his boat with a bad expression, so he asked timidly. Can I go aboard your boat? Although Lion made his application to the ship owner in a respectful tone, his actions left no room for negotiation. He walked directly to a small boat owned by a wealthy businessman and waved to the businessman to follow and lead the way. Lord Lion, if you like my goods, I can make a list for you to review. There's no need to get on board, right? The merchant took out an exquisite handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead imperceptibly. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, the faceless men are the most despicable assassins and murderers. As the coach of the Night's Watch, I will certainly not let such lawless criminals go unpunished. Lion sternly told the merchant the nonsense laws of the kingdom that he had made up. At the same time, he grabbed the merchant and ordered the boatman to start the boat. After weighing the pros and cons of the swords in the hands of his boss and the unfamiliar Night Watch commander, the boatman decisively decided to sail. Don't be ridiculous. The kingdom doesn't have such a law. Moreover, there must be solid evidence to accuse someone of murder. Besides, there really is no faceless man on my ship. While the small boat was rowing slowly towards the big ship, the merchant was still trying to persuade Lion to turn back. But Leon turned a deaf ear to him. Perhaps he got annoyed by the end, so he pulled out a piece of the black and white kiss, and the businessman immediately shut up. However, after boarding the ship, the merchant, who was sweating profusely, straightened his back and looked at Leon coldly, saying, Since you are well versed in the laws of the kingdom, I wonder if you know the laws of Bravos? On the sea, the deck of every ship is the mobile territory of the free trade city-state. I can forgive you for coming uninvited, but if you make any hostile behavior, it will be regarded as a provocation to the free trade castle. After hearing the merchant's threatening words, Leon shrugged indifferently, it doesn't matter. Call everyone on your ship to the deck. I want to check. I've already told you, there are no faceless men on my ship at all. The merchant was irritated and angry by Leon's attitude. Hearing the movements of the 2 men, several sailors who were watching the fun also gathered around to cheer for their boss. Anything else? Lion glanced at the sailors around him. Although these men's eyes were full of resentment, Lion could not see any unusual murderous intent in their eyes. Perhaps it was out of helplessness. Anyway, the merchant who was unable to persuade Lion finally called all the sailors on the ship, including the captain, to the deck, so that Lion would give up completely and leave quickly. However, after Lion looked at these people one by one, he did not feel the same disgusting aura from them as he did from Mid. Phelan Flowers, how many people are on your ship? Lion asked after seeing the merchant's name on the contract. The impatient merchant, who had long been tormented by Leon, replied unhappily, including me and the captain, there are 34 in total. Sure. Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll count for you. So, the merchant began to count them one by one amid the sailors' cursing. After just a few minutes, the businessman could no longer conceal the shock on his face, and the sailors started to make a fuss as well. Gods of the Seven! Why 35? If there is anyone you don't know, point him out to me. Lion drew his sword, stopped the sailors from making noise, and asked the merchant to step forward to identify them. After hesitating for a moment and thinking about the pros and cons, the merchant began to identify them, and every time he identified a person, he brought that person out. Soon, only 2 sailors were left, and the terrifying thing was that these 2 sailors looked exactly the same. Now, the sailors could no longer suppress their panic and they all picked up their weapons and pointed them at the 2 men. Lord Phylan! I am the real one, he is the fake one. No, 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 Master Phylan, I have followed you for 3 years. The 2 sailors who looked exactly the same were also stunned by the sudden appearance of another me, and they used exactly the same behavior to accuse each other of their identities. Are you afraid of offending the Faceless Man? Leon, holding the black and white kiss, turned his head and asked the businessman who was still shocked. Then, without waiting for his reply, he walked straight towards a sailor. Looking at the sword in Lion's hand, the sailor swallowed and waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that he was not fake. At the same time, he loudly told the merchant some of his past experiences, trying to verify his true identity. But Lion was concentrating on being careful of the sailor's counterattack while stabbing with his sword. Although the sailor wanted to resist, Leon's attack speed was too fast. Before he could draw his knife, Leon's sword had already penetrated his chest. I'm sorry, he is real. While drawing the sword, Leon dodged the blood spurting from the sailor's chest by turning sideways perfectly. Then he turned around and explained to the merchant with an apologetic look on his face. Now, the sailors reacted and looked at the remaining sailor. It was obvious, he was the Faceless Man. You have to know that even in Bravos, the Faceless Men do not have a good reputation, and death is definitely not a blessing for most ordinary people who are not suffering from terminal illnesses. The terrifying thing about the Faceless Men is that they can transform into anyone, making it hard to guard against them. And once an enemy is willing to pay the price of blood money to take their life, ordinary people have no room for resistance at all. Disguise is just one of the Faceless Man's many strengths. The Faceless Man in front of him whose identity was exposed obviously also knows a little bit of martial arts. He just shook his sleeves and 2 throwing knives appeared in his hands. Almost no one saw his movements clearly. The next moment, the 2 throwing knives flew straight towards Leon's face and heart, one after the other. However, Leon's movements were not slow either. He raised his hand and used a sword to deflect the flying knife at his face. Then he stepped forward and dodged the flying knife at his chest. However, an unlucky sailor behind him obviously did not have Leon's skills. He was pierced through the body by the flying knife and was even driven backwards several meters by the huge impact force of the knife. Seeing that the hidden weapon did not work and Leon was so close to him, the Faceless Man had no time to throw another flying knife, so he took out a dagger from his back and protected himself, blocking Leon's powerful chop. As soon as they started fighting, Leon realized how difficult the Faceless Man was to deal with. With Lion's current strength, even if ordinary Night's Watchmen tried their best during normal training, they would be knocked down by Lion with one sword, including their shields. The only enemy that can force Leon to use his full strength is the dog-headed Hama, who is as big and strong as a small giant. But now we have to add the Faceless Man in front of us. What's more, dog-headed Hama is only powerful, but has a fatal flaw of being too slow. In the end, Lion defeated him with a full-strength attack through continuous kite fighting, which turned minor injuries into serious ones. But the Faceless Man in front of him was not only as powerful as Leon, but his movements were even more erratic. In the past, Leon's strategy of circling around didn't work at all. The Faceless Man's turning speed was much faster than Leon had imagined. The sailors watching around could only stare blankly at the after-images of the 2 men fighting on the deck. They couldn't tell who had the upper hand, but they couldn't help but worry for Leon, the night watchman. After all, the Faceless Men's reputation on the continent of Essos has reached the point where even a child can stop crying. So far, it seems that none of the targets targeted by the Faceless Men have survived. I just don't know if Lion will be the exception. In fact, after dozens of moves, Leon could feel that his strength was actually above that of the Faceless Man, but the Faceless Man's dagger was too insidious and flexible. The dagger was only slightly longer than a dagger, and as fast as lightning. Coupled with the Faceless Man's body movements, it was like countless poisonous snakes lurking at Leon's side. Although an inch longer is an inch stronger, Leon's one-handed sword skill has reached the maximum level and can crush the Faceless Man in front of him. But Leon didn't know what the Faceless Man was thinking. There were several times when Leon's black and white kiss could easily kill the opponent, but the opponent didn't dodge at all and also only stabbed Leon's vital points. It seems that for the Faceless Men, as long as they achieve the goals given to them by the thousand-faced god, everything else, including their own life and death, is not that important. If he hadn't taken this into consideration, Lion would have defeated his opponent in just 10 moves. As Leon was thinking, his attention was distracted. The Faceless Man in front of him naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. He raised his hand to block, allowing Leon's sword to chop his arm. At the same time, the dagger in his hand pierced Leon's throat. "It's over." The merchant stared in amazement at Leon and the Faceless Man who had stopped fighting. On the deck, the two men were still in the last move of their fight. Leon's black and white kiss was extremely sharp, and it was not something that a mortal body could block. Half of the Faceless Man's arm fell to the ground, and a shockingly huge wound was cut on his chest. And Lion. Before the Faceless Man's dagger pierced Leon's neck, Leon slightly dodged the sword at the critical moment, and the dagger only cut a layer of skin, leaving a white mark. The Faceless Man fell to the ground, and a look of surprise finally appeared on his expressionless face, as if he felt that the attack he had risked his life for should not have missed. Then, the blood-soaked Faceless Man's eyes gradually lost focus. The fight on the ship obviously alarmed the night watchmen at the dock on the shore, and a large number of night watchmen and Lion's men boarded the ship one after another. After seeing the bloody scene on the deck, especially his superior's neck injury, he immediately controlled everyone on the boat and took them all ashore. Cotter Pike presided over the trial on behalf of Lion. Although the merchant repeatedly claimed that he was innocent, he and his men were still charged with intentional injury to the Night's Watch. They were all sent to Eastwatch by the sea to serve as Night's Watch to atone their sins. However, the merchant was allowed to leave Donghaiwang on a small boat only after paying a large ransom. After all, he still had to complete the task assigned to him by Lion. He had signed a contract with Lion. If he violated the contract, it would be a loss of face for the free trade city-state. As for the merchant's ship, it was naturally confiscated by the Donghaiwang Navy. In the private room of the Grass Tavern, which seemed to have become the office of the captain of the Eastwatch garrison, Cotter Pike smiled and pushed a purse to Lion at the table. "Haha, this Bravoo's merchant is really rich. He has more than 1,400 gold dragons in cash alone. Once I sell the goods on his ship, I'll be rich." Although it was Lion who was attacked and Cotter Pike did nothing but talk, this is Eastwatch after all, so he must give Cotter Pike some face. So even though Leon knew that more than 2,000 gold royals were seized from the merchant's ship, he accepted the bag of money in front of him without batting an eyelid. However, Lion also imperceptibly wrote down the greedy Cotter Pike in front of him in his little notebook. "You dare to steal my money? I think you are ready to die." Lion thought to himself, but did not show it. Ming still smiled and asked, "This kind of trivial matter can be handed over to my adjutant, Specium. It seems that Lord Carter should have something else to tell me, right?" Lion's casual question really made Cotter Pike's face change several times, and then his eyes turned and looked at Lion. "My raven here has received 2 pieces of news, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "It's bitter first, sweet later." "What's the bad news?" "The patrol team that set out from Black Iron Castle was almost wiped out, and Old Xiong died." Cotter Pike spoke so calmly that Leon couldn't even hear the sadness in his heart when he said this, or perhaps there was none at all. "Old Xiong? Commander-in-Chief, is he dead?" Upon hearing the news, Lion stood up in disbelief. Although Lion, as a time traveler, knew clearly what was going on, he still pretended to be a normal person at this moment. In the face of Lion's performance, Cotter Pike nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand to signal Lion to sit down. According to several Night's Watchmen who escaped from the snowfields, the death of Old Bear was unusual. Those frightened Night's Watchmen said it was the White Walkers, some said it was the Wildlings, and some said he was killed by traitors. In short, no matter which answer is correct, it cannot change the fact that Old Bear is really dead. Carter Pike's tone was calm with a hint of joking, and it was impossible to tell from his words that he still had any respect for Old Bear. So what's the good news? Lion did not continue to ask about the cause of Mr. Seong's death. As for the good news, Lord Ned Stark, the Guardian of the North, is dead. Thanks to his treason, even if there are more deserters in the Night's Watch, the Northern Lords will not chase them like dogs as they did in the past. It seems we can make a deal. With my connections in the Night's Watch, it will be no problem for me to get you the position of Commander-in-Chief. And you will turn a blind eye to my men going to Bravos to be mercenaries. After all, so many castles on the wall have been lost, and we don't mind having another Eastwatch by the sea. Perhaps because he felt that Leon did not immediately swear to go north to find out the cause of Bear's death and avenge him, Cotter Pike finally revealed his purpose. I wonder what Cotter Pike is thinking. If any upright Night's Watch leader heard what he said, one of the two would probably end up being killed on the spot. Maybe he was thinking that Leon was still young, naive, and not as rigid-minded as the other old guys, and was loyal to his oath. It has to be said that there is a lot of gambling involved in what Cotter Pike said. Are you going to break your oath as a Night's Watchman? Lion thought for a moment, glancing at Cotter Pike's neck from time to time. His hand involuntarily placed on the hilt of the black and white kiss, as if he was ready to draw the sword at any time. However, these actions were performed under the table, and Cotter Pike did not notice anything unusual about Lion. But Lion's gaze made Cotter Pike very uncomfortable. His neck felt itchy, as if a scar was about to grow. No, it's just a title without substance. To outsiders, Eastwatch is still in my hands, Cotter Pike. Carter explained hurriedly, paused, and seeing that Leon did not express his opinion, he continued. Before I leave, I can manipulate the election to make you the Commander-in-Chief. There are not many people with weight in the Night's Watch now, especially those two guys, Corin Halfhand and Bowen Marsh, who followed the Old Bear north and are missing. The only person who has a say in the Dark Iron Keep is Grand Maester Iman. At this moment, Cotter Pike has played all his cards, but what he doesn't know is that Lion, who is familiar with the plot, has never intended to abandon the Night's Watch from beginning to end. Given Old Seong's personality, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to what happened in the north after witnessing the corpse ghosts with his own eyes. He would definitely lead his troops to patrol the north, but as a result, they were almost wiped out. By then, the Dark Iron Keep will be empty, Aliser Thorne will have died at his hands, and he will have trained a large number of confidants through his position as chief coach. You know, even John, who has only a shallow foundation, can become the commander-in-chief, so there is no reason for Lion to fail in the election. In Lion's view, Cotter Pike's help was icing on the cake, and his role could even be completely ignored. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Captain of the garrison, aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word after becoming the commander-in-chief? Seeing that Lion expressed his concerns so frankly, Cotter Pike unexpectedly let out a long sigh of relief. In his opinion, if Leon was willing to tell the truth in front of him, then there was room for discussion on this matter. It was better to say the ugly words now than to stab him in the back later. To be honest, Master Coach, I didn't know you before this, and I don't even know much about your family, but the suggestion I made is a win-win situation. If you refuse, I can just train another obedient person to be the commander-in-chief. I won't lose much, but your loss will be immeasurable. Cotter Pike, before he even became a mercenary, was already talking about trade terms like loss, which made Leon feel sick. Seeing that Leon had a sneer on his face and was not enthusiastic about this matter, Cotter Pike, a shrewd man, also understood it, so he stood up and looked down at Leon, his tone full of threats. Why not tell you the truth? I have reached a consensus with the leader of the Windblown in Pentos. He has great confidence in my ability and that of my men, and is even willing to give me the position of deputy leader. And right now, a group of 300 elite lancers from the Windblown are at Driftwood Hall across Dolphin Bay, waiting for news from me. There is a consensus among the 7 kingdoms that the Night's Watch is a fully self-employed army. Even if most of its members are scum, its combat power is still the best among the 7 kingdoms. The elite lancers of the Windblown have gone through countless fierce battles on the continent of Essos and are much stronger than the Night's Watch Rangers. It would probably only take a charge to wipe out your new recruits, who have been trained for less than a month and are mostly composed of bandits and villagers. Cotter Pike made no secret of his threat. In his eyes, apart from Lion himself, the biggest threat among Lion's troops was Specium, who followed Lion closely. In his eyes, the rest were just recruits and not worth mentioning at all. As they were talking, there was a pushing sound outside the door of the tavern's private room. From the sound, it seemed that Specium, who was guarding outside the door, was arguing with Carter's men. Lion listened carefully, and there seemed to be the chaotic footsteps of no less than 20 people outside, as well as the sound of armor and swords colliding. Then, there was the sound of arrows breaking through the air like rain, and the dull sound of arrows hitting shields, which lasted for quite a long time. Carter was not deaf, so he naturally heard the noise, but his face looked a little ugly. According to the plan, after the failure of the negotiations, his men should have captured Specium and then rushed in to threaten Leon. But somehow, no matter how tough Specium was, he was only one person. More than 20 skilled night watchmen with crossbows should have succeeded. Now Cotter Pike is in a very passive situation. Without the help of his men, Cotter Pike has no confidence that he can defeat Lion, who can fight against 100 Night's Watch Rangers alone. So, based on what you just said, I can declare you a traitor to the Night's Watch, right? Lion listened for a while until the sound stopped, then he slowly looked at Cotter Pike. The latter did not respond to Leon's question, but just stared at the door to see whose subordinate it was who pushed the door open. Unfortunately, after Specium's big hands pushed open the door, he threw a shield that was as sharp as a hedgehog on the ground, and then a living night watchman who was shot in the leg was thrown in. The corridor could be seen through the open door. Cotter Pike craned his neck to look behind Specium, who turned sideways at just the right moment to allow Cotter Pike to get a closer look. Several night watchmen near the door were killed by sword strikes in the vitals, while those further away were all shot in the head and fell on their backs. It was obvious that the battle that had just taken place in this narrow corridor was extremely fierce. Lion could even deduce the general course of the battle from the postures in which the night watchmen fell. A group of night watchmen pretended to be friendly and approached Specium, but it was not known whether some idiot exposed the hostility or Specium was too vigilant. After the battle started, the first few night watchmen were barely able to match Specium. Then Specium picked up a shield on the ground, blocked a round of powerful shots from the Night's Watch crossbowmen, and then slowly fired back. Except for those who ran away when they saw the situation was not good, most people closed their eyes forever. "Captain! Save me!" Maybe it was because of the pain in his leg or the emotional pain caused by Specium, but the night watchman's voice had a hint of crying. He was thrown to the ground and subconsciously called for help from Carter. But Cotter Pike's face was livid, and he didn't even look at him. In the end, it was Lion who stepped forward and gave the Night's Watch traitor a quick death. "Lord Carter, I think it's time to talk about your oath." Lion wiped the black and white kiss off the traitor's body, slowly stood up, and said to Cotter Pike, "Even if you kill me, you and your people will never be able to leave Eastwatch." After a moment of silence, Cotter Pike showed a gritting teeth expression on his face. It was obvious that he had acquiesced that he would be in great danger if he fell into Leon's hands. "Want to scare me with the wind blown?" Lion seemed to have expected Cotter Pike to say this, and the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. "I'm not trying to scare you, this is the truth. If you kill me, the windblown will raise Eastwatch to avenge me." As if he had grabbed the last straw, Cotter Pike was so excited that his ugly garlic nose turned red like blood. "Well, let's not talk about whether the windblown will offend the entire legion and the northern lords behind the Night's Watch for a dead traitor." Lion paused, pointed at Specium and smiled, "But in my army, there are more than 100 people as capable as him." "Impossible." As soon as Lion finished speaking, Cotter Pike jumped up impatiently to refute. To him, Lion's words were simply an insult to his intelligence. "If you don't believe me, I can spare your life. You can witness with your own eyes how the wind-blown elite lancers you mentioned were destroyed." After saying that, Leon clapped his hands, and Specium, who understood what he meant, immediately stepped forward to capture Cotter Pike. But as the captain of the Eastwatch garrison, how could Cotter Pike be captured so easily? Even more terrifying is what happens after being captured. Once others knew that Cotter Pike was planning to defect, the prestige he had accumulated in Eastwatch over the past decade would become a complete joke. It is even more unlikely that there will be a place for a Night's Watch deserter to stay in the entire continent of Westeros. So Cotter Pike fought back. This was also a good opportunity for Lion to observe the combat power of his level 6 soldiers at close range for the first time, so naturally he did not offer any help. The battle process was somewhat black humorous. Carter Pike rushed towards Spasium aggressively, but the latter simply drew his bow, aimed and shot, just like he did in training. Carter Pike flew backwards in an instant and was nailed to the wall by an arrow. Spasium remembered that Lion had a hobby of executing prisoners personally, so the arrow did not hit the vital point. Lion also nodded approvingly at Spasium and secretly praised him, "He is sensible." Afterwards, people from all over Donghaiwang witnessed a rare spectacle that only occurs once in a century. Their garrison captain was seen being dragged backwards by Spasium's feet, his body rubbed mercilessly by the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind him wherever he walked. There were many of Carter Pike's men and confidants hiding in the crowd. They had learned from their companions who had escaped from the grass tavern that the rebellion had been exposed. Just as they were about to turn around and run, they discovered that in front of each of them stood a few strange night watchmen who looked like they were not to be trifled with. The traitors knew that these strangers were the men of the Black Iron Castle's coach. "Get out of the way!" The Night's Watchmen of Donghaiwang spoke in a bad tone. They had the courage to be traitors, and naturally they also had the strength to be traitors. After the weak ones were screened and sent to Black Iron Castle to join the patrol team, those who were left were the elite. Naturally, they looked down on the group of Night's Watch recruits who had only been trained for less than a month. But almost at the same time, Lion's men, who were at least level 3 Night's Watch elite rangers, subdued all the Eastwatch rebels. Except for a few lucky ones who escaped, all the others were escorted to Lion. The few residents of Donghaiwang could only watch it all in horror, thinking that Lion was leading his men in a riot. However, the residents were not robbed by Lion's men. Instead, they were politely led to follow the bloodstains on the ground. On the high platform, Carter Pike was like a faceless man, his entire face was bloody and tattered from being kissed by the earth, and his body was so torn that there was not an inch of healthy skin. The severe pain made him faint several times and wake up again, suffering a lot. Carter Pike's iconic red nose was gone, and even his mother, a barmaid, might not recognize him. "Don't panic, everyone," Lion first said to the panicked residents of Donghaiwang below the stage on the high platform. However, just as he finished speaking, a fearless onlooker trembled and cursed. "Damn it! You traitor, release our garrison captain! It was not we who rebelled, but your Lord Carter Pike." But as soon as Lion finished speaking, he aroused even greater public indignation. The residents of Eastwatch would never believe what Lion, an outsider, said. However, they did not have the courage to riot, so they could only shout and curse at Lion, with their voices getting louder and louder. "Woo, woo." But then the voices of the residents were drowned out by 2 loud horn sounds. One blast represents the return of the Night's Watch brothers, 2 blasts represent the invasion of wildlings, and 3 blasts have not been blown for thousands of years, because that represents the White Walkers. The residents who had lived in Donghaiwang for a long time naturally heard that this was a signal of a barbarian invasion. Later, the residents found that there were pieces of rolling dust stirred up from the coast, and they could vaguely feel a cold light like a forest from the horizon. Only a few people know about it. That's actually the trace of the wind blown. Most of the residents of Eastwatch by the sea were in despair. With Lion's betrayal and the capture of Captain Carter Pike, it was impossible for Eastwatch by the sea to stop the invasion of the wildlings. The back of almost every castle built on the Great Wall of Despair is undefended, and Donghaiwang is no exception. The Lancers of the Windblown Corps could almost invade Donghaiwang city without any problems and start killing people. With only a few good teeth left in his mouth, Carter Pike spat out a mouthful of blood foam, gave Leon a cruel grin, and said incoherently, "The Windblown group is here, your death is coming." "Really?" Lion raised his hand confidently, and his Night's Watch troops immediately formed a formation, with shield-bearing infantry in the front and rangers in the back. The formation was assembled so quickly that it happened almost in an instant. The residents of Eastwatch then discovered that the people coming were not wildlings, but a group of mercenary knights. But this is not good news either, because the enemy is charging, and looking at their aggressive posture, they will not stop until their guns are full of blood. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of more than 300 cavalrymen, not a single shield-bearing infantryman in the front row of Lion's troops was frightened and fled. The well-trained rangers raised their bows without panicking and waited for Lion's order to fire. The residents of Eastwatch were completely stunned by the uniform movements of hundreds of people preparing for war as if they were one body. At this moment, no matter whether all the residents thought that Lion and his gang of Night's Watch were traitors or not, at least they stood in front of the foreign enemies and did not retreat a single step when they came. At this moment, regardless of their stance, all the residents were silently praying in their hearts that Lion's troops could stop these crazy cavalry. Ranger! Release the arrows! On the platform, Leon gave an order. The elite rangers of the Night's Watch in the team immediately loosened their bowstrings. The sound of plucking the strings seemed to play a solo called Death. In an instant, black clouds appeared above their heads and then mercilessly enveloped the wind-blown lancers in front of them. However, the rain of arrows posed little threat to the heavily armored lancers, and only a few unlucky ones were shot in the vitals and fell off their horses. Cotter Pike stared with his only intact eye, his face full of excitement. Everything was just as he expected. Lion's troops were simply unable to do anything to the elite lancers of the Windblown. He seemed to have seen the two armies meeting in a few seconds, and the Night's Watchmen were nailed to death on the spears of the Windblown like candied haws. However, the wild laughter on his face was paused the next moment as if someone had pressed the pause button, and it froze on his face. The infantrymen holding shields made way at the last second before the two armies met, revealing hundreds of Night's Watchmen holding two-handed swords hiding behind their shields. As an ordinary elite lancer of the Windblown, he has experienced countless wars, big and small, both just and evil, in his life. But even though they had fought all over the world and encountered countless powerful enemies, they had never encountered an army that dared to confront the heavy cavalry's spears with their flesh and blood. Even the most cowardly of the sheepmen tribes would not have their commander make such a low-level strategic mistake. Even if each of the Night's Watchmen who stood up held a terrifyingly large two-handed sword in his hand, so what? No matter how far a two-handed sword can attack, can it be compared to a spear? Moreover, a two-handed sword requires great strength to wield, and the Night Watchmen in front of them are so skinny that they don't look like they can use it easily. Hee hee. Die. A wind-blown knight at the front grinned grimly, then pulled down the mask on his helmet, placed the spear in his hand on the saddle, and rushed straight towards a target. However, beyond everyone's expectations, the imagined situation of the cavalry's spear piercing through the Night Watchman did not occur. The Night's Watchman, who seemed to be holding a heavy two-handed sword, dodged the spear's charge like lightning, then swung his sword at the knight on the warhorse like thunder. In order to increase the accuracy of killing, the arrogant Windblown did not raise their shields, so they were caught off guard and killed when the two armies met. This was not just one Night Watchman who did this, the same thing happened almost everywhere on the entire front. Each of the Night's Watchmen dodged the lance's charge with his two-handed sword as if dancing on the edge of a knife, and then mercilessly inflicted heavy damage on his opponent. Even the seriously injured wind-blown knights who did not fall off their horses on the spot were pulled off their horses by the infantrymen nearby and hacked into a bloody pulp with their swords. Except for a few unlucky ones who were pierced by the dense forest of bullets, most of the other people on the Night's Watch managed to escape the first wave of the Windblown's charge safely. The Windblown were trapped in the encirclement of the Night's Watch as if they had plunged into a quagmire and could not move. The Night's Watch's line was like a monster with its huge mouth opened wide, swallowing up hundreds of cavalrymen in one gulp, leaving only one or two horses that had lost the control of their riders and running around on the battlefield from time to time. The commander of the Windblown group here did not adopt an aggressive style in deploying troops, so he only sent out 100 men in the first charge. In his opinion, 100 cavalrymen were enough to break through the Night's Watch's seemingly weak line. But no one expected that the Night's Watch would resort to such a desperate tactic to use infantry to counter cavalry. In his opinion, those who can do this are all elite. Didn't the Night's Watch fall a long time ago? Why are there so many experts here? The commander of the Windblown group couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The warhorse of a centurion next to him was stabbing in place anxiously. Originally, the second wave of Centurion's charge should have been launched at this time, with the aim of completely defeating the Night's Watch. However, the opposing Night's Watch line was scattered but not collapsed. After this wave of charge, even the casualties of the Windblown had reached an alarming level. They are mercenaries, not Deadpools working for some guy on the throne. Commander, should we continue the second wave of charge? The Centurion of the Windblown Corps held the reins tightly with both hands, his face pale, obviously shocked by the massacre going on in the Night's Watch in the distance. So he was unwilling to watch his companions in the Corps being slaughtered like livestock, and he wanted to go up and save them. Damn it, we were deceived by that guy Cotter Pike. He didn't choose to rebel at all. Maybe he is watching us insidiously in some corner. The commander of the Windblown was furious. The current situation was out of control and was completely different from what Cotter Pike promised him. Previously, Cotter Pike had promised that if he succeeded in convincing Lion, the Windblown would come to take Cotter Pike into the group. If the negotiations failed, the Windblown would come to purge Lion's group of Night's Watch regulars. He also saw the signal sent by Carter Pike that the negotiations had broken down, so he chose to let his subordinates charge. But Carter Pike had clearly promised him that Lion's men were all new recruits who had been trained for less than a month and could not withstand an attack from the Windblown. But why did that bastard Carter Pike do this? Why did he lie to us, the Night's Watch, that we are a bunch of rabble? Didn't the captain promise him a high position as deputy captain? The Centurion looked bewildered. How the hell should I know? Carter Pike, I'll take this vengeance. Let's retreat. What about our brothers who are surrounded? Just leave them there. The Centurion asked in confusion. Do you want to suffer more unnecessary casualties? The other side is obviously well prepared. No matter what others think, the commander of the Windblown regiment who was in charge of the battle has begun to regret his charge without prior reconnaissance. Even though his cavalry is obviously much larger than Lion's troops, he is unwilling to order his subordinates to charge again. What if Lion has a backup plan? Shocked by the terrifying strength of the Night's Watch two-handed swordsman, the commander of the Windblown chose to retreat. Although the Centurion was unwilling, after giving the order, he looked at another Centurion and had no choice but to turn his horse around and call back his troops. On the high platform, Carter Pike's mood fluctuated greatly, from the ecstasy of seeing the Windblown launching a charge, to the madness when he saw Lion's crazy orders to the spear-wielding infantry who were not equipped to restrain the cavalry, until the two armies met, and it was the shock on the Windblown's side that was overwhelming. Then came all sorts of mixed emotions, and now, Carter Pike felt nothing but numbness in his heart. Lion, who had originally planned to take action after the enemy cavalry broke through his own defense line regardless of casualties, now felt quite regretful. The commander of the Windblown guessed correctly, Lion did have a backup plan. But Lion has only one backup person, and that is himself. Finally, Leon put down the Liuxing bow in his hand with a sense of reluctance, waiting to use its multiple arrow skills next time. Your forecast isn't very accurate. At this time, Lion had some free time, so he immediately walked up to Carter Pike, who had a numb look on his face. If he still had his facial features to express emotions, Lion could not help but guess what expression Carter Pike would make. It was not until all hope was lost that Carter Pike finally regretted his decision. He even began to regret why he joined the Night's Watch in the first place, and why he chose to break his oath. What he regretted most was that he told Leon, a boy who looked ordinary but was extremely bloodthirsty, about his betrayal of his oath. Can you give me another chance? Even ants are greedy for life, let alone Carter Pike, who has been the respected captain of the Eastwatch garrison for more than 10 years. No, so, is this your last words? After hearing Leon's question, Carter Pike knew that his fate was doomed, so he took a deep breath and sighed. If you were born 10 years earlier, the Night's Watch might not be as dilapidated as it is now. Now even Old Bear is dead. The only 3 fortresses left on the wall Colin Halfhand of Shadow Tower, Old Bear of Black Iron Keep, and me of Eastwatch will die one after another. Perhaps one day in the future, the people of the 7 kingdoms will even forget the existence of the Night's Watch. Perhaps it was because he was about to die that his words were good. Carter Pike had no time to care about the current situation. Instead, he began to worry about the fate of the Night's Watch. Don't worry about that. As long as the Night's Watch is in my hands, it will not fall. After Leon finished speaking, he raised the black and white kiss in his hand, ready to drop it on Carter Pike's neck at any time. You? That's easy for you to say. Can you resist Mance Raider's army of 100,000 wildlings by yourself? In the end, you still followed my example and tried to escape. Lion frowned when he heard Carter Pike's last words. He actually knew about Mance Raider's gathering of wildlings, but he didn't remind Old Bear, which indirectly led to Old Bear's death. Moreover, he might have reached some deal with Mance Raider in secret, so it made sense that Eastwatch was infiltrated like a sieve, allowing wildlings to come in and out. With this in mind, Leon did not intend to give this traitor another second to live. The sword in his hand chopped down instantly, and an ugly head fell to the ground. Leon walked forward, stepped on Carter Pike's disgusting face, and said to him word by word, in order not to let you be lonely underground for too long, believe me, I will soon send all those who plotted against Old Bear to accompany him one by one. Carter Pike paid the price of his death, proving what Leon said before, that there were 100 people in the team as capable as Spacium. There are only slight numerical differences in personal skills between the 4th and 5th level Oath Keepers, Oath Takers, and Realm Protectors of the Night's Watch, except that the 6th level Realm Protector has a miraculous buff fight to the death. No matter how many enemies are there, their morale will not collapse, and there will be no desertions. Moreover, their abilities are more comprehensive. Although they are not capable of taking charge of things on their own, they can already reach the level of ordinary small lords when sent out. The elite lancers of the Windblown were only of the 3rd rank, and they underestimated the enemy, and their commander did not make up his mind to lead a full-scale charge, so their defeat was inevitable. The Windblown prisoners of war and Eastwatch rebels who survived the war were taken to the platform by Lion's men, awaiting Lion's decision. By this time the residents of Eastwatch had also come to their senses and began to inquire about the situation. Finally they learned that Cotter Pike had colluded with this group of Essos mercenaries and wanted to betray the oath of the Night's Watch. As a result, many people were filled with guilt and dared not look at Leon on the podium. Windblown group, step out. At Lion's command, the prisoners of the Windblown were stripped of their armor, their hands and feet were tied, and they were pushed by the Night's Watch soldiers who were guarding them and knelt in front of Lion. If you don't want to die, I will give you a chance. Stand up and put on the black clothes of the Night's Watch. The Centurion leading the Windblown team survived but was also seriously injured. After hearing this, he raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lion, only to see that Lion's eyes were full of indifference and there was no room for negotiation. But as the Centurion of this team, he still wanted to argue, "Sir, we, the Windblown, have no grudge against the Night's Watch. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. We were completely deceived by Cotter Pike. As long as you release me, I believe my captain will pay enough ransom to rescue us." "Ransom? When did you, a bunch of honorless mercenaries, start using the term noble?" "My lord. We are the free knights of Essos. Believe me, no one here will abide by the harsh doctrines of the Night's Watch. Moreover, our leader, His Excellency the Tattered Prince, despises traitors the most. Once we betray, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the Windblown will hunt us down to the death and cut off one of our feet to ensure that we don't escape." The Centurion's words were sincere yet a little threatening. In his opinion, although Lion, the Night's Watch coach, was indeed powerful, he could never stop the furious Prince Tattered, not to mention that there were still 100,000 wildlings in the north ready to make a move. He believed that at this critical juncture, it would be the right choice for Lion to hand over these Windblown captives. "In that case, if you are more afraid of the leader far away in Essos than the sword in my hand, then you will die." After saying that, Leon was too lazy to waste any more words. He simply raised the liuxing bow and shot an arrow. Then he continued to draw the bow and draw arrows without stopping, nailing the kneeling Feng Shui prisoners to the ground one by one. Seeing that Leon really dared to kill people, and his purpose was not to shock them with the death of the Centurion, but simply to die if they did not surrender. At that moment, several Windblown Regiment riders hurriedly stood up, and as a result, several Windblown Regiment prisoners who stood up slowly were hit by 1 or 2 arrows in the chest. It's not that Lion was afraid that the opponent was not dead yet, so he shot another arrow. Instead, the multiple arrow skill of the liuxing bow has finally been upgraded. 1 arrow instantly becomes 2 arrows, making it more efficient in killing enemies. Until there were only 7 or 8 windblown prisoners with terrified faces left standing on the field, the remaining prisoners all turned into experience for Lion to upgrade his multiple arrows. "You, put on black clothes, and your past sins will be wiped out. I will appoint you as rangers." After that, Lion had the ropes on the prisoners untied, and considerately gave each of them a black coat. Thanks to Cotter Pike's rebellion, a considerable number of Night's Watch recruits in Lion's army were unable to afford leather armor. But now there is enough capacity to support new members joining the team. After dealing with the prisoners of the Windblown, Lion looked at the group of Donghaiwang rebels kneeling on the side. "Lord Leon. We are the men in black, and we are willing to surrender." As soon as Leon's eyes swept over, several Donghaiwang traders in the crowd couldn't wait to stand up and show their loyalty. "Yes, Lord Leon, the long night is coming, and you need our strength. As long as you give the order, we will charge forward without hesitation, even if there is an army of White Walkers standing in front of us. Gentlemen from Black Iron Castle, from now on, you will leave all the chores like washing clothes and feeding horses to me. Please spare my life." The traders all spoke in unison to plead for mercy, but these words of pleas made the night watchmen around Lion look angry. "We all put on black clothes and swore an oath. Can you survive by just begging for mercy after your rebellion fails? When did it become so cheap to be a traitor to the Night's Watch?" But these people dared to be angry but not to speak out. After all, the one in charge at this time was Lion, the head coach of the Night Watch. If Lion insisted on letting these traitors make amends for their crimes, the Night Watchman would not be able to say much. But the answer to the traitors was the arrows that Leon kept shooting. Every arrow hit the vital point. The traitors saw that Leon was too lazy to even talk to them and just killed them directly. They immediately resisted and pushed the Night Watchmen who were guarding them around. And he kept hiding behind his companions, trying to escape. Unfortunately, Lion's arrows seemed to have eyes. No matter how they hid, even if they lay among the corpses and pretended to be dead, they were still hit by Lion's arrows. A few minutes later, except for a few peripheral traitors who were beheaded by the Night's Watch, most of the rest were executed by Lion. In the end, when Leon shot the last man, he didn't even need to aim the arrow. The 4 arrows formed a small fan, blocking every escape route for the traitor. The execution that was comparable to a massacre was over, and several wind-blown riders who had just joined the Night's Watch looked at Lion on the platform with fear and trepidation. In their minds, they couldn't help comparing Leon, who killed hundreds of people in a flash on the podium without blinking an eye, with their leader, the Tattered Prince. In comparison, the Tattered Prince's action of simply cutting off the traitor's foot seemed quite humane. Therefore, the second thoughts in the hearts of these former wind-blown riders were immediately extinguished, and 7 more wind-blown riders' applications to join the team appeared in Lion's troop panel. At the same time, new changes also appeared in the Mount and Blade panel. It is detected that the recruit's culture is Pentos. Do you want to allow him to retain the original culture advancement route? Or choose the recruit's culture to be Night's Watch? Pentos Peasants Windblown Scouts Windblown Elite Lancers. Seeing that the highest level of the Windblown soldiers was only level 3, 2 levels lower than the Night's Watch's riders, Lion naturally would not choose to retain the Windblown's Pentos culture. Instead, he forced them to recognize the culture of the Night's Watch and take the Night's Watch oath. My lord, Grand Maester Iman of Dark Iron Keep sent a raven saying that a small group of wildlings were spotted nearby. How should we respond? After dealing with the prisoners and traitors, Spacium walked up to Leon with a letter and asked with a serious expression. The day has finally come. Order the troops to gather all the supplies and rush to support Black Iron Castle. When Lion's troops set out again, their momentum was very different from before they came to Eastwatch. 200 riders walked side by side on the road, with the central army carrying one carriage after another filled with equipment and food. Every infantryman at the rear was full of bravery, and the dust covering the sky during the march made the wild men and bandits who had sneaked into the Great Wall dare not attack this army at all. They all hid far away for fear of attracting the attention of the Night Watch scouts. However, Leon was no longer in the mood to practice with these bandits, and just kept urging the troops to speed up their march. After all, no one would waste time on the road if they heard that 100,000 wild men were lurking in the north, so Leon decisively activated the forced march skill. The journey that originally took a week along the Wall of Despair was shortened to 2 days by Lion. After Lion's tenfold training and the battles with the Eastwatch rebels and the Windblown, Spacium was finally no longer the only level 6 soldier in the army. Instead, there are a full 10 Night's Watch territory defenders, and the individual strength of each of them is almost the same as that of Spacium. Lion appointed these people to various positions, and thus the command efficiency of the troops was improved unprecedentedly. However, the imbalance of Lion's troops is also serious. Most of the 200 cavalrymen can only be called mounted infantry. It is possible to let the Night's Watch Oath Keepers charge with 2-handed swords to face weak opponents, but the shortcomings of the Night's Watch Oath Keepers' poor riding skills will put them on the passive side when facing real elite cavalry. They are not as flexible as infantry combat. Lion once had the crazy idea of letting these Night's Watch Oath Keepers shoot bows and arrows on horseback, but even a realm protector like Spacium had a frighteningly low hit rate. Only when they dismounted could they display their true strength. Therefore, Lion's next goal is to train an elite group of rangers that are capable of protecting the flanks and actively charging. In addition to the 200 Night's Watch Oath Takers and Oath Keepers, more than 100 Night's Watch recruits were now all promoted to Night's Watch Guards, and would be promoted to Night's Watch Rangers as soon as they had enough horses in the future. In fact, Lion almost plundered all the stables in the donated village to gather 200 war horses, which was still a long way from Lion's full military mobility. Otherwise, Lion's forced march distance could be further increased. It was already the next evening when Leon saw the shadow of Black Iron Castle again. However, at this time, the shouts and cries of killing from the Black Iron Castle were so loud that Lion could hear them even 5 miles away. Lord Lion, wildlings have appeared behind the Great Wall and are attacking Black Iron Castle. A scout dismounted and came to Lion, his face full of panic. No one knew what he had seen. However, when Leon followed his gaze and saw the black iron castle in the firelight, there seemed to be a few figures that were taller than ordinary people. Is that a giant? Leon asked uncertainly. Yes, each one is 4 or 5 meters tall. Even though the scout had experienced many bloody battles with Leon during this period, he was still frightened when he saw the living giants for the first time. The giants have long lived in the land of eternal winter in the far north and rarely appear in front of the world. Today, their status among ordinary Night's Watchers is almost the same as that of the White Walkers, and they are all considered to be legendary creatures. But now I saw them alive and well, and there were more than one. Hear the conversation between the scout and Leon. Trembling and fear instantly spread among Lion's troops. Many of the night watchmen who were previously farmers and robbers could not help but feel nervous. It was normal to feel fear when facing the unknown. My lord? Shall we charge with all our forces? Except for a few guardians of the realm such as Spiasm who were not affected, hearing the news about the giants seemed to be no different from hearing that the enemy was a giant or a bandit. The calm reactions of the officers and their courage in the face of powerful enemies calmed many people down for a while. They looked at their companions around them and encouraged each other in their hearts. Thanks to Lion's consecutive victories, the team's morale has remained high and there are currently no deserters in the team. However, Lion looked at the faces around him, which had become somewhat familiar to him over time, and couldn't help feeling that it was not appropriate to command an army with kindness. However, he waved his hand without hesitation and ordered the entire army to charge. After Old Seong took away most of the people, there were only less than 200 people left in Black Iron Castle to guard the castle and the Great Wall at the same time, so manpower was naturally stretched. The savages easily broke into the city. It's not that they are not trying hard, but there are giants in the Wildlings sneak attack team that are comparable to walking siege weapons. In addition, the Wildlings are all elite, so it is understandable that ordinary Night's Watch can't stop them. At this time, almost all the Night's Watchmen in the Dark Iron Keep were injured, and the guards on the Great Wall on the high ground were also killed or wounded. The survivors, led by Jon Snow, defended in front of the Maester Tower and made the last resistance, and were caught in a bitter battle. The giant archer held a giant bow that matched his body size, and shot arrows as thick as a crossbow. In an instant, he killed 4 or 5 night watchmen. More giants were impatient and grabbed the night watchmen with their bare hands and tore them in half. It was an extremely bloody scene. The berserker painted with azure patterns wielded a long axe and chopped down anyone he saw. He did not dodge or evade the swords of the Night's Watch and ignored the pain. His head was filled with a fanatical desire to fight, and he would fight to the death in exchange for the life of a Night's Watchman. A small number of the Thens had better weapons and equipment than most free folk. They had bronze helmets, axes, short spears with leaf-shaped tips, cloth armor with bronze discs sewn on them, and black leather shields with bronze rims and embossed carvings. They had excellent defense and fought on the front line with the Night's Watch. More free folk raiders and wildling warriors wearing snow-white leather armor and holding a variety of bone armor also attacked like crazy. The waves of attack were higher than the last, and it seemed that the Night's Watch was about to be wiped out. Jon lost his love, fire-kissed Ygritte, in the chaos of battle, and was holding her body in grief, oblivious to the fighting around him. Just as a wildling's battle axe was about to fall on Jon's neck, a rain of arrows shot from the direction of the city gate instantly pierced the sneak-attacking wildling. At this time, Lion's support finally arrived. 7 former wind-blown riders, now Night's Watch Rangers, raised their spears and rushed into the Black Iron Keep shoulder to shoulder. Behind them were countless dismounted Night's Watch Rangers supporting them. The road in Black Iron Castle was narrow, and the charge of the 7 Rangers soon came to an abrupt halt. Although they stabbed the wildlings in the back and caused considerable chaos, the entire army was also wiped out. But Leon didn't have time to worry about the loss of his subordinates. Because the situation inside the Black Iron Castle was completely different from what was shown in the TV series. In the original drama, Jon defeated the wildling army under his command in the Battle of Dark Iron Castle. But now the city is crowded with savages everywhere, and the night watchmen in front of the Bachelor's Tower, dressed in black, are like a reef in the waves and may be submerged at any time. How can we even have any chance of winning? The battle became intense as soon as Lion's troops joined the battle. The savages reacted immediately and turned their guns towards Lion and his group of Night's Watch reinforcements who came from unknown sources. The 200 Night's Watch Rangers fired only 2 rounds of arrows before the fearless wildling army broke through and reached them. If one looks down at the Black Iron Castle from a high place, one can see that not only are the Night's Watchmen in the Maester Tower surrounded, but even the Night's Watch reinforcements in Lion are surrounded by wildlings. The situation is extremely critical. As the savages approached, Lion put his Ryasei bow behind his back after reaping double-digit heads, and drew his sword instead. At this time, the two sides had already clashed together, forming a complicated situation. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Lion did not continue to shoot. But this is exactly what Lion wants. Shooting these savages to death with a bow and arrow was too merciful and too satisfying. After fighting till today, Lion had completely abandoned the civilization he once had as a modern man and instead fell in love with the feeling of face-to-face killing. The free folk were no match for the Oathsworn of the Night's Watch, and soon a pile of wildling corpses piled up at the latter's feet. Noticing the movement at the city gate, the wildling leaders besieging the Maester Tower thought that they could defeat this group of Night's Watchmen who could only hide in the distance and shoot arrows with just a charge, just like when they attacked Black Iron Castle. However, the situation of the battle unexpectedly turned around. The bows and arrows of the Night's Watch reinforcements were sharp, and their two-handed swords were invincible, catching the wildlings off guard. But soon, one of the giants focused his attention on the Night Watchman who was walking towards him like Moses parting the sea and killing people like mowing grass. So the giant roared, grabbed the body of someone next to him and threw it at Leon. Leon, who had knocked down a savage with a sword, was unable to dodge and was hit head-on by the giant's throw, sending him flying backwards. My goodness, the giant's strength is really not to be underestimated. Lion flew several meters away before he stopped the impact. For a while, except for being a little embarrassed, he was fine. The giant thought he had dealt with Leon and was about to turn around, but unexpectedly he saw Leon still standing there, and even gave him a look of admiration. Lion's action instantly angered the giant, who took a big step and charged towards Lion at full speed, raising his leg to kick Lion away. Knowing how powerful the giant is, Leon naturally would not choose to resist head-on. He simply rolled on the ground without caring about his image and avoided the giant's attack. Although the giant is very strong, the price is that his movements are quite slow. It is easy for Leon to dodge with his agility. But Leon then stabbed the black and white kiss at the giant's supporting foot until the entire sword was embedded in the giant's calf, but the giant was not affected at all and slapped Leon. As Leon dodged again, he left several big holes on the giant's body. At the same time, both armies were attracted by the duel between Leon and the giant, and the battlefield stopped briefly for a while. The two people fighting are naturally the top fighters in their respective camps, and their victory or defeat will directly affect their morale. However, the savages took it for granted that the giants would not lose, especially since the one fighting against Leon was the strongest among the younger generation of giants, the giant Wang Wang. The Night's Watch were unsure, even though Lion had previously shown overwhelming combat power against everyone else. The huge power disadvantage caused by the difference in size meant that they were not very optimistic about Lion. Spacium couldn't help but order his men to be ready to draw their bows and arrows and attack the giant at any time, even if it meant bearing an dishonorable title to save Leon's life. Just as Spacium raised his bow, the other savage also aimed at Leon without giving in. Being in the center of the battle, even if Leon had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not withstand the simultaneous attacks of so many people. Therefore, Spacium ordered his men to temporarily put down their bows and arrows as if he was afraid of the consequences, but he was also ready to raid the battle at any time. Fortunately, Leon's agile body allowed him to dodge every attack of the giant in time, and at the same time he would chop, cut, or stab the giant to leave a wound. For a while, the situation turned into that the giant was fooled by Leon, and this result immediately made the savages restless. The giant was not good at speaking, but he was very angry at Leon's slippery and ruthless fighting style. Although Leon's attack did not hurt him, judging from the degree of blood loss from the wound, he would soon be unable to hold on. As it expected, after it threw a weak punch, Leon's counterattack directly cut its Achilles tendon. The giant's huge figure as big as a mountain suddenly fell down, hitting the ground heavily, splashing a large amount of dust. Of course, Leon would not miss this good opportunity. He avoided the direction where the giant fell and jumped directly onto the giant's back. When the dust settled, the savages and night watchmen present saw a horrifying scene that they would never forget. Leon held the giant's half-human-sized head in his hand, and the artery in his neck gushed out smelly blood like a fountain, dyeing Leon's entire body blood red, just like the blood demon of hell. At this moment, even the most passionate berserker lost the courage to continue fighting with Leon after seeing such a scene. When the Night's Watch saw how brave Leon was, the fear in their hearts was gradually replaced by high morale. Everyone took advantage of the situation to fight back, and cooperated with the last elite Night's Watch in front of the Maester Tower to attack from both sides. Another giant from the giant tribe saw his companion's head separated from his body and held in Leon's hand. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and ran away, with no intention of avenging his fellow giants. The wildling warriors and elite free folk whose morale was greatly reduced were naturally no match for the Night's Watch who had high morale, and another giant of the giant tribe turned around and ran away in fear. In less than half an hour, almost all the savages in Black Iron Castle were wiped out except for those who escaped. Finally, only a group of savages were left with nowhere to go and were surrounded in the parade ground. However, even with the initial victory, Lion's men suffered heavy casualties in the savages' dying counterattack. In this battle, Lion's hands were stained with the blood of at least 100 savages, but the price he paid was at least 1/3 of his troops. Fortunately, all the Night's Watch Panopticon defenders were present, and most of the casualties were low-level soldiers. However, sacrifices are inevitable in war, and Lion could accept that. Today's casualties are great enough. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, I magnanimously allow you to surrender. At the entrance to the training ground, the bloodstains on Leon's body gradually dried up, fresh blood covered the old blood, and unevenly distributed dark red patches formed on the armor. Although most of the savages deliberately avoided Lion specifically looked for places with a lot of people to fight. Their fighting style is even more brutal than that of the purest berserker tribe. But now Leon would not be hit by swords and knives. Although he looked covered in blood, in fact, he didn't even have a scratch on his body. Damn crow! You killed so many of our people, and you still want me to surrender? Dream on! A savage leader wearing bone armor that made clanging sounds when he moved, the Skeleton King, took a step towards Leon angrily, obviously rejecting Leon's good intentions. Really? Leon frowned. That's right, free people will never be slaves. The Skeleton King let out his last roar. Since you want to die freely, I will satisfy you. After saying that, Lion raised his hand, and hundreds of Night's Watch Rangers around him raised their bows and aimed at the last group of wildlings in the parade ground. As long as Leon gives the order, the black rain of arrows representing death will fall on their heads. Leon, wait a minute. Just as Leon's hand was about to fall, Jon Snow, who had recovered from the death of his lover, rushed to the parade ground. If he was a step later, he would have been able to only watch the scene of corpses everywhere. Do you want to kill some wildling yourself? I'll give you that chance. Lion thought Jon came here to take revenge on a wildling, but the latter just shook his head, and then Jon looked at the King of Bones. Before Lion's reinforcements arrived, at the most critical moment of the battle at Dark Iron Keep, Jon personally killed a then prince, Magnum Styre. Apart from the inherent differences in positions between the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, Jon did not have any personal grudges against any wildling. That's enough, Skeleton King. Your attack plan has failed. You should keep your life and wait for winter to come to fight against the White Walkers together. After experiencing the days of living with his beloved Ygritte and her death, Jon can no longer tell what is worth fighting for between the Northerners and the Free Folk, especially now that the White Walkers are coming. Tormund the Giant Slayer stood up at this time, wiped the blood off his face, and spat at Jon viciously. Damn crow, if you want to fight, just fight. Why waste your time talking nonsense? After saying that, Tormund, the Giant Slayer, raised the great axe in his hand and was about to lead his men to charge. However, he was stopped by the Skeleton King beside him. Crow, we will not surrender. Instead, we can consider forming an alliance. As long as you open the city gates, when the King Beyond the Wall's army marches south, we can naturally fight the White Walkers together. Or wait for the King Beyond the Wall's army to arrive, destroy hundreds of your crows, and then fight the White Walkers alone. The Skeleton King's words were both alluring and threatening. Leon had heard enough threatening words during this period, and he could tell that the other party was not sincere in his words. He just wanted to get out of the current mess. After all, no one wanted to die in vain. Since you refuse to surrender, let your King Beyond the Wall come and collect your bodies. Faced with the stubborn savage, Lion decided to take action without saying a word. But Jon stood directly in front of Leon. Jon's repeated obstructions made Lion annoyed. If he hadn't been in the same camp with him, he would have hacked him with a knife. Although he didn't know what Jon had been through during the time they were apart, Lion was extremely annoyed by his nagging temper. King of Skeletons, I want to challenge you in a duel. If you win, you can take your men away with you, but if you lose, you must obey Leon's orders and be a prisoner. I refuse. I clearly have the opportunity to capture them directly. Why should I give them such an honorable duel invitation? Before the Skeleton King could speak, Leon expressed his dissatisfaction. In response, the Skeleton King laughed loudly and continued, John, you are really crazy. You dare to challenge me? Very good, as long as the one who challenges me is not this hell-blood demon god, then I will accept it. After saying that, the Skeleton King walked to the open space in front of the two armies, carrying a huge club made of animal leg bones. John turned and gave Leon a look that said trust me, then walked towards the Skeleton King without looking back. Although Leon had no intention of capturing barbarians, it was a good thing to have so many barbarian captives to strengthen the army. Barbarians were also considered bandit units in the mount and blade panel and could be transformed into regular troops using the veteran's respect skill. After all, after several consecutive battles, Lion's troops were almost full of wounded soldiers. If they could have more fresh troops at this time, they would not be fighting alone when facing the White Walkers in the future. So, Lion put down his hand and acquiesced to John's challenge. John is worthy of being the future #1 swordsman in the north. Although he is just beginning to show his prowess at this time, he can still fight back and forth with a long-established free-folk chieftain like the King of Skeletons. It is different from Lion's fierce and agile fighting style that circles around. John's fighting style was entirely based on his exquisite swordsmanship. The Skeleton King's leg bone club looked scary, and every attack was accompanied by a gust of wind, but John was able to block it easily with his sword and did not lose the upper hand at all, as if he was evenly matched with anyone. In order to save his own life and that of his men, the Skeleton King attacked without reservation, but he was unable to do anything to John in a short period of time. After dozens of rounds of duel, even the extremely powerful Skeleton King was exhausted. In his impatience, a flaw appeared on his body. John naturally would not let it go. He seized the opportunity and cut off the Skeleton King's tendons with his sword, and then put the long claw in his hand on the Skeleton King's neck. The outcome is decided. No matter how unwilling the Skeleton King was, facing the cold front on his neck, he had to admit that he had lost, and then he threw down the leg bone club with his intact hand. Damn it, I don't accept it. Fight me again if you dare. Torment Giantsbane was unwilling to accept this result, and walked towards John with an axe in hand, yelling. Even though John defeated the Skeleton King without any injury at this time, he had consumed too much energy and could not even stand steadily. Hearing that the Giant Slayer was unwilling to admit defeat, John forced himself to cheer up and prepare for the next battle. No, your opponent is me. But Lion would not sit idly by and watch John fall into the dilemma of a continuous battle, and he was now in the advantageous position, so the wildlings had no right to act recklessly. You. Even though Tormund, the giant killer, was fearless and had guts enough to sleep in a giantess's belly, he stared at Leon with his eyes wide open and shut his mouth for a moment. The scene of Leon lifting the giant's head like slaughtering a pig is still vivid in my mind. Compared to the title of giant killer which he got by bragging in the tavern, the god of death in front of him was a real giant killer and could not be fake at all. So, Tormund Giantsbane stopped talking in time, pretending to be nothing happened and looked at the stars in the sky. Seeing that they didn't have to fight anymore, the wildlings felt that being captured was a shame, but after thousands of years of tribal disputes, being captured was commonplace. It was just that this time they fell into the hands of the Night's Watch and their lives were in danger. The Battle of Black Iron Castle was completely over, and Grand Maester Iman's 2 apprentices were extremely busy. Hundreds of Night's Watch and wildling captives with missing limbs were waiting for their treatment, and the survivors had to put out the fires and bury the dead. However, at Lion's strong request, all people, whether they were Night's Watchmen or wildlings, were cremated. Although it was a bit troublesome, no one dared to disobey because of the power of Lion who came from thousands of miles away to support and defeat the savages. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone finished their work. However, many Night's Watchmen who had not slept all night were still in high spirits, because a country cannot be without a leader for a day. After the murder of Old Bear, the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Black Iron Castle has not elected a real commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch for some time. The previously elected temporary commander-in-chief, Bowen Marsh, was also killed in the Battle of Black Iron Castle. Now that Lion, the chief coach, is back, it is time to discuss this matter carefully. The Night's Watch is quite democratic, including the election of the Commander-in-Chief, who is chosen by all the Night's Watch brothers one vote at a time. At noon the next day, the surviving night watchmen gathered in the large conference room. However, this meeting gave people an extremely unfamiliar feeling, as there were only 2 adults sitting on the stage. On the left is Grand Maester Iman, who is so blind that he cannot see, and next to him sits the Master-in-Chief of the Night's Watch, Leon Victor. Even the veterans who had been most dissatisfied with Lion had to admit that in the Night's Watch, Lion's prestige was second only to Grand Maester Iman, who had 50 years of service experience. This time when Lion led his troops back, he not only brought back 300 well-trained elite Night's Watchmen, but also won the Battle of Black Iron Castle, saving the lives of all the Night's Watchmen present. The rest of the qualified Night Watchmen, including Old Seong and others, were all dead. Inside the hall, although some of the Night Watchmen sitting bustling about had ulterior motives, they all knew in their hearts that today's situation was just a formality. It's almost time to meet. Grand Maester Iman stood up shakily. All the Night's Watch stopped talking at this time, looked at Grand Maester Iman, and listened attentively. Anyone want to nominate a candidate? As soon as Grand Maester Iman finished speaking, a bald man stood up in the crowd. Lion looked at the man. If Lion remembered correctly, this man was a famous fence-sitter in West Eros, Janos Sterling, the former Lord of Harrenhal and captain of the King's Landing. It was said that anyone with money could be his father. If he had not betrayed Ned Stark for money, leading to the execution of the Duke of the North, the King of the Seven Kingdoms at this time should be Stannis Baratheon. Feeling the unfriendly look from Lion, he did not dodge or avoid it. He turned around and said loudly to the brothers of the Night's Watch. Sir Leon Victor is not only a nobleman of the Seven Kingdoms, but also a man of noble character. He has accomplished the task assigned by the former Commander-in-Chief, Old Bear, brilliantly. Everyone has seen the combat effectiveness of the recruits he trained. Last night, he directly saved Black Iron Castle and led us to defeat the wildlings. He is the only candidate. He just finished speaking. The Night's Watch brothers around him nodded in unison, sang along, and even whistled and saluted Leon, who was sitting on the high seat. There were so many people responding at once that it seemed that Lion was far ahead in the votes. However, even though this was the general trend, there were still people who stood up and expressed different opinions. Lord Janos Sterling, Lord Dennis Mallister joined the Night's Watch as a child and has been loyal to his duty longer than any other ranger. Another middle-aged Night's Watch stood up and said to the bald man who was a little too flattering. At the same time, he pointed to an old man at the table who was so old that his hair and beard were all white, but his eyes were still sharp. After hearing the middle-aged Night Watchman's words, there were a few voices of approval and admiration from the crowd, but it did not cause much reaction from the crowd. Seeing this, the middle-aged Night Watchman continued slowly, Lord Dennis Mallister has been guarding for 10 winters. As the commander of the Shadow Tower, he defends the wildlings from thousands of miles away. He has unparalleled courage and experience in fighting against wildlings, which we lack the most. No one among us can do better than him. After the middle-aged Night's Watchman finished speaking, many of the Night's Watchmen present looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. Thinking of the wildlings invading southward in large numbers, they realized that at this time, there was indeed no one who could do a better job as the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch than Dennis Mallister. For a moment, the Night Watchman burst into support that was no less than that of Lion. Since there are no other candidates, let's start voting. The triangle represents Sir Leon Victor, and the square represents Sir Dennis Mallister. Grand Maester Iman brought the counting tools and placed them on the table. Because of the order of speeches, the middle-aged Night's Watch's speech was after the flatterer Janos Sterling, which made many Night's Watch brothers subconsciously vote for Dennis Mallister, an old ranger who had rich experience in fighting against wildlings, when choosing between the two. This made Sam and John a little anxious, but each nominated candidate only had one chance to speak. The previous opportunity to nominate Leon had been snatched away by the flatterer Janos Sterling. Otherwise, with Sam's speaking ability, as long as he opened his mouth, Leon's position as Commander-in-Chief would be easily captured. But the current situation made the two of them unable to do anything except vote for Leon. Soon, the choices of everyone present were collected, and everyone's small notes were collected into a clay jar, which was then smashed by the affairs officer of the Iman University students, and the numbers began to be called out. Soon, the number of squares on the counter was far ahead, almost crushing Lion. Although the many Night's Watchmen present had no prejudice against Leon's personal bravery, it was because Leon was too young. In the brutal war that followed, his individual bravery would be of little use. They would feel more at ease if Dennis, who understood the wildlings and had rich experience in fighting against them, led them. Until the end, Grand Maester Iman, who could not see anything, suddenly asked the official beside him, "Have you all voted?" "Yes, Grand Maester." After listening to the officer's speech, Iman rubbed the table for a long time, found a triangle, and handed it to the officer next to him. John and Sam were powerless to do anything about the current situation. Sam hated Janos Sterling, the flatterer. In his heart, "Your speaking ability is shit. You didn't mention any of Lord Lyon's advantages of being young and good at fighting. You ruined Lord Lyon's good deeds. I really want to beat your bald head into a pig's head." After Leon's training, Sam has now greatly improved, except for the cowardice in his character. His personal physique and bravery are also much better than before. If he could return to the Reach now, his father might soften his heart when he sees Sam now and return the inheritance of Hornhill to him. Feeling the murderous gaze from Sam, Janos Sterling couldn't help but shudder all over. Then he remembered that Sam still had the leverage over him. During the Battle of Dark Iron Keep, he was even more timid than Sam. At least Sam fought bravely, but he hid in the storage room in fear all day long until the battle was won and he was discovered by Sam. He then stayed with the wild woman Gilly and her children who were rescued by Sam. Sam was previously ordered by Leon to come back and report information about the savage dog-headed Hammett to Old Bear, but was forced to join the patrol as well, and the story about him remained largely unchanged. Seeing that something was not right, Janos Sterling hurried to the new commander-in-chief, Dennis, and shamelessly expressed his loyalty. "Sir Dennis, I just nominated Lyon only to reflect the fairness and democracy of our Night's Watch. Otherwise, if the news of your candidacy spreads, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will think that the Night's Watch has abandoned even this tradition and is completely out of control." In response, Dennis just snorted coldly and didn't even look at this lackey. Just as Dennis was about to stand up and accept Grand Maester Iman's declaration of Commander-in-Chief, a strong voice came from outside the conference room door. "And many more. To be honest, Grand Maester Iman is only blind, not deaf." He was also aware that the wind in the conference room was blowing towards Dennis. But he still cast his vote for Lyon. In his heart, although Lyon is young, he has great potential and is capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Even if he fails today, the future of the Night Watch still has to be handed over to Lyon. You know, Dennis is so old that he can hardly pick up a weapon and fight. But at this moment, the owner of the voice outside the door also pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a large group of Night Watch soldiers whose bodies were stained with indelible blood and murderous aura. Spethium. Janos Sterling knew the man. In his impression, this Essos man who was born a murderer had always been an unknown person in Black Iron Castle. However, he had recently gone out with Leon, and after returning, his temperament seemed to have been completely transformed. "You murderer, the voting is over. Lord Dennis is the popular choice. Didn't you see it?" Janos stood up and looked at Spatium and the large group of Night Watch soldiers behind him with disdain. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened and his mouth opened unconsciously. "I am a murderer, I have never denied that, but I am also a brother of the Night Watch." Spatium took off the two-handed sword from his back and placed it on the table with a bang, making a loud noise. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on him. "Who acknowledged that you are brothers of the Night's Watch? Remember your identity. You are a rookie. Without the consent of our senior leaders and the oath-taking ceremony, you will always be rookies." Janos Sterling had no way out at this point. Eager to show off and regain a place in Dennis' heart, he was so eager to turn against Lyon's men on the spot. He no longer cared about the consequences. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a light voice came from behind Janos. Lyon calmly stood up from his seat and glanced at all the Night Watch brothers present. "As the head coach, I have the right to hold the oath-taking ceremony for the Night's Watch for Spatium and the others, right?" When Leon's words fell, no one denied them. "Then, on behalf of the 218 Night Watch brothers under Lord Lyon, I will cast a vote for Lord Lyon." After saying that, Spatium walked to the counter. Without even looking at the towering square count on the side, he just picked up a triangle and threw it to Leon. But behind this vote lies the common will of more than 200 Night Watchmen, and even Janos couldn't say anything against it for a while. "I declare that the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch is Leon Victor." A smile also appeared on the face of university student Iman. His voice was old but powerful. Sam and John were delighted with the result, and the Night's Watch brothers around them also cheered loudly. Even his opponent, Dennis Mullister, stood up, smiled and applauded while Janos Sterling was in shock. Obviously he also agreed with this result. This made Janos Sterling look like a clown, unable to move forward or backward. A satisfied smile also appeared on Specium's face, diluting the murderous intent that was always tense on his face. When the dust settled, Leon sat in the main seat. Now, after the Battle of Black Iron Keep, the Night's Watch was severely damaged. There are no more than 500 people who can fight, and some are scattered around to defend the city walls. There are only about 300 people in Black Iron Castle, but they are constantly threatened by 100,000 savages from the north. One can imagine the difficulties they face. But Lion calmly arranged the personnel. In the past, this was a good way for the new commander-in-chief to eliminate dissidents, but for the Night's Watch, which has suffered heavy casualties among its senior leaders, it is a top priority. Spicium. Lion first called out Spicium, the biggest contributor to this election and the one who played a decisive role. My lord. Spicium stood tall, his hands behind his back. I appoint you as the chief instructor of the Night's Watch. I hope you can inherit my fine traditions and train the new recruits as well as you can. As soon as Lion finished speaking, many of the Night's Watch brothers laughed out loud and couldn't help but feel sorry for Spicium. You know, it took Lion less than a month to train 300 powerful and well-trained Night's Watch brothers. With such a good example, Spicium has a heavy burden and pressure. I will, sir. After saying that, Spicium's face returned to expressionless state, he placed his fist on his chest, spoke solemnly, and then retreated into the crowd. Lord Dennis Mullister. Then, Lion read out the name of the biggest competitor in this candidacy. Many people secretly wondered whether Lion would take revenge on the old ranger by assigning him a sinecure and completely ignoring him. Even Dennis himself probably thought so. When Leon called his name, the expression on his face betrayed his thoughts. Commander-in-Chief. I appoint you as my steward to advise me in the war against the wildlings. Upon hearing the news, many people, including Dennis himself, showed surprise on their faces. They couldn't believe that Lion would give them such an important task. You know, according to tradition, the Commander-in-Chief's affairs officer is generally regarded as a candidate for the next Commander-in-Chief. If Sam wasn't now Lion's man, he would have nominated and made the speech on behalf of John, the former Lord Commander's steward. Yes, sir, I will do my best. Dennis was a mature and steady man, and his face did not show any great surprise at the appointment, but when he sat down, his back involuntarily straightened a lot. Sir Janos Sterling. At this time, Leon called the name of the fence-sitter who had been wavering. Ah! Sir! Janos, who was woken up, was obviously not prepared. In his opinion, the best-case scenario was that Leon completely turned a blind eye to what he did. After all, this kind of thing of jumping back and forth was obviously not the first time that Janos had done it. As long as he kept his head down and pretended to be dead, there was a high probability that he would not be discovered. What is the current situation at Shadow Tower? As he spoke, Leon looked at Officer Dennis beside him. It's very bad. There is a severe shortage of soldiers and craftsmen, and the city defences have fallen into disrepair. After the main force was taken away by Lord Colin, there are only 23 people in the entire Shadow Tower, including servants and recruits, and we are facing the threat of wildlings at any time. The old official had a good memory and answered Leon's question immediately. Well, Sir Janos, your mission is to rebuild the defences of Shadow Tower. As for the manpower, you can recruit it yourself. Funding is not a big problem for you, a former captain of the King's Landing garrison. But... Janos was about to defend himself. Before he was exiled to the Night's Watch, all his assets had been confiscated. Moreover, it was unknown whether the Shadow Tower had fallen. By doing this, Leon was planning to send himself to death. No buts. You can refuse this order, but the price is that the entire Night's Watch will regard you as a deserter, a Night's Watchman who shirks his duties. You will bear the consequences yourself. No one can get away with betraying Lion. Even though Janos looked around, hoping someone would plead for him, due to his indecisive behavior just now, everyone had only ridicule on their faces and no sympathy at all. In response, Janos said nothing and sat aside dejectedly. You can escape, as long as you can escape from my grasp. Finally, Lion made remarks that seemed persuasive but were actually full of threats. After announcing Janos's appointment, Leon looked at John, Kuster was a little depressed. Even though he was happy for a while that Leon became the new commander-in-chief, his face was now bitter and no one knew what he was thinking. Jon Snow. Just then, Leon called his name. Leon. Commander-in-chief. Jon stood up, somewhat stunned. He didn't know why Leon suddenly called his name, which made him a little confused. After all, Jon didn't contribute much in the recent election. I appoint you Chief Ranger. But the next moment, Leon spoke of Jon's appointment without hesitation. Upon hearing the news, Jon was surprised at first that the position of Chief Ranger, for which he had worked so hard for so long, had fallen upon him so easily. But at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something, and the joy in his heart only lasted for a short time. Upon hearing the appointment, many of the night watchmen's faces were filled with grief and sorrow. After all, in all the years since the Night's Watch was founded, there have never been two chief rangers at the same time. This means that in the eyes of Leon and many senior officials, the former chief ranger, Benyon Stark, was probably killed. Benyon Stark was a man of great personal charm and support among his subordinates. He also had an extraordinary record in battle. He was able to return safely every time he patrolled north and brought back important intelligence. Now that his life or death is unknown, one of the purposes of the former commander-in-chief Xiong Lao's training in the north is to find out Ban Yang's whereabouts. Don't be sad, Jon. I swear to avenge Benyon Stark and Old Bear for you. Moreover, your current strength is worthy of the title of Chief Ranger. The previous record of beheading Prince Thurn Magnar on the city wall further proves this statement. After Leon finished speaking, no one objected to the appointment. It was obvious that apart from Leon, the Hellblood Demon and the Giant Killer, the strongest man in Black Iron Castle was Jon. No one objected to letting him be the Chief Ranger. After talking about the important appointments, the other senior members of the Night's Watch, Leon, naturally followed the advice of university student Eamon and Officer Dennis, and readily selected suitable candidates for various positions. Next, we should have a good discussion. As for the wildling invasion, the Battle of Black Iron Castle was just an appetizer. Mance Raider's wildling army is still like a crow, circling not far from us. After talking about the appointment, Officer Dennis spoke on behalf of Leon and talked about the future of the Night's Watch. The Black Iron Castle soldiers, including those trained by Commander-in-Chief Leon, only have a total of 400 people. It would be difficult for us to stop 100,000 wildlings with our strength. Have you sent ravens to the northern lords? Ask them to send troops to support us. A newly appointed high-ranking member of the Night's Watch looked to Grand Maester Iman, wanting answers from him. Unexpectedly, Grand Maester Iman just shook his head, and everyone immediately had a bad thought in their minds. The new Warden of the North, Lord Robb Stark, has summoned all the northern lords and has marched south to fight the Warden of the West. The army is estimated to have reached the neck by now. It will take 3 or 2 months to turn around and march north. I'm afraid it will be too late to return in time. Student Iman read out the information he knew to all the night watchmen present. That means 400 to 100,000. When another high-ranking member of the Night Watch heard the news, he jumped up from his seat in panic. Grand Maester Iman nodded and tacitly agreed with this statement. He then slowly said, "We, the Night's Watch, are now at an unprecedented level of weakness. It is difficult for us to stop the king beyond the wall. We can only use our lives as a price to issue a warning to the entire 7 kingdoms, and then do our best to stop him." Upon hearing the news, almost all the Night's Watch were in a panic. Those Night's Watch who had some connections at home were already thinking about their future. After all, in their eyes, the fall of the wall was only a matter of time, and the demise of the Night's Watch would happen in this modern era. Their watch would end in failure. The hot-tempered chief craftsman, Donal Noy, pounded the table in front of him with his only remaining arm and roared, "Damn the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, the Great Wall is about to be breached, but they are still fighting for the Iron Throne, and we have to die for them." Apparently, the complaints in his words resonated greatly among the Night's Watch brothers. Many people shouted, "To hell with those nobles, we won't defend here anymore, let's pack up and go our separate ways. Yet, with just a few of us, what can we do to guard the place? We'll just run away. If any noble dares to say anything, let them guard the place." For a time, a situation very similar to that in Eastwatch appeared among the Night's Watchmen in Black Iron Castle. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Leon just looked at them silently and did not speak out any objection, many people shouted even louder, to the point of jumping up and down. Janos Sterling, who was previously appointed as the captain of the Shadow Tower garrison, seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He spread rumors of escape everywhere and deceived many indifferent Night's Watchmen to agree with their ideas. Half a day later, when the group was tired of quarreling and dancing, but Leon had been turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to their behavior, it was only then that they suddenly felt that a disaster was about to happen. "Sam, did you write down these people's names?" Seeing that the noise had subsided, Lion asked softly to Sam beside him. As one of Lion's officers, he had an excellent memory and quickly called out the names of 13 people. Sensing Leon's bad tone, Genos, who had been dancing the most happily before, said to Leon with a playful smile, "Commander-in-Chief, we are just joking. We will not run away no matter who tries. I will go to the Shadow Tower to take up my post now." After saying that, Genos wanted to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly an arm blocked him. It was Specium who made the move. Even though he always looked down on a murderer recruit like Spacium who came from a lowly family, Genos had to pinch his nose and salute Spacium respectfully, saying, "Master Head Coach, you are blocking my way." "Grand Maester Iman, what crime should a member of the Night's Watch be punished for publicly spreading rumors of escape that would shake the morale of the troops?" Lion asked Grand Maester Iman, who was standing beside him, and the latter said politely, "They will all be treated as deserters." Upon hearing this, Genos turned around quickly, slid to his knees and fell in front of Leon, begging, "Commander-in-Chief, I was just joking, please have mercy. This is a time when we need people, please have mercy and spare my life so that I can make up for my crime." The remaining 12 people also knelt down and kowtowed, admitting their mistakes, and wanted Lion to lift the board high, then put it down gently. Officer Dennis also shook his head at Leon imperceptibly. Leon understood what he meant, just give them a slight punishment. After all, at this time even a cook in Black Iron Castle had to go to the battlefield, and it would be a waste to kill so many people. However, Leon stood up and shouted righteously, "Even if there are only a bunch of old, weak and sick people left in Black Iron Castle, I will not accept deserters like you. I sentence all deserters from Janos Sterling down to death by hanging. Execute immediately." When Lion gave the order in a loud voice, all the Night Watch brothers present immediately understood that there was no room for negotiation on the matter. Specium quickly stood up and suddenly pulled up Janos Sterling, who was still kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Subsequently, more than a dozen Night Watch pledges followed suit, and the traitors who spread rumors of desertion were soon arrested. If Genos knew what Leon had been through in Eastwatch, I'm afraid even if he was bold, he wouldn't dare to make such rebellious remarks in front of everyone. When the Night Watchman escorted the rebel to the execution platform, Leon stood up, picked up the black and white kiss on the table, and walked towards the rebel. Genos and others never expected that Leon would be so serious. This incident made them have a deeper understanding of the majesty of Commander-in-Chief Leon. Leon walked up to Genos, who had been pressed against a piece of marble on the execution platform, and asked, "Do you have any last words?" "My lord, I shouldn't have said the word treason. I'm so sorry. I was too cowardly. Please give me another chance. I will report to the Shadow Tower immediately." Genos's chattering finally turned into soft sobbing, and a pool of fishy smell accumulated under his body. It was obvious that he was scared to death by Leon's behavior. The rest of the traitors weren't having a good time either, with cries for mercy and wails being heard everywhere. In fact, the other Night's Watch brothers had more or less thought about parting ways in their hearts. Seeing this scene, they were extremely grateful that they did not speak out their thoughts as loudly as they did. Leon didn't let Genos wait too long. With one quick and decisive move of his sword, a head fell to the ground. Then Leon walked towards the next traitor. Even though they continued to struggle before dying, the Night's Watch Oathkeeper would not tolerate them. He held them down tightly and let Leon kill them all with one sword in a moment. After Lion displayed his majesty as the commander-in-chief, at this moment, even if it was only on the surface, all the people in the Dark Iron Castle's Night's Watch had to show that they were united. However, Leon knew that it was not enough to convince the public with just power, so he expressed his thoughts in public. "As far as I know, the Wildling army is not united. This alliance is entirely based on Mance Raider's personal charm. So I will send someone to assassinate Mance Raider. Once he dies, the Wildling army will fall apart and will no longer be a threat to us." Leon held a sword, with rebellious heads lying under his feet. Even though some people thought that Leon's words were fantastic, no one dared to refute him. John felt even more bitter in his heart. He had tried. In order to kill Mance Rayder, he even offered the head of Quarren the Half-Hand as a token of his loyalty and to gain Mance Rayder's trust, but he still failed in the end. Lord Commander, in fact, not only do the wildlings pose a threat, the threat from the White Walkers further north is actually more serious than the wildlings. Just when everyone was silent, Sam spoke, but this time no one laughed at his shocking remarks. The White Walkers were no longer a legend to many of the Night's Watch present. In the Battle of the Fist of the First Men, the Night's Watch patrol of more than 500 people encountered the sound of three horns for the first time in thousands of years. They were then surrounded by the White Walker army on the top of the mountain, suffering heavy casualties. Less than 100 people escaped to Craster's fortress for repairs. Dissatisfied with the poor treatment provided by Kuster, the remaining Night's Watch launched a rebellion led by Carter, killing Commander-in-Chief Bear and Kuster. Only a dozen people finally managed to escape back to Black Iron Castle. It was these dozen people who made everyone in Black Iron Castle believe that the White Walkers had already moved south and would arrive at the foot of the wall at any time. As time went by, no one dared to imagine how powerful these legions of undead had become. What's even more terrifying is that not far to the north, there are 100,000 savages ready to make a move and may be forced to join the army of the dead at any time. I have already sent people out to sea in Eastwatch to search for dragon crystal that can kill the White Walkers. In a few days, a batch of dragon crystal weapons will arrive at Black Iron Castle. As long as the White Walkers die, their army of whites will naturally collapse, and dust will return to dust. Although Lion's words were intended to cheer up the Night's Watch, his words were too light-hearted and failed to truly reflect the dire situation they were facing. Therefore, although many Night's Watchmen who are unaware of the truth may be encouraged by this, veterans who have experienced the horror of the White Walker army do not feel truly reassured. Jon then spoke out his inner thoughts. Mance Rayder, this guy is very cautious. I have already assassinated him once, so he will definitely be on guard. His words were like pouring cold water on Lion. I have spoken to Mance Rayder, and I know that he has never really intended to become an enemy of the Night's Watch. He only wants to create a new life for his people. I was his prisoner, he could have tortured me or killed me, but he spared my life. After hearing Jon's words, some people expressed some agreement, while most people looked at Jon with indignation. If he had not just been appointed Chief Ranger by Lion, there would probably be many swords on his neck by now. In the Night's Watch's base camp, talking about an alliance with the wildlings? These words were even more shocking than Genos's previous statement about running away. Jon. Everyone knows that you were captured by the wildlings. Who knows whether you really surrendered to the wildlings or just pretended to surrender? Which side are you from? That's right. You wouldn't be so disturbed by the dead wild woman that you would want to rebel and become the second Mance Rayder, right? Even if the king beyond the wall agrees to an alliance, who will be in charge of the coalition? Can we, the Night's Watch with less than 400 men, suppress 100,000 wildlings? Many Night's Watch brothers accused Jon, and the latter was not willing to be outdone. He tried his best to persuade everyone to understand his ideas. There is actually no difference between us and the wildlings. It's just that before the Great Wall was built, we were in the south and they were in the north. We are now facing the threat of the White Walkers, which threatens the survival of the entire human race. Once the White Walkers assimilate these 100,000 wildlings, who in the entire Westeros continent will be able to stop the White Walkers? After hearing this, many of the Night's Watch were actually convinced by Jon's words, but some of the traditional and conservative Night's Watch still stubbornly retorted, "Don't we still have the wall? As long as the reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms arrive, we can stop both the wildlings and the White Walkers outside the wall. But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. With just our few men, the wildling army can break through Black Iron Keep at any time." Jon immediately retorted unyieldingly. Jon's verbal attack made many people feel shaken, and they couldn't help but look at their new commander-in-chief, Leon Victor. Waiting for Lion's final decision. Everyone, the savages must submit. Leon did not disappoint everyone and stated his choice. Then, facing everyone's puzzled gazes, he said, "I will give Mance Rayder an offer he can't refuse." As for what Lion said, he would give Mance Rayder an excuse that he could not refuse. This made many of the Night's Watch brothers feel puzzled, and they secretly wondered what the commander-in-chief had up his sleeve. You have to know that when Mance Rayder was still a Night's Watcher, news of his stubborn character had spread like weeds throughout the entire wall. Jon had dealt with Mance Rayder, who once told him, "For thousands of years, the laws of the kingdom have never set foot on this land, and the free people have never kneeled to anyone." Until the free people called you Southerners what? Kneeling people. When saying this, Mance Raider's face was full of pride, not only because he had half free folk blood flowing in his body, but also because he was proud of his unprecedented achievement uniting the entire free folk tribe. Apart from his oath as a night watchman, his convictions were as firm as rock and would not change easily. But Lion didn't reveal on the spot what he would offer Mance Raider that he couldn't refuse. Time passed slowly in the tense and orderly atmosphere of preparation for war in Black Iron Castle. The civilians who originally lived in the castle took their belongings and left this place which once had some breath of life. As they left, the Black Iron Castle gradually lost its warm colors and became as cold and hard as iron in winter. Jenny, Three-Fingered Hab looked at a broad figure in the kitchen and shook his head. Your man died in the Battle of Black Iron Castle. Why don't you follow others to escape south? There is no reason for you to stay here any longer. No, Lord Hab, although my husband and I have not taken the Night's Watch oath, in our hearts, we have already recognized ourselves as part of the Night's Watch. Unless you ask the Commander-in-Chief to drive me away, I will not listen to you. Finally, Cook Jenny chose to stay and help Three-Finger Hab prepare enough food for 400 people for 3 months to ensure that Black Iron Castle had adequate reserves. At the same time, the new Commander-in-Chief, Lord Lion, worked tirelessly to visit the parade ground every day to guide the training of the new recruits. This time, no one dared to disobey Lion's orders. All the recruits arrived on time, and many veterans of the Night's Watch also actively participated and accepted Lion's rigorous training together. Everyone knew that they were about to face an unprecedentedly tough battle, and that this battle was waiting for them in the near future. Rangers! Rangers, cover the flanks! Follow me! Kill! In an open space outside the castle, amidst the huge dust kicked up by the horses' hooves, 200 Night's Watch Rangers, led by Chief Ranger Jon Snow, constantly changed their lines and tactical moves, charging towards the Scarecrow in the distance. The Scarecrows on the ground were set up with the Wildling Berserkers as the imaginary enemies. Jon led the Rangers to change their formations several times, and finally charged into the Scarecrow shield formation from the flank, causing great damage. If this was a real fight, then these only 200 riders could cause the same number of casualties in one encounter. Like his uncle, Benyon Stark, Jon was born with the qualities of a cavalry commander. Under his leadership, the 200 remaining rangers of the Black Iron Castle gradually cooperated well. Although he is better at infantry combat, there is no more suitable ranger candidate in Black Iron Castle than him. Lion can't let Dennis Mallister, whose eyebrows are almost covered with dirt, be the chief ranger again, although the latter will still be happy to accept this order. Leon was standing on a small hill not far away. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp and he looked up. As the long summer is coming to an end, a row of wild geese in the sky are flying abnormally towards the north, and one of them is even flying in an obviously wrong posture. Zhang Gong! Lion uttered a word softly, and crossed the hill. Standing behind him was a phalanx of archers consisting of 200 Night's Watch sworn men. The 200 people moved as one, raising their bows and aiming at the sky at the same time. Put! As Leon finished his words, a dark cloud composed of 200 sharp arrows instantly surrounded the geese in the sky. Accompanied by a series of puff 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 sounds and the shrill screams of the geese, almost no goose escaped the net in the sky. In this sudden change, a large wild goose seemed to have sensed the danger in advance. It quickly climbed up into the sky, with a hint of fear and doubt in its sharp eyes. It didn't understand how the bows and arrows of the Night's Watch Rangers could be shot hundreds of feet high and so accurately. Just as it dodged the first wave of arrows and climbed to a high enough height, it looked at the ground with lingering fear. However, it saw that Leon, who had been motionless on the hill, suddenly took out a bow and aimed directly at it. At this distance, I'm afraid only a giant with a bow can shoot me. The wild goose secretly laughed at Leon. However, the next moment, a sharp arrow shining with a dark light instantly pierced through its figure. Not far outside the Great Wall of Despair, the vanguard of the Savage Alliance army of more than 20,000 people were gathering. Suddenly, a scream was heard from Mance Raider's tent, and a small alien fell from a chair to the ground, gasping for breath. Varamir, what have you discovered? What has so alarmed you? Mance Raider asked with concern. My eagle, it's dead. Dead? How did he die? Was he shot down from the sky by the Night's Watch? Yes, it appears to be the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, a young and over-the-top Night's Watch noble. My eagle saw his face before he died. His arrows are almost more powerful than those shot by Germa the Strong with his giant bow. Varamur, who owned 3 alien animals, reported to Mance Raider with lingering fear that from today on, he could only control a dire wolf and a wild war bear. Strongamar was also in Mance Raider's tent. His seat was made of a specially made huge tree trunk. With him, the height of Mance Raider's tent was much higher than that of other tents. He listened to Varamur's explanation and a muffled snort escaped from his huge nostrils. "Is that the Leon Victor who killed my brother, the giant Wang Wang? Strong Gemma is smarter than other giants and better at communicating with humans, so he is the chief of the contemporary giant tribe." His tone is full of anger, and his rising tone when speaking makes many other free people chiefs in the tent secretly frightened, fearing that the angry giant will accidentally hurt everyone without paying attention. "My eagle eyes will not deceive me. It was him who cruelly cut off your brother's head that night." After Varamur finished his trembling speech, he hid aside, fearing that the giant would lose control of his emotions after listening and take his anger out on him. "Mance Raider, how long will it take for your troops to gather? Damn it, my people should not have participated in this battle between you and the Night's Watch. Even the White Walkers can't do anything to us. Because of your orders, 2 of our giants have been killed or injured." Strongamar turned his head and looked at Mance Raider, his eyes full of questioning, as if expressing dissatisfaction with the speed at which the wildlings gathered. "We fought a great battle with the White Walkers in the Then Mountains. The young and strong suffered heavy losses, and many old, weak and sick people seriously slowed down the speed of the troops. If you want me to abandon them, then we can be at the gates of the city in a week, and by then at least 60,000 wildlings will be able to climb over the wall." When faced with the slightly threatening questioning from Strongamar, Mance Raider simply gave his reasons slowly. After these words, Strongamar calmed down. Mance Raider's meaning was very clear. At this juncture, he could not abandon any of the free people. Otherwise, if he had this idea, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until today? Prince Magnar of Thane died in Black Iron Keep. Upon hearing the news, did the Thane people make any unusual moves? After saying this, Mance Raider looked at his wife, who shook her head and replied, "The Thens seem to have their own election process. After hundreds of Then berserkers died, the prince of the Thens was a berserker named Olaf, who is on his way with his troops." "Very good. I have already appeased the people of Giant Slayer and Rattleshirt. It is time to send another team of elite warriors to launch a surprise attack on Black Iron Castle." As soon as Mance Raider finished speaking, a wild chieftain asked in dissatisfaction, "Send more troops? Excuse me, although the Black Iron Keep has less than 500 people, it has the advantage of being backed by the Great Wall. It is a tough nut to crack. We can only be sure to take it down if we must gather more than 10 or even 20 times their strength." The chief seemed quite dissatisfied with Mance Raider's constant sending of small groups of people to die. In his opinion, although this was not a despicable trick of Mance Raider to weaken their wildling tribes, it was indeed not a wise behavior. "No, no, no, you misunderstood. I will lead you personally this time." Mance Raider raised his hand to stop the chief's complaints, with a mysterious smile on his face. It was obvious that he had some unknown trick up his sleeve. "You? King beyond the wall, it's not that I don't trust your bravery, but no matter how powerful you are, you can't lead your brothers to fly over the 100-foot-high Great Wall of Despair. There is no need to resort to such a stupid method as climbing over the Great Wall. Sometimes we need to be good at taking advantage of the fear in the enemy's heart." Time flies, and soon, 3 days have passed. The gate of the tunnel leading to the north of the wall was lifted by several Night's Watch brothers using a winch. 200 Night's Watch rangers formed 2 rows and filed out of the tunnel, finally gathering at the foot of the wall. Originally, the Night's Watch was prepared to mobilize its entire army to defeat Mance Raider in one battle in order to resolve the threat of the wildlings. Unexpectedly, before departure, Lion only brought 200 Night's Watch rangers brothers. You have to know that only half of these rangers are veterans of the Night's Watch, and the other half are just new recruits who have recently joined the ranger team. In addition, the training time was too short and they lacked mutual understanding, so it was difficult for these 200 people to play a good role when facing an army of 100,000 barbarians. "Lord Commander, although there are not enough horses in the Black Iron Castle, our Night's Watch rangers can still keep up with you on foot, and it won't slow us down." Spythrum repeatedly requested to fight, and the elite Night's Watch oath-takers behind him, including Sam, also spoke up, hoping to change Leon's decision and take them with him. "No, Specium, you are our last hope. You must hold on to the wall. If we are unfortunately defeated, you will be the last line of defense for the Night's Watch." Lion's attitude was firm, and he had no intention of giving in to Spasium's constant requests. "The long night is coming. I cannot take you with me to fight a long tug of war with the wildlings or even the White Walkers. This battle must be a decisive one." Although Lion's explanation alleviated the regrets of Spasium and others to a certain extent, they still felt regretful for not being able to fight the White Walkers themselves. Even though the end might be death on the battlefield, Spasium and his men were already prepared. Since the moment they made the oath, they had been waiting for this day to come. Finally, before mounting his horse, Leon patted Spasium on the shoulder and scanned everyone in the Black Iron Castle with a scrutinizing look. Although his face looked a little immature, the people who stayed behind to watch felt the determination in his eyes. Despite the regrets in their hearts, they couldn't help but straighten their chests and respond to Lion with the best mental outlook. From these more than 200 pairs of determined eyes, Lion gained insight into the secret of why the Night's Watch had stood firm for thousands of years. It is precisely because of the existence of such a group of Night's Watchmen who are loyal to their duties and swore to defend until their death that neither the invasion of the wildlings nor the threat of the White Walkers can break through their defenses and invade the south. It was unknown who started it, but soon after, the remaining Night's Watchmen and the Rangers who were about to go out joined in, and together they solemnly recited the Night's Watch's oath. "I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the wall, the shield that protects the kingdom. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." The voices of 400 people repeated themselves and merged into one. Even if they were reciting in a low voice, it was enough to disturb the countless beasts, birds, and unknown threats lurking in the dense forests around the Great Wall. Before setting off, a trace of fear flashed across the faces of many ranger recruits from time to time. However, when the last oath was solemnly read, everyone seemed to be blessed by the spirits of the Night's Watchmen who had been buried here for thousands of years. The fear in their hearts dissipated instantly, replaced by passion and determination. "Rangers! Go!" After Jon Snow's face flushed and he roared loudly, the sound of 200 people's hooves gathered into a powerful force, galloping along a wide road in the haunted forest. What Lion didn't know was that not far to the north, the vanguard led by Mance Raider was also heading south, and the two armies were less than 3 days' journey apart. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and the King beyond the wall, rivals who have been feuding for thousands of years, are about to engage in what may be their final battle under the imminent threat of the White Walkers. Deep in the Ghost Forest, there is an ancient road leading directly to the free folk capital of Thorne. It is said that this road dates back to the time of the ancestors and has a long history. However, even the most magnificent engineering can hardly resist the erosion of the long years. Today, only a few of the ancient roads remain. Leon did not activate the forced march skill, but chose a normal march. However, after walking in the Ghost Forest for a whole day, they actually covered more than 100 miles. The hooves of the 200 rangers followed in the footsteps left by their predecessors, and their figures gradually blended into the boundless forest and snowfields around them. The end of the road is not far ahead. "Commander-in-Chief, which direction should we go?" Steward Dennis rode side by side with Lion, and on his right hand was Chief Ranger Jon. When he heard this, he couldn't help but think of his uncle. It was very likely that Benyon Stark disappeared at the end of this road. Feeling the anxiety of the warhorse under him, Jon reached out and soothed it a few times. The warhorse's spiritual perception was stronger than that of humans and it was more aware of danger, which made Jon a little alert. "Which direction is Fort Kuster?" Lion looked around and found that at the end of the ancient avenue, a dense forest completely blocked his view, making him seem unsure of which direction to choose. "Every direction looks exactly the same." Because the team lacked an alien that could possess birds and fly high into the sky, Leon's reconnaissance work became extremely difficult. Therefore, Lion deployed scouts about 500 meters away from the team to serve only as a warning. "Here, follow the guidance of this fish beam tree and walk east for about 5 miles to reach Craster's fortress. It is occupied by a group of Night's Watch rebels led by Carl. I don't know what the current situation is." Officer Dennis was old but very experienced, and although the dense forests all looked the same, he recognized the road to Fort Kuster at a glance. "After I became the head coach, no Night's Watch rebel has been able to escape from my sight alive, let alone the Night's Watch traitor who stabbed Old Bear in the back. Let's go to Castle to rest and get rid of them by the way." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." 200 rangers turned their horses around and galloped eastward. Led by the experienced guide Officer Dennis, the rangers reached their destination 5 miles away in less than an hour. However, the sight of Castle in front of him made Lion feel something was wrong. There was only a faint wisp of smoke above Fort Kuster, which was very different from the 60 or 70 Night's Watch rebels and an unknown number of Kuster's daughters that the rangers expected to see. At Lion's signal, a veteran ranger who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and fought in many battles dismounted from his horse. He gently pushed aside the black cloak on his back, drew a one-handed sword from his waist, and then cautiously moved into Castle. Although Castle has a title similar to a castle in its name, it is actually just a small village with a circle of walls. It is not much better than any stable of any lord in the north. So, soon, the ranger veteran came out of the village after a circle. It's just that his face was pale and there was something strange in his behavior. To be more precise, Leon saw a fear of facing the unknown in his eyes. "What have you found?" Officer Dennis frowned. He knew the veteran's strong and reliable character better than Lion. He had never seen such an expression on his face during his long service. "The people in Fort Kuster. They're all dead," the ranger veteran responded in a low voice, as if he had just recovered from a huge shock. "Died?" Leon felt something was wrong. He would never allow any traitors of the Night's Watch to live, but he also didn't want them to die in obscurity. So the rangers urged their horses and walked carefully towards the village. After entering the village, each ranger smelled a faint smell of blood. In the icy and snowy environment, the smell of blood was frozen on the ground by the cold air, so no one noticed it when they were outside the village before. "My Lord Commander, the 7 gods you believe in cannot explain the situation before us." After climbing over an obstacle, Dennis stood in front of a depression covered with ice and snow and said this to Leon beside him. In the depression, the remains of human limbs were artificially arranged into a spiral totem. The limbs were stiff and turned blue due to the cold. The cross-section of each severed limb was as smooth as water, as if the deceased had been precisely slaughtered while alive. "Was it done by the savages?" Leon asked softly. Dennis shook his head. "Even the most brutal savages wouldn't do such a thing." Then, Lion understood. Next to the totem, the heads of the Night's Watch rebels and Kuster's daughters were piled up into mausoleums. They maintained the expressions they had in their last moment of life, with eyes revealing the fear or calmness before death, silently watching the Night's Watch present. The Night Watch Rangers who saw this scene showed the same fear on their faces as the old soldier before. However, among the many Night Watchmen, one person's performance was particularly eye-catching, and he was Commander-in-Chief Lion. Leon stepped forward and picked up a head from the Jingguan. He recognized this man. He was good at using daggers with both hands and was once one of the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch. It was this person who instigated the rebellion, leading to the deaths of Xiong Lao and others. However, his ending was not much better than that of Old Xiong. At least here, the Night Watchman could not find the bodies of Old Xiong and others, and Carl was left with only a head and an unwilling expression on his head. "Sir, we found one. There is still one alive." Just as everyone was looking at the totem in silence, a ranger came over with a traitor and threw him to the ground at Leon's feet. He was hiding in the cellar, surrounded by potato peels and his own filth, for who knows how long. The ranger explained to Leon how he found the survivor. Leon leaned over, placed Carl's head in front of the man, and asked in a kind tone, "Do you know who killed Carl and the others?" But the man seemed to be frightened and could not answer Leon's question. His eyes were empty, his body was shaking, and his lips were moving, mumbling something. Leon listened carefully. Unfortunately, the survivor had completely lost his mind and Leon couldn't understand a single syllable from his mouth. "Perhaps Grand Maester Iman will have a cure for him." Officer Dennis made timely suggestions. "No need." Leon stood up, threw Carl's head aside, pulled out the black and white kiss from his waist, and gave the survivor a refreshing relief. "Those who can easily kill this group of rebels are either wildlings or White Walkers. In short, they are all our enemies." After Leon finished speaking, seeing that it was getting late, he gave the order, "Clean up this place. The troops will stay here overnight. Everyone must sleep with one eye open. Also." When Lion said this, he looked at John. The latter's heart tightened when he heard it, knowing that Lion had a task for him. "John, arrange for someone to take care of the horses. I don't want to wake up and be surrounded by White Walkers or wildlings and be unable to break out of the siege." Lion's words were extremely serious, which forced John to take his instructions seriously. Therefore, John made up his mind to spend the night with the horse. Since they parted at the Black Iron Castle, Lion and Jon have not seen each other for more than a month. Now, the disparity in their status makes it impossible for their relationship to return to its original intimacy. Even if they meet occasionally, their conversations are mostly about business matters, and private friendly conversations are almost non-existent. However, that night, Jon brought a bearskin mattress and had just spread it on the floor of the stable when he saw Lion walking over alone. "Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief." Jon, who was halfway through packing, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Lion. "I don't think our relationship has become so distant yet." As he spoke, Lion still had the same serious expression he had during the day. Just when Jon was confused, Lion grinned. "Don't call me Lord Commander-in-Chief. Just keep it like before." "How can that be, okay, Lion?" Under Lion's insistent gaze, Jon finally changed his words, "Just like before. Can't sleep tonight." Jon mistakenly thought that Lion was worried about future battles. After all, anyone at this age has the fate of the entire Night's Watch and even all of humanity on his shoulders. No one can do better than Lion under such pressure. "Can't I be the Lord Commander inspecting my subordinates to see if they have done their job well?" "Lord Snow." Lion smiled and punched Jon on the shoulder. This action made Jon couldn't help laughing, and the trace of restraint hidden under his face disappeared. "I sincerely thank you for appointing me as the Chief Ranger. This is like a dream to me. At the same age of 15, you have become the youngest Lord Commander of the Night's Watch in thousands of years, and I have the honor of becoming the Chief Ranger. Come to think of it, I used to think that a bastard like me would be mediocre all my life, and no matter what I did, I would never be recognized by a great figure of the Night's Watch like Aliser Thorne. I am deeply grateful to you for appointing me as the Chief Ranger. This is like a dream to me. At the same age of 15, you have become the youngest Lord Commander of the Night's Watch in thousands of years, and I am honored to be the Chief Ranger." The smile on Jon's face was as fleeting as the short-lived warm sunshine of spring. Then he put on a serious expression and said to Lion. "However, I think you should not rashly lead an army to fight the king beyond the wall. Leave this task to me. You should go to guard the wall." "Leave it to you? Do you have any good ideas?" After listening to Jon's words, Lion couldn't help but cast a curious look at him. I haven't thought of it yet, but do you have a solution?" Jon's face was embarrassed at first, then his eyes lit up. "In fact, you and I both know the real purpose of Mance Raider's hasty call for the wildlings to go south. And deep down in your heart, you also want the wildlings to go south, right?" "Yes, even if I come up with the worst excuse, we cannot let these 100,000 wildlings become nutrients for the army of the White Walkers. Mance Raider, a former Night's Watcher, can command so many wildlings. I think there are naturally people in our Night's Watch who can do this." After saying that, Jon turned his gaze to Lion. For some reason, he subconsciously felt that Lion seemed to be able to do this as well. And he doesn't have to break his oath to the Night's Watch, let alone become a wildling. Commanding so many savages? You really dare to think so? Hearing Jon's theory, Lion laughed happily. Although neither of them talked about what happened to them during the time they were not with each other, all the words, whether pale or passionate, could not compare to the knowing smile when the two looked at each other. Then Lion stood up and patted Jon on the shoulder. Lion had become increasingly adept at this inspiring gesture recently, although until the very end Lion was unable to reveal to Jon how he would do it. What did Lion say on the day of the Night's Watch election? That he would give the king beyond the wall an excuse that he couldn't refuse. After Lion left, Jon spent a sleepless night leaning against the pillar of the stable with this thought in mind. In the dense forest beside Castle Kuster, a green light flashed from time to time. It was the eyes of some unknown beast, coldly watching every move of the Night's Watch. Not far to the north of Fort Kuster, at least 300 of the most elite free folk warriors under the command of Mance Raider were lying in ambush. After hearing Varmer's report, Mance Raider nodded silently. As the road to the south has been almost blocked by the White Walkers, his wildling army is now gathered in Hardhome and cannot arrive sooner. There were 500 of these 300 freemen when they set out on foot, but only 300 were left when they arrived at Fort Kuster. But Mance Raider still felt that he could defeat the 200 Night's Watchmen in Kuster's Keep in one bite. By the way, did you see clearly that the man was the new commander-in-chief, Leon Victor? Mance Raider asked again with some concern. Varmer answered without hesitation, the fellow has circled Kuster's Keep several times, and my owl has nearly spotted him several times while following him. That is unmistakable. He left the city walls alone and came out to fight. I really don't understand what the new Crow commander-in-chief is thinking. A freeman chieftain nearby also heard Varamir's intelligence and interjected, but his expression was extremely relaxed. It was obvious that in his opinion, Lion's move to lead his troops out of the city was a complete mistake. But since Lion was being stupid, he was happy to see it. Does he intend to break through the ranks of the free folk and take the life of our leader, Mance Raider? Only in this way can the free folk, without their leader, be defeated, and these crows can continue to guard their shattered walls in peace. Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard among the free folk chiefs. Although no one knew who made it, all the chiefs became nervous for a moment and turned around to look for the source of the voice. When they saw the person who was speaking leaning against a thick tree trunk, with only his knees barely visible in the dim candlelight, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and their worries were slightly alleviated. It turns out that this sentence was said by the giant chieftain Strong Gemma. There is a saying in the snowfield, when the giant thinks, the savages laugh. This strange idea would be more worrying if it came from a nation that is always good at making plans but weak itself. If it came from a giant race with extremely strong bodies, it would only make everyone laugh. Even Mance Raider gave 2 dry laughs, as if he was trying to express his intimacy with everyone through his laughter. Only the Strong Gemma had a serious look on his face, thinking that this was very likely to happen. Of course, others could not see his expression through the treetops. We attack at owl time, when people are sleeping the deepest. As soon as Mance Raider finished speaking, the new prince of then, Olaf, sneered with dissatisfaction, King beyond the wall, have you lost so many troops and generals that you don't even have the courage to defeat the enemy head-on? Olaf is a typical northern berserker. His temper is as foul as his mouth. It seems that every word he says has been carefully considered before he speaks, making sure to perfectly achieve the purpose of provocation. The purpose of unprovoked provocation is, of course, to be able to have a good fight with the opponent. Even though Mance Raider had been dealing with berserkers for many years and knew very well that these people were unwilling to argue with him, a trace of anger still rose in his heart at this moment. When I say an owl, it is an owl, and no one, not even a giant, can disobey my command. Do you understand, Olaf? Mance Raider stated his threat in a calm manner, but his words brought lingering fear to the faces of the chieftains around him. Obviously, they had witnessed the usually gentle and easygoing Mance Raider lose control of his anger and knew how terrible his rage could be. The king beyond the wall is by no means a good-natured man who lacks tact, otherwise he would not have been able to unite the free folk tribes who are known for their brutality and cunning. Only Olaf muttered absent-mindedly, I know. It's a pity that I can't eat fresh crow meat right away. As he spoke, Olaf took out a half-eaten human leg from the grey cloth bag beside the campfire and threw it into the campfire. Except for the Thens, the other free tribes did not have the custom of cannibalism. They immediately stood up and said goodbye, staying away from this guy. In Castle Kuster, after finishing his last round of patrol, Leon still had some hope left. Somehow, the spider sense in his mind was stronger than ever tonight, as if some insurmountable danger was approaching. The person who could make Leon feel so terrified at this moment could not be a human, at least not an ordinary person. Is it a White Walker? Leon thought to himself, but then shook his head, denying the idea. After all, the White Walkers in the original novel and even in the TV series are not invincible, and his team has the black and white kiss in his hand and the long claw in Jon's hand, 2 Valyrian steel swords that can restrain the White Walkers. The rest of the Rangers all had 1 or 2 weapons made of dragon crystal. Due to the time constraints and inability to equip troops on a larger scale, Lion could only lead the most mobile Rangers out of the city to deal with the king beyond the wall and the White Walkers. So, it's a savage. Leon looked towards the Big Dipper in the sky and confirmed the direction of north. However, Lion never took the king beyond the wall seriously from beginning to end, but this did not mean that Lion underestimated the enemy. With Leon's current combat power and the abnormal recovery ability brought to him by bloodthirstiness, he can defeat the king beyond the wall even alone. Just then, Lion's aimless patrols finally paid off. In the deep moonlit night, a night watch ranger stood alone on a hillside outside Fort Kuster, bathed in the soft moonlight. Leon lifted his black cloak and placed his right hand on the hilt of the black and white kiss, ready to draw the sword at any time. As if sensing Leon's approach, the night watch ranger looked at Leon and said, "Sir, it's so late, why are you still awake?" Leon did not answer the other party's greeting, but asked back out of the blue, "Password?" "Sir, what is a password? Is it some kind of secret code?" The Night Watch Ranger continued to ask with a blank expression. It seems that you have not been in my army for long. In the moonlight, Leon drew out the sword in his hand, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Oh! The clever boy has set up a special code for the troops. Only those who can answer it can be considered friendly forces. The Night's Watch Ranger, or the Faceless Man, Horde grinned with difficulty, revealing a smile. Let me guess, you are the second group of faceless people who assassinated me. Lion walked fearlessly to a distance of less than 1 meter from Hood. At this position, no matter who attacked first, the opponent could not escape. It was obvious that Lion was extremely confident in his own strength. Boy, haven't you always been curious about someone's strength? Well, today I can answer your question for free. After I kill you, will there be no one to make equipment for me? Before taking action, Leon asked in a frivolous tone. You can beat someone with confidence, boy. After saying that, Hood generously let Lion take the first move. Naturally, Lion would not be polite. After this period of killing, even though his one-handed sword skills did not continue to grow, Lion's strength and agility had greatly improved. Lion's combat power is no longer what it used to be, which is why he chose to take the initiative to solve the scourge of the king beyond the wall. However, although the black and white kiss in Leon's hand kept slashing, Hood just dodged, causing Leon's attacks to miss every time. Seeing that Hood was playing with him, Leon was immediately furious, and his anger made him attack faster and faster. Hood was no longer careless, and took out 2 daggers from his back, easily blocking every attack of Leon. After 5 or 6 rounds of fighting, the situation gradually evolved into a situation where Hood could suppress Lion. Facing the torrential offensive, Lion felt powerless for the first time. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Lion's will to fight was firm, and he continued to chop tirelessly again and again. Although the dagger in Hood's hand was not an ordinary item, it was eventually shattered by the sharpness of the black and white kiss. Finally, when Leon was out of breath, the sword in his hand was placed on Hood's neck. Tell your god that if he wants my life, let him take it himself. After saying that, Leon's sword slashed across Hood's neck without hesitation. A cold light flashed, and Hood's head rolled off. Until the last moment of his life, Hood's face remained calm, as if death was just a trivial matter to him. However, in his dying eyes, he clearly showed a hint of admiration for Leon. But Maud's arrival was not just to be killed by Leon, it seemed that there was some hidden purpose. The sound of Leon fighting with the Faceless Man eventually woke up the Night's Watch Rangers. Because of his old age and light sleep, Dennis became the first night watchman to reach Lion. He did not ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully examined the head on the ground and said with certainty, "This is not the face of any of our rangers. I know everyone's appearance very well." Many yawning night watchmen came here, and were frightened and sobered up by Dennis' shocking news. They drew their swords one after another and looked at their companions vigilantly, fearing that the other party was an enemy they had never seen before. Suddenly, there was a deafening shout outside Craster's keep, accompanied by the long howls of the wildling berserkers and the figures of giants. Lion finally saw with his own eyes the name he had heard countless times as a Night's Watcher, the king beyond the wall, Mance Raider. As an enemy of destiny, Mance Raider recognized Lion among the Night's Watch at a glance. His expression was full of surprise, wondering why his team, despite having tried their best to be secretive and cautious, still alarmed the night watchman. At this moment, the original sneak attack plan had failed and turned into a fair and open decisive battle. However, the free folk never lacked the courage to defeat their opponents head-on. They had survived colder weather and far more terrifying White Walkers before, so they had no reason to fear the Night's Watch would discover their tracks. Kill. Mance Raider's orders were short and powerful. Prince Olaf of then, standing beside him, waved 2 huge axes and shouted excitedly. He rushed to the front of the team and with just one axe, he split a Night's Watch Ranger who was caught off guard and turned around to escape into 2 halves. Literally split in half from beginning to end. The Ranger's blood splashed onto Olaf's face, which was painted with blue stripes, and the latter became even more excited. The Free Folks' raid was ultimately successful. Without the support of their war horses, no ranger could survive a single round against these most elite warriors among the free folk. Even though the Night's Watch couldn't see exactly how many wildlings there were under the cover of darkness, their numbers and combat power were overwhelming from the beginning. The high-ranking Night's Watchmen beside Lion quickly drew the swords at their waists. Although the newcomers were aggressive, they faced them without fear. Officer Dennis even went straight to meet Olaf, who was in the mood for killing. "Oh, I thought the Night's Watch was a team of heroes, but I didn't expect that they would bring out an old man like this who is half buried in the ground. How ridiculous! After Olaf hacked several night watchmen to death, he saw Dennis rushing towards him and an even more cruel mockery appeared on his face. But soon, his sarcasm was gone. Because even though Dennis is old, he is just as strong as him. When the battle axe and Dennis's sword came into contact, the two quickly entered a fierce wrestling stage. John was face to face with an unarmed giant, who stretched out his hand to grab him, but John dodged it deftly. After witnessing how Leon killed a giant, many Night's Watchmen had eliminated their fear of this legendary creature. John was even more eager to kill a giant with his own hands, to prove that his bravery was no less than that of Lion, and that he was worthy of the title of Chief Ranger. The chiefs around Mance Raider were also divided up by the Night's Watch leaders, and each of them started a one-on-one fight. The Night's Watch, who were caught off guard and attacked fiercely by the wildlings, saw their leader's heroic and fearless performance, and their morale instantly rose. The situation gradually stabilized. The new recruits followed the veterans and fought together to resist the wildlings' invasion. "You are the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch? I can tell a hero is a hero even from a young age." Mance Raider's voice echoed across the battlefield, as if with a hint of mockery and ridicule. "Nice to meet you, King Beyond the Wall. I wonder if you have heard the rumor that no traitor to the Night's Watch can escape from my presence alive." Despite the roar of bloodshed on the battlefield, the interaction between Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Leon Victor, and King Beyond the Wall, Mance Raider, seemed to be in another time and space. Their eye contact was fierce and intense, as if conveying each other's will and determination in a silent dialogue. Lion was wearing black soft armor of the Night's Watch and the cloak that symbolized the authority of the Commander-in-Chief. He was young but resolute and determined, with a sharp gaze. He held the sword tightly, and despite the raging war around him, his eyes were always focused on Mance. Mance Raider wore a black wolfskin cloak, a symbol of his status as the King Beyond the Wall. His eyes revealed wildness and unruliness, like an untamed wolf. He held a huge two-handed sword, the blade was heavy and full of power, which complemented his burly figure, standing like a mountain. Neither of them took action immediately, but kept observing their opponents. Finally, Mance Raider spoke first. "We are not here to conquer anything. We just want to hide south of the Great Wall like you. You and I both know that this war is inevitable, but at this moment, I want to have a fair fight with you." Leon frowned slightly. He looked at Mance Raider with a playful look in his eyes. "A fair fight, on the battlefield? You should know that I killed a giant, right? Are you better at fighting than a giant?" When Leon said this, Strong Gemma, who was fighting with John, seemed to have heard something and glared at Leon. But John took advantage of the giant's distraction and struck him hard on the back with his sword. Mance Raider smiled, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. "You and I are both warriors. A warrior's honor lies in duel." His voice was loud, like the north wind on the icy plain. "Let us put down our soldiers and fight a life and death battle in the name of individuals. If you win, I will allow you to lead the Night's Watch to retreat. Otherwise, open the gate of the Great Wall and let us pass. If I lose, I will lead my warriors to leave this land." Mance Raider did not answer Lion's question about who was better at fighting, the giant or himself, but from his tone, it could be heard that it would not be difficult for him to defeat the giant in a single challenge. "Mance Raider, the punishment for your failure is too light." Leon took a few steps, and with his steps, his aura continued to rise. He said coldly, "This is our land, the blood of my blood, how can you trample on it at will? Come as you please, leave as you please." After listening to this, Mance Raider's mouth curled up with a hint of subtle sarcasm. He lamented that the new Commander-in-Chief's knowledge reserve was so weak. When did Craster's fort become a gift of the Night's Watch? But he didn't bother with the meaningless words. Instead, he asked, "So what do you want to do? If you're any later, all your people will be dead. I have only one condition. If you fail, you and all your freedmen will submit to me, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." Lion stated the conditions in a cold tone, and the majesty of the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch emanating from him made Mance Raider involuntarily believe that what Lion said was true. "Then I will add one more thing. If I win, you and your men will have to break your oath and join the Free Folk Army." As the conversation between the two men ended, the entire battlefield seemed to be shaken. Soldiers stopped fighting and focused their attention on the two legendary figures. They knew that this would be a contest of honor, faith, and responsibility, and no matter what the result was, it would go down in history. Mance Raider's challenge to a duel was not an impulse move, especially when the situation is clearly in favor of the freeman. However, when he first glimpsed Leon, he saw in Leon a reflection of his old self. The same determination, the same fearlessness, and even the same adherence to vows. But Mance Raider knew that the more you admire something, the more you want to destroy it. If Leon escaped safely, whether he had only 400 men or less, it would be a huge threat to Mance Raider. Out of admiration, he didn't mind giving Leon a glorious and heroic death. In this duel, only one person can survive. Mance Raider is extremely confident in his martial arts skills. In his time as a Night's Watchman, he has carried out missions alone, even rampaged through wildling lands, and fought giants and far more formidable foes. When it comes to choosing the strongest warriors in the Seven Kingdoms, the Night's Watch is always excluded from the statistics. Because those Southerners knew very well that any veteran of the Night's Watch had the strength to go south and beat the champion of the martial arts competition to a bloody pulp. What's more, he is Mance Raider, one of the best former veterans of the Night's Watch. "Hey, Mance, it seems you forgot one thing," Prince Olaf then said suddenly in the tense atmosphere before the duel began. "If you lose, no one will obey the orders of a loser, let alone surrender to a crow." This sentence made Mance Raider, who had already prepared for the duel, feel stunned. He staggered as he rushed towards Lion and seemed a little out of control. But the duel had begun, and Lion's black and white kiss mercilessly slashed towards Mance Raider's head. The king outside the wall was no ordinary man. After a slight adjustment, he easily resisted Lion's attack. However, as the battle progressed, Mance Raider gradually felt something was wrong. Although Leon looked very young, as if he was the same age as his son, the power he displayed was extremely amazing. Even surpassing Mance Raider's own muscular body that he had trained over the years. Although Mance Raider is of medium build and a little fat, every inch of muscle under his leather armor is solid, strong, and bulging. He began to reflect on his own judgment, whether he underestimated the enemy too much. What secrets did this young night watchman hide? Mance Raider decided not to take it lightly and to fight this duel with all his strength. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and prepared to give Leon a fatal counterattack. The two figures crossed in the air, with swords and sabers flashing constantly. Every attack from Mance Raider was skillfully avoided by Lion, but Lion's attacks made him feel more and more exhausted. He knew that he had to find his opponent's weakness as soon as possible, otherwise the winner of the duel would most likely be this young night watchman. As time passed, Mance Raider's strength began to gradually deplete. But he still insisted, unwilling to give up the duel. "You are a strong man worthy of respect." Suddenly, Lion, who was fighting, smiled. That smile was extremely creepy in the eyes of Mance Raider, who was gritting his teeth and holding on. Before he understood what Leon meant by this sentence. "But you picked the wrong opponent." Then, along with Leon's next words, there came an unparalleled divine power coming from the two-handed sword. In a hurry, Mance Raider only had time to grip the hilt of the sword, but then Mance Raider felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a devastating pain. He was hit hard by Leon's black and white kiss, and the whole person flew back several meters like an anvil hit by a giant hammer. He hit the tree trunk behind him hard, shaking the surrounding leaves to fall. This. Mance Raider struggled to stand up, but found that he didn't even have the strength to stand. He looked down and saw that the armor on his chest had been cut by Leon's black and white kiss, and blood was slowly oozing out. "You, what kind of power do you have?" Mance Raider looked at Lion in horror, his eyes full of fear and confusion. Leon put away the black and white kiss and glanced at Mance Raider calmly. "This is the power of keeping the oath." "Keep your oath," Mance Raider muttered to himself. He finally understood the meaning of Lion's previous words. He picked the wrong opponent. He thought he could easily defeat this young night's watchman, but he didn't expect that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. I lost." Mance Raider lowered his head and admitted his defeat. There was no more arrogance and pride in his eyes, only deep admiration and respect. Seeing the result of the battle, at least half of the free people on the field dropped their weapons and stood there to be slaughtered by the Night's Watch. The ranger recruits, who had suffered heavy casualties, immediately rushed forward with bloodshot eyes and chopped down several of them. But these new ranger recruits soon encountered resistance from the remaining half of the savages. Olaf, in particular, saw that Mance Raider had failed in his attempt to show off his strength, and immediately sneered and mocked, "King beyond the wall? I've long said that he is a loser." While speaking, he ruthlessly killed the ranger recruit who pounced on him. Mance Raider, what do you mean? Lion cast a questioning look at Mance Raider, who sat up from the ground with difficulty and explained, they chose me because they trust me. If I kneel to the Southerners, they will scatter in an instant. So, can I assume you've tricked me? A rare trace of anger appeared on Lion's body. He looked at Mance Raider, and then at the wildling who was jumping up and down with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Prince Olaf of then. Young Crow, defeating an old crow is not a big deal. If you have the ability, you. When Olaf saw Leon coming towards him with a sword in hand, he held the axe across his chest and kept talking. But he had only said half of his words before he was chopped away by Leon's sword, along with his axe. Prince Sen was indeed extraordinary. He was able to withstand Lion's angry sword and survive, which truly demonstrated his extraordinary bravery and martial arts. Despite his bravery, he had to lie under the same tree as Mance Raider at this moment, and although he tried to move his mouth for a long time, he couldn't even squeeze out a complete mockery. At this moment, even the most stubborn of the Saren's berserkers had to temporarily lay down their weapons and admit their defeat under the threat of Lion's powerful force. Even the giant who had been fighting with Jon before now knelt on one knee to express his submission to Lion. Although the giant is extremely powerful, his movements in close combat are very slow. If he encounters an ordinary person, he will be killed instantly. If he encounters a master like Leon or Jon, the outcome of a one-on-one fight is bound to be the giant's defeat. Before, he had been almost killed by Jon several times. In fact, only giant archers can fully unleash the giant's terrifying combat power. After Mance Raider regained some strength, he spoke slowly after a long while, Leon, if the situation was not so urgent, I would not have intended to threaten you with this. Right now, even if I lose, you must open the gate of the wall of despair and clear the way. Otherwise, we will all go to the 7 levels of hell together. Mance Raider's face was full of fierce threats. His burly figure cast a heavy shadow under the flames of war, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, swallowing up everything around it in an instant. His eyes flashed with a cold light, like 2 sharp blades, piercing directly into people's hearts. Although the Night's Watch were confused by Mance Raider's threatening intentions, at that moment, they all shuddered and sweated. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is often your enemy, especially if this enemy was once your own. Facing the confused, vigilant or angry eyes of many Night's Watchmen, Mance Raider said leisurely, the long night is coming, and the White Walkers are following closely behind. What are you going to do, Mance? Say it. Steward Dennis was about to draw his sword and put it to Mance Raider's neck to torture him. However, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lion, was faster than him. He got to Mance Raider's front 1 step ahead, easily saw through Mance Raider's little trick, grabbed his arm from behind, and snatched the object in his hand. Mance Raider, what is this? Leon asked, his voice full of doubt and vigilance. Mance Raider was tough for a while, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and then he slowly said, this is an ordinary horn. Blow it and the free people nearby will come to support. Leon held the horn in his hand. It was made of an unknown black metal with a rough surface, but it exuded a mysterious power. He looked at the horn, as if he could feel a strong call from it, a call that came from the deep unknown, full of wildness and freedom. Defeat or kill Mance Raider, the mission is completed, and you will receive the Free Folk Horn. After equipping, the Free Folk's surrender rate will be increased by 50%. New mission. After getting the horn, suddenly, the long-lost voice of the thousand-faced god system came to Leon's ears. At the same time, after seeing Leon seize the Freeman's horn, the giant, Strong Gemma, who had already expressed his submission, suddenly spoke up, the giants only respect the strong. If the commander-in-chief is willing to let me and my people go south for refuge, the giants are willing to submit to you forever. Although the giant's voice was rough, his tone was civilized. Despite this, it still shocked the people on the night watch. They were surprised to find that this was the first time they heard magical creatures like giants speak such normal words in addition to roaring. Although the giants' loyalty was only to Lion and not to the entire Night's Watch, they did not care. Even though Prince Olaf the Berserker fell to the ground and was only gasping for breath, he still struggled to get up. He imitated the giant's behavior and knelt on one knee towards Leon. Although he was still stubborn and refused to express his submission in words, his posture had clearly conveyed this point. Half of the remaining wild men present were Olaf's men. When they saw that their chief had surrendered, they naturally had no reason to continue fighting. They dropped their axes one after another, and all the wild men fell to their knees at once. Even Mance Raider, who had seen a lot of storms, found it difficult to understand the wildlings' choice. He had had the horn for a long time, but there were still many wildlings who were dissatisfied with him. Why did Lion have such a miraculous effect after getting it? Could you please explain in detail how you intend to use this to threaten us? Just as Mance Raider was lost in shock, Lion asked. But before Mance Raider could answer, he heard Lion asking himself, the original name of this thing should not be the Free Folk's Horn. Maybe the Horn of Winter is its real name. Lion's sharp words made Mance Raider's heart beat faster, and it was obvious that what Lion said was true. As for its function, Leon suddenly put the horn to his mouth, puffed up his cheeks and was about to blow it hard. No! Mance Raider exclaimed, his eyes full of horror. He tried to stop it, but it was too late. However, it was obvious that Lion was just bluffing. He smiled easily and then put down the horn. What will happen if the whistle is blown? Will it really blow down the Great Wall of Despair as described in the legend? There was a hint of frivolity in Lion's words, but Mance Raider was obviously frightened by the question and was speechless for a moment. His attitude clearly acknowledged this fact. After hearing the legend, Mance Raider spent nearly 5 years traveling throughout the land of eternal winter to find the horn, but he only wanted to use it to intimidate the Night's Watch and never thought of blowing it himself. Once the whistle is blown, the White Walkers will no longer be blocked by the magical barrier of the wall and will be able to easily move south. The blame for destroying the world will then be borne by Mance Raider, the king beyond the wall. Seeing that he could not defeat them and the only leverage he had over the Night's Watch fell into Lion's hands, Mance Raider said helplessly, "Now, even though all the men I brought with me have surrendered to you without my permission, there are still 100,000 wildlings holding out in Hardhome. Without me to lead them, the White Walkers will devour them all, leaving no trace. By then, you will have to face a huge White Walker army composed of these 100,000 wildlings." However, after listening to Mance Raider's moral blackmail or threat, Lion laughed out loud, and then he looked at Mance Raider as if he was a fool. "Mance, let me ask you, how many free folk lived north of the wall before?" Leon's question was obviously beyond Mance Raider's expectations, but the latter gave an answer after a moment's thought: "There are more than 90 tribes living north of the wall. Together with those who fled south and those who died recently, there are probably hundreds of thousands of free people. Then what about the Night's Watchmen who have lived and multiplied on this land or died in battle on this land over the past few hundred years? The reason why I don't mention those who died in the past is that their bones should have turned into powder long ago, and dust has returned to dust. Large, probably millions of people." After hearing Leon's question, Mance Raider naturally understood the profound meaning of Leon's words. "Yes, millions of dead, even if there are 100,000 savages, what harm will that do to us? You." Although Mance Raider was prepared, he was still shocked by Leon's cold and ruthless words, causing him to stand up from the ground in horror. Many wildlings who had just expressed their surrender also began to move, which immediately caused great tension among the Night's Watch, and the two sides immediately became hostile. However, what is puzzling is that although Prince Olaf of Thurn is famous for his arrogance and bellicosity, he did not have the urge to swing his axe at the Night's Watch at this moment. He was just subconsciously chilled by Leon's remarks. Many wildlings were the same. When they thought of the fate of their relatives and friends in Hardhome, their faces were filled with despair. "Unless they surrender to me, I cannot accept their existence. You foul-mouthed then, come closer, take this thing, and help me bring those wildlings who are willing to surrender to me to the wall. Remember, go to Eastwatch by sea. Don't go south through the haunted forest." Lion suddenly changed the subject, waved to Prince Sen, and then handed the free folk horn into his hand without any warning. The disappointment on the faces of the wildlings was gone in an instant, replaced by surprise. On the contrary, Mance Raider opened his mouth wide, and he couldn't believe that Lion handed over the horn of the free folk so easily. Wasn't he afraid that Olaf would betray him? You know, even as the king beyond the wall, he never dared to truly trust any then. Leon was naturally not afraid, because he had just received an application from the berserker Olaf, Prince of Thurn, to join the team. Olaf's reaction was even more unexpected to Mance Raider. "Lord Commander, sir," Olaf's expression looked a little awkward, obviously because he and other free folk had long been accustomed to calling their leader King Beyond the Wall. It obviously took some time to adapt to changing this title to Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. However, despite the inner struggle, his face did not show any betrayal. 100,000 wildlings, if one is missing you have to capture a White Walker to fill the number, do you understand? After saying that, Leon habitually patted the other person's shoulder, wanting to let the other person know the heavy burden on his shoulders. This time, not only the king beyond the wall was dumbfounded, but even the Night's Watch brothers who lived with Lion day and night were dumbfounded. Some of them found it hard to accept that the members of the two camps, who had just been fighting each other to death, could become brothers and act so close so quickly. Olaf felt neither amused nor helpless. Although he wanted to loudly mock Leon's stupid behavior, he was restricted by the system's thought stamp and could not even express the most basic ridicule, which made him very uncomfortable. Suddenly, he seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions, and roared at the king beyond the wall who was lying on the ground, "What are you looking at, you wildling leader? Why don't you roll over here and swear allegiance to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch?" Mance felt a little embarrassed when Olaf called him that. The Longhorse face was full of gloom, and he couldn't help but look coldly at Olaf, the man who had just betrayed him. "Why are you looking at my men like that? Do you want to eat him? Could it be that your father is a then and you are half then?" Noticing that there was something wrong with the way Mance looked at Prince Then, Lion took the initiative to speak up for his new recruit. "The free folk will never kneel. Even less so the Thens." Mance warned Lion in a warning tone, seemingly with good intentions. But after hearing this, Olaf's knees seemed to be spring-loaded. He half knelt in the open space in front of Leon and said without raising his head, "Lord Commander, this wildling leader has been provoking the glorious Night's Watch and the brave and warlike Thens. I ask you to order him to be killed and the flesh and blood of this false king to be divided between me and my tribe." After saying this, Olaf raised his head, his face full of excitement and bloodthirstiness, and when he looked at Mance it was as if he was looking at a feast. "I say, do you, the Sen tribe, have no other hobbies besides eating people?" Just now, Officer Dennis had whispered to Lion about the characteristics of these savage tribes, among which he emphasized the tradition of the Thens to eat humans. This tradition has lasted for thousands of years, and more than tens of millions of prisoners of war have died at the hands of the Thens. Although Leon's character has become increasingly cold-blooded recently and he has seen many cruel scenes of broken arms and limbs, he still cannot imagine these as food. So subconsciously, I want to change the behavior of the Thens who cook for others for no reason, otherwise how will others view the Night's Watch under my command? Although the reputation of the Night's Watch has not been very good recently. "Yes, sir." Hearing that Olaf had other hobbies, Leon's eyes lit up. "Tell me what it is, I will satisfy you no matter what." "Grass goat." When Olaf mentioned this, he was no longer sleepy in the middle of the night and stood up suddenly, as if he wanted to see if the Night's Watch had any of these animals with them. Upon hearing this, before Leon could react, Dennis's face darkened instantly. He walked quickly to Leon and explained in a whisper. "I see." After listening to Dennis's explanation, even Lion felt dizzy about the strange hobbies of the Sen people. "When you bring your people to Eastwatch, I will find the goats for you." After saying that, Leon ignored Olaf beside him and walked straight to Mance. "King beyond the wall, your men have already submitted to me, why don't you do this?" To be honest, after completing the task given by the thousand-faced god, Lion didn't care whether Mance was dead or alive. Especially after seeing the free people surrender, no one said, "Oh, my former boss is pretending to faint and lying on the ground again. I have to come over to help him." This idea was further strengthened. Unexpectedly, Mance just covered the wound on his chest, smiled coldly at Leon, and said, "If I was willing to kneel, I would have a better chance before you." As he spoke, Mance moved his body and leaned against the ground in a more comfortable position. "You don't understand how terrible it is for a person to lose his freedom. Those free folk don't understand, and neither do you, the Night's Watch." Mance was lost in thought, his eyes hollow and deep. He was once a loyal member of the Night's Watch, but during a patrol, he was unfortunately injured and was fortunately rescued by a wildling woman. While recovering from her wounds, the wildling carefully repaired Mance's torn cloak using red cloth. However, when he returned to the wall, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Old Bear, asked him to change into a uniform black cloak. This slight restriction on his personal freedom eventually led him to choose to betray the Night Watchman and follow his inner desire for freedom. Perhaps sensing the firmness in the tone of Mance, the king beyond the wall, Leon stood up and said, "I think you've made a serious mistake." Mance responded, "The freedom to make my own bad decisions was once the greatest luxury I could ever ask for. After saying this, Mance Raider let out a long sigh, leaned against the tree trunk, and slowly closed his eyes. When Mance Raider's life came to an end, a sudden snowstorm swept in, and no one knew its origin. The flying snow seemed to hold the final funeral for the king beyond the wall, quietly accompanying him to his eternal resting place. The dead are gone, but the living continue. This battle, which evolved from a surprise attack into an encounter, reduced the already limited manpower of the Night's Watch Rangers by half, and the casualties of the free folk were similar. Currently, there are less than 300 people who can continue to fight. After the battle, Lion ordered his men to pile up the bodies of all the fallen Night's Watch Rangers and free folk in the blizzard. Move quickly. Perhaps because he sensed the strangeness of the sudden snowstorm, John kept shouting loudly in the busy crowd. Finally, before the blizzard completely engulfed the world, Lion's men struggled to light a fire under the pile of corpses. The raging fire devoured the corpses, emitting a foul and pungent smell from time to time. Except for the Thens who looked as if they were wasting natural resources, everyone else's face was full of urgency. Commander-in-Chief? Do you also feel that there is something wrong with this snowstorm? Officer Dennis had drawn his sword again at some point, and stood back to back with a Cern berserker beside him. Even though he didn't trust these free people at all, facing unknown threats, all the living had to stick together for warmth. Be careful, the White Walkers are coming. Lion had watched the TV series, and until the long night came, every brief appearance of the White Walkers was accompanied by a blizzard that was powerful enough to swallow the world. After hearing what Leon said, everyone became more nervous. The warriors of the Free Folk tribe had vigilance written all over their faces. On their way south, they had encountered small groups of patrolling White Walkers more than once, but the blizzards brought by those White Walkers were never as powerful as they were now. Look there! Suddenly, a short freeman with excellent eyesight pointed to a corner of the forest. Everyone used their hands to block the snowstorm in front of their eyes and looked over there together. At the edge of the ghost forest, there were densely packed black figures like a landslide, rushing towards the living at a very fast speed accompanied by the invasion of a blizzard. Woo, woo, woo. An old ranger mounted his warhorse, braved the wind and snow, and resolutely blew the Night's Watch horn in his hand. Even though there were no other Night's Watch troops around who needed him to warn, he still did it without hesitation, as if it was the Night's Watch's innate sacred mission. At the same time, the surviving Night's Watch Rangers mounted their horses and gathered in front of Lion, waiting for the Commander-in-Chief's order to break out to the south. Commander-in-Chief! Are you going to abandon us? After seeing all the Night's Watchmen mount their horses, Strong Gemma suddenly had a feeling of betrayal on his tall face. But it's not his fault that he thinks so. The army of zombies in the dense forest is so dense that it seems endless. The number is more than dozens of times the number of people present. The Night's Watch had fast horses, so they ran away as many as they could, but the same could not be said for the free folk who had to rely on their legs to run. First there was a long raid and then a battle, and most of them were already exhausted. You're farting. After Leon got on his horse, he raised the black and white kiss and cursed the giant viciously, then roared, Rangers, charge! After hearing Lion's order, the Rangers were not surprised because they were already familiar with the Commander-in-Chief's unique personality. After a series of fierce battles, only the elite veterans of the Night's Watch survived. The Rangers followed Leon in silence and rushed towards the torrent of zombies rushing out of the dense forest. In a moment, people and horses were thrown to the ground, and bones and limbs were flying everywhere. The free people who had just surrendered in Fort Kuster saw how brave the new boss was, and for a moment they all forgot about life and death. Olaf took a stick from the fire while the chaos was going on, took 2 big bites to replenish his strength, then rushed out with his double axes, screaming. The other then berserkers followed suit, and no one fell behind, charging bravely along the bloody path opened up by the Rangers. Look carefully. Are there any White Walkers on horseback? If there are any, stab them to death with the dragon crystal. Amidst the chaos, Lion waved his shuriken continuously and shouted loudly. The Night's Watch Rangers following him looked around, trying to find any trace of the White Walkers. Although there are a large number of ghouls around, many of them have been sleeping underground for many years and are only a skeleton. However, these ghouls were strengthened by magic, and their originally fragile bones became extremely tough. Swords and knives could only produce sparks, but the weapons of the ghouls were sharp enough to defeat skilled rangers and even free folk with a single blow. Even after losing part of his body, he continued to fight to the death, which was extremely troublesome. The casualties in the survivors' camp suddenly increased. Fortunately, Leon reminded us in time, use dragon crystal to destroy these corpse ghosts. The Night's Watch Rangers then took out the dragon glass weapons they had prepared long ago, and the situation on the field was finally no longer one-sided. Commander-in-Chief. There. Amidst the chaos, an unknown ranger suddenly pointed with joy at a figure on horseback on a cliff in the distance. The figure was tall and gaunt, his skin was as pale as milk, and his cold blue eyes were like twinkling blue stars in the night sky. He was riding a skeleton warhorse. The horse was tall and had withered bones, as if it was an undead summoned from the abyss of death. Its horse eyes were deep and cold, revealing an aura of death and also a faint orchid. The White Walker seemed to notice the ranger's finger pointing at it, and perhaps felt it was an insult. It lightly raised its right hand, and an ice crystal spear instantly condensed in its hand. Then, it casually threw the spear towards the ranger. Although its action seemed easy and did not use much strength, the ice crystal spear made a sharp sound of breaking through the wind when it flew. The ice crystal spear left a meteor-like trail in the air, instantly nailing the ranger and his horse to the ground before they could dodge. The ranger's sacrifice did not inspire fear among the living, instead, the death of their companions at the hands of the White Walkers aroused their common hostility. The Night's Watch and the Free Folk all stared at the cliff with anger in their eyes. Then, they ignored the obstruction of the zombies around them, and under the leadership of Leon, rushed towards the cliff like a tide. During the continuous charge, the warhorse under Lion's crotch was gradually scarred by the fearless hacking of the zombies. But the warhorse was smart and did not want to lose control and cause the rider on its back to fall and get injured. However, the horse's flesh and blood could not withstand the sword, and finally, after a long and mournful cry, the horse stumbled and fell to its knees on the way to the charge. Leon, who was on horseback, was instantly knocked over by the huge impact. After falling off the horse, he found himself surrounded by zombies. The subordinates closest to Leon were also blocked by the zombies and were dozens of meters away. On the cliff, the White Walker had already recognized this fearless human. With the help of a certain being, it invaded his dream and tried to recruit him, but was humiliated by this being. And after so much time has passed, human beings seem to be growing faster than expected. A hint of interest could not help but appear on the White Walker's icy face. It gently waved its left hand, and the zombies that had been fearlessly attacking Leon's subordinates turned around and cast their eyes on Leon. Then, they swarmed over like locusts covering the sun, instantly drowning Leon's figure. The pressure on the living was instantly reduced a lot. Even if they chased after the corpse ghosts and stabbed them to death with dragon crystals, the latter would not even turn back. The corpse ghost's target is clear, only Leon. John held the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw in his hand, and the damage caused to the whites by the sword was no less than that caused by Lion. Seeing that Leon was surrounded by zombies, a flash of anger and worry suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he wanted to step forward to share Leon's pressure. However, the White Walkers on the cliff ignored him, as if he did not exist. Kill. Rescue the Commander-in-Chief. John shouted in despair as he had to chop several times with every step he took, but the number of whites before him was still despairingly large, as if he would never be able to kill them all. We can't let the Commander-in-Chief fight alone. Dennis also roared. Prince Olaf of Thurn looked at the whites around him with disdain and said, "Brothers, come with me to F the assholes of these skeletons." As time went by, the place where Lion was gradually calmed down, as if the center of the storm had shifted there. On the cliff, the White Walkers witnessed that their army of whites had successfully kept the living out. Finally, the White Walker moved. The warhorse it rode seemed to ignore the constraints of gravity and was able to gallop down the 90-degree vertical cliff as if it were flat ground. It wants to meet the human who dares to face it and issue a final call for recruitment. Because it knows that winter is coming, the Night King needs more capable subordinates to help it conquer or destroy the world. In the center of the storm, Leon continued to slash tirelessly. After a long time, even the indestructible sword of Black and White Kiss began to show metal fatigue and could no longer kill with one blow. The White Walker separated his men, walked up to Leon, and said condescendingly, "Submit, the Night King will treat you as well as I do." However, Leon did not respond, instead he took Ryasei off his back. Even the extremely powerful magical creatures, the White Walkers, felt a little panic in their hearts at this moment. Then, it quickly condensed an ice crystal spear with its right hand and then threw it towards Leon. However, Lion's speed far exceeds it. The glazed bow in his hand was equipped with a specially made dragon crystal arrowhead. In the blink of an eye, 5 dragon crystal arrows spread out in a fan shape, instantly covering the White Walkers. Although the ice crystal spear was as fast as thunder, it could not save the frozen person. It exploded in mid-air less than half a meter away from Leon. A rare look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the White Walker Yolin. Before it could lower its head to check the arrow stuck in its breastplate, a powerful fire energy from the dragon crystal in its body instantly disintegrated its body. With the White Walkers as the center, all the whites seemed to have been paused at the same moment, stopping their movements, and then instantly collapsed and disintegrated like broken terracotta figurines. As the army of the White Walkers was pacified, the blizzard that covered the sky also dissipated. When the snowstorm completely subsided, figures gradually crawled out from the pile of corpses in the haunted forest and gathered around Leon. The eyes of these people are not azure blue, but they are the survivors after the destruction of the White Walker army. John was holding a deep wound on his abdomen that showed the bone. His leg was also injured and he walked with a limp, but he still moved in front of Lion, his face full of disbelief. Are these dead people really dead? Not only John, but almost every survivor who could still stand was injured, with expressions of disbelief and surviving a disaster on their faces. Yes, John. Get rid of the White Walkers who lead them, and these inferior undead will naturally collapse. Hearing John's question behind him, Lion turned around with a relaxed smile on his face. However, in the eyes of John and others, it seemed like he was just pretending. But Lion knew in his heart that he was not forcing himself. He has a bug-level skill called bloodthirstiness. There were at least 1,000 zombies that rushed over to kill Leon, but they were all killed by Leon. It is conceivable that Lion's bloodthirstiness is now at the maximum level. Killing one person will restore his full blood. Even though he looked disheveled and his body was covered in the blood of the zombies, Leon was fine. John didn't believe it and still wanted to come over and touch Lion to see what parts he was missing. Speaking of all these limbs on the ground, if Lion is missing any, John will definitely find a way to provide it for him. In the breakout battle of Fort Kuster, the 300 surviving warriors were determined to die. However, after the war, only 1 in 10 people survived, and the rest died heroically in the fierce battle with the corpses. Therefore, the survivors were filled with grief for the loss of their comrades. However, in this atmosphere, Prince Olaf then picked up a leg bone from the corpses scattered on the ground, held it in front of him and studied it for a long time. He even picked up some of the blood foam on the leg bone and tasted it, which was extremely disgusting. Pa. This must be someone from the moon-worshipping tribe. It tastes so damn disgusting. Then, Olaf threw the leg bone to the ground with disgust on his face. Among the survivors, there happened to be a bearded freeman from the moon-worship clan. Olaf, you dare to insult my ancestors. I want to duel with you. The noise of the moon-worshippers' free men clamoring to duel with Olaf actually diluted the solemn atmosphere here. Dennis, take a head count. Leon called out the name of his chief officer to the crowd. Dennis. But after a long time, there was still no response from Dennis's old but firm voice. Commander-in-Chief, a ranger said with a grief-stricken look on his face, motioning for Leon to follow him to a place. When he arrived, Leon saw Dennis at a glance. He was pinned down by the corpses of several White Walkers. One White Walker was pulling half of his severed arm, and another White Walker was biting off half of his face, but Danny's sword pierced the chest of another White Walker. He still maintained the same fighting posture as before his death. Leon witnessed this scene and was deeply moved and fell silent. At this moment, Leon could finally feel how difficult it was for the living to face the world-destroying disaster of the White Walkers. At this moment, an idea was brewing fiercely in Leon's mind. He looked at the liuxing bow in his hand. At this time, an old soldier of the Night Watch said to Leon with a numb face and a heavy tone, Commander-in-Chief, you need to reappoint an officer. Olaf, take account of the free folks' casualties. But Leon did not have time to be depressed. He looked at Olaf, who immediately turned his head left and right and counted. Commander-in-Chief, I don't know how many casualties the free folk suffered, but we are the only 13 who can win the race against death. Olaf had a playful look on his face, and seemed to not care at all that the Thens were annihilated in this battle. His heart was chilling. John quickly bandaged himself, rushed over, and said to Leon, Commander-in-Chief, we still have 17 Ranger brothers. I order that all bodies of the Night's Watch brothers and freemen that can be found and cremated. As daybreak broke, the last body to be brought to the fire was that of Sir Dennis Mallister. The veterans of the Night's Watch struggled to piece together his body and arranged it side by side with the bodies of all the dead in the battle. Although they belonged to different groups during their lifetime and were even members of opposing camps, At the moment of death, they put aside all their hatred and disputes and embarked on the last journey of their lives together. All grudges came to an end here. We gather here today to commemorate the 183 brave and fearless Night's Watchman. He is not only the glory of the Night's Watch, but also the solid fortress of the kingdom and the last hope of the living. Their lives, like the Great Wall, are full of dedication and sacrifice. They interpret the oath of the Night Watch with their actions and defend the peace of the kingdom with their lives. In the long night, he is like a bright star, illuminating the darkness and guarding the borders of the kingdom. Unlike the traitors of Castle, the fallen Night Watchmen were eulogized by Lion himself. There is no need to mention their names one by one. Their watch will not end until their death. It ends here. After saying that, Leon threw the torch in his hand onto the firewood, and a raging fire began to burn. For some reason, Olaf, who always liked to talk incessantly, unexpectedly chose to remain silent at this moment when facing this solemn and dignified farewell ceremony, and did not mock others crazily as usual. He looked at Leon's back with bright eyes, as if thinking about something. Not only him, but the other 17 free people were all like this. After the ceremony, Olaf could no longer hold back his curiosity and scratched his head. Then he asked, "Lord Commander, if we also swear to join the Night's Watch, will you personally pray for us when we die in battle?" "If you swear, I will." Although Leon's expression was indifferent, his eyes were so firm that no one could doubt his credibility and determination. Apparently, the seed of joining the Night's Watch was planted in the hearts of Olaf and other free folk. After the prayer ceremony, Leon immediately sent Olaf to contact the free people to go south by sea. At the same time, he called John and said, "John, do you see the importance of Dragon Crystal in this battle?" John nodded without question. If Leon had not reminded everyone in time that Dragon Crystal had a strong restraining effect on the army of the White Walkers, there would be even fewer survivors present. "Take all the remaining people back and tell them that I agree to the wildlings going south. Find more Dragon Crystals by the way." As soon as Lion finished speaking, John heard the hidden meaning behind his words. "Aren't you going back with us?" John was surprised. Although the Rangers suffered heavy casualties in this battle, they still successfully defeated the king beyond the wall and subdued an army of 100,000 wildlings. With the addition of these 100,000 fresh troops, they believed that it was still in time to hold the Great Wall and wait for support from the Seven Kingdoms. Why should Lion risk his life by staying here? "I have my own intentions." Seeing that John was still trying to quibble, Lion rarely frowned at him. "Have you forgotten what the old bear told you here?" How could John forget? When he was discovered following Kuster, he beat him up and threw him in front of Old Seong. Old Seong warned him fiercely, "If you want others to obey your orders, then you must obey them first." But John was puzzled. Lion was obviously not there at the time, so how could he know about this? The wounded were loaded onto carriages, and the survivors were divided into 3 groups and separated from outside Castle Kuster. They headed south, led by John, with the purpose of conveying Lion's will. After fighting side by side with the free folk, even the most stubborn veteran of the Night's Watch had to admit the free folk's bravery and role. They will bring back orders not to stop the savages from moving south and to settle them in the donated land. You don't have to worry about my personal safety. Didn't you see that I even killed the White Walkers? Lion said it easily, but everyone could see how difficult the process was. "Commander-in-Chief, I'll be waiting for you at the Great Wall." John said this without any reluctance, and turned to accept the order. He knew that he had to complete the task assigned by Leon and protect the safety of the wall and the people. The other was to the east, to Hardhome by the sea, led by Olaf, Prince of Then, who, along with the giant Jamar the Strong, would convince the free folk to submit to Lion and then set out immediately south. This was not difficult for Olaf and others. After seeing that Leon had ways to deal with the White Walkers and his strong personal strength, the free people did not mind letting Leon become the new king beyond the wall. "Don't worry, Lord Commander-in-Chief. I have never seen a free man who can fight better than you. Believe me, the title of king beyond the wall belongs to you." Before Olaf left, he still looked like he asked for a beating, which made the extremely intelligent giant quite disgusted. In his opinion, Leon was clearly the embodiment of courage and strength, so how come in his mouth he became a reckless man like him? The last one is that Lion is alone. Lion had made up his mind, and even the newly surrendered freeman could not shake his mind. After everyone left, Castle returned to being just Leon, all alone. During this period of time, Lion was either in battle or on the way to battle, and he hadn't opened the mount and blade panel for a long time. Now, after witnessing the heavy casualties of his men, Leon had no choice but to go north alone to kill the Night King and permanently solve the problem of the White Walkers. This was not because Leon was hypocritical, but because the Madonna in his heart was at work, making him unable to bear to see living lives disappear in front of him. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability to end it all, but he had the ability, ambition, and desire. Panel. Leon called out the panel with a bit of unfamiliarity. After a long battle, the panel attributes are also very different. Identity: Leon Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, King Beyond the Wall. Rating: 24. Family: Level 3, fiefdoms include Dark Iron Keep, Eastwatch, Shadow Tower, Night Fort, formerly the Night's Watch's sphere of influence. Strength: 25, one-handed, two-handed, polearm. Agility: 23, bow, crossbow, throwing, black and white kiss plus 10. Stamina: 20, riding, running, forging. Cunning: 11, tea pouring, tactics, vices. Social: 20, charisma, leadership, trade. Intelligence: 13, management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points: 10. Available skill focus points: 0. 1 skill focus point is added for every 20 points when the attribute exceeds 5 points. Inventory: Black and White Kiss, Night Watch Commander Set, Lu Xing, Freeman's Horn. Currency: 4,396 gold dragons, higher drop rate when defeating elite monsters such as White Walkers. Active quest: Kill or persuade Mance Raider, King Beyond the Wall, to surrender, completed. New quest: Capture a dragon egg and hatch it. Please look for clues in the free city of Pentos. Reward: Dragon Affinity plus 100%. Passive tasks: Escape 3 waves of assassinations by the Faceless Men, 2/3 completed. 1 Bloodthirst: after killing or defeating person, restore all stamina. Maximum level. 2 Conferring: this function is unlocked after you command more than 10 people. You can promote subordinates who have gained experience in battle to elite soldiers. New Free Folk Route: Tier 3 Thurn Survivor, Tier 4 Thurn Warrior, Tier 5 Thurn Piercer, Tier 6 Thurn Berserker. Tier 4 Giants, Tier 5 Giant Archers, Tier 6 Giant Elders. 1 Plunder: after killing or defeating a person, you can plunder 1 gold dragon regardless of whether the opponent is rich or poor. Fixed skill: if you defeat an opponent in a duel, there is a 30% chance that you can steal a piece of equipment from the opponent that is of better quality than your own. Can be grown. 10 Training: the experience gained by your subordinates from daily training and battles is times the normal rate. 6 Promotion: promote a level soldier to be your personal guard and share the combat power panel. The number of people is equal to the family level. Since he really had to fight the Night King alone this time, Leon thought carefully and added 30 points to his strength. It was not that Leon did not want to continue adding points, but it could not be increased after points. Reward the host with long pole expertise. Now the host can operate any long pole weapon and has the Night King level. Leon was very surprised when he heard the voice of the system. He originally wanted to add some proficiency in two-handed swords so that he could get along well with the Night's Watchmen. Unexpectedly, the system directly assigned a route to Leon, but Leon did not object. Sometimes long poles are more advantageous when a large cavalry army is charging. Anyway, his strength is already at the maximum level, so there is not much difference between using a one-handed sword or a long pole. After deducting these 5 attribute points, Leon thought for a while and added all the remaining 5 attribute points to endurance. What if, Leon said, what if, the Night King's attack is too high, a little more endurance will just increase the upper limit of health. 25 points of stamina also rewards Leon with an irresistible focus point. Reward the host with riding expertise. Now, the host can ride any mount and control it perfectly. That's it. No more. After waiting for a long time and not hearing any further introduction, Lion was very disappointed and suspected that he had been cheated. Wouldn't it be good to reward yourself with a forging skill so that you can chisel out a dragon crystal Gundam with your bare hands so that you can fight against the Night King? But soon, Lion realized that he was wrong, and wrong to an outrageous extent. Because after Lion turned off the panel and walked out of Castle just 2 steps away, he found a strange figure in front of him. Leon took a closer look and couldn't help but sigh, good guy. It turned out that the one standing in front of Leon was the White Walker's mount, the Grim Reaper. Somehow, the horse did not fall apart with the death of the White Walker. Instead, it stood quietly under a tree, pretending to eat grass with its half jaw left. It looked as if he had been waiting for Lion. Lion still vividly remembered the scene of the corpse horse rushing down the 90-degree section of the cliff as if it were flat ground. Good horse. Come on, come on. Lion couldn't help but smile like a fool and raised his hand to greet the Shikigami. The face of the corpse horse showed a human-like reluctant expression, but the horse's hooves strode towards Lion. Before he knew it, Lion reached out and reached the reins of the corpse horse. At the moment of contact, the cold voice of the system came to Leon's ears. A legendary creature mount has been detected, a corpse horse. Parenthesis, you can write it. The corpse horse seemed to have heard the voice, and the few strands of horse mane on its back stood up, but then it half knelt down in a very human way, allowing Leon to get on the horse with just a lift of his leg. As soon as he got on the horse, Leon could feel the power of this corpse horse. Lion sat on the horse, and the familiar feeling of invincibility that he had felt when he had mastered the essence of the one-handed sword came over him. His eyes were deep, and his chest was burning with fighting spirit. Feeling the strong will of his master, the Shikigami horse under his crotch also raised its head and chest, as if it wanted to stand up. In line with this scene, Leon made a mighty gesture with his fingers raised high, and the whole picture froze at this moment. From the free folk, Lion learned that the army of the White Walkers was gathering in the then mountains. If the number of the White Walker army attacking Kuster's castle was like a small river, then the number of the White Walker army staying in the then mountains is like the vast ocean. All the souls who were born and died here over the past hundreds of years were resurrected by the Night King and turned into walking corpses. Since the White Walker army is a magical creature, they can only walk in extremely cold blizzards. Therefore, the further north you go, the heavier the snowstorms Lion encounters. When Leon was about to reach the entrance of the mountain range, a blizzard that blocked out the sun and sky made it impossible for him to see more than 5 meters away. Whew! The corpse horse under Leon's crotch spewed out a breath of cold air. As a magical creature, it was not affected by the blizzard and did not need to be fed with grass. It carried Leon tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights. Relying on this corpse horse, Leon used Liuxing to kill more than 1,000 corpses on the way here. Just as Leon looked up and tried to determine the direction based on the position of the sun, a line of zombies suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Lion took out Liuxing and shot an arrow without hesitation. Lion shot an arrow casually, and the arrow instantly formed a regular fan shape. There were about 30 zombies walking on the road, but they were all killed by Leon with 1 arrow in an instant. After 3 days of sleepless fighting, Lion had mastered the skill of multiple arrows, and could shoot a single arrow that was equivalent to 50 archers attacking at the same time. Moreover, Leon's archery proficiency has been trained to the maximum level, and even ordinary arrows can kill zombies instantly. We have finally arrived at the Night King's base camp. Seeing another 30 gold dragons in his pocket in his inventory, Leon, who was almost frozen to death, still had a warm smile on his face. After destroying this group of zombies, Leon immediately urged his horse forward and continued to look for the next group of zombies. At the beginning, Leon could only deal with 100-man squad of corpses at most, and now he can't even muster the energy unless he faces a squad of 1,000. And Leon didn't have to worry about the supply of arrows. He just had to shoot the last arrow on the ground under his feet, and then pull it up like cutting wheat to fill a pot with arrows. Not only can the white horses climb hills and cross country roads as if they were walking on flat ground, but even if the horses' hooves step on the soft snow, they will not sink into it. This not only increases Leon's movement speed dramatically, but also allows him to easily escape even if he is surrounded and ambushed by the White Walkers. While Lion was wantonly slaughtering the army of White Walkers. In the royal city of Thorne, a tall White Walker with an ice crystal crown and a dragon body is sitting on the throne of Thorne. Below him stood a circle of elite White Walkers, numbering hundreds. Some of these elite White Walkers were transformed from Kuster's sacrificed sons, and some were heroes born from the free folk and the Night's Watch over hundreds of years. There are 5 giant undeads alone. A White Walker who looked like an alien said respectfully to the Night King on the throne, "Night King, the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch is wandering around the then mountains, but I don't see any trace of the Horn of Winter on him." After saying this, the White Walker raised his head. If Leon was present, he would recognize at a glance that this was the alien Havertz who escaped that day. Possessing the ability to possess bodies and control people's minds, it was unexpected that he actually defected to the Night King. "Benyon Stark, do you know this Lord Commander of the Night's Watch?" The Night King didn't even look at Havertz, but instead looked at a White Walker who looked like a Night's Watchman standing nearby. That White Walker was none other than Benyon Stark, Jon's uncle, the former chief ranger who had been missing for a long time and was recognized by the Night's Watch as dead in battle. He raised his thin face, his eyes were blue, as if he had lost his humanity, and he responded mechanically. Before I left Black Iron Castle, I had never seen this person, so I didn't know him. Havertz seemed to have a huge hatred for Lion and even the Night's Watch. After hearing what Ben Yang said, he immediately turned his head and glared at him. He has been working non-stop these past few days and has killed nearly 10,000 whites in the Then Mountains. You are also responsible for this. It's all because of you damn Night's Watchman. As if he thought Havertz's voice was too loud, the Night King raised his hand and made a gesture of pinching his neck. Havertz below immediately felt his throat tighten, and the huge pain that followed made him stop his endless complaints. Benyon, the Night King continued in his magnetic voice to Benyon Stark. Although I don't care about the life or death of my men, the loss of the ghouls in recent days is a bit too much. Go and find out how he did it, and by the way, find out the whereabouts of the Horn of Winter. After hearing this, Benyon Stark showed no reaction on his thin and cold face. He just turned and left King Then's palace. Every White Walker is an intelligent life. Walking out of the palace, Benyon Stark glanced at the White Walker guards at the door. The latter rode on a white horse, holding an ice crystal spear in his hand, looking straight ahead. After feeling Benyon Stark's gaze, he glanced sideways and said, "I'm on guard duty, so I can't chat with you." Even though he became one of the White Walkers, Benyon Stark could never get used to the emotionless tone of his fellow White Walkers. Deep down, he was even more disdainful of the infinite life given to him by the Night King. If he had a choice, he would rather be a Night's Watchman who would grow old, get sick, and die, instead of an undead being with popsicles hanging from his lower body. But as a White Walker whose life and death are controlled by the Night King, Benyon Stark has no choice now. Immediately, Benyon Stark walked to the stable. His old friend had a faint blue light in his eyes and was obviously transformed into a white horse. After adjusting the saddle, he mounted the horse and rushed to where Lion was, and was forced to complete the task assigned to him by the Night King. On a low peak in the Then Mountains, Lion's white horse stood firmly on an exposed boulder, looking down from above and drawing his bow and arrows at the White Walkers that kept rushing towards him. The rain of arrows, more violent than a storm, never stopped. The corpse ghosts with low intelligence had no idea what death was. They fell one after another and turned into golden dragons in Leon's inventory, as well as the experience of multiple arrows. In less than half an hour, the entire hillside was covered with the remains of zombies, and the zombie closest to Leon was even shot into a hedgehog. After seeing that there were only a few scattered and harmless zombies around, Leon planned to ride his horse to the next zombie hiding place. Suddenly, Lion saw a very familiar ranger in black clothes, stopping at the foot of the mountain. Besides me, which other fearless Night's Watchman would dare to come to such a place? Seeing that the ranger was not very hostile to him, Lion took aim several times, and finally put down the liuxing bow, intending to see who the person was. Benyon Stark originally thought that this was just a simple mission to persuade the enemy to surrender, but what he saw when he arrived at the place exceeded his imagination. A corner of the Snow Mountains, which is covered with snow all year round, has almost changed color due to the corpses of whites that cover the ground. And the method of killing the army of zombies is to simply and brutally shoot them with arrows? What's even more outrageous is that the person who did all this was actually a Night Watchman. When he saw that the Night Watchman did not shoot himself immediately, a hint of doubt and horror flashed in Benyon Stark's blue eyes, but he swallowed and rode forward. He planned to meet the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. As Benyon Stark walked up the hillside, he became more and more frightened. The miserable state of the corpses of the whites under his feet seemed to remind him all the time of the power of the Night's Watch on the top of the mountain. The corpse horse reached the destination in one go, but it took him 5 minutes to walk. Finally reaching the huge rock at the top of the mountain, Benyon Stark raised his head nervously and asked, "Sir, is this the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch?" "Lord Leon Victor. I know you, Benyon Stark. I am a good friend of your nephew Jon Snow." Lion was more easy to talk to than Benyon Stark had expected, and with Jon's relationship, he felt a lot more relaxed for a while. "Did you kill all these corpse ghosts?" After seeing that there was no long-range force of thousands of people ambushed next to Lion's boulder, Benyon Stark asked curiously. "That's right." Lion did not deny his own achievements. He then looked at Benyon Stark's face carefully. If he hadn't watched the TV series, Lion wouldn't have been able to recognize the White Walker in the form of a ranger at first sight. So, you have been transformed into a White Walker now, and we are no longer brothers of the Night's Watch on the same side. As Lion spoke, he slightly raised the glazed bow in his hand. If Benyon Stark made the slightest movement, he would shoot a rain of arrows without hesitation. Hearing Lion's question, Benyon Stark smiled bitterly. He noticed Lion's hostility and quickly explained. Although I became a White Walker after my death, I have no intention of betraying my oath to the Night's Watch, and I dare not fight you. Please put away your bow. Hearing Benyon Stark's answer, Lion just nodded slightly, pretending to listen. Benyon Stark untied the two-handed sword at his waist and threw it under the boulder before continuing to ask. My nephew, how is Jon Snow now? Is he okay? He is under my care. He has now taken over your position and become the new Chief Ranger. If you have no hostility towards the living, you are welcome to visit him at the wall. No, I can't go. The magic barrier of the wall has a natural restraint on White Walkers like me. After hearing Lion say that Jon is now the Chief Ranger, Benyon Stark first showed a look of relief on his face, and then smiled bitterly. The wall was once like a home to him, but now that he has become a White Walker, he can never go back. After a brief greeting, Lion knew that Benyon Stark was not here to chat with him, so he raised the Ryasei in his hand a little higher and said sternly. It's time to get down to business. Tell me all the information you know about the White Walkers. What are their weaknesses? How can we put an end to this? Benyon Stark looked at Lion's young and spirited face and couldn't help but admire him. The Night's Watch has existed for thousands of years, and Lion is a rare commander-in-chief who is determined to put an end to the scourge of the White Walkers. Maybe just like killing a White Walker, its army of whites will collapse, as long as you kill the Night King. How could Benyon Stark know the way to end the scourge of the White Walkers? After a moment of thought, he spoke out his guess. Killed the Night King. Lion stroked his chin, thinking, then looked at Benyon Stark and asked. Do you know how powerful the Night King is? Of course I know that if we just rely on personal martial arts, even 10 White Knights like Arthur Dane tied together would not be enough to defeat the Night King alone. When Benyon Stark mentioned the Night King, a serious look appeared on his face. Leon could see that what he said was true, so he continued to ask. Take me to find it. No matter how strong it is, I can use the dragon crystal arrows that can restrain the White Walkers to shoot it to death from a distance. Isn't that enough? As Leon spoke, he made a gesture as if he was drawing a bow and arrow. Listening to Lion's slightly childish words, Benyon Stark couldn't help but look nervous. In the land of Deep Winter, the Night King is immortal. The Then Mountains are now part of the land of Deep Winter. Moreover, it seems to be able to see through the long river of time and strangle anything that threatens it in the cradle. Benyon Stark's tone rose and fell, like a bard, telling a legend about the undead king. Pfft! Lion couldn't help laughing when he heard Benyon Stark's strange tone. Before Benyon Stark could frown and blame him, he gave his own opinion. Since the Night King can nip the threat in the bud, then how did I survive until now? Although Lion's question seemed unreasonable, it touched people's hearts and made Ban Yang think about it carefully. Do you think you can kill the Night King? Benyon Stark thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked. Not to mention that there is no precedent for killing the Night King. Even the children of the forest who created the Night King could not destroy him and could only suppress him. So he did not have high expectations for Leon. Leon tilted his head and thought about the information about the Night King. Putting aside the unfinished original work, the Night King in the TV series did die in Winterfell, at the hands of Arya Stark, who was trained by the House of Black and White. If I wait for the Night King to leave the land of eternal winter, I am sure I can kill him. The look on Lion's face when he spoke allowed Benyon Stark to clearly see his determination from his firm eyes. Seeing this, Benyon Stark said no more. Commander-in-Chief, may I ask what method you used to kill these whites? I don't see a brave and fighting army around you. But at the same time, Benyon Stark couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart, not only to complete the task assigned to him by the Night King. Army? If you don't have an army, I can form one myself. As Lion spoke, his face was full of pride and he did not bother to hide it. He raised the Ryasei in his hand and gestured to Benyon Stark to see it. Seeing Benyon Stark's expression of "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Lion demonstrated the power of Lu Xing. OM. A torrential rain of arrows fell on an unlucky corpse at the foot of the mountain. Is this a legendary weapon? After seeing the power of the bow and arrow in Lion's hand, Benyon Stark's mouth on his frosty face opened as big as an egg and couldn't close it for a long time. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in his dark blue eyes. If Leon had this magical weapon in his hand, killing the Night King and ending the scourge of the White Walkers would not be a fantasy. The Night King is in the palace of Thorne City, but I suggest you don't go there now. After seeing the strength displayed by Leon, Benyon Stark readily betrayed the coordinates of the Night King, but at the same time also issued a warning. Why? There is incomprehensible magic in the land of eternal winter. The Night King is invincible here. You will have a chance to kill him only after he leaves the Then Mountains. What should I do now? The White Walker army is ready to move south at any time, and Hardhome has 100,000 free people who have sworn allegiance to me. Lion looked unwillingly at the direction of Thorne City pointed by Benyon Stark. However, Benyon Stark just smiled, then looked at the glazed bow in Lion's hand, with a hint of ruthlessness in his dark blue eyes. The number of zombies in the Night King's hands is not infinite. At your current rate of killing enemies, 1 million zombies will be wiped out in a month at most. On the hillside, the whispers of the two night watchmen could not be hidden from the gaze of the White Walker, the alien, Havertz. Night King, something bad has happened. After retracting his vision, Havertz immediately shouted, but the next moment, the ice element in the air instantly condensed into a palm and swung it hard towards his face. How dare you? Why am I not okay? Even the Night King, a king who has lived for countless years, could not stand Havertz's noisy personality at this moment. It is more accustomed to the White Walkers transformed by Craster's sons. Those White Walkers don't like to talk much and only act according to his wishes. But Havertz is a rare alien who would voluntarily surrender to him, and the Night King needs his eagle vision to detect the enemy situation. Keeping a glimpse into time is no easy feat even for the Night King. Havertz endured the burning pain on his face, rubbed his face and quickly reported to the Night King. That damned Night's Watchman Benyon Stark has been talking to his Lord Commander about family matters for a long time. I suspect they are planning something bad to you. Havertz's guess was not wrong at all. The two had indeed discussed how to kill the Night King. Now, led by Benyon Stark, a local, Lion was following Benyon Stark to find the army of whites that were about to set off. Benyon Stark? His life and the lives of all of you White Walkers are in my hands. As long as we are in the land of eternal winter, I am the only true God who controls your life and death. No one dares to betray me. The Night King's tone was cold, and at the same time he realized that Havertz's tone was somewhat too contemptuous of him. Who is the Night King? He is the king of the land of eternal winter, the leader of the army of millions of dead, and the embodiment of the legend of the White Walkers in Westeros. Can the whispers of two night watchmen threaten its existence? Joke. But Havertz's worries were unfounded. The Night King took a deep breath, raised his hands and closed his eyes and thought, trying to find out whether Benyon Stark's life was still in his hands. Suddenly, the Night King's face showed an expression of shock that had never appeared in thousands of years. Time goes back 5 minutes ago. Benyon Stark, it seems a bit strange to call you that. What should I call you? Two white horses walked side by side, led by Benyon Stark, and they were heading towards the nearest hideout of the White Army. On the way, Bored Leon didn't intend to miss any opportunity to talk to the big names in the TV series. Although at this time, Lion was already one of the most important figures in the entire Westeros continent. Benyon Stark nodded slightly and said respectfully, Commander-in-Chief, you can just call me Benyon. Okay, Benyon. Upon hearing this, Lion did not hesitate and called out directly, but for Benyon Stark. As the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, he had no objection to whatever Leon wanted to call him. After all, the difference in their status was there, not to mention that he was just a White Walker with only a popsicle left in his lower body. By the way, Benyon, would you like to join my team? I mean my personal army. Lion was a little curious about whether a White Walker like Benyon Stark, who was kind to the living, could join his team. My Lord Commander, even though I am now a White Walker, I have never thought of betraying my oath to the Night's Watch. Isn't your army the Night's Watch? I am willing to join. After Benyon Stark explained to Lion, it was only until the last sentence that Lion wanted. Lord-level hero White Walker betrayer Benyon Stark applies to join your army. Do you agree? Agree. Detected that a super-class soldier has joined the army, recommended to be promoted to personal guard, do you want to promote? Quota 0/3. Ah! That must be a promotion. Leon said secretly in his heart. At this moment, Benyon Stark's face suddenly changed. He felt that the idea planted in his mind by the Night King to control all the White Walkers was suddenly eradicated, and the Night King no longer controlled his life and death. Commander-in-Chief, did you do something? At the same time, the faint blue fire in Benyon Stark's eyes gradually went out, revealing his original thin and sharp true face. After making the decision to lead the way to Leon and betray the Night King, Benyon Stark never thought about living. He would be satisfied as long as he could see Leon slaughtering the army of whites with his own eyes before he died. Only in this way could he be worthy of the oath he made. But at this moment, he felt that he had suddenly escaped from the control of the Night King and was reborn. He couldn't understand what had happened. It couldn't be that the Night King was merciful and gave him freedom, right? Me? Leon pointed at himself and asked doubtfully, what did I do? I just asked you to swear allegiance to me. Although I don't know why I regained my freedom, there is only one possibility at the moment. That is, Leon. Suddenly, Benyon Stark pulled the reins, stopping his horse from moving forward. His eyes were more determined and solemn than ever before, and then he looked at Lion. Why don't you leave? As soon as Lion finished asking, he saw Benyon Stark dismount from his horse and walk towards him. Unsure what was going on, Leon had no choice but to dismount. He looked at Benyon Stark with some confusion until the latter suddenly knelt on one knee in front of him and said solemnly. Lord Leon Victor. I, Benyon Stark of Winterfell, will fight for you with my sword. I will protect your safety and follow your instructions. If necessary, I will sacrifice my life. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. Looking at Benyon Stark, who was half kneeling on the ground, looking at him with sharp eyes. Leon opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and a memory of his original body flooded into his mind at the right moment. You will always have a place by my hearth. You will drink wine at my table and eat meat at my table. I swear that I will not let your service be tarnished with a dishonor. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. Get up. Benyon Stark in front of Lion gradually stood up straight, and the determination in his eyes was even stronger than before. He is willing to go through fire and water. Benyon Stark's sudden pledge of allegiance was not just the result of systematic promotion. Instead, after he saw that Leon was determined to end the scourge of the White Walkers and was willing to take action for it, he was completely convinced by Leon's personal charm. Shortly after Benyon Stark took the oath, the Night King's telepathic contact followed, but he could no longer detect Benyon Stark. In the royal palace of Sen City, the Night King stood up suddenly, looking at his men with cold eyes. All the White Walkers who were caught in the Night King's gaze were terrified. They then heard the Night King shouting an extremely rare order in an extremely furious tone. All White Walkers in the palace, move out. Capture the traitor Benyon Stark and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. As a White Walker himself, Benyon Stark naturally knew where the armies of the dead gathered. So the place he brought Lion to was the hiding place of the White Walkers deep in the mountains of Thorne. This was once the burial place of the Thens, and the food that the Thens had eaten was also buried here. Over the past hundreds of years, at least hundreds of thousands of undead have been produced here, and now they are densely packed in the ravine, waiting for the White Walker's orders. A White Walker seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked towards the top of the mountain, where two humans who looked like cavalrymen appeared. My lord, the whites in this hideout are the most numerous in the Thryn mountains. If you find it difficult, I can take you somewhere else. Although Benyon Stark had seen Leon's methods, he couldn't help feeling guilty when he saw the dense army of zombies like ants in the ravine. After regaining his human form, he could feel that the ice magic bestowed upon him by the Night King had completely dissipated, and his physical strength was much weaker than when he was a White Walker. If he was hit by a White Walker's dart, he would probably not have a good ending. Good boy, these zombies really know how to hide. No need to go anywhere else. I'll start. After that, Lion took out the glazed bow, and Benyon Stark drew out the long sword from his waist and guarded Lion. Benyon Stark made a decision that if Lion could not deal with the army of the White Walkers, he would risk his life to protect Lion from leaving here. The White Walker not only saw two human faces mistakenly enter his hiding place, but also dared to make an attacking gesture, and immediately let out a dry roar. All the whites were awakened by the roar of the White Walkers and rushed in the direction of the White Walkers' spears. Oh no, the White Walkers have discovered us, Lord Commander, how about we fight as guerrillas? Seeing the army of whites in the ravine rushing towards him like an overwhelming force, Benyon Stark couldn't help but look solemn and subconsciously spoke out to persuade them. Why are you panicking? There are only a few White Walkers here. Give me 10 minutes. After saying that, Leon quickly raised the liuxing bow, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew the bow and arrows at an astonishing speed. Arrows like a rainstorm instantly appeared above the heads of the army of zombies. The roar of the White Walker continued, but the whites under its command fell down one after another like wheat being cut. These zombies have limited intelligence and can only mechanically execute the order to charge. Once started, they cannot control themselves. The eyes of the White Walkers who saw this scene gradually became dull, and the roars from their mouths gradually became sharp and piercing, and in the end they made a scream like a duck with its throat strangled. Benyon Stark was right in front of Lion, and what he saw was more real than the White Walkers in the ravine. At this moment he also let out a roar. The sound was full of excitement and refreshment, as if he wanted to release all the strength in his body. He clearly only saw Leon draw the bow and put an arrow on it, but what came out of the bow were a bunch of arrows as thick as buckets. When they landed on the head of the zombie, they were as dense as a storm. In the past, even the best ranger would have to fight with the zombies for 3 to 5 rounds, but now he could not survive even a second under this rain of arrows. Every time an arrow hits a zombie, a loud noise is made. The instantaneous burst of force can knock the zombie back several meters. Many zombies, with only their skeletons left, are directly blown up by arrows in mid-air. To sum it up in one word, invincible. Benyon Stark looked at the army of whites in the ravine falling down like a piece of puzzle and couldn't help thinking. Has anyone in history ever been able to achieve such a level? After much thought, I'm afraid only the dragon flame of the Targaryen family, who once owned giant dragons, could achieve such an effect. Just as Benyon Stark was lost in thought, Lion put down the Ryasei bow and poked him with his hand. Ah, Lord Commander-in-Chief! It took Benyon Stark 3 or 5 seconds to come to his senses and realize that he was still on the battlefield. This is all because Lion is too strong and gave them too much sense of security. Let's go. The main force has been almost wiped out. Only a few scattered ones are left and they can't gather together. Just take care of them. Leon hung Ryasei on the saddle of the Shikigami horse and stretched his muscles with an expressionless face. This action caught the eyes of Benyon Stark, who thought that Lion was doomed. That's right. It's normal for such a fierce attack method to consume too much energy. Benyon Stark thought to himself. But what he didn't know was that Leon was simply getting bored of mowing the lawn after so long. The maximum level of bloodlust made Leon's body seem to be equipped with a perpetual motion machine, and his endurance value was always full during combat. The White Walker who was commanding this group of whites was now hiding behind a big rock and shivering. Leon didn't kill it because he didn't want to let the army of zombies collapse. Otherwise, who would fill in the gap of the missing golden dragon for Leon? After receiving the order from Lion, Benyon Stark witnessed the mighty demeanor of the commander-in-chief and couldn't help but feel an urge to show his talents in front of Lion. So Benyon Stark started instantly, and the white horse under his crotch ran like lightning towards a white who was once very lucky but now very unlucky. Benyon Stark rode his horse and charged, came in front of the white and struck it hard with the sword. After a loud bang, the white's upper body exploded after being chopped off by Benyon Stark's sword. Benyon Stark, who was unprepared, was immediately shocked by the power of his own sword. When did I become so strong? Benyon Stark looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. He didn't know at this time that he and Leon had shared panel attributes. He was already a top warrior in Westeros, and now his combat power has more than tripled. Considering the charging speed of the Shikigami, it makes sense that a single sword strike could be so powerful. The White Walker that was hiding behind a big rock saw that Benyon Stark dared to charge into the battle alone, and it wanted to stand up and teach him a lesson. Then it could give an explanation to the Night King and lose the battle but not the man. But after seeing the power of Benyon Stark's sword, the White Walker's blue eyes rolled, and after thinking for a while, he continued to squat behind the stone and pretended to be autistic. Strange. Where is the White Walker who leads this group of whites? I just saw him. After several charges by Benyon Stark, there was no longer a single white left among the densely packed whites in the ravine. Puzzled, Leon walked to a huge rock, wanting to look down at the White Walker. What Leon probably couldn't imagine was that the seemingly immortal White Walkers also had emotions of fear and escape in their hearts. At this time, the White Walker they were looking for was trembling at Leon's feet. Since we can't find it, there's no need to waste time looking for it. Ban Yang, take me to the next hiding place. Yes. Your lord. As the sound of their horses' hooves gradually faded away, the surviving White Walker let out a long breath of relief, then sat dejectedly on the ground. It couldn't help but think, How can I explain to the Night King after losing such a large army of zombies? Suddenly, a voice appeared above the White Walker's head. So you're here.